When Linny turned 18, on his birthday no less, his world shattered. His own mother plunged a knife into his chest. He expected death, but instead, he woke up unharmed, somehow thrust back in time. At first, it felt like a dream, a vivid fantasy. Then, seeing his supposed mother reaching for the very same weapon, Linny understood the terrifying truth: these weren't his parents at all, but creatures mimicking humans, concealing their monstrous nature. They were raising people like livestock, intending to devour them. Again and again, Linny was slain, each ending followed by a wrenching rewind to the past. Trapped in this relentless cycle, he slowly pieced together the chilling reality of their world. Humans weren't alone. Original inhabitants and invaders had shaped the Earth's fate, leaving behind a lineage of protectors, the new humans, safeguarding the future. Unraveling these fragments, Linny uncovered a wicked plot that stained the very core of their existence. June 10th marked the second day after the college entrance exams, and more importantly, it was Linny's 18th birthday. The family gathered around the dining table, celebrating with a birthday song before Linny made his heartfelt wish for his parents' good health and everlasting happiness for their entire family. He blew out the candles on the cake, eyes shining with hope. Time truly flies. Our dear EE is already an adult at 18, his mother beamed, rising from her seat and gracefully lifting the knife resting on the table. Let me cut the cake, Mom, Linny offered, but she gently declined, approaching him slowly. A chill crawled up his spine as she uttered words that sent a shiver through his soul. The meat tastes its finest on an animal's coming-of-age day. Linny's father across the table swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on his son. Dad, what do you mean? Confusion clouded Linny's features. His father ignored the question, a hungry glint in his eye as he murmured, hurry up, I can hardly contain myself to taste him. Linny tried to brush it off. Dad, I get it, the cake looks delicious, but you're exaggerating. But his father shook his head, his tone grave. I'm not talking about the cake, he rasped, I'm talking about you. A chilling whisper sliced through the air, E. Linny's mother stood mere inches from him, her voice dripping with feigned affection. Before he could react, a searing pain erupted in his chest as the very knife meant for cake pierced his heart. Happy birthday, his mother murmured, her eyes devoid of warmth as Linny succumbed to unconsciousness. He awoke abruptly, the familiar birthday song washing over him. The sight of the untouched cake, his parents seated opposite, and the ominous knife on the table sent a jolt of primal fear through him. Images from his supposed death replayed in his mind, the searing pain, the chilling whispers. Shouldn't the knife be lodged in his chest? He looked down, unharmed. Panic welled within him. Was everything just a horrifying hallucination? Yet, the memory felt so vivid, the agony so real. E, what's wrong? You seem distressed, are you feeling unwell? His mother inquired, concern laced with something else Linny couldn't decipher. He stammered, unable to articulate the turmoil raging within him. Then, the exact same words she uttered before the supposed attack escaped her lips. Time truly flies, our dear EE is already an adult at 18. A dread-chilling wave of recognition crashed over him as his mother rose and reached for the knife. Terror lent strength to his limbs as he lunged, snatching the weapon before it could be wielded against him. His voice trembled as he whispered, Mom, let me cut the cake. A guttural gulp emanated from his father across the table, his gaze fixated on Linny with an unsettling hunger. He spoke, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth, echoing the macabre sentiment from before, the meat tastes its finest on an animal's coming-of-age day. I can hardly wait to taste it. A terrifying truth dawned on Linny. This wasn't a coincidence. Something sinister was at play, something deeply wrong with the people he called family. But could this elaborate nightmare be real? Fear lent urgency to his plea, Dad, Mom, please explain yourselves. What's happening? Fear flooded Linny as his mother's words pierced through the facade of normalcy. He instinctively recoiled, brandishing the knife he held towards them both, and cried out, No, you are not my parents. Who are you? Deep down, he desperately wished for a reassuring response from them, a confirmation that this was all a terrible misunderstanding. But his plea fell on deaf ears. A chilling transformation flickered across the faces before him. The facade of affection shattered. His mother's smile hardened, replaced by something predatory. Oh, he seems to have figured it out now, she uttered flatly. His father stood, mirroring her unnatural stillness. Strange, he hasn't grasped this for so many years. Why now? Disappointment laced his mother's tone as she advanced. Fear will make the livestock's meat taste sour. Approaching Linny, despite his panicked shouts of stop. Don't come over, his mother feigned maternal concern with a twisted normalcy to her smile. Don't be afraid, she cooed, reaching out and caressing his head in a gesture that felt deeply wrong. A sliver of the truth he couldn't escape pierced through. We are indeed not your parents. We are your owners. Then, his father's voice boomed with unsettling eagerness, echoing her sentiment, nothing is more delicious than livestock on the day of adulthood. Terror lent a horrific twist to the scene as his father contorted before Lin Yi's eyes. His face elongated and warped, skin stretching taut over an expanding frame. Blood welled from rents in his flesh, but he seemed oblivious to the agony. A guttural laugh escaped his distended jaws as something undeniably monstrous took shape beneath. From within his father's liquefying form burst forth a sight straight out of a nightmare. A chitinous carapace rippled over pulsating flesh, two colossal compound eyes materialized beneath a mangled face, and barbed tentacles erupted from a grotesquely swollen abdomen. Lin Yi recoiled in primal fear. It was as if another entity, something alien and malevolent, inhabited his father's shell. His mother's touch turned icy, her distorted smile gone. Don't be afraid. It will be quick, and it won't hurt at all. Before he could react, a searing agony erupted in his abdomen as one of those barbed tentacles shot forth from his mother's reformed waist, drilling into him with sickening force. The world reeled as more barbs sank into his flesh, a symphony of pain amidst the coppery tang of blood filling the air. Lin Yi screamed, struggling against the overwhelming terror. The knife in his hand snapped uselessly as he thrust it forward in a futile attempt to defend himself. It sliced through her skin, but beneath was the obsidian carapace mirrored on his father. His mother's eyes narrowed with something akin to disappointment. Such a disobedient beast. A horrifying delight twisted their visages. It smells so good, she breathed, her features contorting further as the monstrous entity within fought for release. The scene was a tableau of primal horror, Lin Yi impaled, his life essence draining away, both parents consumed by a grotesque hunger. The animals who just came of age are the most delicious. His father's serrated maw gaped open, sinking into Lin Yi's neck in a final, soul-wrenching act of consumption. His last conscious thought, seared onto his mind along with the coppery reek of blood, was their shared whisper, "Happy birthday, Yi." Then, darkness consumed him once more. He awoke to the grating voice of an off-key singing abruptly cut short. Eyes snapping open, a strangled cry escaped his lips. "No! Don't!" The scene shifted, the spectral tableau of carnage vanished. He was surrounded by people staring at him with startled expressions. Relief and confusion warred within him as he desperately whispered, "I'm not dead? I'm still alive?" He looked down at his body, still unharmed. Is this Queen KTV? The light bulbs in the room reflected a dazzling light. Lin Yi squinted his eyes and saw where he was. "Lin Yi, what's wrong with you?" The person sitting next to Lin Yi was his classmate. After noticing Lin Yi's strange reaction, he came over and asked, "What did you say you didn't want? Why am I here?" Lin Yi couldn't figure it out. He was clearly at home before. Why did he appear in the KTV in the blink of an eye? "Didn't we agree to come and sing after the dinner?" The classmate next to him said excitedly, "After singing, we will go to the internet cafe all night." "Dinner? Singing? Internet cafe?" Lin Yi was stunned. "Isn't this what we did yesterday?" "Yesterday?" The classmate next to him said puzzledly, "We went home after the exam yesterday." "After the exam?" Lin Yi seemed to realize something. He quickly took out his mobile phone and looked down. He saw the date displayed on the screen, June 9th. I'm back to yesterday?" "Lin Yi, what happened to you?" The classmate next to him noticed Lin Yi's pale face and asked with concern, "Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Do you want to go to the hospital?" No need." Lin Yi stood up. He felt confused and wanted to leave here urgently, and wanted to find a quiet place where he could think carefully. "I suddenly remembered that there was something at home, so I'll leave first." Lin Yi ran out of the KTV quickly. The streets at night were still busy, and Lin Yi walked aimlessly on the road. His heart was in a mess. He didn't dare to go home. When he thought that his parents were monsters, he was terrified. Lin Yi couldn't face them as if nothing had happened, not to mention that the two monsters at home wanted to eat him. If he went back now, he would definitely reveal his flaws. At that time, I'm afraid that Lin Yi would be killed again without waiting until tomorrow. But he was obviously dead. Why did he come back to life? And he went back to the past? Lin Yi couldn't figure it out. More and more questions popped up. When did the two monsters start pretending to be his parents? Where are the real parents now? Are they still alive? What should I do next? Call the police? The police wouldn't believe this kind of thing. Lin Yi felt that he was going crazy. He was shaking all over. It felt like a knife was stuck in his chest, stirring his heart. An inexplicable sadness and panic spread in his heart.
what to do next. Unconsciously, Lin Yi came to school. Lin Yi?
The person walking towards him was Lin Yi's head teacher.
Teacher Yao.
Seeing someone he knew walking towards him, Lin Yi's uneasiness was relieved.
Why are you here? I heard from the students in the class that you went to sing, didn't you? Did you not perform well in the exam? It doesn't matter. There is still a long way to go in the future. The exam is over. Relax.
In Lin Yi's heart, Teacher Yao has always been a gentle and kind person.
He is very good to students. As long as students encounter troubles, he will do his best.
So, Lin Yi decided to speak out about this matter.
Teacher Yao, I encountered a terrible thing. Don't worry, tell me slowly. Teacher Yao seemed to notice Lin Yi's uneasiness and came over to comfort him. Teacher Yao, you may not believe this matter if I tell you.
Thinking of all the things he had experienced, Lin Yi trembled involuntarily, but I really don't know what to do.
Teacher believes you.
Teacher Yao said firmly, tell me, I will definitely help you.
Teacher, my parents. Lin Yi took a deep breath and continued, no, they are not my parents. Teacher Yao, they are monsters.
They killed my parents and disguised themselves as them.
Monsters? Teacher Yao was stunned.
I'm not lying, everything I said is true.
Are you sure they are monsters?
Teacher Yao's face became serious. Lin Yi, you can't joke about this kind of thing.
I'm not kidding, they are really monsters, I saw it with my own eyes.
Teacher Yao raised his head, he looked around first, and then pulled Lin Yi to a secluded corner.
Lin Yi, the teacher believes in you. Teacher Yao's answer moved Lin Yi deeply. He seemed to have found a backer, and the stone hanging in his heart fell to the ground. Do you remember what the monster you saw looked like? Lin Yi nodded, I remember.
They look terrible, their skin is like the shell of a beetle, very hard, even a knife can't pierce it. They also have disgusting tentacles on their abdomens, covered with barbs. By the way, Lin Yi's words have not finished, and suddenly he realizes that Teacher Yao in front of him seems to have become a little strange.
Teacher Yao is not tall and thin.
But now Teacher Yao seems to have grown taller and fatter.
Lin Yi, the monster you saw.
Teacher Yao had a strange smile on his face. His mouth slowly opened, and he didn't stop until the corners of his mouth began to tear. The serrated mouthparts emerged from his mouth, followed by the huge compound eyes. His stomach began to wriggle, and those tentacles covered with barbs instantly emerged.
Is that so?
Lin Yi's mind was blank. He never thought that the teacher in front of him was actually a terrible monster. When he came to his senses and wanted to escape, those disgusting tentacles had already tightly wrapped around him. The tentacles kept tightening, and the barbs pierced through the clothes and pierced into the flesh.
Help! Help!
Help! The intense pain spread to Lin Yi, and Teacher Yao got closer and closer.
He opened his mouth and bit off Lin Yi's neck.
Ding 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 dash. The alarm of the mobile phone woke Lin Yi up, and he sat up suddenly.
Lin Yi found himself sitting on the bed. Looking around nervously, this is his room. I'm not dead?
I quickly picked up the phone, and it was still June 9th.
But the difference was that it was now the morning of June 9th, the time is pushed back again? Why? Lin Yi couldn't figure it out. Does it mean that every time I am killed, I will go back to the past? Are you up?
The mother's voice came from outside the door. I heard your phone ringing.
It's the alarm clock, I'm already up.
Lin Yi was startled.
Mom is coming in.
The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Lin Yi's heart was in his throat. He didn't know how to face the monster outside, and he was even more worried that his fear would be seen. Don't come in, I'm changing clothes. You kid, you have been raised by me since you were a child, what haven't I seen? The mother outside the door smiled. Okay, I won't go in.
I'm going out for a while, and the pocket money is on the table.
The mother's gentle tone made Lin Yi feel lost. If possible, he hoped that all this was just a dream. However, the memory in his mind clearly told him that all this was real.
Lin Yi, calm down, calm down.
Lin took a deep breath and kept telling himself in his heart. He didn't want to die, at least not just like that. What exactly are these monsters, and whether his parents are still alive, Lin Yi wants to find out. When I was killed before, the monster said that people who just turned adult are the most delicious. Lin Yi began to organize his thoughts. So, as long as you are over 18, you will be killed by these monsters. In other words, as long as you are under 18, you are not a monster. This matter cannot be told to adults, but I am no match for these monsters alone. Thinking of this, Lin Yi saw the class group in the mobile chat software. Except for the repeater Lu Linhai, who is already 19 years old, the other students in the class are basically under 18.
There is strength in numbers. Tell them about this matter. Maybe they can think of a solution.
In order to avoid the head teacher and Lu Linhai in the group, Linny recreated the group and pulled other students into the group.
Why is there another group? Someone in the group sent a message. The group owner is Linny. Linny, why did you create a new group?
And there is no Linhai in the group.
I will add him in. Don't do it. Linny sent a message in a hurry. Everyone, listen to me.
This may be the fastest typing speed of Linny in his life. Don't tell anyone about this matter, including your parents, teachers, and Lu Linhai.
Don't tell anyone except us. What is it? It's so mysterious. At 10 a.m., we will gather at the abandoned factory building in the back mountain. I have something to tell you. You must be mentally prepared. Remember, don't tell anyone. Linny climbed up from the bed.
He leaned on the door and listened for a while. He didn't walk out of the room until he confirmed that his mother had left. The phone suddenly rang at this time, and Linny was startled. Looking at the screen, it was a call from an unfamiliar number.
Who is this person? Hello.
Looking at the strange number displayed on the screen, Linny hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call.
Don't go.
A low voice came from the phone. Without waiting for Linny to speak, the person on the other end of the phone quickly hung up the phone.
Don't go?
Linny was stunned for a moment. He wanted to call back to ask clearly, but found that the number was not dialed. He glanced at the time on the phone. It was almost 9 o'clock. It takes 30 minutes to take a taxi from home to the back mountain, and Linny must get there early. In order to make the classmates believe what he said next, Linny made a plan. He didn't care about the call from the strange number, and hurried to the back mountain.
Near 10 o'clock, the classmates in the class came to the agreed place one after another. Linny, why did you call us here? Sports committee member Jiang Fan looked like he hadn't slept well.
He sat on a rock and complained, I played games until 5 o'clock last night and I was so sleepy.
Me too.
Another classmate echoed, my Xiansa killed a lot and won 18 games in a row.
Okay. Class monitor Gu Zijin walked to Linny.
Her voice was very nice, like a wind chime hanging on the eaves in summer. Linny must have called us here for something important.
Is there something that can't be said in the group?
And Yun frowned and kept fiddling with her hair that had just been dyed yesterday.
Besides, didn't we have an appointment for a graduation dinner in the afternoon? We can say it then.
Linny counted the number of people. In addition to the two classmates who went out to travel with their parents, only the study committee member Zhou Kai was not there.
Where is Zhou Kai? Linny asked. Zhou Kai said he had something at home and couldn't come. A classmate answered. Linny, don't keep me in suspense.
Jiang Fan yawned, everyone is almost here, tell me what you want to say, so I can go back to sleep. Wait a little longer, there's still one person who hasn't arrived yet.
Linny looked outside. There's still one person?
Gu Zijin looked at the people present, all the classmates in the class are here, and the classmates who can't come have also said in the group, who else are we waiting for?
Lu Linhai. Linny frowned and said. Linhai? Jiang Fan was stunned for a moment, didn't you say in the group not to call him? Why are you waiting for him now? Here he comes. Not far away, Lu Linhai was walking towards the abandoned factory building. You will know what I'm going to say soon.
Lin Yi's face became particularly solemn, and even his body trembled involuntarily.
What happens next may exceed your imagination, you must be mentally prepared.
Linny hid behind the factory gate, where there was a rope that Linny had set up in advance.
He arrived here in advance just to set a trap.
Linny knew very well that it would be difficult for them to believe the existence of monsters just by verbal narration. Therefore, putting a monster in front of them would be more useful than any words. Linny did not let the classmates in the group tell Lu Linhai, but contacted Lu Linhai himself and asked him to arrive here after 10 o'clock. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Linny began to sweat nervously.
Ha! You are all here.
Lu Linhai's voice came from outside the door. He walked in and saw the classmates in the abandoned factory. Linny pulled the rope suddenly, and a stone fell from it and hit Lu Linhai on the head. With a muffled sound, Lu Linhai fell to the ground.
Ah!
And Yun screamed, she was frightened by the sudden scene in front of her.
Linny, are you crazy?
Jiang Fan jumped up from the ground, and it seemed that even the tiredness disappeared at this moment.
Linny, why did you do this? Gu Zijin frowned and looked at Linny in disbelief. Listen to me. Linny explained loudly, he's not a human, he's a monster. Crazy, Linny, you're really crazy.
And Yun began to retreat, as if worried that Linny would attack her as well.
Ambulance, call an ambulance. Zhang Fan picked up his phone and prepared to call the emergency number. I can prove it to you,
Linny shouted while picking up a sharp stone from the ground.
He came to Lu Linhai and scratched Lu Linhai's skin with the sharp part of the stone. Ah!
The pain woke Lu Linhai up, and Linny didn't hesitate to grab the stone on the ground and smashed it.
He is really a monster. Although he looks like us, he is actually a monster in human skin. I'll prove it to you now. As long as you tear his skin open, you can see the armor inside him. Armor, why is it like this? Kill people.
The scene in front of them terrified the people again, and they fled everywhere, afraid of becoming the next victim.
Linny was stunned, shaking all over.
Lu Linhai lying on the ground was not a monster at all.
There was no black shell under his skin. Why?
The stone slipped from his hand, and Linny sat on the ground weakly. The pungent smell of blood rushed into his nose, and the blood stained his clothes red.
The classmates in the factory ran away, leaving only Linny, Lu Linhai lying on the ground without breathing, and the class leader Gu Zijin. Why is this happening? Why is he not a monster?
Linny couldn't figure it out, and kept muttering, he is obviously 19 years old, why is he not a monster? Oh, classmate Linny, you seem to have guessed wrong.
Gu Zijin's voice came to my ears. Looking up, I didn't know when she had walked over. Gu Zijin didn't seem to be frightened by the scene in front of her. She squatted down and looked at Linny with a smile. Classmate Linny, how did you find out? Discover? What was found?
Gu Zijin's words made Linny shudder.
He raised his head, his eyes full of fear. You are, classmate Linny, you have made a very serious mistake.
What a beautiful voice, but at this time, the voice sounded like the whisper of an evil spirit to Linny. The consumption time of the beastman is determined according to the preference of the eater. Just like some people like to eat medium rare steak, and some people like to eat medium rare. So, some beasts will be eaten after they are born, and some will be eaten when they reach adulthood.
By the way, do you want to guess how many beasts like you are left in our class? Familiar tentacles emerged from Gu Zijin's abdomen and wrapped around Linny tightly.
Gu Zijin slowly approached, she stretched out her tongue and licked Linny's face, shouting intoxicatedly, it smells so good.
Sure enough, the meat of beasts is the most delicious.
She opened her mouth and bit Linny's throat. Linny struggled, but couldn't break away from the tentacles entangled with him. Gradually, his consciousness began to blur, and he knew that he was going to die again. The exam is over, candidates are asked to stop writing immediately. The shouting in his ears woke up Linny. When he opened his eyes, he saw the test paper in front of him. It was the test paper for the last exam.
He's back in time again. June 8th is the last day of the college entrance examination. This student, the exam is over. Please stop writing immediately. Seeing Linny still holding a pen in his hand, the invigilator came over. Classmate, did you hear me?
Shut up, Lin Yi's hand holding the pen was shaking.
What did you say? The invigilator was stunned for a moment.
I told you to shut up. Linny stood up suddenly. He threw the pen in his hand on the ground and shouted hysterically. Looking at his trembling hands, the image of killing Lu Linhai emerged in his mind. Yes, the person he killed was not a monster, but a living person. Everyone in the examination room looked at Linny in unison, but now he no longer cared. You are monsters, Linny shouted with a wry smile, I know, stop pretending.
You are monsters, you are all monsters. This student, what's wrong with you? The invigilator asked with concern, are you feeling uncomfortable? Get away. Don't come close to me. Linny quickly backed away.
But when he found that everyone in the classroom was looking at him, his scalp felt numb and he felt extremely uncomfortable as if there was something stuck in his throat.
Why? Why do you do this to me? What did I do wrong?
What is real? What is real?
Lin had a severe headache and felt like he was going crazy.
Tears fell from his eyes, and Linny collapsed and shouted, give me back my old life, give me back my parents. In a daze, Linny felt someone coming over.
Teacher, I'm sorry. He is my classmate.
Maybe he didn't perform well in this exam and was under too much pressure, so he behaved like this.
Linny heard this voice.
It was the voice that came from the mobile phone when the unknown number called. Looking up, although he only saw the back, Linny still recognized who this person was.
Joe Kai? Linny was stunned.
The voice from the strange number on June 9th was Joe Kai's. He deliberately lowered his voice, but Linny still recognized him.
Is he really okay? The invigilator looked at Linny over Joe Kai. He looks a little wrong.
The invigilator's eyes became a little strange. It was not a caring look, but more like a greed for food. Or I'll take him to the office to rest.
Teacher, no need.
Joe Kai moved to the side, blocking Linny behind him. You also know how important the college entrance examination is to us. I didn't do well in the exam, and I felt bad, so I was like this. As he said that, Joe Kai turned around and glared at Linny. Linny apologized to the teacher quickly. Linny stood there blankly. He couldn't tell who was a human and who was a monster. What are you doing? Joe Kai was calm. He pulled Linny to his side, pressed Linny's head and bowed to the invigilator. Hurry up and say sorry to the teacher. Joe Kai secretly pinched Linny's waist. Although the pain in his waist was not as bad as the moment of being killed by the monster, Linny still reacted. Joe Kai helped him again and again, so, could he not be a monster? Joe Kai's appearance relieved Linny's uneasiness a little. Teacher, I'm sorry. Linny lowered his head. He didn't dare to look directly into the eyes of the invigilator. He was worried that his fear would be seen, so he could only bend down and whispered, I shouldn't lose my temper with you, I was wrong. The invigilator didn't say anything. He stared at Linny for a while, and then glanced at Joe Kai. Don't you really need to take a break? The invigilator had a cold face, and didn't seem to give up. Thank you, teacher. It's really not necessary. Joe Kai replied politely. His parents should be waiting for him outside the school. Is that so? The smile on the invigilator's face returned, and he reached out and patted Linny on the shoulder. The test is over. Have a good rest when you go back. Linny instinctively wanted to avoid the invigilator's hand. If Joe Kai hadn't been holding him and keeping him steady, his panic might really expose himself. Linny, it's okay. Joe Kai comforted, no matter how well you do in the test, I believe no one will blame you. Why don't you thank the teacher for your concern? Thank you, teacher. Linny said blankly. Seeing the invigilator turn around and leave, Linny breathed a sigh of relief. But when he looked up, he found that the other candidates in the classroom were still staring at him. Linny was a little scared. Was he exposed? Are all those people looking at him monsters? Dad and Mom are monsters, teachers are monsters, classmates in the class are monsters. How many monsters are there in this city? Linny, let's go. Joe Kai turned and walked out of the classroom. Linny hurriedly followed, but just as Linny was about to leave the classroom, the invigilator's voice came from behind. Student, wait a minute. Linny shuddered. What should he do now? Ignore the invigilator's call and run away immediately? But would it be too obvious to do so? Stay? If he stayed, he would be killed by these monsters. When Linny thought of the scene of being killed, he felt his heart beating fast. That kind of pain, that kind of suffocation, that kind of despair, Linny never wanted to experience it again. Calm down. Joe Kai's voice came from his ears, if you don't want to die. Linny took a deep breath. He slowly turned around and asked softly, Teacher, is there anything else? You forgot to take your things. The invigilator smiled and pointed to the stationery on the examination table. Thank you, teacher. Linny walked to the examination table and quickly grabbed his stationery. You're welcome. The invigilator looked at Linny's back as he left, and then said, remember to have a good rest after you go back. It's just an exam. It doesn't mean anything to you. Linny was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat when he heard the invigilator's last words. He remembered that his parents had said the same thing to him. All along, Linny felt that his parents were more open-minded, so even if his test scores were not ideal, his parents never scolded him. Now it seems that they are not concerned about Linny, but really don't care about Linny's grades. After all, to them, Linny is just food. No one cares about the test scores of food. Let's go. Joe Kai in front of him urged. They did not leave the school immediately, and Joe Kai took him to the rooftop. When did you find it? After confirming that they were the only ones on the rooftop, Joe Kai asked with a cold face. Linny didn't know what to say. Tell Joe Kai that he found it when he was killed by a monster on his birthday on June 10th? Will Joe Kai believe it? Forget it, this is not important. He looked down at the rooftop, and saw students who had finished their exams walking out of the teaching building one after another. We must get out early. If we leave too late, they might find us. Linny raised his head. Are you talking about those monsters? There are no monsters. Joe Kai's expression became a little serious. From now on, there are no monsters. You know nothing. If you still want to live, you must pretend that you know nothing. I can't do it. Linny shook his head. Linny felt creepy when he thought about pretending that nothing happened. It's not that Linny is too fragile, but he knows that he will be eaten on his birthday in 2 days. Joe Kai, do you know something? Linny asked.
What happened to this world? Why do these monsters pretend to be human and sneak around us? My parents. Have they already? I don't know more than you. Jokai sighed, but there is one thing I know very well, from the beginning, you were not raised by your biological parents. Linny was stunned for a moment, and his mind emerged with what his mother said when he was killed on June 10th. Mom said, "We are indeed not your parents. We are your owners." Owner, Linny murmured softly. Owner? Jokai snorted coldly, this name is quite appropriate. Real people have become livestock, and those man-eating monsters have become owners. When the livestock grow up, they will be eaten by these damn monsters. Yes, that's what those monsters call us. Linny said, those monsters say we are livestock. Hearing this, Jokai's face became solemn. Livestock? Why do you know what those monsters call us? Jokai looked at Linny. Could it be that you have come into contact with those monsters? Have you seen what those monsters really look like? Linny nodded and said, I have seen what they look like, with my own eyes. My parents, Teacher Yao, and class monitor Guzi Jin, they are all monsters. Hearing this, Jokai's face suddenly changed. He rushed up and grabbed Lingy's collar, gritting his teeth and said, why didn't you say this earlier? Do you want to kill me? Jokai's excited reaction startled Linny. You, what's wrong with you? Linny asked. These monsters have their own rules. Unless the people who raise them discover their true appearance, other monsters cannot attack them casually. Jokai looked anxious. He glanced at the time on his phone and turned to walk towards the stairwell. You have already come into contact with those monsters and seen their true appearance. This means that you have been exposed long ago, and any monster can attack you. I helped you in the classroom, and they will definitely target me. I can't die, I can't leave my sister alone. I must live, I want to protect her. Sister? You have a sister? Linny suddenly realized that he didn't know Jokai. Although they were classmates, Jokai was withdrawn and rarely contacted his classmates. Now think about it, maybe it was because Jokai had long discovered that the people around him were monsters, so he didn't want to talk to them. Linny understood why Jokai was so excited. He didn't care about his life or death, but he didn't want his sister to be hurt. No, Linny stopped Jokai, I'm not exposed. Impossible. Jokai roared. These monsters won't reveal their true colors easily. They will only remove their disguises when they are discovered. I really didn't reveal myself. I can't say I didn't reveal myself, but they don't know. Linny didn't know how to explain. So, he told what he had experienced. I've died 3 times. What? Jokai was stunned. I said I've died 3 times. No, strictly speaking, it should be 4 times. Linny said, June 10th is my birthday. On that day, the monsters disguised as my parents killed me twice. When he said this, Linny couldn't help feeling sad. When he thought that his parents, who had lived with him for so many years, were monsters that wanted to eat him, he couldn't help feeling depressed. After that, on the evening of June 9th, I met Teacher Yao at school. After I told him about this, Teacher Yao killed me again. Then on the morning of June 9th, I wanted to tell my classmates about the monster, so I asked them to meet at the back mountain. But I never thought that my classmates were also monsters. That morning, I received a call from you. You asked me not to go, but I didn't care at the time. What are you talking about? Jokai was confused, today is only June 8th. I know you won't believe it if I tell you. Linny felt wronged. I don't know why. I was obviously killed by a monster, but when I opened my eyes, I found that I was unharmed. And I went back to the past. I really didn't lie. I still remember the number you called me at that time. Linny has a good memory. He repeated the strange number he received at that time. When he heard the number, Jokai frowned. Why do you know this number? Didn't I tell you that you called me with this number on June 9th? Linny said. This strange number does belong to Jokai. Jokai has always been a cautious person. Because he was worried that his phone would be tapped, he specially prepared a checked old phone and found a phone card without real name authentication in case of emergency. So, except for himself, no one should know this number. Jokai, believe me, I really didn't lie to you. I believe you. Jokai did not continue to walk towards the stairwell. Why don't you believe it? What should I do to make you? Linny, who reacted, looked at Jokai in confusion. What? You believe me? You believe me so easily? This should be your ability. Jokai said. Ability? Linny was confused. What does it mean? I don't know either. Jokai replied, people who are raised by these monsters have a chance to evolve some special abilities.
Maybe God has pity on humans and gave us weapons to fight monsters. But your ability sounds a bit useless.
Linny actually agreed with Joe Kai's statement.
If it is really as Joe Kai said, every time Linny is killed, he can go back to the past. On the surface, Linny seems to be in an immortal state, but his own power is limited. Even if he can go back to the past, he still can't change anything.
If you know the ability, Linny thought for a while and said, it means you have the ability too? Joe Kai nodded.
What is your ability?
Linny was a little curious.
My ability is, before he finished speaking, Joe Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at the door of the stairwell.
Someone is coming. Joe Kai's expression was extremely serious. To be precise, it's a monster. Monster? Linny was shocked. Is it coming towards us? Joe Kai nodded. Could it be, we are exposed? It shouldn't be.
Joe Kai sniffed in the direction of the stairwell, and then said, that monster has your smell on it, and it's coming for you.
Coming for me?
Linny was even more scared. Let's run.
It's too late.
Joe Kai shook his head. Linny, remember, if you don't want to die, you must pretend to know nothing.
But I will be killed on June 10th. Thinking of what happened on his birthday, Linny no longer wanted to have a birthday.
There are still 2 days left. Joe Kai speeded up his speech. Make sure you can survive first, and then we will discuss what will happen next. As soon as the voice fell, the door of the stairwell was pushed open. A familiar figure walked into the rooftop from outside the door. It was Lin Yi's mother.
What are you doing on the rooftop?
Mom still had a gentle smile on her face. Mom waited outside for a long time and didn't see you come out.
How did you know I was here? Linny asked subconsciously. I came in to look for you.
I heard from your classmates that they saw you on the rooftop, so I came to see you.
As the mother spoke, she walked towards Linny. Linny hesitated.
His mother's sudden arrival made it too late for him to calm down.
Auntie, Linny is a little sad.
At this time, Joe Kai stood up. Joe Kai was calm and said with a smile, Linny didn't perform well in the exam, so he was very sad.
The classmates who finished the exam were talking about the questions of this exam.
I was afraid that Linny would be even more sad after hearing it, so I brought him here to comfort him.
Looking at Joe Kai's relaxed look, Linny couldn't help but admire him.
Joe Kai had a serious face before, but the next second it was as if nothing had happened.
Is that so? Mom looked at Linny.
Linny, who came back to his senses, nodded and said, I'm sorry, Mom. After knowing that his mother was a monster, Linny really couldn't say the word Mom. However, Joe Kai was right.
The most important thing now was to stay alive.
Although he could go back to the past after being killed, Linny didn't know how long he could use this ability. I might have done very badly in the exam this time. Linny gradually got into the state. He lowered his head, and he really looked like a child who was sad and self-blaming because he didn't do well in the exam.
It's okay, Mom said softly, it's just an exam, it will never change your value. So, let's go home. On the way back, Linny was trembling with fear.
Occasionally, he looked up and glanced at his mother who was driving, and countless thoughts popped up in his mind.
Take off the coat and strangle her to death? Linny thought to himself.
No, if these monsters also have shells on their necks, the coat will not strangle them at all. Besides, I'm still sitting in the car. If she steps on the accelerator and the car rushes out, I will die with her.
Or, poison their food? But what if they smell it?
Linny was not only upset by this, he didn't know how many monsters there were in this world.
Even if he could kill the monster in front of him, what about the other monsters? Does this mean that he has to live in this world full of monsters? Why don't you speak?
The mother's voice came from the driver's seat. Linny was startled and said, I didn't do well in the exam, I feel uncomfortable, and I don't want to talk.
Mom told you.
The gentler the mother's voice, the more disgusted Linny felt.
Grades are not important to you. Even if you don't do well in the exam, your parents won't blame you. Linny sneered in his heart, yes, of course you won't blame me. After all, you will eat me in 2 days, and grades really don't matter to you.
I heard from your classmates that after the exam, you seem to lose your temper with the invigilator.
Is that true?
Lin Yi's mother's words made Lin Yi alert. In the examination room where Lin Yi was, Joe Kai was the only classmate in the same class.
Linny didn't know the other classmates at all. Logically speaking, they couldn't know Lin Yi's mother. So, who told her about the exam room?
Recalling that her mother knew that Lin Yi was staying on the rooftop, Lin Yi suddenly realized that she might have been under surveillance.
Yes. Lin Yi nodded.
since she already knew, if she lied now, she would probably be suspected.
Mom also heard that you mentioned some monster, is that true?
When she heard this, Linny shuddered. Inadvertently glancing out the window, there were few pedestrians on the road, and Linny realized that this was not the usual way home.
This monster is testing me. Linny's breathing became rapid, and he kept thinking about how to deal with it. Why don't you say anything?
Monster, Linny opened his mouth. I saw a monster. The mother sitting in the driver's seat suddenly stepped on the brakes, and the car stopped suddenly.
The monster you said. Just as the mother was about to turn around, Linny continued, I saw the test paper turned into a monster, and the questions on it, every word on it.
I clearly did those questions, but when it came to the test, why couldn't I answer them?
The mother in the driver's seat was silent for a while. Is this what you mean by monster? Linny nodded. The teacher once said that we should treat each question as a monster in the game. Answering a question correctly means that you have defeated a monster. But, this exam. I really can't answer it. Don't be afraid. Mom said that even if you don't do well in the exam this time, we won't blame you.
The car started to move, and Mom didn't look back. So, don't put too much pressure on yourself.
The exam is over, just relax. You must be in the best condition. If it were in the past, Linny would definitely be very grateful for his mother's understanding.
And now, Linny knows very well why she said that. After all, only by maintaining the best condition can you make your meat more delicious.
I may be too tired.
Linny followed his mother's words and said, I should be fine after I rest after returning.
That's right.
Mom smiled. Mom will make you delicious food in the evening.
Delicious? Linny frowned.
He didn't want to eat, and he didn't dare to eat. Who knows what the food I have been eating is made of? When I thought of this, Linny's stomach was churning.
There have been many cases of evil people injuring people in our city recently. The police have identified the suspect as in Changdao, the owner of the meat shop on Shenzhong Road. The suspect is still on the run.
Please be vigilant, and if you find any clues, please notify me immediately. A news report suddenly broke into the car radio, but before the news was finished, my mother switched to music.
It's so scary.
My mother's tone sounded a little worried. It's been so long, why hasn't this person been caught yet?
It's not safe outside recently, otherwise, you should stay at home these days. Linny Ju thought it was ridiculous. If it's not safe outside, is it safe at home? Anyway, this ghost place is full of monsters, does it matter where you stay? It's just a question of who will eat you in the end.
But, my classmates have agreed to have a graduation dinner tomorrow. Linny gradually got used to talking to these monsters. It would be bad if I was the only one who didn't go. Perhaps because he was afraid that his mother would stop him from going out, Linny continued, actually, I don't want to go out either. After all, I didn't do well in the exam this time, and I'm not in the mood to do anything. But after all, I have made an appointment with my classmates. How about this? I will come back after dinner with my classmates tomorrow, and then rest at home for a few days, not going anywhere, and adjust my mentality.
Okay. Mom finally gave in. When he arrived at the community and entered the elevator, Linny met Grandma Lu upstairs. Aunt Lu, you have brought your grandson over again.
Mom glanced at the child in Grandma Lu's arms.
Yes.
Grandma Lu nodded and said with a smile, you know, my husband just likes children. He misses them so much after just a few weeks of not seeing them. So, I brought this little guy back to accompany us for 2 days. Linny turned his back to them, and he didn't know what mood he should use to face the child in Grandma Lu's arms. He remembered clearly that last year Grandma Lu was holding a little girl who was about 5 years old. And now, Grandma Lu was holding a little boy in her arms. This child is not Grandma Lu's grandson at all, but their food. I'm sorry, Linny kept repeating in his heart. At this time, Linny couldn't even guarantee his own safety, and there was no way to save this poor child. By the way, I remember that your Linny will be 18 years old the day after tomorrow.
Grandma Lu's words made Linny's scalp numb. Yes. Mom smiled and nodded.
You have waited for so long, Linny has finally grown up.
Grandma Lu also laughed, you must be looking forward to that day.
Linny gritted his teeth, and the scene of June 10th kept flashing through his mind.
I won't be killed by you again. Linny secretly swore, this time, I must survive.
After returning home, Linny told his mother that he was tired and wanted to sleep. He hid in the room, thinking about what to do next. During this period, his mother came in several times. Although Linny closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, he could feel his mother standing by the bed, staring at him. In the evening, the doorbell rang at home.
There were footsteps outside the room. Lin Yi thought it was his father who came back, and he became more worried. The door was opened, and someone came to Lin Yi's side. "Lin Yi, it's me." A familiar voice came from his ear. "Zhou Kai." Seeing that the person in front of him was Zhou Kai, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "Lin Yi, something happened." Zhou Kai's face was very ugly. His eyes were red, as if he had just cried. "What happened?" Lin Yi became nervous. "Are we exposed?" Zhou Kai shook his head. "Lin Yi, I'm sorry." There was a sharp pain in his abdomen, and he looked down and saw that Zhou Kai was holding a knife in his hand. And the blade pierced into Lin Yi's body. Why, I'm sorry, but I have to do this, because, only in this way, there are still 15 minutes left before the end of the exam. Please pay attention to the exam time. The sound of the radio woke Lin Yi up. Opening his eyes, Lin Yi saw the test paper in front of him. He remembered this test paper, which was the test paper on the morning of June 8th. Lin Yi was full of anger. He finally made up his mind to survive, but he died in the end. Not only that, this time it was not a monster that killed him, but Zhou Kai, who was also a human like him. This candidate, loud noises are prohibited in the examination room. The invigilator came over, and other students in the examination room also looked at Lin Yi. "Get out!" Lin Yi yelled and stood up from his chair. Looking back at the back row, Lin Yi saw the familiar figure. Zhou Kai. Lin Yi walked over, grabbed Zhou Kai's collar and lifted him up. "What are you doing?" Zhou Kai looked puzzled. "This examinee, please stop immediately." The invigilator wanted to stop Lin Yi. "If you continue like this, I will disqualify you from the exam. I'll hand in my paper." Lin Yi glared at the invigilator. Even though Lin Yi knew that the invigilator in front of him was a monster, he was no longer afraid at this time. As long as he didn't reveal that he had discovered their true identity, the monster would not attack rashly. At least not before June 10th. He handed in his paper too. Lin Yi pulled Zhou Kai's collar and walked out of the classroom. "Let me go." Zhou Kai broke away from Lin Yi's hand. "Are you sick?" Lin Yi gritted his teeth and moved closer, whispering in Zhou Kai's ear, "If you want to save your sister, just follow me honestly." Hearing this, Zhou Kai's face darkened. Lin Yi didn't stop, and decisively turned around and walked out of the classroom. "Examinee, are you in trouble?" the invigilator asked. "Do you need help?" Zhou Kai shook his head and said, "No, teacher, I'll hand in my paper too." After that, Zhou Kai quickly chased after him. On the rooftop of the teaching building, Lin Yi stared at the stairwell. Seeing Zhou Kai walk in, Lin Yi rushed over without hesitation and raised his hand to punch him. Unfortunately, this punch did not hit Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai's skills were much more flexible than Lin Yi imagined. He just turned sideways and dodged easily. "Don't hide." Lin Yi steadied himself and said, "Stand there and let me punch you. You owe me this. What exactly do you want to say when you call me over?" Zhou Kai's face was a little solemn. "What happened to my sister?" "Wait until I punch you before I tell you." Lin Yi ignored Zhou Kai and rushed over again. The fist that was swung was caught by Zhou Kai, who swept his leg and instantly pressed Lin Yi to the ground. "Zhou Kai! Fuck you!" Lin Yi cursed. He wanted to stand up, but found that he couldn't get away at all. "Your sister's life is life, but my life is not life? In order to save your sister, can you kill me without hesitation?" "Why?" "I finally mustered up the courage to survive the monster, but I didn't expect to die in your hands in the end." "What did you say?" Zhou Kai's face sank and asked, "What do you know?" Lin Yi gritted his teeth and told the content of their conversation. "Can't you talk about it nicely? You suddenly stabbed me with a knife. Do you know how painful it is to be stabbed with a knife? Stab you and try it." Lin Yi kept complaining, feeling very aggrieved. Zhou Kai let go of his hand and looked at Lin Yi half-doubtingly. "You mean, my sister will be killed by the monster this afternoon?" "How do I know?" Lin Yi climbed up from the ground. "Anyway, that's what you said when you stabbed me. You said that after the exam in the afternoon, you found that your sister had turned into a monster after you went back. You also told me to tell you about this and that you must save your sister. I'm wondering, how do you know your sister turned into a monster? Did you see it with your own eyes?" Zhou Kai frowned and said, "Heartbeat." "Heartbeat?" Lin Yi was confused. "What do you mean?" "Monsters and humans have different heartbeat frequencies." Zhou Kai continued, "My ability is enhanced senses. I can tell whether the other person is a monster by the heartbeat I hear." Lin Yi remembered that in the past, Zhou Kai and he were on the rooftop, but he could see his mother going upstairs, and even smell Lin Yi's scent on his mother.
The reason why Jokai called Linny on June 9th and told him not to go to the back mountain was because Jokai knew that Linny was a human, and the other classmates were monsters. That is to say, after you went back this afternoon, you judged that your sister was no longer your sister through her heartbeat? That's not right. Linny felt a little strange. When I was killed by Guzi Jean before, she told me that monsters have their own preferences for eating people. Some monsters like to eat children, and some like to eat adults. If your sister was killed by monsters, it means that they like to eat people of your sister's age. Then, shouldn't you be the first person to be eaten? Jokai shook his head and said, my situation is different from yours. The monster disguised as your parents raised you, but I grew up in an orphanage. Linny was stunned for a moment. Thinking back, Linny really didn't understand Jokai in front of him. I don't know his family background, I don't know his personality, I only know that he is withdrawn. Now there is one more thing, he is a sister-con. Come to think of it, if Linny knew Jokai well enough, he would not be stabbed to death by him. If it was an orphanage, Linny thought about it, and then asked, how can the monsters in the orphanage eat people? For these monsters, the orphanage is their store. Jokai said, when I was very young, I found that I had special abilities. Through this ability, I discovered the existence of monsters, and I also found that every time people who came to the orphanage to adopt children were monsters. Their purpose is not to adopt children, but to choose food. Hearing this, Linny thought of the child in Grandma Lu's arms before. Perhaps, that child was also brought back by Grandma Lu in this way. Then how did you survive until now? Looking at Jokai in front of him, Linny couldn't help but admire him. At least Linny only had to face the two monsters, his father and mother, but Jokai, who grew up in an orphanage, was different. He had to face batches of monsters. Every time a monster comes to the orphanage to select children, I will secretly steal my sister and I's information, and then take my sister to hide temporarily. Jokai explained, with my ability, this is not a difficult task. After the monsters who select children leave, I will quietly put the information back to avoid being discovered by those monsters. Since you already knew about the existence of monsters, why didn't you act earlier? Linny was puzzled. Action? Jokai asked with a wry smile, how to act? Do you know how many monsters there are in this world? Let's not talk about other places for now, let's just talk about our class. Except for you and me, everyone else is a monster. This is the case for a class, let alone other places. After those monsters kill people, other monsters will replace their identities. Of course, not everyone will be replaced. There are also some people who die and die. No one remembers them. After being eaten by monsters, they disappeared from this world forever. It's as if they had never been here. Wait a minute. Linny frowned, that's not right. He thought for a while and then said, in addition to you and me, there should be one person in our class who is not a monster. Impossible. Jokai shook his head. Why is it impossible? Lu Linhai is one. Linny said. Lu Linhai? No, he is also a monster. I can't hear you wrong. Jokai said firmly, the frequency of his heartbeat is exactly the same as that of those monsters. He is definitely not a human being. Your ability can't be fake. Linny was extremely confident, I can guarantee that Lu Linhai must be human. After all, at this point, Linny did not continue. Linny remembered clearly that he had personally killed Lu Linhai some time ago. Lu Linhai's skin was filled with blood and flesh, not a dark carapace. This is not important. Jokai brought the topic back, the most urgent thing is how to rescue my sister. In the future, did I tell you when my sister was killed by a monster? Jokai asked, and where was the murder place? Linny shook his head, you didn't say. Then why don't you ask? How should I ask? Linny complained, you came up with a knife, and I was not prepared at all. Even if I wanted to ask, it would be too late. Jokai was stunned for a moment, lowered his head and said, I'm sorry. He thought for a while and continued, how about you beat me up? I promise not to fight back this time. Dead sister control. Linny cursed in his heart. Linny was actually very angry about Jokai's behavior. But looking at Jokai's panic now, Linny couldn't do anything. I owe you first. Linny said, after this matter is over, I will find time to beat you back. I thought that as long as I stole my and my sister's information, I could survive from those monsters. Jokai clenched his hands into fists, and it was obvious that he was very anxious at this time. I thought that as long as I grew up, I could take my sister out of the orphanage. Because we have no parents, I feel that as long as I continue to pretend that I don't know about the existence of these monsters, I can survive in this world with my sister. But,
Okay, don't talk about this. Linny interrupted Joe Kai, as an elder brother, you should know where your sister usually goes, right?
Joe Kai thought for a while and said, because of the college entrance examination, all schools are on holiday.
My sister is a freshman in high school this year. She should stay in the orphanage today. So, is it possible that your sister's accident occurred in your welfare home? Joe Kai shook his head, probably not. Those monsters have never done anything in the orphanage. They usually do it after they are adopted back. Could it be that your sister was adopted today?
No, Joe Kai shook his head again. If a monster comes to adopt, the monster in charge of the orphanage will notify it in advance so that the children there can take care of themselves. Because of this step, I was able to steal my and my sister's information in advance. However, I did not receive a notification that a monster was coming to adopt a child.
What on earth is going on?
Linny really couldn't think of it. If you can't guess, Joe Kai looked extremely serious at this time. I can only stay with my sister.
You won't take the exam in the afternoon? Linny asked. It's not that I won't participate, it's that we won't participate together. Joe Kai explained. Besides, can the exam be compared with my sister's safety? We? Linny was stunned. You mean, I want to go with you too? Why? Don't you want to live?
Joe Kai said, if I remember correctly, you just said that you will be killed on June 10th. If you want to survive, there is only one way, escape. Where to escape? Linny asked, you also said that there are countless monsters in this world. Even if we escape from here, we will still encounter monsters. As long as we are not discovered by the monsters here, Joe Kai said, we fled to a place where no one knows us. As long as we continue to pretend that we have not discovered these monsters, they will not attack us. After all, if they don't know us, they don't know if we have owners. Linny thought about it and felt that what Joe Kai said was reasonable. But, stop it. Before Lin could speak, Joe Kai rushed to say, anyway, we are going to die, so why not give it a try? Are you willing to be eaten by those monsters like this? I'm not willing to give in. Linny shook his head, I want to live. If possible, I also want to find my biological parents. In that case, it's decided. Joe Kai said, I'll give you an address. You can go back and clean up at noon. Come directly over in the afternoon. I'll wait for you there. Don't take your clothes or anything else. It's a hassle. If you have money, you can bring it with you. The announcement of the end of the exam sounded, and the candidates in the teaching building left the examination room one after another. Joe Kai sped up his speech and continued, remember, you must not be noticed by the monster. After agreeing, the two of them left the teaching building one after another. Noon passed by in a flash, and when it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Linny rushed to the place agreed with Joe Kai. Why did you come so slowly? Joe Kai frowned and looked at Linny, who had arrived late. Linny did not answer, his eyes were attracted to the girl standing next to Joe Kai. The girl has a braided braid and a pair of big watery eyes that are really pretty. Seemingly noticing that Linny had been looking at her, the girl smiled sheepishly, revealing the dimples on her face. Uncle, is this our sister? Linny asked. You are looking for death. Joe Kai scolded, let me ask you a question, why are you here so late? That's easy for you to say. Linny curled his lips, that monster sent me to school and didn't leave until he saw me go in. I didn't dare to go out through the school gate, so I hid in the toilet and sneaked out from the back wall after the exam started. The afternoon exam starts at 3 o'clock, and you're so far away, so it's already too early for me to come here. Monster? What kind of monster? Zhou Yun asked curiously. Game, he said game. Joe Kai said hurriedly, and then pulled Lin Yi aside. Didn't you tell your sister about the monster? Lin Yi asked. Joe Kai shook his head and said, no, she is still young, and I am afraid that I will scare her by telling her. Besides, my sister has a simple personality. If I find out, I can't pretend to know nothing, as it will be easy to see. You're in your first year of high school, you're no longer young. Lin Yi turned around and glanced at Zhou Yun. Where are you looking? Joe Kai said angrily, do you believe I will dig out your eyeballs? No, I didn't look at anything. Lin Yi looked away. Where are we going now? Take the train? You can't take a car. Joe Kai replied, it would be too conspicuous and easy to be found. If you don't take a car, what are you going to do? Walk? Leave? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. Are you kidding me? Are you leaving here on 2 legs? Joe Kai nodded and said, that's right. Ever since I discovered the monster, I have been looking for a route to leave here safely whenever I have time. I have been to basically all the places around here.
We start from Sifan Mountain.
If we walk, we can reach Lingshire in about 5 days.
When we get to Lingshire, where no one knows us, we will take the bus.
When he said this, Joe Kai suddenly raised his head.
Turning around and looking not far away, Joe Kai said softly, "Someone is coming." Did those monsters realize that we were trying to escape so soon?
Lin became nervous for a moment when Joe Kai said this. However, Joe Kai shook his head and said, "It's not a monster, it's a human being."
You scared me. Linny breathed a sigh of relief. If it's a human, there's no need to be afraid. That's not right.
Joe Kai's face became a little solemn. This place is in a remote location and not close to the road, so basically no one will come.
Brother, at this time, Zhou Yun suddenly walked over.
Zhou Yun didn't know why her brother suddenly wanted to take her away, but even so, she was willing to trust her brother unconditionally.
However, Zhou Yun suddenly remembered something.
Brother, I suddenly remembered that my classmates and I had agreed to go shopping together in the afternoon.
Zhou Yun walked to Joe Kai and whispered.
Because my brother's college entrance examination is over today, I want to buy a gift for you.
Did you agree to meet here? Joe Kai asked softly. Zhou Yun nodded. My classmate said she would come to pick me up on an electric bike. The location of the welfare home is not easy to find, so my classmates and I agreed to meet here. Zhou Yun said.
Wait for me, I'll call her now to tell her, otherwise she might worry if she doesn't find me.
Joe Kai, will the person coming here now be your sister's classmate?
Linny approached Joe Kai and whispered. Maybe Joe Kai's face suddenly became ugly before he finished speaking.
You, what's wrong with you? Linny noticed the change in Joe Kai's face. That person is followed by a monster. What? Linny was stunned for a moment. Why didn't you notice it just now? My perception range is limited.
Joe Kai's tone became hurried. I can only sense targets within 800 meters.
800 meters? Linny realized that something was wrong. So, the monster is very close to us now?
No, Linny shook his head and comforted, they may not be coming to us.
Strange, why is no one answering the phone? Zhou Yun muttered while looking at the phone on the side, didn't you hear it while riding a bike? That monster is coming to us.
Joe Kai frowned, the person who came to us, his phone rang.
It can't be such a coincidence? Linny glanced at Zhou Yun.
She called her classmate, and the person who came here had his phone rang. In other words, the person who came here was Zhou Yun's classmate.
Wait a minute.
Linny seemed to have thought of something, and his face became a little ugly. Joe Kai, in the time I experienced before, you said that after you went back, you found that your sister had turned into those things. That is to say, your sister was killed when we were taking the exam. When he said this, Linny looked down at the time displayed on his mobile phone.
Logically speaking, we should be in the examination room at this time to take the college entrance examination, so, could your sister be killed now?
The classmate who had made an appointment with Zhou Yun to go shopping together was chasing the monster of that student, and everything was right at this moment. When your sister's classmate came over, she was chased by the monster because she saw the true face of the monster.
The monster chased her here and happened to see your sister. Damn, we just caught up.
Linny stomped his feet.
Xiao Yun, let's go. Joe Kai grabbed Zhou Yun and turned around and ran. Wait for me.
Linny followed closely and ran with them.
Brother, what's wrong?
Zhou Yun noticed that Joe Kai's face was not right and asked with concern.
Leave here first, I'll talk to you later. Joe Kai didn't have time to explain.
At this moment, he just wanted to leave here quickly.
Linny was the same. He didn't want to be killed by those terrible monsters anymore. If they didn't leave immediately, the monsters would definitely attack them when they caught up. But at this moment, Zhou Yun's phone suddenly rang.
Zhou Yun pressed the answer button, and her classmate's terrified voice came from the phone. Zhou Yun, where are you?
Save me, there are monsters. There are monsters that want to kill me. Damn, why am I so unlucky? Linny complained.
He couldn't figure out why these monsters, who usually hide well, suddenly showed their true colors.
Could it be that Zhou Yun's classmates just saw the monsters eating people?
But she came from the road on an electric bike, so she shouldn't encounter such a thing.
It's too late.
Joe Kai stopped and quickly took out a knife from his backpack.
What do you mean? Linny asked.
As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of an electric bike came from not far behind him.
Then, a girl riding an electric bike came into their sight. Xiao Ku.
Zhou Yun recognized the girl.
Zhou Yun, there's a monster. A monster is chasing me.
Linny vaguely heard a heavy gasp, and a black monster covered with shells appeared in front of them. This was the first time Linny saw the complete appearance of a monster. The monster had 6 long insect legs, and its original 2 hands had become sickle-shaped forearms. There were several tentacles covered with barbs on its abdomen, which kept swinging as the monster ran. A pair of huge compound eyes and a serrated mouthparts. The incongruous appearance was particularly creepy. Brother, Jo-Yun was frightened by the appearance of the monster.
Don't be afraid, I'm here.
Jo-Kai's face was solemn, and he protected Jo-Yun.
Jo-Kai, the appearance of this monster is a little bit wrong.
Although this was the first time Linny saw the complete appearance of a monster, after all, he had been killed by monsters several times and had some understanding of these monsters. Even if these monsters take off their disguises, they can still speak human language. However, the monster in front of him shook his head, and disgusting mucus continued to flow from his mouth. Not only that, Linny smelled a strong smell of alcohol on this monster.
Isn't this monster accidentally showing its true face because he was drunk?
Linny felt a little ridiculous. However, it's not surprising when you think that the monster disguised as your father also drinks alcohol.
Not entirely. Jo-Kai held the knife in his hand tightly and stared at the monster intently. The heartbeat of this monster is slower than that of other monsters. It may be an old and sick one. Monster. Ah.
Linny was a little surprised. Can monsters also get sick?
How do I know? This is my guess.
Jo-Kai said. Besides, is now the time to discuss this?
Jo-Yun, I'm sorry. The girl looked frightened. When she passed by Linny, she didn't stop and rode away. You owe me this.
If you hadn't asked me to go shopping with you, I won't encounter such a terrible thing.
Watching the girls back riding away, the last link of Jo-Kai's sister's murder was completed.
Jo-Yun's classmates led the monster here, and they happened to meet Jo-Yun, who was waiting for his classmates to arrive. As a result, her classmate ran away on a bicycle, leaving Jo-Yun to hold the monster back alone.
She just ran away like that? Linny found it unbelievable. She can't run away.
Jo-Kai sighed. Having seen the true face of the monster, she will be killed by other monsters sooner or later.
Xiaoyun, go find a place to hide. Jo-Kai bent down slightly, getting ready to fight the monster. Jo-Kai, you don't want to fight this monster, do you? Lin glanced at the approaching monster. It's not me.
Jo-Kai said, it's us. Linny fell silent. Facing the monster in front of him, the reason why Linny did not run away was very simple. His speed was not as fast as the monster, and since he could not run away, Linny made plans to fight. Although he was a little scared, he thought that even if he was killed, he would just go back to the past, and at most he would start all over again. So, Linny instantly became confident. When he thought of this, Linny felt that his ability was not as useless as he imagined. But when he saw Jo-Kai fighting with the monster, he couldn't help but feel a little envious.
It's really amazing. Linny sighed. The monster moved swiftly, and its 6 insect legs made its huge body extremely flexible.
The sickle-like forearms kept slashing, and with the tentacles on the abdomen, ordinary people were no match at all. However, compared with the monster, Jo-Kai's skills were equally amazing. It can be seen that he has been training himself since he noticed the existence of the monster. In addition, Jo-Kai's ability is sensory enhancement, and the monster couldn't do anything to him for a while. The enhanced vision allowed him to quickly detect the movements of the monster's tentacles. The enhanced hearing allowed him to judge the attack of the monster's forearms by the sound of the wind. The enhanced sense of touch allowed him to swing the knife in his hand better. However, when Jo-Kai stabbed the monster with the knife, he could not break the monster's shell. It's covered with hard shells, and you can't hurt it with a knife.
Linny shouted. Don't stand there and shout, come and help.
Jo-Kai dodged the monster's forearm that was swung again and said to Linny.
Linny shrugged and said, Brother, do you think I am you? If I had your ability, I would have come to help in the morning. You are the only fighting force here now.
Linny observed the monster and then said, Eyes. Jo-Kai, attack its eyes. There is no shell on its eyes. It's not that Jo-Kai didn't want to attack the monster's eyes, but he couldn't get close at all.
The monster kept making some low roars that Linny couldn't understand, as if it was irritated by Jo-Kai's constant dodging.
No, this is not a solution. Linny frowned. Jo-Kai's physical strength is limited, but the monster is not necessarily. If Jo-Kai runs out of physical strength, we will still have to die here.
I have to find a way to deal with this monster. I don't want to die in their hands again.
Linny quickly took off his backpack and searched inside.
Although the monster's sickle-like forearms are sharp, it is relatively easy to hide.
But the tentacles on the monster's abdomen are extremely flexible, and there are so many of them that it is very troublesome to hide. After Joe Kai took a few steps back to avoid the tentacles, he seemed to notice something and glanced at Lin Yi's position.
He noticed Lin Yi's actions and immediately understood Lin Yi's plan. Ugly monster, here.
Joe Kai decided to cooperate with Lin Yi and constantly attract the attention of the monster. While yelling, he attacked the monster's shell with the knife in his hand, and did not give up even though he knew that the knife in his hand could not pierce it.
Hey, ugly monster, look here.
Soon, Lin Yi's voice rang out. At this time, he stood up straight, holding a bottle of wine in his hand. The mouth of the bottle was stuffed with a towel torn into thin strips, which was completely soaked with the wine in the bottle. This bottle of wine was secretly taken from the wine cabinet at home by Lin Yi before he set out. The reason for bringing a bottle of wine was, first, to give himself courage.
If he encountered something terrible, he might not be afraid after taking a sip. Second, wine can kill bacteria. Lin Yi never thought that the escape plan could be completed smoothly.
If he was injured, this bottle of wine could also be used for disinfection. However, he never expected that this bottle of wine would be used to make a simple incendiary bomb. Seeing the monster turn around, Lin Yi lit the towel and smashed the bottle in his hand hard. Ugly monster, go to hell. The bottle flew towards the monster, but the scene that Lin Yi imagined that the bottle hit the monster and broke did not happen. Lin Yi did not master the strength of throwing it out. The bottle flew high, and when it was about to jump over the monster suddenly raised its forearm and chopped it down at the bottle. The wine bottle was cut in half, and the wine that spilled out was instantly ignited by the flames on the towel and fell on the monster's eyes. One of the monster's eyes was ignited by the flames, and a piercing roar came from its throat.
Run!
Joe Kai took this opportunity to stab the monster a few more times. Seeing that he still couldn't break the monster's shell, he quickly retreated and ran towards Lin Yi's position.
We can't kill this monster.
While his eyes are burned by the fire, let's run quickly.
Xiao Yun, come here.
Joe Kai pulled Zhou Yun and ran desperately. After Lin Yi glanced at the monster that screamed piercingly, he also hurriedly chased after it.
Where are we going to run? Lin Yi asked. Of course, run to Sifang Mountain. Joe Kai replied. Follow me closely. We can't go to the main road, there are too many people there.
If they see the monster chasing us, they will definitely not let us go.
Brother, what is that monster? Zhou Yun seemed to have guessed something. We suddenly want to leave here, is it because of that monster?
Joe Kai nodded, but he didn't have time to explain it this time. Xiao Yun, this matter is very complicated, I will explain it to you slowly later. Although they ran very fast, the crazy monster did not intend to let them go. The fire on the eyes quickly extinguished, although one eye was injured, but the other eye was not injured.
So, the monster quickly caught up. Run faster, the monster is catching up.
Joe Kai heard the monster's heartbeat.
This is my fastest speed. Lin Yi ran desperately.
They ran for a long time, and the monster behind them also chased for a long time.
Brother, I can't run anymore. Zhou Yun couldn't run anymore.
Gradually, Lin Yi was also a little exhausted.
Can't you think of a way to get rid of it? Lin Yi asked, panting. This way, let's go into the alley.
Joe Kai carried Zhou Yun on his back and ran into the alley quickly. But not long after they ran into the alley, Joe Kai suddenly stopped.
Why don't you run? Lin Yi asked curiously, isn't the monster chasing you?
Joe Kai frowned and gritted his teeth and said, we are surrounded.
What?
Lin Yi was startled.
There's another one in front. No way?
Lin Yi looked around, trying to find something that could be used as a weapon to defend himself. But after looking around, he found nothing.
Is it going to reopen again this time?
Faced with this situation of wolves in front and tigers behind, Lin Yi couldn't think of a way to deal with it for a while. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. Joe Kai, if it doesn't work, just kill me.
Ah?
Zhou Yun was a little surprised when he heard Lin Yi's words.
If you can't escape, you can only do this.
Joe Kai clenched the knife in his hand. Next time, you must tell me what happened just now. Only in this way can we avoid the monster and arrive at Sifang Mountain smoothly.
I know it without you saying it. Lin Yi sighed.
I thought I could survive this time, but I couldn't escape the fate of being killed. The next time I resurrect, the time should go back to June 7th.
This is good, at least if I escape on June 7th, I won't encounter this crazy monster. Hurry up and do it.
Lin Yi closed his eyes, give me a quick death. Joe Kai raised the knife in his hand, and just as he was about to stab Lin Yi, suddenly, a familiar voice came from the front of the alley.
Lin Yi? Joe Kai? What are you doing here? Lu Lin Hai?
Looking at the people coming out of the corner of the alley, Joe Kai's face darkened.
Why are you here? Linny asked in surprise. He didn't understand why Lu Linhai, who was supposed to be in the examination room, appeared here. Could it be that the Lu Linhai in front of him was really a monster? However, Linny clearly remembered that he had killed him before.
Lu Linhai at that time was indeed not a monster.
I'm going home.
Lu Linhai looked confused.
Go home? Linny frowned. Shouldn't you be taking an exam at this time? What time is it?
The exam has been finished long ago.
Linny glanced at his phone.
It was almost 6 o'clock now, and the afternoon exam was indeed over.
What are you doing here?
Lu Linhai said as he walked towards them.
Stop, don't come over.
Zhou Kai quickly protected Zhou Yun behind him and raised the knife in his hand.
Zhou Kai, what are you doing?
Lu Linhai was frightened by Zhou Kai's actions, especially when he saw Zhou Kai raise the knife in his hand and looked at him warily.
Stop pretending, I know you are a monster.
Zhou Kai said through gritted teeth.
Monster? Lu Linhai looked confused. What kind of monster? Zhou Kai, you just said that the monster surrounding us in front of you was referring to Lu Linhai?
Linny suddenly realized.
Zhou Kai didn't say anything. He stared at Lu Linhai not far away and nodded in reply. You scared me to death.
Linny breathed a sigh of relief. He is not a monster.
Are you role-playing?
Seeing Lu Linhai raise his leg again, Zhou Kai shouted loudly, I told you not to come over.
Although I don't know how you deceived Linny, you can't deceive me. Zhou Kai, what's wrong with you?
Lu Linhai asked. As they were talking, the sounds from the alley came closer and closer. Although Linny didn't see anything, he knew that the monster was catching up.
Zhou Kai, believe me.
Linny urged, Lu Linhai is really not a monster.
Let's run. If we don't run, it will be too late. I only believe in my ability.
Zhou Kai's expression was extremely serious. His heartbeat sounds exactly like the monster's heartbeat.
You are stupid. If he is really a monster, is there any need to pretend to be a human and approach us now? If he is really a monster, shows his true colors, and attacks the monster behind him, we will definitely die. Zhou Kai frowned.
Although he said nothing, he felt that what Linny said was reasonable. Just when Zhou Kai was wavering, Lu Linhai's expression suddenly changed.
What the hell? Lu Linhai raised his hand, pointed not far away and shouted tremblingly, what is that thing? Looking back, I saw the monster was catching up.
He thought that the narrow alley could restrict the monster's movements, but Linny never expected that the monster could crawl quickly on the wall.
The narrow alley not only does not restrict the monster's movement, but even makes it more flexible. Run! Linny urged loudly.
Zhou Kai gritted his teeth and pulled Zhou Yun to continue running forward.
Linny, what is that?
Lu Linhai stared straight at the approaching monster. This role play you are playing is too advanced.
Tall ass.
Linny ran past Lu Linhai and shouted at him, that's a real monster.
Run. Really a monster?
Lu Linhai came back to his senses, glanced at the monster again, and was so frightened that he hurriedly chased after it. The road in the alley was full of twists and turns. Zhou Kai thought he could slow down the monster, but he never thought that it would harm himself. The monster climbed up the wall, jumped up from the top of the wall, and blocked them in front of them. The sickle-like forearms swung down. Although Zhou Kai reacted in time, Zhou Yun behind him had no time to dodge. Zhou Kai turned his back and hugged Zhou Yun. Seeing that the monster's forearm was about to stab them, Lu Linhai rushed forward.
Run!
Lu Linhai pushed Zhou Kai and Zhou Yun away with force, and stabbed down with the sickle, piercing Lu Linhai's body.
Lu Linhai!
Seeing the blood flowing out from Lu Linhai's punctured wound, Lin Yi's mind flashed back to the scene where he killed Lu Linhai some time ago.
Why? Zhou Kai didn't understand why Lu Linhai wanted to save him. I don't know why.
Lu Linhai's tone became weaker and weaker. Maybe it's a subconscious reaction. He looked at Linny and Zhou Kai and his whole body began to twitch. Perhaps because he didn't want them to worry, Lu Linhai wanted to raise the corners of his mouth to show a smile, but the twitching all over his body made it impossible for him to control his facial expression.
Linny didn't know much about Lu Linhai. After all, Lu Linhai only came to their class in his senior year of high school and was a repeat student. However, in Lin Yi's impression, Lu Linhai has always been like a big brother.
He is a warm-hearted person and will always help whenever his classmates are in trouble. Quick, run! The monster's tentacles rushed in quickly and wrapped tightly around Lu Linhai. The jagged mouthparts bit Lu Linhai's neck and began to greedily suck his blood. Lu Linhai's death bought him a short period of time.
The monster did not continue to attack and began to enjoy the delicious food in his hand.
Zhou Kai helped Zhou Yun get up from the ground, and looked at Lu Linhai who was caught by the monster, with mixed feelings in his heart.
Let's go. Joe Kai gritted his teeth and said. You guys go. Linny did not move.
He stood there, his hands clenched into fists involuntarily. A nameless anger surged in his heart, and even his body trembled slightly because of this anger.
He's dead. Joe Kai pulled Linny and kept urging him. We are no match for the monster, we can't save him.
Yes. Lin took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became firm.
I can save him. Could it be that you, Joe Kai instantly understood what Linny meant? Even if you can save him now, what about in the future? Do you have to use your ability to go back to the past for every person who dies? I don't know what will happen in the future.
Linny did not waver. He took the knife from Joe Kai's hand and walked towards the monster with firm steps.
But now, I have to do it. Because I owe him this. Linny, you go first.
Linny didn't look back. If my ability fails, at least you and your sister can survive. Joe Kai frowned, he glanced at Linny who was walking firmly, and turned and left with his sister.
Hey, ugly bastard. Linny came to the monster and shouted at it. Let him go.
Seeing that the monster ignored him, Linny clenched the knife in his hand and stabbed the monster hard. Linny was very smart. He didn't choose the shell covering the monster, but aimed at the monster's abdomen. Although there were tentacles there was no shell covering it.
However, these tentacles alone were not something Linny could deal with easily.
The blade hadn't pierced the monster yet, and the tentacles instantly entangled Linny. The monster lifted Linny up and looked at him with the remaining compound eye.
Go to hell, you bastard.
Linny roared and threw the knife in his hand. The blade pierced the monster's compound eyes, and the tentacles that were wrapped around Linny began to swing wildly, throwing Linny out with force. Severe pain spread throughout his body, as if all the bones in his body were broken, and even his internal organs seemed to be ruptured.
The 6 insect legs kept stomping on the ground, stepping on Linny's body again and again. Ha, ha, looking at the monster's furious look, Linny suddenly wanted to laugh. Dog stuff, one day, I will kill all of you. His consciousness gradually blurred, and everything in front of him gradually dimmed.
Ding, start answering the questions now. The familiar broadcast prompt sounded in his ears, and Linny opened his eyes. Looking at the test paper in front of him, Linny knew that he was back. This time, he returned to the afternoon of June 7th. Linny felt aggrieved. This feeling is like playing a game that you have been playing for 3 days and 3 nights. You thought you could pass it smoothly, but you found that you still haven't left the novice village in the end. He raised his head and glanced at the invigilator sitting next to the podium. He wished he could rush up and kill them right now. Linny felt angry, so he exerted force in his hand, and the tip of his pen scratched the examination paper. He took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his emotions, and then began to plan how to escape from here. Joe Kai's sister will encounter a monster on June 8th. Although she knew about it in advance, Linny was not sure whether she could avoid it. He didn't know the identity of the monster before it revealed its true face. If he chose to escape tomorrow, he might encounter it again. So, the best time to escape is today. After the exam, his mother will come to take him home. If he escapes at this time and does not see Lin walk out of the school gate, his mother will find out immediately, and his escape will be exposed immediately.
So, an excuse to come out after dinner?
No, after all, tomorrow is the last day of the college entrance examination.
If you haven't gone back by night, your parents will find out.
Therefore, the most suitable time is tonight after they fall asleep. In this way, even if the 2 monsters at home find out, they will have already run away. When thinking of this, Linny suddenly noticed someone standing next to him. Looking up, Linny shivered in fright. At some point, the invigilator was beside him, frowning and staring at Linny's test paper. The exam paper was empty, and Linny didn't write a word.
What are you looking at? I can't do anything? Linny said angrily. The invigilator was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect that a student who couldn't answer every question would be so arrogant. After the invigilator walked away, Linny quickly filled out the answer sheet. Handing in a blank paper would look a bit suspicious. After all, Linny quickly finished the topic that he had already written once. Finally, there were still 15 minutes left before the end of the exam. Linny handed in the paper in advance. Before leaving, he walked up to Joe Kai and whispered a few words. "That candidate, what are you doing?" said the invigilator. "Hurry out after handing in the exam papers, and don't whisper to each other." After finishing his words, Joe Kai stood up. "Teacher, I'll hand in the paper too." Joe Kai handed in the paper and followed Linny out of the examination room. It was still the familiar rooftop.
Linny told Joe Kai what happened. He described it very clearly, especially about Joe Kai and his sister, so Joe Kai had no doubts. However, he was still a little surprised when he heard that Lu Linhai rescued him and Jo Yun. I didn't expect Lu Linhai would save me.
He has always been a warm-hearted person.
Linny said casually, besides, there are many things you can't think of. If Lu Linhai hadn't saved you, I'd probably die without believing that he wasn't a monster. But, his heartbeat is indeed exactly the same as that of those monsters.
Joe Kai still couldn't figure this out. Maybe everyone's physique is different. Linny thought for a moment and said, some people's hearts are still on the right side. Okay, don't talk about this.
Lin glanced at his phone and saw that the exam was about to end.
Don't forget tonight, I will ask Lu Linhai to join us. Then don't call him a monster again.
After experiencing everything before, Linny can now act very naturally like Joe Kai even when facing monsters.
Soon, the time came tonight.
After Linny made sure that the two monsters at home were asleep, he sneaked out secretly. When they arrived at the place agreed upon with Joe Kai, they had already arrived early. Linny, Joe Kai told me just now that the people around us are monsters.
Is this true?
After seeing Linny, Lu Linhai hurried over.
Joe Kai spoke out when he was a monster.
Jo Yun has always believed in his brother, so when he heard about this incident, he just felt scared. Lu Linhai, on the other hand, had a look of disbelief on his face.
Are we really going to leave here? Lu Linhai hesitated. Joe Kai also said that you died once to save me. Is this true?
Lu Linhai was so full of questions that he wished he could pour them out right now.
Linny, after you die, will you really go back to the past? These are all true.
Lin nodded. Besides, we have no reason to lie to you.
Linny knew that Lu Linhai would not believe it immediately.
If he had not been killed by monsters several times in succession, maybe he would not believe that there were monsters in this world.
Let's talk about it on the way. Joe Kai held Jo Yun's hand and walked over. After you told me what will happen tomorrow, I paid special attention on the way back.
There is indeed a monster near the orphanage. He's an old beggar, a little delirious, looking for drinks from people everywhere.
The monster we will encounter tomorrow may be him.
After a few brief words, although Lu Linhai was still dubious, he still followed Linny and Joe Kai to Sifan Mountain. Of course, a large part of the reason why he followed them was because he was worried about them. Because they had planned their route in advance and set off at night, this time they arrived at Sifang Mountain quickly. Climb up Sifang Mountain and continue walking after crossing this mountain.
To reach the neighboring city, the entire journey is about 600 kilometers.
This is a difficult journey, but in order to survive from these monsters, they have to face it.
Let's go.
Linny took a deep breath and took the first step. The mountain road at night is not easy to walk, and because it is summer, there are many mosquitoes in the mountains and waters.
Fortunately, Linny was prepared.
He not only brought a flashlight, but also brought floral water. But when Linny sprayed floral water on his body, he suddenly saw Joe Kai frowning beside him.
What's wrong? Linny asked. It's a bit pungent,
Joe Kai said, covering his nose.
Pungent?
Linny looked at the floral water in his hand. I think it smells pretty good.
After saying that, Linny thought of Joe Kai's ability.
Oh, sorry, I forgot that your ability is enhanced senses. Linny smiled and said, your nose now is like a dog's nose. The moment the voice fell, Joe Kai's face suddenly sank.
I'm kidding, don't be angry.
Noticing that Joe Kai's face was wrong, Linny hurriedly apologized. Hush, Joe Kai lowered his voice, there is a monster following us, I heard a sound.
What? Lu Linhai was a little surprised, is there really a monster? Where is it?
Jo Yun didn't say anything, but she could see from her face that she was a little scared. Joe Kai raised his head and sniffed, but all he could smell was a pungent smell of toilet water.
So Joe Kai turned back and glared at Linny. Maybe it's not coming to find us.
Linny thought for a while and said, let's hide first. We have come here, don't be discovered. They quickly hid in the nearby bushes. Soon, there was a rustling sound, accompanied by subtle footsteps, getting closer and closer to them.
Is it really following us?
Linny covered his mouth, and even his breathing became cautious. But then, a voice not far away made Linny shudder. Because, it was my mother's voice.
It's so late, why are you here instead of sleeping at home? I have an exam tomorrow. Come, go home with Mom. This isn't a monster.
Hearing the shout, Lu Linhai was a little confused. He pushed Linny and whispered, Linny, it's not a monster that's coming, it's your mother.
Don't talk.
Linny glared at him and motioned him to be quiet.
Didn't you say you weren't discovered when you left?
Joe Kai on the side glanced outside the bushes, then looked at Linny and asked. They were indeed asleep when I left.
Linny couldn't figure it out either.
When he sneaked out of the house, he repeatedly confirmed that the two monsters in the house were asleep.
Why don't you answer your mother?
The mother's voice was getting closer and closer, and Linny was getting more and more nervous.
Joe Kai was the same.
The knife that was originally in the bag was now tightly held in his hand.
Come out quickly, your mother is here to take you home. It's so cold in the mountains at night. It's not good if you catch a cold. Your mother will be distressed.
Yes, if you catch a cold, the taste will be worse. Linny gritted his teeth and said in his heart.
Linny, are we really not going out?
Perhaps because of the worry in his mother's tone, Lu Linhai seemed a little shaken.
Linny noticed something strange, frowned and said, something is wrong. If I was discovered when I slipped out, why did this monster wait until now to take action? Wouldn't it be better to stop me when I went out, or kill us when we met? Could it be that, Joe Kai thought for a while and said, someone leaked our whereabouts?
At this point, they looked at Lu Linhai at the same time.
Why are you looking at me?
Lu Linhai hurriedly explained, I am wronged, I swear I haven't told anyone about this.
Besides, I don't know the mobile phone number of Linyi's parents.
Brother, Zhou Yun suddenly pulled Joe Kai and said carefully, the footsteps seem to have disappeared. Zhou Yun's reminder made Linyi's scalp numb, because not only the footsteps disappeared, but even the mother's shouting disappeared. It was quiet all around, as if my mother had never been here.
Gone? Linny thought, did he give up because he didn't find me?
But then, Linny felt something was wrong. If the monster really left, he should be able to hear the footsteps getting farther and farther away. And the footsteps and shouts of the monster disappeared suddenly, so the monster must still be nearby. When thinking of this, Linny suddenly noticed that Joe Kai's face became very ugly. The hand holding the knife was shaking slightly because of too much force. Joe Kai slowly raised his head and looked up.
Following Joe Kai's line of sight, Linny also raised his head.
But just this one glance, Linny felt a chill on his back, and goosebumps all over his body.
Mom found you.
Linny, Lu Linhai widened his eyes, and the scene in front of him made him feel unbelievable. He opened his mouth and trembled as he said, Linny, how come there are so many octopus legs on your mother's belly? Lin Yi's mother did not leave. Barbed tentacles emerged from her abdomen and entangled the tree above Lin Yi and others. With a strange smile on her face, the mother was hanging upside down above their heads, staring straight at Lin Yi and others. A disobedient child is not a good child. The mother's body began to swell, and the 6 insect legs kept scratching the skin and slowly stretched out. Bright red blood dripped along the broken skin, and the sickle-like forearms suddenly emerged.
Run! Lin Yi, who came to his senses, roared.
He didn't have time to think, and rushed out of the bushes with a swoosh. Joe Kai pulled Zhou Yun to follow closely, but when he turned back, he found that Lu Linhai was still standing there. This was the first time Lu Linhai saw a monster, and he was a little overwhelmed for a while.
However, the monster was extremely agile in the forest.
She released her tentacles, and her 6 insect legs kicked the tree trunk hard, and instantly landed in front of Lin Yi.
However, the monster did not attack Lin Yi.
She looked past Lin Yi and looked at Joe Kai and others behind him.
Mom knows, these people must have led you astray, right? Don't be afraid, Mom will kill them now.
By then, you will still be Mom's good child. The sickle-like forearm swung down, and the monster wanted to kill the people behind Lin Yi.
Take Xiao Yun away.
Joe Kai's face sank, and he pushed Zhou Yun towards Lin Yi. The sickle fell, but fortunately Joe Kai's ability allowed him to judge the monster's attack trajectory through the sound of the wind.
After pushing Zhou Yun away, Joe Kai immediately dodged sideways. Even so, the monster's forearm was almost stuck into the ground next to Joe Kai.
Brother!
Zhou Yun's face was pale.
Although the scene in front of her scared her, she was more worried about Joe Kai's safety.
Lin Yi, take Xiao Yun away.
Joe Kai shouted, and he raised the knife in his hand and started to fight back.
Joe Kai's goal was clear.
The knife in his hand could not break the monster's shell, so he attacked the part without shell.
He aimed at the monster's abdomen and stabbed it hard.
However, the tentacles on the monster's abdomen kept swinging. Even though Joe Kai's ability was convenient, his physical fitness could not guarantee that he could dodge them all. As he watched several of the tentacles covered with barbs roll towards Joe Kai, a roar came from the side.
Ah!
Lu Linhai roared, as if to intimidate the monster, and as if to give himself courage. He rushed up quickly and jumped onto the monster's back. Reaching out and strangling the monster's neck with his arm, Lu Linhai shouted at the top of his voice, "Run! Zhou Kai wanted to take the opportunity to attack the monster's abdomen, but the tentacles kept swinging, and Zhou Kai couldn't get close at all. One of the tentacles stretched to the back and quickly wrapped around Lu Linhai on his back. The monster was so powerful that Lu Linhai had no power to fight back and was instantly pulled off by the monster. The tentacles wrapped tighter and tighter, and Lu Linhai's face flushed and he let out a painful roar.
Let him go. Linny took off his backpack and took out something he had prepared in advance.
It was a bottle of wine, a bottle of simple incendiary bombs that Linny had made long ago. Lighting the lighter, Linny extended the flame onto the cloth strip soaked in wine at the mouth of the bottle.
Let him go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you.
Through what happened in the previous timeline, Linny knew that the weakness of these monsters was fire. So, when he escaped from home this time, Linny made a lot of preparations. His backpack was full of wine, all made into simple incendiary bombs. A child who plays with fire is not a good child. The monster was not scared by the fire in Linny's hand. The tentacles wrapped around Lu Linhai slowly moved down, and she used Lu Linhai as a shield to block herself.
Besides, I believe that our will not hurt her mother. The monster sneered. You are not my mother. Linny yelled, let him go. Otherwise, I will set the mountain on fire, and at worst we will die together. You said that, Mom is really sad.
The tentacles that entangled Lu Linhai kept tightening, and Lu Linhai opened his mouth, but at this time he no longer had the strength to shout, only blood flowed down the corners of his mouth.
Linny gritted his teeth and lit the cloth strip on the bottle mouth. I will fight you.
Linny raised his hand and was about to throw the bottle in his hand away, but Zhou Kai suddenly looked at him from behind.
Linny! Get down quickly.
Zhou Kai seemed to have noticed something, his eyes full of anxiety. Linny squatted down subconsciously after hearing the shout, and at this moment, something flew over his head and flew straight towards the monster. Looking carefully, the thing that just flew over his head turned out to be a sharp skinning knife.
Knife? Where did the knife come from?
Looking at the skinning knife flying towards the monster, Linny felt a sense of fear. If Zhou Kai hadn't discovered the knife flying behind him, or if he hadn't squatted down in time, the knife would probably have killed him. Before Linny could investigate, the monster not far away roared. Looking up, the tentacles that were entangled with Lu Linhai were cut off by the skinning knife. What surprised Linny was not only that, the skinning knife did not fall down because of hitting the monster, but was suspended in the air, continuing to attack as if it had life. While the monster was entangled by the skinning knife, Zhou Kai quickly pulled Lu Linhai over.
How is Lu Linhai?
Linny ran over and helped Zhou Kai drag Lu Linhai to a place far away from the monster.
I don't know.
Zhou Kai shook his head, but he's still breathing.
Brother, are you okay?
Zhou Yun also ran over and looked at Zhou Kai worriedly.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
After saying this, Zhou Kai looked up in the direction where the skinning knife was flying. His face was a little solemn, and he said slowly, someone is coming.
Is it a person or a monster? Linny asked. A person.
Following Zhou Kai's gaze, a man slowly walked over under the moonlight. The man was shirtless and muscular, with a bandage tied around his waist, and blood could be vaguely seen. The man looked ferocious, with a gloomy face, staring at the monster with a torch-like gaze, and a kind of hatred in his eyes. That person, Linny felt that the man looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. He thought about it and said in shock, I remember.
He is in Changdao. In Changdao?
Zhou Kai looked puzzled.
In Changdao, the butcher shop owner on Shenzhen Road, is a fugitive wanted by the police. Linny explained, I've seen news reports about him on TV. So, in order to avoid being caught, he has been hiding in Sifang Mountain? Zhou Kai frowned.
That knife, when he looked at the skinning knife again, Linny understood it immediately. That skinning knife is the skinning knife used for slaughtering.
Brother, look!
Zhou Yun shouted from behind, his tone full of surprise. Looking back, something kept flying out from behind in Changdao, surrounding in Changdao in a circle. 1, 2, those things that kept rotating around in Changdao were all tools for slaughtering. 3 bleeding knives, 3 boning knives, 2 boning knives, a meat cutting knife, and a dark blue bone chopping knife. And Changdao frowned, his eyes full of murderous intent. Even if he didn't get close, Linny could feel a terrible aura from him, which made people feel a little scared. When the dark blue bone cutting knife flew in front of him, and Changdao quickly grabbed it in his hand and rushed towards the monster. Go to hell, beast! And Changdao let out a low roar, and the dull roar made people shudder. He raised the bone-cutting knife in his hand and chopped at the monster. As Changdao made his move, Linny saw the fear on the monster's face for the first time. The sickle-like forearm was raised high and chopped at in Changdao. But as two cold lights flashed, the two bone-cutting knives actually pierced into the monster's forearm. Why is his knife so sharp? Lin Yi was a little surprised. He never thought that the monster's hard shell could be pierced so easily. No, it's not that his knife is sharp. Zhou Kai's enhanced vision allowed him to see more details. The place where his knife pierced was exactly the joint of the monster. Joint? Lin Yi was stunned at first, and then immediately understood. Yeah, why didn't we think of it before? The monster's shell is indeed strong, but no matter how strong it is, in order to ensure the movement of its hands and feet, the joints cannot be covered by the shell. Even if we thought of it, we may not be able to do it. Zhou Kai shook his head. The monster is stronger than us and is extremely flexible. In addition, the tentacles on its abdomen make it very difficult to attack the monster's eyes and abdomen, let alone the joints. It is almost impossible for us to attack the joints cleanly and pierce through the gaps between the shells. And Chengdao's attack was not over yet. As the boning knife restricted the monster's forearm, the other knives also moved quickly. These knives seemed to have self-awareness and began to attack different parts of the monster. 3 bloodletting knives aimed at the monster's 3 insect legs and pierced through the joints. 2 bone-splitting knives cut in close to the bloodletting knives and cut off 2 insect legs in an instant. At this time, Changdao had already arrived in front of the monster. He raised the bone-chopping knife in his hand, and with a swipe of his hand, he cut off another insect leg that was stabbed by the bloodletting knife. Ah! The monster let out a piercing scream, and the tentacles on its abdomen quickly rushed towards Changdao. The skinning knife and the meat-chopping knife moved together, and with the rest of the knives, they cut off the waving tentacles one after another. Kill you, I'm going to kill you. After being frustrated one after another, the monster was completely enraged by Changdao. Oh no, get out of the way. Zhou Kai, who had a keen sense, seemed to have noticed the monster's next move, and hurriedly shouted at Changdao. The monster rushed towards Changdao like crazy, as if he wanted to hit him to death with his body. Changdao heard Zhou Kai's reminder, but he did not dodge. He was seen holding the bone-chopping knife tightly in his right hand, and his body slightly tilted to the left. Seeing the monster getting closer and closer, Changdao exerted force on his waist and swung the bone-chopping knife in his hand towards the monster. With a clang sound, the bone-chopping knife hit the monster's shell, and a series of sparks burst out. Although the bone-chopping knife failed to break the monster's shell, it also left a deep dent. This guy is too scary. Lin Yi was stunned. He knew how strong these monsters were, and how powerful these monsters were. Facing such a scary monster, Changdao was not only not afraid, but even used the bone-chopping knife in his hand to stop the monster. He is more like a monster than a monster. Lin Yi sighed in a low voice. Those flying knives, are they his abilities? Looking at the knives that kept attacking the monsters in the air, Lin Yi was a little envious. This ability is not only powerful, but also looks cool. It should be. Zhou Kai answered casually. But soon, Zhou Kai frowned. He noticed that the bandage on Chengdao's waist was completely soaked with blood. The collision with the monster caused the wound on Chengdao's waist to tear again, and as he continued to exert force, blood continued to ooze out of his waist. Ha ha ha! The monster seemed to smell the blood in the air and became more excited. She also noticed the wound on Chengdao's waist, and the few remaining tentacles on her abdomen quickly stabbed at the wound. Changdao and the monster were now almost close together. If those knives flew over, although they could hurt the monster, they would also hurt Changdao himself. So, Changdao wanted to retreat, but the monster seemed to have noticed his intention, and it was too late to retreat now. Uncle Butcher! Up! Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Lin Yi suddenly rushed over with a flash of inspiration. He threw the bottle in his hand towards the top of the monster, and with his shout, Changdao saw the simple Molotov cocktail on the monster's head. A bone-splitting knife flew upwards, and with a bang, the bottle shattered, and the wine inside was instantly ignited by the flames and fell on the monster's head. One bottle of wine was not enough to burn the monster to death, so Lin Yi threw the bottles of wine in his bag at the monster one by one. Uncle Butcher, there are more here. Lin Yi shouted. Perhaps because he felt that Lin Yi was too slow, Zhou Kai also came over to help. 3 bone splitters and a meat cleaver kept circling over the monster's head, smashing the bottles thrown by Lin Yi and Zhou Kai one by one. The wine in Lin Yi's bag was all high-proof liquor, and the spilled wine increased the fire, which spread instantly on the monster. The monster felt the pain brought by the flames, and the remaining tentacles raised to extinguish the fire on its body. However, Changdao would not give her this opportunity. The boning knife stabbed the remaining tentacles of the monster, and the skinning knife followed, quickly cutting off all the tentacles of the monster. The monster swung the remaining 3 insect legs to escape, and Shang Dao jumped up with the bone cleaver in his hand, aiming at the joint and cutting off 2 in succession.
The only remaining insect leg was also pierced by the bloodletting knife and could no longer move.
The monster lost all means of attack. She lay on the ground and kept rolling. I don't know whether she wanted to extinguish the fire on her body or struggle in pain. In the flames, the monster slowly raised her head and looked at Lin Yi.
Save mom, save mom. You are not my mom. Lin Yi yelled. I am mom, I am mom.
The monster squirmed, as if trying to get closer to Lin Yi. I raised you for 18 years, I am your mom.
Hurry up and save mom, mom's body hurts so much, hurry up and save mom.
18 years, the monster's words made Lin Yi furious. He gritted his teeth, feeling an inexplicable depression in his heart.
Yes, you did raise me for 18 years.
But this also means that I have been separated from my biological parents for 18 years. It's you monsters, who separated me from my biological parents for 18 years. I don't know who my biological parents are, I don't even know what they look like.
Jokai patted Lin Yi's shoulder, he looked at the monster on the ground, and said for Lin Yi, don't pretend to be pitiful here, why do you raise Lin Yi? I think you know it in your heart. You know who my biological parents are, right?
Lin Yi screamed hysterically.
Tell me, who are my biological parents?
Where are they?
Are they still alive?
Lin Yi, don't go over. Jokai held Lin Yi, who wanted to approach the monster.
One by one, the monster's voice became weaker and weaker, and soon fell to the ground and stopped moving. Is she dead?
Zhou Yun turned her head and looked to the side, she didn't dare to look at the monster's charred body.
Dead.
Jokai nodded, and the monster's heartbeat stopped.
Ah!
Lin Yi raised his head and roared, as if he wanted to vent all the grievances and unwillingness accumulated in his heart. Survived. Lin Yi took a deep breath, and after venting, he felt a little excited.
We finally survived the monster this time.
Yes, for Lin Yi, after experiencing death again and again, this time he finally defeated the monster. Although there was only one, it was also a good start. However, just when Lin Yi was immersed in joy, Jokai's face suddenly changed. A very subtle sound suddenly appeared and reached Jokai's ears. This sound was the heartbeat of the monster.
No! It's not dead!
Jokai shouted hurriedly, but the moment he shouted, the monster had already moved. My mother's face turned into ashes and scattered all over the ground because of the burning of the flames, and the serrated mouthparts pushed hard against the ground. The monster jumped up with all its strength, and the serrated mouthparts bit towards Lin Yi. The sudden scene made Lin Yi unable to react. When he came to his senses, the monster had already come to him. At this moment, Lin Yi was at a loss, and there was only one thought in his mind: can't die.
It was not easy to defeat a monster. After a short period of excitement, will everything return to the starting point? No, he was unwilling.
Lin Yi felt that his body was getting hot, and at this moment, he suddenly found that the monster that was about to bite him stopped in midair.
What happened? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, and looked up.
It was not only the monster that stopped. Those knives flying in the air, Jokai opened his mouth to shout, and Shang Dao raised his bone-cutting knife, Zhou Yun who was panicked, and even the half-fallen leaves not far away, it seemed that everything stopped. At this moment, the whole world became extremely quiet, and everything was still at this moment, except Lin Yi. Before he had time to figure out what happened, Lin Yi's body couldn't stop shaking. He felt very uncomfortable, and his heartbeat seemed to speed up at this moment. Lin Yi felt that he couldn't breathe, and the sudden feeling of suffocation made Lin Yi's consciousness begin to blur. His legs softened and he fell to the ground. At that moment, everything that was originally still returned to normal again.
Lin Yi!
Jokai shouted from behind.
But Lin Yi's sudden fall made the monster's dying counterattack fall through. Beast!
And Shang Dao roared, raised the bone-chopping knife in his hand and chopped it down at the monster's neck, instantly chopping off the monster's head.
Lin Yi! Lin Yi, how are you? Are you okay?
Jokai hurried to Lin Yi's side.
Lin Yi didn't say anything.
He felt like his mind was about to explode. He opened his mouth and breathed heavily.
Fortunately, I'm not injured. After checking Lin Yi's neck, Jokai breathed a sigh of relief. Why did you react so quickly just now?
Recalling the scene just now, even Jokai, whose senses were enhanced, didn't know what happened. He clearly remembered that the monster pounced on him and was about to bite Lin Yi's neck, but the next second, Lin Yi suddenly fell to the ground. Jokai kept looking at Lin Yi, but even he didn't see how Lin Yi avoided the monster's attack.
Monster!
Monster, Lu Linhai, who fell to the side, woke up. He seemed to remember what happened before he fainted, and jumped up from the ground.
Monster! Linny, Joe Kai, run!
Lu Linhai shouted, but when he looked closely, he only saw the monster's incomplete body and its head that rolled to the side.
The monster is dead?
Lu Linhai was stunned for a moment, and then he noticed in Changdao who was walking towards them.
You are okay?
Joe Kai was a little surprised.
I'm fine. Lu Linhai shook his head.
He saw in Changdao not far away and asked, "Who is this uncle?" Lu Linhai didn't know in Changdao, but he noticed the blood-stained bandage on in Changdao's waist.
Uncle, you're injured.
Lu Linhai just wanted to go over and take a look, but before he raised his leg, a boning knife suddenly appeared in front of him. Not only him, but also Linny on the ground, Joe Kai on the side, and even Zhou Yun also had a knife flying in front of them. The blade was pointed at them, as if as long as they moved a little, the knife in front of them would kill them immediately.
What are you going to do? Joe Kai asked with a frown.
And Changdao didn't say anything, staring at them fiercely with a cold face. Linny on the ground gradually recovered and his consciousness became much clearer. When he saw the knife floating in front of him, Linny realized that the man who killed the monster was a fugitive. At this moment, the stone in Lingy's heart, which had just been put down, was suspended again. And Changdao, who was walking towards him, had a gloomy face, and his eyes were still full of murderous intent. The blood oozing from his waist had completely soaked the bandage and slowly flowed down his legs. At this moment, he looked like a demon crawling out of the abyss.
What is your relationship with this alien?
And Changdao stared at Linny fiercely, and his low tone made people shudder.
Alien? This monster?
Linny frowned and thought carefully. Although this monster was indeed killed by In Changdao, it did not mean that In Changdao would not kill them. For a fugitive who had killed people, there was actually not much difference between killing people and killing monsters.
This monster, Linny gritted his teeth. Although he was unwilling, he had to say, "It's my owner.
They have been raising me, just like raising a pig. When I am fat, they will eat me immediately.
I don't want to be eaten by these monsters.
I originally planned to escape tonight when they fell asleep, but this monster found me and chased me." And Changdao didn't speak, staring straight into Lingy's eyes, as if he wanted to judge from Lingy's eyes whether he was lying or not.
Linny didn't avoid it, raised his head and looked straight at In Changdao. Linny didn't want to die. He finally defeated a monster.
If he went back to the past again because of being killed by In Changdao, Linny felt unwilling. Just as he was about to speak, he saw In Changdao's body suddenly tilted and fell straight to the ground. As In Changdao fell, the knives that were originally suspended in front of Linny and others also fell to the ground.
He is dead?
Lu Linhai was shocked.
No, Joe Kai shook his head.
He could still hear In Changdao's heartbeat, but it was a little weak.
He's not dead. He just fainted temporarily because of excessive blood loss.
Joe Kai pulled Zhou Yun up and prepared to leave. "Let's go while he's still awake."
Go?
Lu Linhai was a little surprised.
Are we just going like this?
He looked at In Changdao on the ground and said, "If we just leave like this, he will die here. What does his life or death have to do with us?"
Joe Kai frowned.
Lu Linhai, you should first understand that we can't even guarantee our own safety, so how can we care about his life or death?
Besides, do you know who he is?
He is a fugitive who has killed people. You saw what happened just now.
If he didn't faint, we would be the ones to die.
Lu Linhai opened his mouth to refute, but before he could speak, Linny took the lead.
We can't just leave like this.
Linny looked at In Changdao on the ground.
Are you crazy? Joe Kai frowned and said, Linny, don't forget, if I hadn't discovered it in time, the first to die would not be the monster, but you.
I know.
Linny nodded, but there is one thing, don't you think it's strange?
Linny continued, during this period, the city is full of news about the capture of In Changdao.
But if most of the people in the city are monsters in disguise, then, will the people he killed be monsters disguised as humans from the beginning?
Linny remembered clearly that when In Changdao saw the monster, there was no surprise in his eyes, but hatred. Coupled with In Changdao's control over his abilities, this shows that he knew the existence of these monsters a long time ago. I always feel that he knows more about these monsters than we do, so maybe we can get more about them from him.
So? Joe Kai disagreed, why do we need to know about these monsters? Even if you know about these monsters, what can you do? Kill them? Do you know how many monsters there are in this world? Can you kill them all?
All we have to do is escape from here and survive in a city where no one knows us.
Joe Kai. Linny shook his head, we can't hide forever. Yes, when facing these monsters, you can indeed pretend to be indifferent. But, what about your sister? Joe Kai was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that Zhou Yun behind him was shaking. Zhou Yun was frightened by the monster, not only because of its terrible appearance, but also because of its almost crazy behavior and its cannibalistic behavior. Brother, I'm fine. Zhou Yun didn't want Joe Kai to worry, and when she saw Joe Kai looking back, she tried her best to pretend to be fine. But her trembling tones still betrayed her. What's important is not in Shangdao, but what he may know. Lin Yi continued, that's why I decided to help him. The information in Shangdao's hands may help us better face these monsters. Joe Kai gritted his teeth, thought about it, and felt that what Lin Yi said made sense. Stop the bleeding first. Joe Kai glanced at the wound on Shangdao's waist. Lu Linhai took action immediately. Because there was no bandage, he could only use his own clothes. Carefully removed the bandage on Shangdao's waist. The moment he saw the wound, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel numb. The wound on Shangdao's waist was very deep. Although it was sutured, it could be seen that Shangdao sewed it himself. He is very hot, as if he has a fever. Lu Linhai pressed the wound with his clothes. If he has been hiding here these days, the wound may be infected if it is not treated in time. Joe Kai said, do you have anti-inflammatory drugs with you? Lu Linhai shook his head. He didn't bring anything. Lin Yi looked at his backpack and asked, can I use alcohol to disinfect the wound? However, I just threw away all the alcohol I brought. Now there is only toilet water and wind oil in the bag. Joe Kai glared at Lin Yi, do you want to save him or kill him? If you want to save him, you can only. Joe Kai stopped talking here. He raised his head and looked at the way they came. Lin Yi understood what Joe Kai meant, and continued his words, it can only be like this. I know where there is a 24-hour pharmacy. It's still a few hours before dawn. I'll go early and come back early. You wait for me here. I'll go with you. Joe Kai stopped Lin Yi. It's not safe for you to go alone. If you go together, you can take care of each other if something happens. Joe Kai touched Zhou Yun's head and said, Sha Yun, wait for me here. Remember, don't run around. If someone suddenly goes up the mountain, you must hide. Joe Kai looked at Lu Linhai and then said, Lu Linhai, you stay here too and help me take care of my sister. Don't worry. Lu Linhai patted his chest. Let's go quickly. Lin Yi urged. The two left Sifang Mountain and came to the nearest pharmacy. To be on the safe side, Joe Kai walked into the pharmacy alone, and Lin Yi stood across the street waiting for him. The streets were quiet late at night. It was obviously a familiar city, but for Lin Yi at this time, it had a different feeling. Lin Yi sighed, and when he looked at the pharmacy, Joe Kai had already bought the medicine and walked out. Lin Yi was about to go over, but at this moment, a car suddenly drove up and stopped in front of Lin Yi. The car window slowly rolled down, and when Lin saw the driver, he felt something was wrong. Lin Yi knew the driver. How could he not know him? After all, the guy in front of him was his father and another monster in the family. Dad sat in the driver's seat and did not get out of the car. He stared at Lin Yi intently, and a sneer slowly appeared on his face. It's so late, why are you not sleeping at home and running out? Lin Yi shuddered. He didn't understand why this monster appeared here. Not only him, but also his mother before. They always seemed to find Lin Yi's location. Lin Yi quickly calmed down and pretended to be nonchalant and said, the pressure of the exams these 2 days is too great. When I think of 2 more exams tomorrow, I am so nervous that I can't sleep. So, in order to face tomorrow's exams in the best condition, I want to come out to relax and adjust my mood. Is that so? Dad sneered, and then said, you have been out for so long, your mood should be adjusted. Get in the car, Dad will take you home. Go home? Go back to be eaten by you? No, I can just walk back by myself. Lin Yi wanted to refuse, but as soon as he finished speaking, his father's face suddenly darkened. Don't pretend, I know you've already found out. Lin Yi's heart sank at his father's words, he gritted his teeth and wanted to turn around and run away. But his father's next words made Lin Yi give up this idea. Don't think about running away, you can't run away. Something seemed to be wriggling under his father's skin, not knowing whether it was the insect legs or the tentacles covered with barbs. His eyes were impatient, and saliva even flowed down the corners of his mouth when he spoke. Besides, it's so late, it would be bad if we wake up the people sleeping nearby. You don't want to make a big deal and attract everyone, right? Dad didn't say it clearly, but Lin Yi understood. Joe Kai once told Lin Yi that once humans discovered the true face of a monster, then this human would no longer be the exclusive food of a certain monster.
At that time, any monster in the city could attack this person.
So, Dad's meaning is very clear.
If Linny wants to escape, the monster he will face will no longer be one, but a group.
Eaten by one monster, or eaten by a group of monsters? Linny frowned, thought about it, opened the car door and got in. Very good. Dad smiled and said, "You are worthy of my EE."
He secretly glanced at the car window, and Joe Kai, who left the pharmacy, had disappeared. Linny breathed a sigh of relief. The reason he got in the car was that he was worried that his escape would implicate Joe Kai. Besides, as long as Joe Kai was not discovered, he still had a chance to be rescued. There were not many cars on the streets at night, and Linny was quickly taken home. Now, no one comes to disturb us. Dad closed the door, and the creeping under his skin became more intense. A subtle sound came from him, like the sound of joints stretching, and the sound of skin tearing. Dad opened his mouth, and the serrated mouthparts seemed to be about to drill out of it in the next second. "Wait!" Linny shouted, "I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry." Linny knew what he would face after returning.
This monster was different from the previous one. He was stronger and more greedy. He didn't care when Linny found out, and he didn't even care why the other monster didn't come back. In his eyes, there was only appetite. "I'll be 18 the day after tomorrow," Linny said hurriedly. What he had to do now was to delay time. Only if he wasn't eaten by this monster immediately could he wait for Joe Kai to come and save him. "How about, wait until I'm 18 years old before eating me?" Linny knew that this monster would agree.
After all, he still remembered what happened on his birthday. Dad didn't answer immediately, but the wriggling under his skin gradually stopped.
"I've always been looking forward to my 18th birthday. I want to eat a big cake and have a happy birthday." Linny pretended to be very sad.
The monster frowned and muttered quietly, "Indeed, you will soon become an adult.
The meat of a beast man on the day of his adulthood is the most delicious.
Even if it is one day later, the taste will be much different. Besides, I heard that emotions can also affect the taste." Linny heard what the monster said and hurriedly followed his words. He remembered what happened in the previous time. On June 10th, before killing him, the monster said that he was afraid that the meat would become sour.
"So," Linny continued, "if I can't celebrate my 18th birthday, I will be very sad. If I am too sad, the taste will be much worse.
Anyway, you have waited for so many years, and it doesn't matter if you wait for 1 or 2 days.
After waiting for so many years, wouldn't it be a pity if you can't eat the most delicious meat?"
"Don't worry, I will never escape this time.
At worst, you can lock me in the room. Even if you want to escape, I can find you."
The monster sneered, and the crawling under his skin stopped completely at this moment. The monster in front of him returned to his father's appearance, but his eyes were no longer the same as before.
Go to bed early."
Dad licked his lips. Linny was full of disgust, but he couldn't show it. He couldn't anger the monster at this time, otherwise everything he had done before would be ruined.
After returning to his room, Linny walked quickly to the window. He looked downstairs and didn't see Joe Kai. Wouldn't Joe Kai have noticed that I was captured? Linny was a little worried.
But thinking carefully, Joe Kai's ability made his sense of smell sharper than a dog.
If he followed the monster away, he would definitely notice it. Moreover, when Linny got in the car, he secretly glanced out the window.
Joe Kai, who had originally walked out of the pharmacy, disappeared, indicating that he had hidden.
"Don't worry,"
Linny comforted himself in his heart.
"It's still early.
Even if Joe Kai wants to save me, he has to think of a foolproof plan. If he acts rashly, not only will he not be able to save me, he will also be killed by this monster. Joe Kai has always been very cautious, so he must be hiding somewhere now to plan a way to save me." Having said that, the worry in his heart did not decrease at all.
In addition to these, there is one thing that Linny can't figure out. For some reason, these two monsters at home seem to always be able to find Linny's location accurately.
The mother went to Sifang Mountain, and the father drove to the pharmacy. If it wasn't for Lu Linhai risking his life to save him, Linny really suspected that he had secretly leaked his whereabouts.
Linny touched himself. Did these monsters install a locator on him? Thinking of this, Linny thought of his mobile phone.
If there was really a locator on him, it was very likely hidden in the mobile phone.
With this idea, Linny didn't dare to contact Joe Kai with his mobile phone. If there was really a location in the mobile phone, there might be other things. For example, monitoring.
No wonder Joe Kai prepared an old phone and specially found a mobile phone card without a real name. It has to be said that Joe Kai's caution is indeed useful.
That night, Linny, lying in bed, tossed and turned and couldn't sleep at all. The next day, Dad didn't go out and kept guarding outside. His behavior was already very obvious. He would never leave until he ate Linny. I thought Joe Kai would definitely take action on this day, but until night fell again, Linny still didn't wait for Joe Kai to appear. Time passed by minute, and soon, it was the evening of June 9th. At 11:54, the door of Lin Yi's room was pushed open. Dad walked in rubbing his hands. It's almost midnight. After midnight, it will be your 18th birthday. Do you know how much Dad is looking forward to this day? Looking at the monsters that were getting closer, Linny became more and more anxious. He couldn't understand, it was only 5 minutes before midnight, and he was about to be eaten by a monster. Why didn't Joe Kai show up yet? What are you doing in the weekly exam all day long? Could it be said that Joe Kai gave up on him? Because Joe Kai knew that even if Linny died, he would just go back to the past, so why not save him? Linny wanted to cry, really wanted to cry. Although Linny could survive in the past time after being killed, the pain when he was killed was unavoidable. Linny still remembers how painful it was when he was killed. Wait a minute. Linny shouted, trying to stop the monster from approaching him. You promised to eat me tomorrow, but it's not tomorrow even if it's an hour, a minute, or a second. And, where's the cake? It's my birthday, at least prepare a cake for me. I don't like desserts. The monster licked his lips, sneered, and the crawling under his skin started again. It's not for you to eat. Linny did not give up and continued to shout, even if there is no cake to eat, let me blow out a candle and make a wish. The monster ignored Linny. His body began to swell, and the human skin gradually began to twist, as if the monster inside was about to come out of the human skin in the next second. I can't die, I don't want to die. Linny gritted his teeth. In a panic, what happened on Sifang Mountain flashed through his mind. Linny clearly remembered the moment when the monster disguised as his mother was about to bite him to death, and the time around him seemed to stand still. Could it be said that this is also caused by my own ability? If you can stop time, you can escape from this monster. Thinking of this, Linny shouted in his heart, time stops. The monster did not stop and even accelerated its pace. Why is it useless? Maybe there is no use shouting in the heart, it must be shouted out loud to be effective, so Lin opened his mouth and shouted, still. Stop. Stop. Yas Hitty. Don't be afraid. The smile on Dad's face became more and more ferocious. His mouth opened wider and wider, and Linny even vaguely saw the jagged mouthparts in his mouth. His abdomen was bulging high, and the tentacles inside were squirming and about to emerge from under the skin. As a livestock person, it is a very happy thing to be eaten by the owner. This is your blessing. Blessing? What a blessing! Do you want this blessing? Linny cursed in his heart. One by one, it's midnight. The last 5 minutes are over. It's midnight. It's June 10th now. Happy birthday, E. The monster's saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth. He opened his hands and his whole body swelled completely, and the human skin on his body seemed to burst in the next second. Lin gritted his teeth and decided to fight this monster. Although he knew that he was no match for this monster, it was better to fight to the death than to be eaten by the monster. Even if you can't escape the fate of being eaten in the end, you should at least discuss this monster before you die. Lin stepped back towards the desk and grabbed the chair in front of the desk with one hand. As soon as this monster pounced, he would grab the chair and throw it at it. Ding-dong of the doorbell suddenly sounded outside the room. Someone is coming. Linny shouted hurriedly as if he saw hope. Don't worry. The monster disagreed, nothing is more important than eating you. The doorbell kept ringing. Perhaps seeing that ringing the doorbell was useless, the people outside started knocking hard. You'd better go take a look. Linny said in response to the knock on the door. If the person knocking on the door doesn't leave, the noise will probably wake up the neighbors. If you attract other monsters in this building, you won't be able to eat alone. Aha! The monster growled angrily and quickly returned to his father's usual appearance. Just stay here and I'll be back soon. Dad glared at Linny, turned and left the room, heading towards the door. Taking advantage of this time, Linny quickly thought about how to escape. There are monsters guarding the door, so you must not go through the main entrance. But they live on the 13th floor, and they can't even climb through the windows. In fact, Linny had thought about all these methods. If these methods could really allow him to escape, he wouldn't still be here now. Linny gritted his teeth and looked up towards the window. If that doesn't work, I'll just lure all the monsters in this building over. Linny said in his heart. After all the monsters come over, I will jump down and fall to death.
Anyway, I will die anyway, and I will discuss this monster before I die. As Lin walked toward the window and stretched out his hand to open the window, a familiar voice came from outside the room.
Hello, Uncle, I am Lin Yi's classmate. My name is Joe Kai. Joe Kai?
Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Joe Kai's voice.
Can you please stop being late when you save me next time? If it's any later, you might not be able to see me. It's so late, what are you doing here?
Dad's voice came from outside the room. His tone was very unfriendly, but it was right when he thought about it. If he was suddenly interrupted when he was about to enjoy the food, anyone else would be unhappy. However, Joe Kai didn't care about this. He said calmly and slowly, Uncle, it's like this. Lin Yi didn't go to the exam the day before yesterday, and he didn't come to the graduation dinner yesterday. The classmates were very worried about him and thought he was sick, so they sent me as a representative to come and take a look.
Uncle, is Lin Yi okay? Is he really sick? Has he gone to the hospital?
Lin Yi's grades have always been among the best in our class. It's such a pity that the college entrance examination is so important, but he gave up. Joe Kai was chattering outside the door, and Lin Yi in the room was a little confused.
Wasn't Joe Kai here to save him? Why are you suddenly chatting with this monster? What are you here for?
Dad was a little impatient, and you could tell from his tone that he was suppressing the anger in his heart.
Uncle, is there something wrong with your ears?
Joe Kai still spoke slowly, even slower. It must be to take care of Lin Yi.
Okay, Uncle, I'll say it again. Because Lin Yi didn't go to the exam the day before yesterday, Joe Kai repeated what he said before. What on earth is Joe Kai going to do? Lin Yi in the room frowned.
He couldn't understand that according to Joe Kai's cautious character, he would never appear in front of a monster rashly if he was not completely sure. However, Joe Kai kept talking about irrelevant things, and Lin Yi really couldn't guess what Joe Kai's plan was. When I thought of this, a muffled sound suddenly came from the room, and then, footsteps slowly approached Lin Yi's room. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a chill ran down his back.
Joe Kai is dead? That monster simply killed Joe Kai because it was bored?
No, Joe Kai's ability is sensory enhancement. Even if Joe Kai can't kill the monster, he won't be killed by the monster so easily. But why did Joe Kai's voice disappear? If Joe Kai was still alive, why did he suddenly stop talking? Lin Yi gritted his teeth, feeling filled with self-blame. Joe Kai died to save him, he must do something for Joe Kai. Ugly, I'll fight you. Lin Yi grabbed the chair and rushed out, but as soon as he rushed to the door, a familiar figure appeared outside the door.
What are you doing?
Joe Kai was stunned for a moment outside the door and looked at Lin Yi, who was holding up the chair in confusion.
Are you going to fight the monster? Why did you go there so early?
Joe Kai curled his lips.
You're not dead?
Looking at Joe Kai in front of him, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel surprised.
Joe Kai is not dead? Was that the monster that died? Joe Kai killed the monster? Do you really want me to die?
Joe Kai asked with a frown. But, I clearly heard just now, Lin Yi put down the chair in his hand.
After walking out of the room, Lin Yi saw the monster lying in the entrance hall.
The muffled sound that was heard just now was made by this monster when it fell.
Joe Kai really killed this monster, but how did he do it?
When he was surprised, Lin Yi suddenly noticed that something familiar seemed to be inserted into the monster's neck.
Lin Yi recognized what was stuck in the monster's neck at a glance. That's in Qingdao's knife. Did you just use these two knives to kill the monster?
Lin Yi was a little surprised. You think too highly of me. Joe Kai shook his head and said, most of the people living here are monsters. In order not to wake up other monsters, you must attack quickly and accurately.
It is best to kill them with one blow. I can't kill this monster in an instant.
Looking towards the ground, this monster was killed before it even had time to show its true appearance.
If anyone could really do this, there was only one person Lin Yi could think of. And Changdao?
There were subtle footsteps in the corridor, and then, Changdao walked in from the door with a cold face.
He was wearing an ill-fitting sweatshirt that looked like Joe Kai's clothes.
He was carrying a bag specially used for knives on his back. He glanced down at the monster on the ground, and the two bone-splitting knives instantly flew out of the monster's neck and returned to the bag on Changdao's back.
Why did you bring him here? Lin asked in a low voice. Without bringing him here, do you think I can save you from the monster alone? Joe Kai replied.
If you want to kill a monster in an instant, you must know the structure of the monster very well.
He has killed many monsters and is a butcher himself. He is the only person I can think of.
Joe Kai shrugged. After seeing Lin Yi being taken away by the monster, Jokai knew very well that he could not save Linny with his own strength. After thinking about it, Jokai thought of Changdao on Sifang Mountain. So, he hurriedly returned to Sifang Mountain, helped Changdao re-bandage his wound, and fed him medicine.
You were right what you said before.
Jokai approached Linny and said, he is indeed more monster than monster. With such a serious injury, it stands to reason that I won't be able to move at all for 3 to 5 days. At the beginning, I had the attitude of treating a dead horse as a living horse, but he woke up the next day, as if nothing was wrong. Jokai originally thought that it would take a lot of words to get Changdao to rescue people, but he never thought that Changdao would agree immediately after hearing this. I remember you told me that you would be eaten by monsters on June 10th, so I hurried over here.
Jokai's plan is simple. He knocks on the door first and distracts the monster by talking to it.
Changdao hid in the stairwell. After determining the location of the monster, he used his ability to control the bone-splitting knife to kill the monster.
One more thing, do you know why those monsters found us?
Jokai asked. Linny shook his head. He had never been able to figure this out.
Pheromones. Jokai explained. These monsters leave pheromones on the humans they feed.
Through these pheromones, they can pinpoint your location no matter where you go. Fortunately, only the owners can smell these pheromones.
Now that all your owners are dead, you don't have to worry about these.
Hearing this, Linny breathed a sigh of relief.
Since you know this, why didn't you tell me earlier? Linny asked.
Jokai pointed at Changdao with his chin and said, he told me these on the way here. You're right, he knows these monsters better than we do. He was very glad for his original decision. If he had abandoned Changdao and left directly, even if he did not return to the city, he would eventually be found by the monster because of the pheromones on his body.
Linny turned back and glanced at Changdao.
Perhaps because of excessive blood loss, his face was pale at this time, but even so, Changdao still looked fierce with a frown and a serious face. Linny felt that he should say thank you, but before he could say anything, Changdao grabbed the car key on the shoe cabinet and said, the man has been rescued.
Now follow me to the butcher shop. Going to the butcher's shop? Linny was stunned for a moment. Why are we going to the butcher's shop? Do we want to escape with half a pig?
Linny glanced at Jokai, only to see him looking equally confused.
This is different from what we agreed.
Jokai said, we agreed to return to Sifang Mountain immediately after rescuing people, and then escape from the city.
You can't go anywhere without the key.
Changdao said with a cold face.
Key? Linny asked doubtfully, what key? The key to leaving this city.
Changdao continued.
This city is much more complicated than you think. Do you think you can escape from here by following Sifang Mountain? It's ridiculous. This city is a place similar to a breeding ground.
Without a key, even if you climb over Sifang Mountain, you will end up with a dead end.
Feeding farm? Linny was shocked. What do you mean? If you know this, do you know what these monsters are about? Why are there monsters where we live? What is happening in this city? Changdao didn't answer.
He looked outside the corridor and walked out, speak on the way.
Linny and Jokai hurriedly followed.
They came to the parking lot and found Linny's father's car. After getting in the car, Changdao drove to the butcher shop.
Uncle, can you tell us now? Linny couldn't wait to know what was going on.
A few years ago, I opened a pig farm in the suburbs. Changdao began to tell his experience of discovering the monster. The pigs raised in the pig farm will be taken to the butcher shop after slaughter. Everything was fine until 3 months ago, because the door of the pig pen was not closed properly, all the pigs ran away.
The pig farm is very small.
If I can't find these pigs, this year's work will be in vain. So, I started looking for these escaped pigs. I looked for a long time until I saw the bodies of these pigs.
These pigs were eaten by monsters? Linny asked.
Changdao shook his head and continued, it's not a monster, but a special device on the edge of the city.
If you don't have a key, you will die immediately once you try to leave the city. This is impossible.
Linny felt a little absurd. If people in this city can't leave, what about those who got into college?
You only saw them get into college, but have you seen them come back? Changdao asked back.
Linny was stunned for a moment, and he suddenly thought of the son of Grandma Lu upstairs. Grandma Lu said that her son was working in another place, but Linny had never seen his son come back, even during the Chinese New Year.
Besides, I've said that this city is a place similar to a breeding farm.
Humans are livestock being raised, and monsters are the owners of humans. In order to keep the livestock in the breeding farm continuous, this city has special routes to enter and exit, allowing monsters to trade livestock.
But these places, humans can't pass at all. Linny understood that the special device on the edge of the city is equivalent to the electric grid surrounding the breeding farm. Once livestock approach, they will be electrocuted. To leave, you must go through the front gate. Monsters can tell who is a human, so humans without monsters can't leave through the front gate at all. How do you know this? Linny asked. Because, when I was looking for a pig, I found a skeleton. Next to the skeleton, there was Dash. Before he finished speaking, Jokai's face suddenly became very ugly. He interrupted in Chengdao's words and said in a panic, "Oh no, we've been tricked." Seeing the butcher shop right in front, Jokai suddenly became nervous. "Quick! Turn around!" Jokai shouted excitedly, urging in Chengdao to leave quickly. "What's wrong?" And Chengdao asked with a frown. Although Linny didn't know why Jokai was suddenly so nervous, he knew Jokai's ability. He must have sensed something, so he was so excited. "Monsters!" Jokai gritted his teeth and said, "There are many monsters coming towards us." "Monster?" And Chengdao glanced out the car window. The street outside was quiet, and it didn't look like there was a monster. "Uncle N, just believe us," Linny said hurriedly. "If we don't leave, it will be too late." Linny remembered that Jokai's ability could only allow him to sense objects within 800 meters, which meant that the monster Jokai mentioned was already very close to them. "It's too late." Jokai frowned and quickly grabbed the armrest in the car. "Hold on tight," Jokai shouted. Immediately afterwards, the sound of a car came from behind, and a car came and hit him at an extremely fast speed. With a bang sound, Linny felt a violent jolt. The impact did not stop, and the car behind continued to hit them, seemingly trying to knock their car over. And Chengdao cursed. He quickly opened the car window, and a boning knife flew out. There were sounds from behind the car, and the boning knife pierced the tire of the car behind. "There are more," Jokai reminded loudly. "There are also ones on the left, right, and in front." Several more cars appeared, surrounding Lin and the others. Why did this monster find us? Linny couldn't understand. The two monsters that raised him are dead. Only these two monsters can smell the pheromones on his body. Why do so many monsters suddenly appear? They came for me. And Chengdao said with a serious face, "There are police cars in these cars, and they are here to arrest me. They probably guessed I would return to the butcher's shop, so they have been lying around for the past few days. They saw me when we were driving over and that's why they showed up." And Chengdao's eyes kept glancing back and forth between the front and the rearview mirror. These cars that appeared out of nowhere were getting closer and closer, and they had to get off. Otherwise, once these cars hit each other one after another, their situation will be very dangerous. "Hold on tight." And Chengdao shouted and stepped on the accelerator. There was a loud noise, followed by a violent jolt, and Chengdao knocked the car in front away. He drove his car towards the butcher's shop, smashed the door of the butcher's shop and stopped the car. "Get out of the car." And Chengdao quickly opened the door. The moment I got out of the car, all the knives in my bag flew out. And Chengdao held the black-green bone chopping knife, and the other knives kept rotating around him. "The key is hidden under the tiles in the left corner of the bathroom on the second floor. Just smash it. Everything you need to know is inside." And Chengdao frowned with murderous intent in his eyes. At this time, he was ready to fight desperately. "After you get the things, get out of here and don't get in the way here." There were cars outside the butcher shop, and the people in the cars quickly got out of the car. Although they still looked like humans, Lin Yi knew very well that these guys were all monsters. "And Chengdao, you have been surrounded, give up resistance." The monsters outside did not come in immediately. They knew how powerful Chengdao was and were afraid. "If you want to fight, fight." And Chengdao yelled, "Where do you come from with all this nonsense?" The bone-splitting knife flew out first, and before the monster outside could react, it directly stabbed the speaking monster in the neck. Instant kill. Linny was a little surprised. Although this is how Chengdao killed the monster in his house, he was still surprised when he saw it with his own eyes. "Why don't you get out?" And Chengdao asked in a low voice. "Can't leave." Jokai's face looked ugly. He looked around, picked up a knife from the floor of the butcher shop, and held it tightly in his hand. "This place is completely surrounded, upstairs and downstairs. We can't escape." "What?" Linny was startled. "There are monsters upstairs too?" "There are several monsters guarding outside the window. If we go up now, they will immediately break the window and rush in to kill us." "Damn it." Linny gritted his teeth, to be surrounded by these monsters. "You can't escape." And Chengdao cursed in a low voice, "Follow me closely and I will take you out." The knives rotating around in Changdao stopped at this moment, and the next second, these knives flew out of the butcher shop. "Let's go!" And Changdao shouted, holding the bone-chopping knife in his hand and rushing out. "Kill him!" The monsters outside the butcher shop shouted. They knew how difficult Changdao was. At this moment, the bodies of all the monsters began to swell. The human skin used for camouflage was broken, and the monsters all revealed their original appearance. "Go to hell!" The monster near the butcher shop raised its sickle-like forearm and waved it at Changdao, who rushed out of the butcher shop. There was a flash of cold light, and a bloodletting knife pierced the joint of the forearm, restricting the monster's movement. Changdao jumped hard and slashed hard with the bone-chopping knife in his hand, instantly cutting off the monster's head. Awesome! Linny couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He knew how powerful these monsters were, but even so, Changdao could easily kill them. No wonder these monsters would gather to deal with Changdao. "Open the way!" Changdao shouted, and all the knives gathered in front of him. The bloodletting knife kept stabbing into the monsters' joints to restrict their movements, and the same was true for the boning knife and the bone-splitting knife. The skinning knife and the meat cleaver cut off the monster's tentacles, and with the bone-cutting knife in Changdao's hand, they seemed to be able to break out. Just as Linny had this thought in his mind, a monster suddenly came out, and the tentacles on its abdomen pierced Changdao's left shoulder, and then quickly retracted. The barbs on the tentacles pierced into the flesh, leaving a bloody hole in the instant as the tentacles retracted. "Uncle Linny wanted to step forward to help, but with only the knife he picked up when he ran out of the butcher shop, he was no match for these monsters. "You bastard!" Changdao seemed to feel no pain, and swung the bone-cutting knife at the monster, but this time, he missed. Changdao's old wounds had not yet healed, and coupled with the excessive blood loss before, he was already at the end of his strength. With his violent movements, the wound on his waist tore again. His movements were getting slower and slower, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. "Up!" Jokai seemed to feel something and shouted at Changdao. The monsters that were lurking outside the second-floor window took action, revealing their original appearance and jumping down from the upstairs. 3 bone-cutting knives flew up and pierced the monster's insect feet. However, there were too many monsters, and no matter how powerful Changdao was, he could not kill them all. Changdao dodged the second monster that jumped down, but did not avoid the attack of the third monster. The sickle-like forearm pierced Changdao's chest from the back as the monster fell. "Uncle Linny clenched the knife in his hand and rushed towards the monster. "I will fight you. Don't come here!" Changdao roared as if he felt Lin Yijing running towards him. "Get away! It's not your little brat's turn to save me yet." Changdao gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and the skinning knife flew over and cut off the tentacles reaching towards him. The bone-splitting knife penetrated the joint of the monster's forearm, and the meat cleaver slashed along the blade, instantly cutting off the monster's forearm. "Get out of here! Don't get in the way here!" 2 boning knives flew behind Linny and Jokai, pierced the back collars of their clothes, and dragged them forward. The other knives guarded the 2 of them, constantly attacking the approaching monsters to clear the way for them. "You bitch! If you have the guts, do it!" Changdao shouted from behind, and at this moment he laughed wildly. "Haven't you always wanted to kill me? Come all over! I tell you, if you can't kill me today, I will definitely kill you one by one. As long as Changdao survives for one day, you won't even think about it easy. Sooner or later, I'm going to kill all of you damn beasts." Changdao's words completely angered the group of monsters. They ignored Linny and Jokai and pounced on Changdao one after another. At about 500 meters, the dragging force disappeared, and the knives guarding Linny and Jokai fell one after another. Uncle looking at the knife falling on the ground, Linny seemed to understand something. "Not yet." Jokai shook his head. "Uncle is still alive, but the heartbeat is getting weaker and weaker. His ability should be the same as mine, with a certain range limit, or he no longer has the extra strength to control these knives. We have to go back to save him." Linny wanted to go back to help, but was caught by Jokai. "Please wake up." Jokai scolded. "What can we do when we go back? Are we going to die? If Changdao can't deal with these monsters, what can we do? He told us where the key was hidden, just in the hope that we could come back alive to take it away next time. Go quickly." Jokai urged. Those monsters saw our appearance, and the surrounding monsters also heard the noise. "If we don't leave now, we really won't be able to leave. Let's go back to Sifang Mountain to hide. After this matter subsides, we'll come back to get the key." Linny was pulled away by Jokai. At this moment, he suddenly realized how useless he was.
When the monster chased him, he had no way to fight it. When the monster took him away, he had no way to escape. When surrounded by monsters, he could only watch Changdao sacrifice himself. Linny felt depressed, as if something was blocked in his throat, and he was extremely uncomfortable. It would have been better if we had discovered these monsters earlier. Linny said in his heart, if we had known earlier that there were monsters ambushing nearby, we would not have come here, and Uncle An would not have died. It would be great if my abilities could also help. When thinking of this, Linny suddenly felt dizzy. The scenery in front of me seemed to be distorting, the sky flickered, and the whole world seemed to be spinning. Linny, what's wrong with you? Jokai's voice came to his ears, but Linny could no longer hear clearly. Linny, what's wrong with you? The dizziness gradually dissipated, and Linny, who came back to his senses, saw Jokai standing in front of him. Did you hear what I just told you? Jokai looked at Linny with a puzzled face. Pheromone, because you have pheromones left by monsters on your body, so this is my home? Linny was stunned when he saw where he was. A familiar place, familiar furnishings, and the corpse of a slain monster on the ground. Why are you so crazy? Jokai looked at Linny. Isn't your brain already eaten by this monster? Where else could this be if it weren't your home? I'm just here to save you. I'm back? Linny couldn't figure out why he would go back to the past when he was clearly not dead this time. Moreover, this time he did not return to June 6th according to the previous pattern, but returned to 2 hours ago. Nonsense, you haven't forgotten that you were captured by that monster, right? Jokai said. When he said this, there were footsteps outside the door. Linny turned around and looked, and sure enough, Changdao walked in. He glanced at the monster on the ground, and the bone-splitting knife on the monster's neck flew back. Then he saw the car keys on the shoe cabinet and grabbed them in his hand. The man has been rescued. Now follow me to the butcher's shop. You can't go to the butcher shop. Linny shouted hurriedly. Keep your voice down. Jokai was startled and wanted to rush up and cover Linny's mouth. Do you want to wake up the monsters in the whole building? Jokai glared at Linny, looked back at Cheng and said, this is different from what we agreed. Before he finished speaking, Linny snatched him away. I know the key is hidden in the butcher shop, but you can't go. Key? Jokai looked at Linny doubtfully. Before he could continue to ask, Chengdao's face darkened, and the bloodletting knife from his bag flew out instantly and stopped in front of Linny. Why do you know that the key is hidden in the butcher shop? Chengdao asked coldly. Who are you? Jokai is very smart. Chengdao's reaction means that Linny is right. So, he quickly guessed why Linny said this. Linny, could it be that you are dead again? Dead? Now it was Chengdao's turn to be confused. Isn't he alive and well? I didn't die this time, but I don't know what happened. Linny didn't know how to explain it. He really didn't know why he went back to the past without dying. However, if we go to the butcher shop now, it will be Uncle An who died. What do you mean? Chengdao asked with a frown. Linny, what happened in the following time? Jokai asked. The following time? Chengdao thought for a while and asked, can you predict the future? Almost. Linny answered casually, and then repeated what would happen in the following time. After listening, Jokai and Chengdao's faces were obviously not very good. These monsters will not let me go easily. Chengdao gritted his teeth. He was so excited that even the knife in his bag began to shake. According to you, we can't leave the city without the key. Jokai said with his head down, the key is hidden in the butcher shop, and there are a lot of monsters lurking near the butcher shop. Once we get close to the butcher shop, these monsters will surround us. In this case, won't we be dead? Not necessarily. Linny seemed to have thought of a way. He looked at Chengdao and continued, I have thought of a way. If it goes well, I should be able to get a ticket. Those monsters want to catch Uncle An, so as long as Uncle An doesn't go to the butcher shop, everything will be fine. After Linny finished speaking, Jokai looked at him like a fool. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Jokai rolled his eyes at Linny. Even if Uncle An doesn't go to the butcher shop, will the monsters ambushing there leave? Those monsters will still stay there. Even if Uncle An doesn't go, we will still be discovered by them when we go to the butcher shop to find the key. Do you think they won't suspect us? 2 students go to the butcher shop late at night, do you think they won't arrest us? Linny lowered his voice and said mysteriously, but what if Uncle An appears somewhere else? Hearing this, Jokai immediately reacted. You mean, we should lure these monsters away from the mountain? Linny nodded and said, that's what I mean. Those monsters are waiting for us, so we should lure them away from the mountain. Let these monsters see what human wisdom is. Jokai thought about it and seemed to think something was wrong, but even if Uncle N appears in other places, the monsters guarding the butcher shop may not all leave.
Even if 1 or 2 monsters are left, we are no match.
It's very simple, we fight a guerrilla war. Linny had actually thought of Jokai's concerns a long time ago.
For this point, Linny also thought of a countermeasure. Tonight, we'll have a big fight.
Linny continued, Uncle N will drive around the city, and every time he arrives at a place, he will use his ability to attack a few monsters. Remember not to fight too long, as long as these monsters are woken up, Uncle N will drive away immediately.
During this time, I will continue to send messages to the class group. Class group? Jokai was stunned for a moment. Why are you sending messages to the class group?
To cause chaos. Linny explained, the monsters in our class must also know about Uncle N. I will tell them false information in the group, and I believe these monsters in the class will pass the news to other monsters.
At the same time, I will keep calling the emergency number to cause more chaos. But, in this way, will all the monsters in the whole city be dispatched? Jokai was a little worried.
If all the monsters in this city are dispatched, they will not only have no way to escape, but will even die miserably.
No, and Shangdao shook his head. This city is like a breeding farm. Monsters here will not come out in droves unless necessary. Otherwise, I would not be alive now. Speaking of this, let me digress.
Linny looked at Shangdao, and then said, I have always found it strange. Since most of the people living here are monsters in disguise, why don't they show their true colors and have to appear in the form of humans? Jokai was also a little curious and looked at Shangdao.
I don't know.
Shangdao shook his head, but if you can escape from this city, maybe you can find the answer from other places.
Let's talk about this later.
Jokai brought the topic back, the most urgent thing is to solve the trouble in front of you.
If you can't get the key, everything is empty talk. Linny nodded and continued, Uncle N and I are responsible for attracting the attention of the monsters.
In order to catch Uncle N, I think the monsters near the butcher shop will definitely rush over immediately. Take advantage of this time, classmate Jokai, it's your turn to shine.
Me?
Jokai was stunned for a moment, and then understood what Linny meant.
That's right, my ability can sense the location of monsters.
Jokai said, I'm afraid I'm the only one who can enter the butcher shop without being discovered by the monsters.
In that case, what are we waiting for?
Linny seemed to see hope, and there was a hint of excitement in his tone. Hurry up and act.
Uncle N, protect yourself. After all, you are still injured. Don't fight these monsters head-on. If there are too many monsters attracted, run quickly.
We each complete the assigned tasks and finally gather at Sifang Mountain.
Let's go. After deciding on the plan, the 3 of them went downstairs quickly.
Shangdao drove away and drove in the opposite direction of the butcher shop. Jokai immediately rushed to the butcher shop and waited for an opportunity to act.
Linyi's task was relatively flexible, mainly to distract the monsters and create false information so that the monsters would not find Shangdao immediately.
Seeing Shangdao and Jokai leave one after another, Linny quickly sent a message in the class group and did everyone shock.
The latest major news. Men are silent and women are crying.
If you don't listen, you will regret it for the rest of your life.
As soon as Linyi's message was sent, someone responded quickly. This was not surprising to Linyi.
In the timeline he had experienced, the monsters in the class said that they would go to bed very late after the college entrance examination. Now think about it, it is pitiful that they are monsters and have to take the college entrance examination. The murderer appeared and made a bold statement to massacre the city tonight. Linny continued to send messages. More and more messages appeared in the group, and the monsters in the class chatted.
Linny did not send the wrong location immediately.
He had to wait until Shangdao took action before he could start. As for the 2 messages just now, they were also to arouse the curiosity of these monsters.
Linny temporarily exited the chat interface and started to make an emergency call. Hello? Help!
Murderer!
I saw the murderer. Yes, it's the one reported in the news these days.
I just saw him riding a motorcycle towards the city center.
I don't know what he is going to do, but he looks scary.
Ah! By the way, Mincheng Hospital is near the city center.
Does the murderer want to go to the hospital to kill people? So scary.
Linny said as he ran towards the nearby park. Before leaving, Linny deliberately took the last few bottles of wine at home. When he arrived at the park, he poured the wine into the trash can and flower bed, and then lit it with a lighter. In normal times, Linny would never do such a dangerous and illegal thing. But now, he has to face a monster, and talking to a monster is a ridiculous thing in itself.
After doing all this, Linny left quickly. After waiting for a while, Linny made another emergency call. Oh no!
I saw the murderer setting fire in Tianfu Park.
It's terrible, come quickly, the fire is on.
During this period, the class group was very lively, and they were crazy about it. Linny, wanting to know the next news. So, Linny sent a random address, telling them that the murderer seemed to be heading here, and asked students living nearby to be careful.
This night, the city was destined to be uneasy. But what does this have to do with Linny?
He just wanted to survive from these monsters. Linny turned off his phone, calculated the time, and thought he could rush to Sifang Mountain. But just as he turned around and was about to leave, a voice that he didn't expect suddenly came from behind him.
Student Linny, it's so late, what are you doing here?
The sudden sound made Linny frown. Looking back, not far away, Gu Zijin was slowly walking towards Linny.
Squad leader, it's so late, aren't you here too?
Linny quickly adjusted himself and replied calmly.
I can't sleep, let's go out for a walk. Gu Zijin said with a smile. Me too. Looking at Gu Zijin getting closer and closer, Lin Yiqiang resisted and did not move away. Once there is any resistance in Lin Yi's expression, Gu Zijin will definitely be suspicious.
When Linny thought that the person he once liked was actually a monster in human skin, Linny wanted to slap himself twice. Linny, I heard that you didn't take the exam the day before yesterday, and you didn't come to yesterday's graduation dinner.
Gu Zijin asked worriedly, did something happen to your family?
My classmates in the class have sent you a lot of messages in the past 2 days, but you haven't replied. Linny did receive a lot of news, but during that time Linny was imprisoned at home by monsters, and all he could think about was how to escape, and he had no time to pay attention to them. Linny, if something happens to your family, you can tell me and I will definitely find a way to help you.
Something happened? Linny cursed in his mind, even if something happens, it's none of your business. What could happen to me?
I'm just not sure about this year's exam, so I just gave up and planned to repeat the exam. Fortunately, Linny thought quickly and made up an excuse to fool him.
Really? Gu Zijin didn't look convinced. Really?
Lin nodded. Squad leader, it's getting late now, I have to go back.
You should go back early.
I heard that the murderer the police have been looking for has appeared.
Be careful. Lin Yi was about to leave. He didn't want to waste time with a monster here.
However, as soon as he turned around, Gu Zijin stopped him again. Linny, let me take you back.
Ha?
Linny was stunned for a moment. The corpse of the monster at home was still lying behind the door.
If Gu Zijin followed Linny back, he would definitely see it.
So, Linny hurriedly refused. No need, squad leader, I can just go back by myself.
It's so late and it's not safe on the road. You should go home quickly. Since it's not safe, why don't you send me back?
Gu Zijin still had a smile on his face. You can't let me, a girl, go home alone at night, right?
Girl? Linny thought with disdain, do you want to listen to what you are saying? The girl you called me is a female monster at best. Better say goodbye.
Linny shook his head.
He didn't want to walk in the night with a monster.
A man and a woman alone will be misunderstood if they are seen by others.
If you think it's dangerous, just call a taxi and go.
Linny waved his hand. I really have to go back, otherwise my parents should scold me. Monitor, I'm leaving first, bye. After saying that, Lin turned around and ran away. He ran very fast, looking back from time to time.
Linny was relieved until he was sure that Gu Zijin had not caught up.
Occasionally, a police car drove by, and Linny quickly hid in a side alley. It seems that the plan was successful. Linny looked outside and said, these monsters were all attracted by Uncle Lin. At this time, Joe Kai has also got the key. I don't know why I met that monster Gu Zijin so late at night.
It's really unlucky. I have to rush back as soon as possible.
It will be troublesome if I encounter other monsters again.
You have indeed discovered it.
Just when Linny was about to leave, Gu Zijin's deep voice came from above. Linny froze in place, his eyes widened, and he slowly looked up. On the wall above his head, Gu Zijin's lower body had disappeared, replaced by 6 slender insect legs. She lay on the wall and looked directly at Linny. Linny was already very vigilant, but he forgot that these monsters could climb the wall, and he didn't expect that Gu Zijin had been following him.
Now that you've discovered it, I won't be polite. Gu Zijin's skin began to tear, and the black carapace was slowly exposed.
She opened her mouth, and jagged mouthparts emerged, followed by a pair of huge compound eyes. The tentacles covered with barbs on the abdomen kept swinging, as if they couldn't wait to pierce Linny's body.
Don't come here. Linny was extremely nervous.
At this moment, he was extremely envious of Joe Kai's ability. If he had Joe Kai's ability, he would definitely be able to find this monster following him. Linny thought about what happened in the butcher shop in the previous timeline. If he went back to the past without dying at that time, would it be possible now? Retreat! 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 Linny shouted. It's a pity that time did not go back to the past because of Linny's shout. Why does this ability work sometimes? Linny wanted to cry. Compared with Joe Kai and Chengdao's abilities, his abilities are really unreliable. Gu Zijin jumped up from the wall. In panic, Linny quickly picked up the bricks on the ground and threw them at Gu Zijin. Hearing a muffled sound, Gu Zijin's face showed a trace of anger. Looking intently, Linny was stunned. The brick hit Gu Zijin's forehead, and there was a shallow pit where the brick hit. What? Linny was a little confused. Aren't the shells of these monsters quite hard? Why would a brick dent the shells that couldn't be pierced by a knife before? Looking at Gu Zijin, who had turned into a monster in front of him, Linny suddenly felt something was wrong. Linny had seen many monsters, especially the timeline when the butcher shop was surrounded. However, compared with those monsters, Gu Zijin's physique was obviously much smaller. And the tentacles on the abdomen, compared with those monsters, Gu Zijin's abdomen tentacles and 6 insect legs were much thinner. After a little thought, Linny seemed to understand. The last time he was killed by Gu Zijin, Linny didn't see her complete appearance. Now it seems that Gu Zijin is probably still an underdeveloped monster. Only when these monsters are fully developed, their physique will become larger, their tentacles will become thicker, and their shells will become invulnerable. If his opponent is the underdeveloped monster in front of him, Linny may not be powerless to fight. Thinking of this, Linny became more confident. So, Linny had a plan in mind. Gu Zijin didn't know what Linny was thinking, and she was very angry after being hit by Linny. The 6 insect legs kicked the ground fiercely, and Gu Zijin quickly pounced on Linny. Wait a minute! Seeing the monster approaching, Linny shouted. He knew how greedy these monsters were, and they would never share the food they got with other monsters unless they had no choice. Are you going to eat me here? Linny asked. Although it's night now, because of the murderer, there may be other monsters passing by. If they see you eating people, I'm afraid they will come to share a piece of the pie. Then you can't enjoy my delicious meat alone. If you really want to eat me, I know a place where you can eat me quietly. Linny raised his eyebrows and continued, after all, as food, it also has dignity. Linny knew very well that if he fought with Gu Zijin in the alley, he would not be his opponent at all. One is because there is no weapon in hand, and the other is because the sound of fighting may attract other monsters. Therefore, Linny took advantage of the greed and selfishness of these monsters to propose changing places. Linny did not dare to go to the butcher shop. He was not sure whether Joe Kai was still in the butcher shop. If there were monsters ambushing outside the butcher shop, and seeing another monster following Linny, he would definitely know that Linny had discovered their true identity. Once the fully developed monster attacks Linny, Linny will definitely die. Linny did not choose Sifang Mountain. After all, the journey was too far. If he was seen by other monsters on the way, Linny's situation would become more dangerous. After thinking for a moment, Linny determined his destination, an abandoned factory on the back mountain. In the timeline Linny had experienced, he had set a trap in an abandoned factory in order to kill Lu Linhai. At that time, he arrived at the factory early and rummaged around for a long time. He knew much more about the factory than Gu Zijin. Coupled with the fact that few people go there at night, for Linny, the abandoned factory on the back mountain is the best place to deal with monsters. This was the first time that Linny decided to face a monster alone, so on the way to the back mountain, Linny was both scared and excited. Back mountain? Seeing that he was about to arrive at the back mountain, Gu Zijin reacted. Yes, it's the back mountain. Lin nodded and said calmly, there are few people in the back mountain, so you don't have to worry about other monsters coming to compete with you for food. He was worried that Gu Zijin would suddenly regret it, so he added, besides, you don't have to clean up after eating. You can just wipe your mouth and leave. It's clean and hygienic. How nice. Gu Zijin didn't say anything, but seemed to think that the back mountain was a good place. The back mountain is quiet late at night, and occasionally the wind blows, and the leaves rustle when they rub against each other, which is inexplicably weird. After they walked into the abandoned factory one after another, Gu Zijin raised his forearms and the tentacles on his abdomen were swinging violently, eager to eat Linny. But she never expected that just when she was about to take action, Linny took the lead. Linny bent down and picked up the stone on the ground, turned around and threw it at Gu Zijin with all his strength.
Compared with the alley, the abandoned factory was full of rocks. These things were weapons to Lin Yi. He could resist desperately without worrying that the sound he made would attract other monsters. Bullshit. Lin Yi cursed, if you want to eat me, it depends on whether you have the ability. Lin Yi cursed while picking up stones on the ground and throwing them at Gu Zijin. Although these rocks could not break Gu Zijin's carapace, they succeeded in irritating him. A harsh low sound came from the jagged mouthparts, 6 insect feet kicked hard on the ground, and Gu Zijin instantly pounced on Lin Yi. Lin Yi had seen too many monsters. When faced with the monster in front of him, which was not much bigger than him and was not yet fully developed, Lin Yi did not panic. Seeing Gu Zijin rushing toward him, Lin Yi quickly groped on the ground. In the previous timeline, Lin Yi had been rummaging here for a long time to set up traps. He remembered that there was something in this location that could be used as a weapon. Soon, a cold touch came from the palm of his hand, and Lin Yi touched it. It was a steel bar connecting broken cement stones, which was perfect for use as a hammer. Lin Yi raised the steel bar and imitated in Changdao's posture against monsters in his memory. He grasped the steel bar with both hands and swung it towards Gu Zijin, who was rushing towards him. He thought the process went smoothly, but when the cement stone on the other end of the steel bar hit Gu Zijin, Lin Yi realized how powerful Changdao was. The cement stone hit Gu Zijin's waist. Although it left a shallow crater on the carapace of his waist, it did not knock Gu Zijin back. On the contrary, Lin Yi's hands went numb, and he fell to the ground due to the interaction of forces. The tentacles on the monster's abdomen wrapped around the steel bars, and Lin Yi immediately let go of his hand to prevent himself from being pulled by the monster. Is this why you brought me here? Gu Zijin said disdainfully as the tentacle threw the steel bar aside. It's a pity that this low-level method can't protect you. Lin Yi ignored his trembling hands. He quickly got up from the ground, turned around and ran upstairs. You can't run away. The irritated Gu Zijin changed her mind and decided to torture Lin Yi before eating him. However, since you want to play, then I will have a good time with you. Lin Yi ran very fast. As he ran, he picked up stones on the ground and threw them at Gu Zijin behind him. Gu Zijin behind him was not in a hurry. Perhaps he felt that the rooftop was a dead end, so in his eyes, Lin Yi's actions were just a struggle before his death. But when it caught up to the top of the building, Lin Yi suddenly turned around and rushed towards it. Lin Yi's sudden move made Gu Zijin unable to react for a moment. When he came to his senses, Lin Yi had already hugged him. You bitch, go to hell. There was no protection on the top floor of the abandoned factory. Lin Yi used all his strength and jumped down with Gu Zijin in his arms. You want to die with me? Gu Zijin was still disdainful. Although its carapace is not as hard as that of an adult monster, it is just a fall from the top floor and cannot be hurt at all. You're thinking too much. Lin Yi snorted coldly. It was at this time that Gu Zijin suddenly saw something shaking behind Lin Yi. It was a rope tied to Lin Yi. In the timeline that Lin Yi experienced before, Lin Yi had used this rope to create a trap to kill Lu Linhai. And now, this rope has become Lin Yi's life-saving straw. Lin Yi knew where the rope was, after all, he had found it before. The reason why he picked up stones on the ground and attacked Gu Zijin while running was not Lin Yi's last struggle. He used this method to cover up his actions, so that Gu Zijin did not notice that Lin Yi picked up a rope while picking up stones. The reason why he ran so fast was because Lin Yi needed time. He tied one end of the rope to himself while running, and quickly tied the other end of the rope to the pillar on the top floor after reaching the top floor. In this way, even if Lin Yi jumped from the roof, he would not fall to the ground. Only you will die. The rope suddenly tightened, and Lin Yi only felt a sharp pain in his waist, as if it was about to break. Fortunately, the rope pulled Lin Yi, and only Gu Zijin fell. The moment he landed, Gu Zijin's face showed an expression of disbelief. He heard a clang sound, and when he looked closely, a rusty steel bar pierced his abdomen. The reason why Lin Yi jumped down from this position holding Gu Zijin was because he clearly remembered that there was a piece of steel bar sticking out of this place. Falling from a height, the undeveloped carapace on Gu Zijin's body would definitely be pierced. Looking at the monster on the ground, Lin Yi laughed. I said, you're the only one who will die. Gu Zijin on the ground screamed in pain, and his 6 insect legs kept struggling, trying desperately to get up. But because he was facing the ground and was pierced by the steel bar, he couldn't get free for a while. As he struggled, the steel bar stirred in his body, and the tentacles on Gu Zijin's abdomen quickly wrapped around him. She tried to pull out the steel bar, and after finding that this method didn't work, she pulled her body slowly upwards, trying to climb out of the steel bar.
Linny guessed its intention, so he wouldn't give the monster a chance to escape. Climbing back to the roof along the rope, Linny ignored the pain in his waist and picked up a stone from the ground. Lifting the stone above his head, Linny threw it at the monster downstairs without hesitation. With a bang, the stone was thrown crooked. Although it didn't hit the monster's body, it hit one of the monster's insect legs. Ah, the monster roared, Linny! I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. I'm going to peel off your skin and break your bones one by one. You don't have this chance. Linny sneered and moved another stone. One stone is not enough, just another one. Linny kept throwing stones at the monster downstairs, again and again. No, don't throw it. Guzi Jean finally realized his situation. He stopped cursing and made a pitiful plea in his throat. Student Linny, let me go. What a familiar voice, what a gentle voice. Student Linny, please forgive me for the many years we have known each other. Don't you remember? I was so good to you when we were in school, have you forgotten it? I haven't forgotten. Linny gritted his teeth, I remember it very clearly. Linny didn't expect these monsters to beg for mercy, but he would not be soft-hearted, because I remember it very clearly, I will always remember how you killed me here. Ah? Guzi Jean was stunned. He didn't understand what Linny said. I, kill you? Guzi Jean asked, Linny, what do you mean? I never thought of hurting you. You don't need to know this. Linny sneered, as long as I remember it myself. He continued to throw stones at the monster downstairs. When he ran out of stones on the roof, he went to the next floor to look for it. The thing that was least lacking in this abandoned factory was stones. Linny kept throwing until the monster stopped struggling, until the monster died, until the sky gradually turned pale. Linny collapsed on the ground, as if he had used up all his strength. He raised his head and laughed at the sky. Guzi Jean killed Linny here, and now Linny avenged himself here. At this moment, all the emotions that had been pent up in his heart were vented. Although he only killed a monster that had not yet fully developed, it was a good start for Linny. Just wait. Linny shouted, one day I will kill all of you ugly bastards. The sudden ringing of the cell phone scared Linny and made him jump up from the ground. He glanced at the screen and saw that it was Joe Kai's number. Hello? Linny answered the call. Where are you? Joe Kai's worried voice came from his hand. The back mountain. The back mountain? Joe Kai on the phone was a little confused. What are you doing in the back mountain? Do you know what time it is now? Uncle An has come back. Why haven't you come back yet? I thought you were caught by those monsters again. Joe Kai's series of questions touched Linny a little. Although he didn't know who his biological parents were, at least he still had a few friends. Almost, I met Guzi Jean. Joe Kai on the other end of the phone was silent. After a moment, Joe Kai asked, will it reopen again? Not really. Linny smiled, I killed it. What? Joe Kai was a little surprised. You killed a monster by yourself? Wait until I come back. Linny realized that now was not the time to relax. He had to rush to Sifang Mountain as soon as possible to discuss the next plan with Joe Kai and others. After hanging up the phone, Linny glanced at Guzi Jean downstairs. Goodbye, squad leader. When Linny returned to Sifang Mountain, Lu Linhai ran over quickly. Linny, are you okay? Lu Linhai looked at Linny nervously, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Linny was not missing any limbs. I heard Joe Kai say that you encountered a monster, and I was shocked. He was like a reckless man, and he was just about to go to the back mountain to find you. Joe Kai also came over. He looked around vigilantly at first, and after confirming that Linny was not followed by a monster, he continued, you are lucky, you actually killed a monster. The monster is not fully developed, and its shell is not as hard as that of an adult monster. Linny explained, I used some tricks and won by luck. Linny recounted the whole process, and after listening, Joe Kai and others were worried for Linny. Brother Linny, are you not injured? Zhou Yun showed a trace of worry in his eyes. I'm fine. Linny smiled, looked at Joe Kai and asked, where is Uncle An? Ahead. Joe Kai pointed to the direction they came from. Uncle An's injuries haven't healed and he ran away all night again. While waiting for you, he fell asleep. Did you get the key? Linny asked. Joe Kai nodded, I got the key, and there are some other things. Come on, I'll show it to you. Near the cliff, Linny saw An Changdao lying on the ground. Perhaps hearing the movement, An Changdao suddenly sat up from the ground. Uncle An. Linny said hello, but An Changdao ignored him and lay down again. There is an iron box and a file bag beside it. What's in the box is the key.
Joe Kai picked up the box and handed it to Lin Yi. When Lin opened the box and saw what was inside, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had seen it wrong. Is this a key? There is a diamond-shaped crystal in a palm-sized iron box. Seeing Joe Kai nod, Lin Yi felt that his cognition was impacted. I know what you are thinking. Joe Kai said, I was the same as you when I first saw it. After all, this thing is completely different from the key we know. Yeah, I thought I was mistaken when I saw it. I thought it looked like crystal. Lu Linhai agreed. Rather than saying this is a key, I think it's more like a jammer dot. Joe Kai explained. Didn't Uncle Lin say that there are invisible devices around the city? This thing should be able to interfere with those devices and allow us to pass safely. I always feel that this world is getting weirder and weirder. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Take a look at this. Joe Kai handed over the portfolio. After reading this, it's never too late for you to be surprised. Lin Yi took the file bag, which contained some pieced-together paper information. After taking it out, Lin Yi saw a few dazzling characters. Human Ranch 798. Human World. Ranch. Looking at the 4 big words on the information, Lin Yi felt cold all over. Just like Uncle Lin said before, the city we live in has been a breeding farm since the beginning. Joe Kai on the side explained in a low voice. The humans living here are food for monsters, and the monsters living here are equivalent to breeders, that is, owners. When humans grow up, monsters will eat us without hesitation. And some high-quality humans may be sent to other places in other ways and provided to other monsters. Other ways, does it mean going to work in other places, or going to college? Lin Yi asked. Joe Kai nodded and said, this is the only possibility I can think of for the time being. As for the 798 behind, Joe Kai pointed to the number on the information, I think it may be a number. In other words, there are at least 798 ranches like this city? Lin Yi was surprised. At least 798, but I think there will be more. Lin Yi gritted his teeth. In just a few words, Lin Yi's worldview began to collapse. He didn't know what happened in this world. If humans were livestock raised by monsters from the beginning, then what did the knowledge they learned over the years represent? Could human history also be fabricated by these monsters? These things were found by Uncle Lin next to the skeleton. Joe Kai continued. The skeleton may have discovered the true face of these monsters before his death, so he wanted to leave. However, I can't think of what happened for the time being, so a person with a key died there. Uncle Lin said that the location of the skeleton is very close to the periphery of the city. Could it be that the monsters found it, chased it, and killed it? Lu Linhai asked. Joe Kai shook his head. If that person really died there because of the monsters, we wouldn't see these things. It's a pity that these materials were torn into pieces when Uncle Lin found them. Although they were barely pieced together, the information that could be grasped was limited. Lin Yi took out the information in the file bag, and then saw that these materials were pieced together and glued together again. There are many missing pieces in the information, but at least we can learn something from it. It records how to use the key. Joe Kai pointed to one of the pages and said, when you get close to the edge of the city, the center of the key will light up red. As the red light slowly spreads, until the key turns completely red, you can leave. In addition to these, there is a sketch of the monster on this page. Lin Yi turned to the back and saw the sketch. The sketch showed the monsters that Lin Yi encountered. He will always remember the appearance of these monsters, sickle-like mantis-like forearms, like octopus tentacles, but without suction cups, but covered with barbs. There are also those disgusting insect legs, as well as 2 huge compound eyes and saw-like mouthparts. The incongruous appearance made Lin Yi feel upset. Anomaly name, mantis, wingless subclass, medium intelligence species. Below the sketch, the information of this monster is recorded. A carnivorous alien with sickle-shaped forearms. Its compound eyes are prominent, large and bright. It has tentacles on its abdomen to entangle its prey. Its neck can rotate freely, and its mouth is serrated. Tentacles? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. Is this the name of those monsters? Joe Kai shrugged and said, that's what the information says. Looking at the information in his hand, Lin Yi felt more and more strange. If there is information recording the appearance and characteristics of these monsters, it means that someone has studied them. So, as long as we find someone who has studied these monsters, we can find a way to get rid of them? If we can really get rid of them, do you think this city will still become a pasture for feeding humans? Joe Kai sighed. Lin Yi was speechless for a moment. I know what you are thinking. Joe Kai continued, Lin Yi,
What we have to do is not to kill these monsters.
Do you know how many of these monsters there are? Moreover, according to the information, there are definitely more than one type of monsters we have seen. We are not opponents of these monsters, and what we have to do is never to kill them. All we have to do is survive. When he said this, Jokai looked at Zhou Yun beside him. I just hope that Xiao Yun can grow up safely and live a peaceful life. Jokai touched Zhou Yun's head, otherwise, I have never thought about it. Jokai's thoughts have always been like this. If possible, he doesn't want to conflict with these monsters at all. Even if he knows that the people around him are monsters, he just wants to survive with his sister. So, he pretended not to know and grew up until now. However, Lin Yi's thoughts are different from Jokai's. Lin Yi hates these monsters. Because of these monsters, he will be separated from his biological parents. If possible, Lin Yi wants to know what happened in this world and wants to get rid of these monsters. Even if we want to survive, do you think those monsters will let us go? Lin Yi said. In the eyes of those monsters, humans are nothing more than food. They don't care what the food thinks, let alone whether the food they are about to eat has dreams. All they have to do is open their mouths and eat the food. Jokai, we can't escape. We can escape. Jokai's eyes rarely showed a glimmer of hope. He took the information from Lin Yi, pulled out the last page, and put it on the top. Then, Jokai pointed to the handwriting written in pen and said, as long as we go here, we can survive safely. Looking at the place where Jokai pointed, the handwriting of the pen was already very faint, but it was still possible to see what was written. It was a line of neat handwriting, which read, The Far North. Peach Blossom Spring? The last hope of mankind? What does this mean?
Unlike the other contents in the information, only this line of words was written in pen. If Lin Yi guessed correctly, this line of words might have been written by the skeleton before his death. North. Jokai said, after leaving here, we will go north. There may be a place that belongs only to humans, a place without monsters, so it is called Peach Blossom Spring, but as long as we go there, we can live a peaceful life. Are you crazy? Lin Yi was a little surprised. This line of words was obviously written later, and there is a question mark behind it. How do you know if it is true if you don't go and see? Jokai said firmly. Just as the two were arguing, and Changdao, who was lying on the ground, suddenly sat up. The 3 bloodletting knives in the bag flew out and floated in front of him. And Changdao looked up at Lin Yi and the others, and said in a calm voice, You can't go anywhere. Look at you, I told you to keep your voice down, so as not to disturb Uncle Lin when he takes a rest. Seeing in Changdao's bad expression, Lu Linhai immediately stood up to smooth things over. He first pretended to be angry and accused Lin Yi and Jokai of talking so loudly, then looked at Changdao and said apologetically, Uncle Lin, I'm sorry for disturbing your rest. You go back to sleep and we go somewhere else to talk. But before Lin Yi and the others could turn around, the 3 bloodletting knives that were originally suspended in front of Changdao flew over with a chun sound. Lin Yi was startled. He did not expect that Changdao would suddenly take action against them. When you want to escape, it's already too late. One of the bloodletting knives was suspended between Lin Yi's eyebrows, as if it would stab him in the next second. Lu Linhai was in the same situation. Another bloodletting knife was pressed against his neck. The slightest movement would pierce the skin. Uncle Lin, if you have something to say, please say it. Don't use the knife. Among them, only Jokai relied on his enhanced senses to barely dodge the flying bloodletting knife. While dodging, he slipped and fell. However, the bloodletting knife that Jokai dodged stopped in front of Zhou Yun. Don't hurt her. Looking at the bloodletting knife suspended in front of Zhou Yun, Jokai hurriedly got up from the ground. And Changdao glanced at them, snorted and said disdainfully, I told you, you can't go anywhere. Why? Lin Yi was unconvinced. Don't talk. Jokai shouted at Lin Yi, worried about his sister's safety. Then, Jokai looked at Changdao and asked, What exactly do you want to do? Look at what you look like now. And Changdao slowly stood up from the ground. As he said this, he walked to Lin Yishan and took the box with the key on the ground. You can't even dodge my sword. Even if you leave this city, how far can you go? Rather than letting you go out and die in the hands of monsters, it's better for me to kill you now. At least, I can let you die in the hands of humans and have a decent way to die. Having said that, the knife suspended in front of Lin Yi and others flew back. The bloodletting knife went into the bag, and Changdao walked over with the key and sat on the ground. You don't think that killing a monster is a big deal. And Changdao raised his head slightly and glared at Lin Yi. Who doesn't know how to tell lies? If you want to get rid of them, who can you get rid of with a little brat like you who doesn't have all the fur?
Do you think all the humans in this world are not as powerful and smart as you?
And Changdao spoke without leaving any room for error.
Lin Yi frowned. Although he was not convinced, and Changdao was right. Lin Yi wanted to get rid of these monsters, but was Lin Yi the only one who had this idea?
If these monsters were really so easy to get rid of, this city wouldn't be reduced to a pasture for raising humans.
You.
And Changdao looked at Lu Linhai. My limbs are underdeveloped and my mind is simple.
If I didn't know the existence of these monsters, I might be able to live a few more years.
But you know now that you can't survive more than 3 days without leaving here. Lu Linhai curled his lips and nodded while standing aside.
And you.
And Changdao glanced at Zhou Kai, who was protecting Zhou Yun. Your ability is indeed very convenient.
It allows you to distinguish monsters and avoid most attacks.
But, where is your sister?
Can you always stay with your sister?
Besides, if you are not strong enough, even if you can stay with your sister, the final result will only be to watch your sister be killed by those monsters.
With all your abilities, why don't you leave here? What will happen if you leave? It's just a different place to die.
If you want to die, you can tell me, without those monsters taking action. What in Changdao said was hard to hear, but every word he said made Lin Yi and others unable to refute.
Uncle Lin, we were wrong.
After a while, Lu Linhai whispered. And Changdao ignored them and closed his eyes as if falling asleep. Lin Yi glanced at Changdao, who was sitting on the ground. He felt that his mind was in a mess. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Yi sat under a big tree nearby.
That night, Lin Yi thought a lot. At dawn the next day, Lin Yi got up from the ground. He came to Changdao and seemed to have something to say.
Before Lin Yi could speak, Changdao opened his eyes.
What are you doing?
And Changdao did not raise his head.
Uncle Lin, I want to ask you something.
Lin Yi squatted down and looked at Changdao and said. Uncle Lin, you are so powerful, even those monsters are no match for you, so I want to ask you to teach me. And Changdao raised his head and asked, why, you're not leaving?
I will still leave. Lin Yi said firmly, but not now. Uncle Lin, you are right. I am no match for these monsters now.
Even if I leave this city now, the only result waiting for me is death. So, I want to become stronger. At least when facing a monster, I no longer think about escaping, but how to kill it. Lin Yi said it very seriously. He cannot sense monsters like Zhou Kai, so the chance of facing monsters is much greater than Zhou Kai's. Lin Yi didn't want to run away when he saw monsters in the days to come. If the world outside this city was also full of monsters, where should Lin Yi escape to? He remembered the scene in the previous timeline where Changdao faced a group of monsters. If Changdao was not injured and had not brought Lin Yi and Zhou Kai with him, perhaps the group of monsters would not be Changdao's opponent. Lin Yi also wanted to become like Changdao.
Me too.
Lu Linhai's voice came from the side. He quickly got up from the ground, walked to Lin Yi and said, Uncle Lin, please teach me too. I didn't help at all with what happened in the past few days. I don't want to be powerless when my friends are in danger. And Changdao did not answer, but turned his head to look at Zhou Kai not far away.
What about you? What do you think? And Changdao asked.
Zhou Kai looked at Zhou Yun, who had not woken up yet. Although he did not speak, he also stood beside Lin Yi with firm steps.
Very good.
And Changdao stood up, with a rare smile on his face.
The reason why Changdao suddenly took action yesterday was to make Lin Yi and the others realize something.
Seeing the firm look in the eyes of the 3 teenagers, Changdao began to train them. In the following time, Changdao formulated a series of special training plans.
Lu Linhai is not like Lin Yi and Zhou Kai.
He has no special abilities and can only start from physical fitness. Therefore, Lu Linhai's daily task is to climb mountains and run. Fortunately, Lu Linhai has perseverance and he gritted his teeth and persevered no matter how hard or tired he was.
Not only that, Lu Linhai's recovery ability seems to be very strong.
No matter how tired he was the day before, as long as he had a good sleep, he would still be full of energy the next day. Zhou Kai's training plan is relatively simple. He is cautious and careful in doing things.
In addition to his ability, Zhou Kai will hardly get hurt under normal circumstances.
Therefore, Zhou Kai's task is to make his body's reaction speed keep up with the perception speed as much as possible. For example, when facing a sudden attack from a monster, even if Zhou Kai sees it with his eyes, if his body does not have time to react, he will not be able to dodge it. In addition, Zhou Kai has other tasks, such as going down the mountain to purchase and alerting whether there are monsters entering the mountain. As for Lin Yi's training plan, Changdao was in a dilemma for a while. Considering the different characteristics of Linny, Zhou Kai, and Lu Linhai, and Chang Dao formulated different training plans.
Lu Linhai's training plan is the simplest, but also the most tiring. Unlike Linny and Zhou Kai, he has no special abilities, so Lu Linhai has only one thing to do to enhance his physical fitness. Climbing, weighted running, rock climbing. As long as it is an exercise that can be achieved in the mountains, Lu Linhai has almost done it all. Lu Linhai knows very well that only by enhancing his physical fitness can he have the strength to fight against monsters and not be unable to help his friends when they are in danger. Moreover, even if he still loses at that time, he has enough physical strength to escape with his friends. Therefore, Lu Linhai has no complaints about these monotonous and tedious training. He trains very seriously, and even after completing the training plan arranged by Chang Dao, he will practice more on his own. Zhou Kai's training plan is relatively complicated.
His perception ability is very convenient, but only by synchronizing his body's reaction speed with the perception speed can he maximize his ability. Therefore, every day before dawn, Zhou Kai would climb to the top of Sifang Mountain. When climbing, he would train the coordination between body and perception, and look far away at sunrise to strengthen the adaptation of vision. After a short rest, Chang Dao would cooperate with Zhou Kai in training. He would blindfold Zhou Kai, use his ability to make the blade fly, and make noise through collision to interfere. While training Zhou Kai's hearing, he would keep throwing the prepared stones at Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai needed to hear the sound of the flying stones from these noisy sounds, and catch them accurately to exercise the coordination between body and hearing. For Zhou Kai, keen senses are a double-edged sword, which brings him convenience while also bringing some troubles. For example, when he went up the mountain before, Linny just sprayed a little floral water, which made Zhou Kai feel a little uncomfortable, and he couldn't even tell who the monster behind them was by smell. Therefore, in this training, the floral water brought by Linny also played a role. Zhou Kai must adapt to various irritating smells and find the target from various smells. In addition, Zhou Kai would go down the mountain to purchase goods every 3 days. He needed to use his ability to avoid monsters as much as possible and reduce unnecessary trouble. For him, this was considered practical training. As for the money for purchases, there was no need to worry about it. After getting the key from the butcher shop, Zhou Kai did not leave immediately. Considering that it would cost money to go to other cities, Zhou Kai took all the money in the butcher shop when he left. This money was enough for them to live for a while. But when it came to Linny, Chang Dao was in trouble. Compared with Lu Linhai, although Linny also had perseverance, his physical fitness was really not as good as the other party. With the same amount of exercise, Lu Linhai was still energetic the next day, but Linny had backache. At first, Linny kept gritting his teeth and persisting, but the high-load training volume could only make him fall to the ground exhausted. Linny's understanding of ability was not as good as Zhou Kai's. This was not a strange thing. After all, Zhou Kai discovered that he had special abilities when he was very young. In order to protect himself and his sister, Zhou Kai has been exploring his abilities. Relying on this ability, he was able to take his sister to survive from the monsters again and again. But Linny was different. It was not until he was killed by the monster that Linny discovered that he had this special ability. Therefore, Linny now could not master his ability at all. After thinking about it, Chang Dao could only help Linny explore his ability while doing physical training according to half of Lu Linhai's training volume. In a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half month, after Zhou Yun's careful care, Chang Dao's injuries recovered a lot. Although the wounds have not healed completely, at least they will not affect their next actions. Lu Linhai still immersed himself in training. Even though the training volume increased day by day, he was still full of energy on the second day. Zhou Kai's mastery of his ability has become stronger, and his perception range has increased from 800 meters at the beginning to 1000 meters. Although the body's reaction speed still did not catch up with the perception speed, Chang Dao could accurately catch 3 or 4 out of every 10 stones thrown at him. Linny, on the other hand, had not figured out what his ability was after half a month. Fortunately, physical training had increased his physical strength a lot, so he did not stand still. But one day half a month later, Zhou Kai, who went down the mountain to purchase supplies, brought back bad news. I heard that the monsters were going to search the mountain. On this day, Zhou Kai brought back more supplies than before. He frowned and told the news immediately after he came back.
Search the mountain? Lu Linhai was shocked. Why are they suddenly searching the mountain?
They have been looking for me for so long and have not found me. It is not strange to decide to search the mountain. After hearing the news, Chang Dao was not surprised. I don't think their purpose of searching the mountain is entirely to find Uncle Lin.
Linny thought for a while and said, "Do you remember the first few days? Classmates in the class group have been asking about the situation of the three of us." In the first few days, Linny, Joe Kai, and Lu Linhai's mobile phones continued to receive messages from their classmates.
One is because the three of them gave up the college entrance examination at the same time, and the other is that none of them attended the graduation party. In addition, the monster in the Lin family was lying behind the door, so it was only a matter of time before it was discovered. Therefore, the monsters in their class must have guessed that their identities have been discovered by Linny and others. Linny and the others never paid attention to the messages on their phones, and since their phones later ran out of battery, they simply ignored them. However, monsters will never allow humans who know their true colors to live in this world. Since Linny and others cannot be found in the city, then the most likely place to hide must be in the mountains.
There aren't many mountains around. I'm afraid we will be found soon,
Linny said with a frown. It doesn't matter if they come, we can catch them off guard on the mountain, Lu Linhai said through gritted teeth.
And Chang Dao stood up.
He looked very calm.
He patted the dirt on his body and said, "There is no need to risk your lives for those monsters.
You have indeed become a lot stronger these days, but it is still too early to face a group of monsters.
Pack your things, let's leave tonight and get out of here."
It takes about 5 days to cross Sifang Mountain and head to the neighboring city.
During these days, Linny and the others continued training while rushing on the road. They set off in time before the monsters searched Sifang Mountain.
The journey went smoothly, but when they finally arrived at the edge of the city, they discovered something unexpected.
Is this the edge of the city?
Looking at the woods in front of him, Linny was both anxious and expectant.
After 5 days, they finally arrived at the edge of the city.
Next, they just need to pass through this forest to reach the mountain of the neighboring city. Linny knew nothing about the world outside the city. However, because of the existence of those aliens, the outside world is very likely to be different from what we see on TV. The outside world may be full of various monsters, which are more terrifying and more brutal.
Are you ready?
Lu Linhai suddenly roared, as if to give himself courage and to cheer everyone up.
Zhou Yun tightly grasped Zhou Kai's sleeves.
She looked a little nervous, but there was no hesitation in her eyes.
Zhou Kai's eyes were also firm.
He touched Zhou Yun's head and told her not to worry.
Linny looked back at the road he came from.
Although he could no longer see the city's buildings at this point, for Linny, what happened before seemed to be yesterday.
"Goodbye,"
Linny said silently in his heart. He said goodbye to the city where he had lived for 18 years, and also to his past self.
"Let's go."
And Chang Dao took out the key. When they walked into the woods, the crystal in Chang Dao's hand lit up with a faint red light.
"It has color."
Lu Linhai was a little excited, pointing at the key and shouting, "The key has responded." As they continued to move forward, the red light in the crystal became more and more vigorous.
"This thing is really the same as recorded in the information.
When the red light inside fills the entire key, we can leave this ghost place," Linny said in his heart. Finally, the red light filled the entire crystal, but just when they were confidently preparing to leave here, Linny suddenly felt dizzy. Linny felt very uncomfortable, dizzy, and even the picture in front of him began to become blurred. This feeling became more and more obvious, as if something was desperately tearing Linny's soul. When Linny realized that something was wrong, he wanted to remind others, but found that his body was out of control at this moment and he couldn't say a word.
"What happened?" Linny screamed in his heart. "Why is this happening? Are those monsters catching up with us?"
"No, if there are monsters approaching us, Zhou Kai will definitely find them."
Damn it! Damn it! Victory is clearly in sight, why is this happening?"
Linny's consciousness became more and more blurred.
In a trance, he seemed to see 2 familiar figures sitting in front of him.
They showed loving smiles on their faces, clapping their hands and talking about something. The candlelight flickered slightly, and cheerful singing came to his ears.
Linny had heard this song before.
It was a song he looked forward to every year, and it was also a song he never wanted to hear again.
This song was the beginning of Linny's nightmare. "Happy birthday to you, happy every day, happy forever. Happy birthday. Blow out the candles."
After a trance, Linny came back to his senses. He saw the 2 people sitting opposite him clearly, and his scalp instantly felt numb.
What's wrong with you?"
The 2 people sitting opposite Linny were his parents who had already been killed by Chang Dao.
"My birthday?"
Linny realized that he had returned to the past again. This time, he returned to his 18th birthday on June 10th.
"Yes, today is your birthday."
Dad's voice made Linny jump up from his chair. He backed away quickly and almost tripped over the chair behind him.
Slow down. Mom was startled by Lin Yi's sudden move.
Why are you still alive?
Lin Yi found it unbelievable. Why did time go back to my birthday?
The scenes in his memory emerged. Lin Yi remembered that he and Zhou Kai came to the edge of the city. He could leave the city immediately, so why did he return to June 10th in the blink of an eye?
Could it be that I died again?
Lin Yi shook his head. He felt something was wrong. He didn't remember that there was a monster at that time, let alone how he died.
So, could it be that the ability activated itself, just like when in Chang'dao fought a group of monsters alone in the butcher shop?
A sense of frustration surged in his heart. He had been in the mountains for more than half a month, and he was finally able to leave here, but in the blink of an eye he returned to the starting point.
If all this cannot be changed, then what is the point of all that he has done? What's wrong with you?
When his mother stood up, Lin Yi saw the knife on the table. He grabbed the knife in his hand and looked at his parents in front of him vigilantly.
Don't come over! Lin Yi yelled. Are you okay?
Mom seemed very worried.
Are you okay? Dad was the same.
They kept looking at Lin Yi, but there was no greed in their eyes before, but a kind of tension and worry.
Don't pretend. Lin Yi quickly calmed himself down.
After more than half a month of training, although Lin Yi was not confident that he could defeat two adult monsters, he thought he could try to escape from them.
I know you are monsters.
Lin Yi said it without hesitation.
Today is June 10th, Lin Yi's birthday, and the day he was eaten.
So, instead of hiding it, it's better to say it directly.
However, Lin Yi was a little surprised by his parents' reaction. Monster? Mom was stunned for a moment, and looked at Dad beside her blankly. What monster? I don't know. Dad shook his head and said, is he talking about the computer game he played? What's wrong with you?
Dad continued with a puzzled look. Could it be that the pressure of the exams these days is too great, and after the exams, you suddenly relaxed and had problems with your brain?
Hospital.
Dad thought for a while and said, let's go, Dad will take you to the hospital for a checkup.
Yes, hospital. Mom echoed, it's okay, Mom and Dad are here, you will be fine. Lin Yi was stunned. Why is the scene in front of him different from what he has experienced before?
Lin Yi has already exposed the fact that he found the monster, but why did they tear off their disguise?
Why didn't he pounce on Lin Yi and eat him? Car keys, where are my car keys? Dad looked a little anxious.
On the shoe cabinet, you always put them there when you come back.
Mom reminded.
Yes, on the shoe cabinet.
Dad walked to the entrance, grabbed the car keys, opened the door and prepared to go out.
I'll go drive the car first, and we'll go to the hospital as soon as you get off.
Mom will take you to see a doctor. Mom walked towards Lin Yi. Don't come over.
Lin Yi raised the knife in his hand and looked at the person in front of him vigilantly.
Don't scare Mom.
Mom's eyes gradually moistened, and the worry in her eyes didn't seem fake.
For a moment, Lin Yi was a little at a loss. What happened? Lin Yi couldn't figure it out. Don't be afraid, Mom is here.
Mom slowly approached, and even though Lin Yi had a knife in his hand, she still came to Lin Yi without hesitation.
Mom is here. No matter what happens, Mom will be with you.
Mom took the knife from Lin Yi's hand, hugged Lin Yi, and patted Lin Yi's back gently.
Mom will take you to see a doctor. Mom took Lin Yi's hand. Don't worry, you will be fine. No.
Lin Yi felt a mess in his mind.
What happened? Why did it happen differently after returning to the past this time? Why didn't these two monsters kill him? Could it be that the previous experiences were all illusions, and everything happening in front of him at this moment was real? Or did something happen during the time travel that Lin Yi didn't notice?
Lin Yi began to recall the whole process of entering the woods, but after thinking about it, he did not find anything strange.
Let's go, Mom will take you to the hospital.
It seemed that she noticed that Lin Yi's face was a little ugly, and her mother's voice became cautious.
She supported Lin Yi and soon came to the parking lot.
Lin Yi has been alert to his mother beside him, but his mother never turned into a monster and did not eat Lin Yi. Dad drove the car over and comforted him. It's okay. No matter how the test results are this time, Mom and Dad will not blame you. Even if you don't do well in the test this year, at worst we can take it again next year.
Yes, don't feel burdened. No matter how well you do in the test, you are our child. Next year?
Lin Yi was stunned for a moment.
Shouldn't these two monsters eat him today? Could it be that he really made a mistake? All the things he had experienced before were illusions caused by the pressure of the test, and now everything in front of him is real? Hurry up and get in the car. Dad urged, no matter if you are okay, let's go to the hospital first. Check it out, I will feel more at ease.
The worry on the faces of Mom and Dad warmed Lin Yi's heart. Thinking carefully, if the Mom and Dad in front of him were really monsters, they would have taken action as soon as Lin Yi told the truth. But until now, Lin Yi still didn't see the greed of the monster in their eyes.
Maybe, I really made a mistake.
At this moment, Lin Yi was shaken.
Mom helped Lin Yi open the door of the back seat, and Lin Yi sat in. What's the matter with the monster you mentioned before?
Mom sat in the co-pilot, and asked in a low voice, perhaps curious.
Nothing.
Lin Yi didn't know how to tell them, after all, even he thought it was too ridiculous. With a click, the car door was locked. But Dad didn't start the car. The monster you mentioned, Mom and Dad's tone suddenly changed. The originally worried tone suddenly became indifferent. The lights in the parking lot went out one by one, leaving only the lights in the car on, illuminating the parents sitting in the front row. They slowly turned their heads, and the skin on their faces kept falling off. Then, the familiar face appeared in front of Lin Yi, and it was clearly the face of a monster.
Is that so?
The sudden change caught Lin Yi off guard. He wanted to open the car door and run out, but he remembered that the car door was locked. The parents who turned into monsters did not pounce on him. They suddenly laughed, and a piercing cry came out of their throats, constantly stimulating Lin Yi's nerves. These laughs made Lin Yi feel a splitting headache, and then it seemed like something was tearing his body apart. The severe pain spread throughout his body, and Lin Yi fainted.
Are you ready?
Lu Linhai's roar came to his ears, and Lin Yi suddenly came back to his senses and found himself outside the woods on the edge of the city.
Let's go.
And Cheng Dao took out the key and was about to enter the woods, but Lin Yi hurriedly stopped them.
Wait a minute. Lin Yi looked panicked. He grabbed Zhou Kai and asked, Zhou Kai, hurry up and see if there are any monsters around? Are those monsters catching up with us? Or, are those monsters hiding in the woods, waiting for us to fall into their trap? Lin Yi, what's wrong with you? Lu Linhai saw the panic in Lin Yi's eyes and couldn't help but worry. Brother Lin Yi, are you okay? Zhou Yun seemed to feel Lin Yi's nervousness. Hurry up. Lin Yi didn't respond to them and continued to urge Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai frowned. He glanced at Lin Yi and seemed to understand something. Zhou Kai nodded and began to use his ability to sense the surroundings. No, after a moment, Zhou Kai shook his head. There are no monsters around here. Impossible. Lin Yi didn't believe it. If there were no monsters around here, why would he go back to the past? His ability would only be activated after he was killed. If there were no monsters around here, why would he die? Lin Yi, calm down first. Zhou Kai grabbed Lin Yi and continued, tell me first, what will happen after entering the woods? Your ability is activated again? And Cheng Dao also understood. After entering, we will die. Lin Yi frowned and answered. He told his previous experience, but after listening, Zhou Kai felt a little strange. Something is wrong. Zhou Kai thought for a while and said, although we don't know what your ability is for the time being, based on what happened before, the time you go back after you die is different. If we are killed by monsters after entering the woods, then you should not go back to June 10th. Lin Yi was stunned at first, and thought about it for a while, and felt that Zhou Kai's analysis was reasonable. Before, I always thought that the past you return to after death would be gradually delayed, such as the first June 10th, then June 9th, and then June 8th. Zhou Kai continued to analyze. But, in the butcher shop, you only went back a few hours. So, even if we were killed by monsters after entering the woods, the past you went back to was either June 7th, or like now, a few hours ago. But, I did go back to June 10th. Lin Yi remembered it very clearly. The cake and knife on the table, the parents sitting opposite, the same birthday song, and... Thinking of this, Lin Yi's face showed a trace of doubt. Yes, what happened on June 10th this time is different from the previous June 10th. Lin Yi didn't know what this meant, but he knew one thing very well, he was indeed dead. To be safe, I'll go in and take a look first. And Cheng Dao glanced at the woods in front of him. His knife flew out of the bag on his back and kept turning around him. And Cheng Dao held the bone-chopping knife in his hand and said seriously, we have limited knowledge of these aliens. Maybe there are monsters hidden in this place that we don't know about. Anyway, it's always right to be careful. Zhou Kai nodded and said, I'll pay attention to the surroundings. After that, and Cheng Dao walked into the woods. Lin Yi and others looked around nervously. Zhou Kai and Lu Linhai stood in a triangle, protecting Zhou Yun in the middle. Time passed by,
But the monster never appeared, and Jokai didn't feel anything wrong. After a while, footsteps were heard in the woods.
Uncle and his back. Jokai reminded.
And Chang Dao walked out of the woods, and the knives that were originally around him returned to the bag.
It's safe inside.
The news brought by in Chang Dao made Lin Yi puzzled.
The woods are safe, and there are no monsters around, so how did he die? Let's go.
And Chang Dao took out the key again.
Don't worry. Jokai patted Lin Yi's shoulder. If there is anything wrong, I will tell you immediately.
This time, they walked into the woods more cautiously. However, when the red light filled the entire key again, the inexplicable dizziness and the tearing of the soul came again.
A noisy voice suddenly rang in Lin Yi's ears.
Along with a severe headache, the scenery in front of him gradually became distorted. Lin Yi's consciousness became more and more blurred. He shook his head vigorously. When he came back to his senses, he found that he was sitting in a private room of KTV.
He came back, once again to the night of June 9th. What the hell is going on?
Lin Yi gritted his teeth. He didn't understand why this happened. They were obviously very careful, so why did they still die after entering the woods on the edge of the city? Moreover, the last time it was just a few hours ago, but this time, why is it back to June 9th? The loud singing that echoed in the private room made Lin Yi upset, but then, Lin Yi suddenly realized that something was wrong.
He once went back to June 9th.
When he opened his eyes that time, his classmates were singing passionately with a microphone. But this time, what came to my ears was the original song of the song, and there was no voice of my classmates at all. Looking up, Lin Yi saw everyone in the private room sitting neatly on the sofa. They looked at the screen with serious faces and said nothing, as if they were possessed.
Lin Yi didn't see Jokai and Lu Linhai.
He remembered that Jokai claimed to have something to do that day, so he didn't come.
But what about Lu Linhai, who was supposed to be here?
The singing sound on the screen suddenly stopped, and at this moment, everyone slowly turned around and looked towards Lin Yi.
You, what are you looking at me for? The scene in front of me was indescribably weird.
You guys are singing, but there are no lyrics on my face.
Lin Yi was a little scared. Had he been exposed?
No, this is too weird. I just returned to June 9th, and I obviously didn't do anything. It was impossible for these monsters to find out.
The classmates in the private room remained silent.
They stared directly at Lin Yi without even blinking. Lin Yi was a little frightened. He stood up and wanted to leave, but before he could take a step, he heard a series of noises and the skin on these people's faces began to fall off.
Lin Yi realized that something was wrong.
If these monsters attacked at the same time, he would definitely die. I suddenly remembered that something happened at home. I'm leaving first. Lin Yi was startled and ran towards the door of the private room quickly. The moment he opened the door, a familiar figure appeared outside.
Lin Yi, what are you doing?
Looking up, Lu Linhai was standing outside the door holding a pile of snacks.
Quick, follow me. Lin Yi pulled Lu Linhai and ran out of the KTV as if he was running away. Lin Yi, what's wrong with you?
Lu Linhai asked in confusion after running to a deserted corner. At this time, Lu Linhai didn't know about the existence of monsters, so Lin Yi had to explain everything.
But when Lin Yi was halfway through speaking, Lu Linhai's expression suddenly turned gloomy. Monster?
Lu Linhai stared at Lin Yi motionless. I know what I said sounds ridiculous, but you have to believe me.
Lin Yi was alert to his surroundings and did not notice the change in Lu Linhai's expression. I believe you. Lu Linhai's voice became a little harsh.
When he looked up, Lin Yi suddenly noticed that Lu Linhai suddenly laughed.
You, why are you laughing? Lin Yi frowned.
Lin Yi, the monster you were talking about, the skin on Lu Linhai's face began to peel off, like a damp wall, falling off his face piece by piece.
Lin Yi was stunned.
He saw the familiar jagged mouthparts on Lu Linhai's face and saw the huge compound eyes.
Lu Linhai is a monster? Is it like this? Harsh laughter came out of Lu Linhai's throat.
For a moment, Lin Yi felt a splitting headache. There was obviously nothing around, but it seemed as if countless pairs of invisible hands grabbed Lin Yi and tore his body apart alive.
Ah!
Lin Yi shouted in horror. He sat up suddenly from the ground, waking up the people around him.
Lin Yi, what's wrong with you?
Lu Linhai's voice came from beside him. Lin Yi was startled. He groped with his hands on the ground, grabbed a stone, and threw it at Lu Linhai.
Monster! Lin Yi shouted, so you are a monster too.
Lu Linhai did not expect Lin Yi to suddenly attack him, but after more than half a month of training, Lu Linhai reacted immediately. He rolled on the ground and avoided the stone thrown by Lin Yi. Linny picked up another stone and was about to continue attacking Lu Linhai when a pair of strong hands grabbed him.
What are you doing? A familiar voice sounded in his ears. It was in Chengdao's voice. Uncle Lin, hurry. Kill him.
Linny shouted hurriedly, he is a monster. He has been lying to us, he is also a monster.
Linny, what are you talking about? Zhou Kai asked doubtfully while protecting Zhou Yun behind him. I understand, I finally know why we died after we entered the woods.
Linny stared at Lu Linhai and gritted his teeth and said, it was you killed us.
Because you, the monster, have been lurking around us, that's why Zhou Kai didn't notice there were monsters around. When we enter the woods, you kill us while we're not paying attention. Linny, what's wrong with you?
Lu Linhai looked confused, his eyes full of worry. Why don't I understand a word of what you said?
Zhou Kai frowned and thought for a while, and seemed to understand something. Linny, have you returned to the past again? Zhou Kai asked. The past?
Linny was stunned at first, then looked around, and then responded. This time, Linny returned to the night before arriving in the woods.
Why is this happening?
Linny felt his mind was in a mess.
He had clearly returned to June 9th before. Why did he come to the day before arriving in the woods now? Don't worry.
Zhou Kai walked over, calm down, and then tell us what happened. Linny took a deep breath, and after a moment, Linny began to tell his story.
After listening, everyone's face showed a solemn expression. I'm really not a monster.
Lu Linhai on the side wanted to cry but had no tears.
If Lu Linhai is a monster, there is no need to save us before.
Zhou Kai thought for a while, and then said, besides, we have lived together for more than half a month, and he has many opportunities to kill us.
But if Lu Linhai is not a monster, what did you see? Fake. Lu Linhai said loudly, it must be those monsters pretending.
No, Linny was not exposed on June 9th. The monsters could not pretend to be you for no reason to deceive Linny.
Zhou Kai shook his head.
Linny did not speak. These high-frequency return to the past made Linny's mind very confused. He tried hard to recall what happened after returning to the past. Thinking about it, Linny seemed to realize something. Linny now appeared on the night before arriving in the woods, which means that he was killed when he returned to June 9th last time. However, Lu Linhai, who turned into a monster, only showed the appearance of a monster and did not seem to attack Linny.
If Lu Linhai, who turned into a monster, did not kill Linny, then why did his ability suddenly activate? Are there other kinds of monsters hiding in the woods?
Lu Linhai was a little anxious. After all, he was the most suspicious at this moment.
Zhou Kai shook his head and said, I can sense even other types of monsters.
It can't be that this kind of monster not only has no smell, doesn't need to breathe, it doesn't even have a heartbeat.
Maybe it's this kind of monster.
Lu Linhai continued.
We don't know much about these monsters.
There may really be a monster hiding in the woods that has no smell, no need to breathe, and no heartbeat.
It's not impossible. The jellyfish doesn't have a heartbeat yet. Why does the monster have to have a heartbeat? Okay, even if there is such a monster, it must take action when it kills us. Once the monster takes action, I can feel it. Zhou Kai said with a frown. Is it possible that this kind of monster is so powerful that it can kill us instantly before we notice it? If such monsters really exist, then we shouldn't run away. We are no match for them.
Zhou Kai thought for a while and added, besides, according to what Linny said, in his previous time review, Uncle Lin went in alone once.
If there really is such a monster, why didn't he take action against Uncle Lin?
Perhaps he wants to catch us all in one fell swoop.
Lu Linhai retorted.
Kill them all in one fell swoop.
This monster is so powerful. Do you still need to use this trick to deal with us? Linny didn't speak.
He began to recall what happened after returning to the past several times recently. Thinking about it carefully, whether it was Lu Linhai who turned into a monster on June 9th, or his parents who turned into monsters on June 10th, it seemed that they were just monsters in front of Linny. They didn't take action against Linny, but Linny still died. Moreover, these two time regressions have one thing in common, that is, before Linny died, he felt severe pain, as if his body was being torn apart.
Since the monster didn't take action, why did Linny feel pain? In addition to this, Linny also remembered one thing.
Linny felt a headache every time he entered the woods, as if his soul was being torn apart.
It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. However, if Linny remembered correctly, the last time he returned to the woods, and Chang Dao had entered the woods alone to confirm whether it was safe.
After Shang came out, he didn't feel any discomfort. After thinking about it, Linny suddenly had a creepy guess in his mind. His eyes slowly moved towards Zhou Kai's backpack, which contained the indispensable key to leaving the city.
Key? Linny shouted in surprise. Key? What happened to the key? Lu Linhai didn't understand why Linny suddenly mentioned the key.
Joe Kai on the side quickly grabbed the backpack on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the key was still in the bag.
The key is still inside, Joe Kai said.
We entered the woods twice and died when the red light completely filled the key. Linny spoke with a trembling voice. When the key turned completely red, I felt a strong headache, everything in front of me began to blur, and the whole world seemed to be spinning. Moreover, my body was out of control, my consciousness became more and more blurred, and then I went back to the past.
So, when he said this, Lin paused. This speculation is extremely bad news for them. Could it be that this thing is not the key to leaving here at all, but the cause of our death? Impossible. Joe Kai was a little excited.
The information Uncle Lin found clearly stated that this thing is the key. If there is no key, we will die once we get close to the edge of the city.
But wouldn't we have died if we held the key?
Lu Linhai whispered. Linny came back to the present only after he died. He died several times. That doesn't mean there's something wrong with the key,
Joe Kai argued.
Linny also said that there is indeed a red light coming out of the key, which means that the content in the information is correct.
What if the information Uncle Lin found was a trap from the beginning? Linny expressed his guess.
The skeleton that Uncle Lin found clearly had the key, but did not leave here.
Instead, it died on the edge of the city. Now think about it, is it very similar to the situation we encountered?
Joe Kai opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. For them, Linny was the only one who had entered the woods during this time. If there was a monster in the woods, or if they were chased by a monster, it was impossible for Linny not to remember it.
And, there is one more thing.
Perhaps because of calming down, Lin Yi's thoughts began to become clear. The future will change because of what I do when I go back to the past, but what has happened in the past will not change. For example, the graduation dinner and singing on June 9th, and my birthday on June 10th.
Linny continued.
But these two times, after I went back in time, I found that things in the past were different. My parents didn't kill me right after I made my birthday wish, and even started to comfort me after I showed panic because I was afraid.
And Lu Linhai, he shouldn't be a monster.
Lin Yi, who calmed down, was sure of this. After all, he had killed Lu Linhai before.
What does should mean? I'm definitely not a monster. Lu Linhai interrupted. Don't say anything yet.
Linny glared at him and then said, but this time on June 9th, Lu Linhai turned into a monster.
You mean, the past timeline has changed? Joe Kai asked. Lu Linhai was killed by a monster in advance and then replaced?
Linny shook his head. I think it's not that the past timeline has changed, but that these two time regressions are simply fake.
Fake? Joe Kai was stunned for a moment. What do you mean?
These two time regressions may be hallucinations I saw, and they are not real at all.
Linny explained. After the key turned red, I started having a headache.
I thought I had gone back in time, but in fact I just saw hallucinations related to the past. Because I remember what happened in the past, but because I was afraid, the hallucinations changed according to my fear, and I saw a different past.
Then why did you die?
Joe Kai asked. Even if these two times were hallucinations, the fact that you returned to the woods before and this time means that you are indeed dead.
Can hallucinations also kill people? I don't know if hallucinations can kill people.
And Chang Dao on the side suddenly spoke. He frowned and said in a calm voice, but there is something that can definitely kill us. A special device installed on the edge to prevent humans in the city from escaping without permission.
Once humans approach, they will be killed immediately.
But we have the key in our hands,
Joe Kai said.
That's why I said the key was fake from the beginning, just a trap. Lin Yi's face became a little solemn. I was not killed by the hallucination, but my body was out of control after seeing the hallucination. My consciousness was immersed in hallucinations, but my body kept moving forward. Just as I was approaching the edge of the city, those devices killed me. That's why I felt a severe pain in my body that was being torn apart.
These are all your guesses, they may not be true. Joe Kai did not give up and even looked a little excited. Lin Yi knew why Joe Kai had such a reaction.
Their affairs have been known to most of the monsters in the city. Now, it is impossible for them to pretend to know nothing and continue to live in this city like before. For Joe Kai, the key is the only way to leave here now. Once the key in their hands cannot help them leave, they will be trapped in the mountains. Not only that, the monsters in the city have already begun to search the mountain, and it is only a matter of time before they are found. Facing a large number of monsters, no matter how powerful Lin Changdao is, he cannot be a match for those monsters. There may be other reasons why we died after entering the woods. Zhou Kai thought for a while and said, for example, the traps set in the woods in advance have nothing to do with the key, they are just traps. We just happened to trigger the trap when the key turned red, so Lin Yi made the mistake.
Perhaps Lin Yi was not mistaken. And Changdao seemed to have thought of something.
He shook his head and his face became a little ugly.
Do you still remember what I said before, that the reason why I discovered the existence of monsters was because my pig escaped? Lin nodded.
And Changdao once said that he accidentally discovered the skeleton while chasing a pig that ran away, and also saw a pig that was about to cross the edge of the city die because of a special device. When those pigs passed through the edge of the city, their bodies expanded at an extremely fast speed. When this expansion reached the limit, the pigs' bodies exploded. Although I don't know what this feels like, I think it is similar to the severe pain of being torn apart that Lin Yi just mentioned.
So, Lin Yi's guess may be right. If the key is fake, then what should we do?
Hope vanished at this moment, and Zhou Kai couldn't accept it for a while. The key is fake, which means we can't cross the edge of the city. If we can't leave here, what is the purpose of our persistence and hard work these days?
Brother, it's okay.
Zhou Yun seemed to be aware of Zhou Kai's anxiety. She walked over and comforted, as long as we are still together, we will definitely be able to find a solution.
Is this key a trap? I think we can give it a try. In fact, Lin Yi didn't want to believe that the key was fake.
So, after Lin thought about it for a while, a bold idea came to his mind.
What can we do? Zhou Kai asked impatiently.
Tomorrow we will go to the woods on the edge of the city again, but this time, I will go in alone with the key. No, as soon as he finished speaking, and Changdao shook his head.
This is too risky, I can't let you do this. Even if you want to go, it should be me. Uncle Lin, please listen to what I have to say first. Lin Yi continued. First of all, even if there is an accident and I die in the woods, my ability can allow me to go back to the past. Secondly, I didn't say I was going to die in there.
Lin Yi fully stated the method he thought of.
Before entering the woods, he will put on Chengdao's backpack. The backpack contains Chengdao's knives. Once an accident occurs, Chengdao outside the woods can use his own ability to control these knives to fly out.
In this way, Lin Yi, who was carrying a bag, would be dragged out of the woods by the knife in the bag, thus ensuring his own safety.
But, Brother Lin Yi, how do we know if you are safe? Zhou Yun asked from the side. It depends on your brother. Lin Yi continued. After entering the woods, I will keep singing. Zhou Kai can use his ability to hear my voice.
Once he finds that the singing has disappeared, he will tell Uncle Lin immediately. This method sounds feasible. Zhou Kai thought for a while and agreed with Lin Yi's method. And Changdao frowned and felt there was no problem. Lu Linhai, on the other hand, shook his head and said, "No, I don't agree."
Why? Lin Yi asked.
It's not that I don't agree with your method, it's that I don't agree with you going. Lu Linhai expressed his thoughts.
This kind of thing should be left to me.
Lu Linhai patted his chest and continued, I am in good health. If there is really a problem with the key, I can carry it for a while with my physical fitness.
Moreover, I have strong recovery ability. If there are any sequelae or the like, I don't have to worry because of my physical condition. Lin Yi shook his head and said, I have to go. Only I remember what happened after entering the woods. Therefore, only by entering the woods can I determine whether the problem is the key. Even if this method fails and I don't come out, even if I go back in time, I can still remember what happened and how I felt after entering the woods, which can be used for comparison. But, Lin Yi is right. And Changdao interrupted Lu Linhai.
It is most appropriate for him to complete this matter.
After discussion, everyone agreed with Lin Yi's method. Soon, the time came to the next day.
They came to the woods, and Lin Yi held the key tightly in his hand. After putting on Changdao's backpack, Lin Yi walked towards the woods.
Brother Lin Yi, you have to be careful.
Zhou Yun shouted worriedly. Although my ability can control the knives I have used, the control distance will be reduced with my state.
And Changdao reminded. In my current state, the range does not exceed 1,500 meters. Once it exceeds this range, I will not be able to control the knife.
So, no matter whether you find anything or not, as long as I feel that the distance is about to exceed 1,500 meters, I will immediately stop the action and pull you back.
And me.
Zhou Kai continued in Changdao, my current perception range is 1,000 meters.
After exceeding it, I can't feel it.
Lin Yi, you must be careful. Lu Linhai was worried about Lin Yi going alone, if
There is anything wrong, stop singing immediately. Lin Yi nodded, don't worry. Lin Yi turned around, took a deep breath, and walked into the woods. Lin Yi sang as he walked. Soon, the key in his hand emitted a red light. 600 meters, the red light began to spread. 700 meters, the speed of the red light spreading in the crystal gradually increased. 800 meters, the red light has spread to 2/3 of the entire crystal. 900 meters, just a little bit, the red light is about to fill the key. 1,000 meters, the key in Lin Yi's hand turned completely red. At this moment, the uncomfortable dizziness came again. Yes, it was this feeling. Lin Yi felt this dizziness when he entered the woods twice before. Lin Yi's head began to hurt, as if it was about to explode, and even made him unable to think. Someone seemed to be talking in his ear. Who was it? Classmate, this classmate. Lin Yi had heard this voice before, and he felt very familiar. Whose voice is this? This classmate, the exam has already started, why are you still sitting still? Lin Yi remembered that this was the voice of the invigilator. In an instant, the surrounding environment changed. The original forest turned into a familiar examination room. Lin Yi came back to his senses, he saw the test paper in front of him, he was back to the day of the exam on June 8th. No, this is an illusion, it must be an illusion. Lin Yi, who came back to his senses, kept telling himself in his heart. He blinked hard, but when he looked up, he found that he was still in the examination room. There was no sound around, and it was eerily quiet. As if aware of Lin Yi raising his head, all the students in the examination room slowly turned around at this moment and looked at Lin Yi motionlessly. Their eyes were dull, and there was no emotion in their eyes. They were like puppets placed on the seats, staring straight at Lin Yi. This feeling made Lin Yi's hair stand on end, and he became more and more anxious. Wake up quickly, wake up quickly. Wake up! Lin Yi kept repeating in his heart. This classmate, are you in any trouble? The invigilator on the side not only did not leave, but even came over. His voice became a little strange, sounding neither male nor female, a little hoarse, like a malfunctioning tape recorder. There was a pop sound, and something fell on the exam paper. Lin took one look and suddenly felt his scalp numb. The thing that fell on the exam paper was a piece of human skin. If you encounter any trouble, you can tell me. A low and harsh laugh came from the invigilator's throat. Along with this weird laughter, the skin on his face continued to fall off. If you run into any trouble, you can tell us. Others in the examination room repeated the invigilator's words, and the moment they opened their mouths, the skin on their faces began to fall off. One piece after another, they kept falling. The scene before him was completely different from the June 8th that Lin Yi had experienced. He was very sure that this was not true, but even though he knew it was an illusion, he was still frightened by this strange scene and sent shivers down his spine. As the skin on these people's faces peels off, jagged mouthparts and huge compound eyes are looming. As if sensing Lin Yi's inner panic, stiff laughter burst out from their throats. This is not true. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and forced himself to look at these people. He had to do this. Only by overcoming the fear in his heart could these hallucinations disappear. You are not monsters. Lin Yi stood up and tried his best to calm down. I have seen the process of those monsters revealing their true colors. Lin Yi shouted loudly. When they reveal their true colors, their bodies will expand because their original bodies are much larger than humans. So, when they reveal their true colors, their skin is torn, not peeled off piece by piece like yours. You are not monsters at all, you are just hallucinations evolved from the fear in my heart. I'm not even afraid of monsters, how could I be afraid of non-existent things like you? As Lin Yi shouted, the laughter in the classroom stopped abruptly. The people in the classroom became sluggish again. Although they were still staring at Lin Yi, they became the same as before, like lifeless puppets. Win! Lin Yi showed a happy smile on his face. He felt successful, felt like he had conquered these illusions. As long as the fear in the heart is overcome, these hallucinations are basically vulnerable. But why don't these hallucinations disappear? When thinking of this, a familiar voice appeared behind Lin Yi. So what? Looking back, Zhou Kai, who was in the same examination room as Lin, walked over with stiff steps. It doesn't matter whether we are monsters or not, Zhou Kai said as he walked up to Lin Yishan. Even if we aren't monsters, you can't escape from here. Since you can't escape, why not stay with us forever? At this moment, everyone in the classroom stood up. The laughter that had disappeared once again emerged from their throats. The laughter spread in the classroom, even more harsh than before, and Lin Yi was upset by the noise. Immediately afterwards, the tearing feeling in the body appeared again,
and the severe pain instantly spread throughout Lin Yi's body. You can't escape, stay here and be with us forever. Zhou Kai got closer and closer. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and saw the pen on the table out of the corner of his eye. He wasn't willing to accept it. Even if he lost to the monster, now he had to lose to these damn hallucinations. Lin Yi, Zhou Kai's voice came again. Different from the previous voice, this time the tone was full of worry. However, Lin Yi, who was restless, did not notice this. Looking at Zhou Kai walking towards him and the sarcastic smile on his face, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel angry. Lin Yi cursed and grabbed the pen on the table. He raised his hand and wanted to pierce the tip of the pen into Zhou Kai's neck, but before his right hand could fall, something invisible suddenly grabbed him. Lin Yi struggled hard, but still couldn't break free. Lin Yi! Wake up, Lin Yi! In surprise, Lin Yi suddenly heard Lu Linhai's voice. However, he didn't see Lu Linhai appear in this examination room at all. Brother Lin Yi. This time, even Zhou Yun's voice came out. Lin Yi was stunned, and then he noticed that the tearing feeling from his body had disappeared. You can't escape. Zhou Kai came over. As the skin on his face peeled off, jagged mouthparts emerged. The mouth opened, and a tongue covered with mucus stretched out from it, slowly licking Lin Yi's face. I understand. Although this feeling made Lin Yi feel nauseous, when the severe pain in his body disappeared, Lin Yi understood. My plan succeeded. Lin Yi laughed. I have been pulled out of the woods by Uncle Lin and others. You know I can't die, so you want to use this method to destroy my will. For you, my negative emotions are your nutrients, whether it is fear, anger, or tension. As long as I still have negative emotions, your damn illusions will never disappear. Thinking of this, Lin Yi simply closed his eyes. He let his brain empty, and then the laughter around him began to dissipate. What should I do? Lin Yi hasn't woken up yet. With the laughter, this time, Lin Yi clearly heard Lu Linhai's worried voice. Brother, think of a way quickly. This is Zhou Yun's voice. If it doesn't work, just slap him twice. Zhou Kai's voice was full of excitement and worry. Maybe slapping him twice will wake him up. I'll do it, I'm strong. Lu Linhai said. No, I'll do it. Zhou Kai stopped Lu Linhai. How can that be? This kind of physical work must be given to me. Lu Linhai retorted. Lin Yi opened his eyes, and the examination room around him disappeared. At this time, he was standing outside the woods on the edge of the city. Do you really want to hit me? Looking at Zhou Kai and Lu Linhai who were vying to slap him, Lin Yi looked helpless. Brother Lin Yi, are you awake? Zhou Yun asked. Lin Yi nodded and looked back at his right hand, which was being held tightly by Yin Changdao. It seems that what happens in the hallucination will also be synchronized in reality. Uncle Lin, I'm fine. And Changdao did not let go, frowning and staring at Lin Yi, which made Lin Yi a little scared. And Changdao stared at Lin Yi's eyes intently, and did not let go of his hand until he confirmed through his eyes that Lin Yi was really awake. It's okay. And Changdao breathed a sigh of relief. Tell me, what did you find? And Changdao's words focused everyone's attention on Lin Yi. Lin Yi frowned and sighed, although I don't want to admit it, but this thing is indeed a trap. Lin Yi raised the key in his hand to his chest and continued, it was fine at first, but when the red light in this thing was completely filled, the dizziness I felt twice before appeared again. Immediately afterwards, I saw the examination room on June 8th. However, this time I knew it very well, because what I saw was completely different from what I had seen in the past. This thing can make us hallucinate based on the negative emotions in our hearts, so that we lose control of our bodies until we hit a special device on the edge of the city and die. If Uncle Lin hadn't pulled me out in time and your shouts, even if I didn't die because of those special devices, my will would have been destroyed and I would never be able to wake up. This thing is actually fake. Lu Linhai gritted his teeth angrily. The same was true for Zhou Kai. He took the key from Lin Yi's hand and smashed it against the ground. With a bang sound, a crack appeared on the surface of the crystal, but Zhou Kai did not stop, as if he wanted to vent all his anger on this thing. Cursing, he picked up the keys and threw them on the ground. As he continued to vent, the crystal finally broke into several pieces. But when Lin Yi and others saw what was inside the crystal, they were stunned. The inside of this thing is not transparent? Lu Linjia exclaimed. The transparency seen on the surface of the crystal lying on it is just an illusion. When the crystal was smashed by Zhou Kai, Lin Yi and others saw the dense metal parts in the crystal. I always thought it was a substance like crystal. Lin Yi picked up a piece from the ground and muttered, after working on it for a long time, this thing is a machine. Lin Yi roughly understood. The reason why this thing can make them hallucinate is probably because it is a mechanical device itself. It can sense special devices on the edge of the city. Once someone approaches with it, it will be activated, causing hallucinations in nearby people. But looking at it, Linny felt something was wrong. Whether it's the structure or the parts inside, this thing is much more sophisticated than the machines they know. Not only that, these parts were all things Linny had never seen before. Looking at the instrument in his hand, Linny couldn't help but be a little surprised. Could it be that the technological level of these monsters has far exceeded that of human civilization? If this is the case, do they really have any hope of victory? If the key is fake, then the information that Uncle Lin found, Lu Linhai on the side didn't know what Linny was thinking. He frowned and whispered. That information is half true and half false. Linny picked up all the broken instruments on the ground and put them into his bag. He felt that there was still a need to study these things. For example, on the page that records monsters, we believe the content and the information because we have seen monsters. Linny continued. But we never thought that these real contents would be mixed with traps. The information on the peach blossom land in the far north. When he said this, Lu Linhai glanced at Zhou Kai. Could it be fake too? Zhou Kai said nothing, but it could be seen from his eyes that he was also a little suspicious. Let's not mention this matter for now. Linny shook his head and said, whether it is true or false is no longer important to our current situation. The top priority is what we should do next. The monsters in the city already know about us, so we definitely can't stay in this city anymore. Linny looked back at the woods behind him, and then said, the special device on the edge of the city will kill us, so this road will not work. How about we dig out these special devices? Lu Linhai asked. These devices should be buried underground. After all, it is too obvious to put them on the ground. If we dig out the devices and then destroy them, can we pass? It can't be dug. And Chang Dao said with a cold face, after knowing the existence of these special devices, I tried to find them. However, because we were not sure of the exact location of these devices or how deep they were buried, we couldn't find them at all for a while. We can't stay in Sifang Mountain any longer. Zhou Kai added. The monsters in the city have already started searching the mountain. It is only a matter of time before they find us. If we continue to hide here, they will find us sooner or later. At that time, what we have to face will not be one or two monsters, but a group of monsters. This won't work, that won't work either. Is there only death waiting for us? Lu Linhai thought for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, if it doesn't work, let's fight those monsters. Even if we die, we have to kill a few of them. It's not like there's no way to leave here. Linny seemed to have thought of something. Have you thought of a way? Zhou Kai asked. Didn't Uncle Lin say that high-quality humans would be sent to other places by the monsters in the city? Linny said. That is to say, these routes do not have special devices, and we can leave from these routes. No, and Chang Dao shook his head. It's not that these routes do not have special devices, but these devices will open a gap at a specific time for the monsters to enter and exit. I have investigated these routes before. One is the route where the bus from the long-distance bus station leaves, and the other is the high-speed rail. And Chang Dao picked up a branch from the ground and simply drew two lines on the ground. Another point to note is that even if we want to leave from these two routes, we must take the bus and the high-speed rail. Only by taking transportation can we avoid being killed by special devices. I have experimented with pigs. After the bus left that time, I drove the pigs to the route where the bus passed. When the pigs approached the edge of the city, they also died. So, only by taking the transportation designated by these monsters and moving along these two routes can we leave here. But these two conditions are harder than climbing to the sky for us. Zhou Kai sighed. That's right. If there is no monster accompanying, it is impossible for humans to buy tickets. Not only can they not buy tickets, but they will also attract the attention of monsters. Especially since our business has been discovered by monsters. And Chang Dao threw away the branch in his hand. Linny frowned and thought about it, and a bold idea popped up in his mind. We will not consider the high-speed rail route for the time being. After all, the crew on the high-speed rail may be disguised by monsters. Linny said. However, I think we should try the bus route. Try? Zhou Kai raised his head and asked, how to try? Hijack the car. Linny said word by word. Are you crazy? Zhou Kai was shocked when he heard the two words coming out of Linny's mouth. Don't worry, listen to me first. Linny knew why Zhou Kai had such a reaction. After all, for their current situation, carjacking is a very dangerous thing. However, Linny has his own considerations. The reason why I excluded the high-speed rail route is that there are many train attendants and police officers on the high-speed rail.
They are all disguised as monsters. Once they start fighting, they are outnumbered and we may not be able to beat them. Linny continued.
Secondly, we can't stop the high-speed rail while it is running, which means that if we want to leave by high-speed rail, we must pass through the high-speed rail station. If we appear at the high-speed rail station, the monster will catch us immediately.
But the bus is different.
When he said this, Lin paused. Joe Kai was stunned at first, and then seemed to understand Lin Yi's idea.
The bus can indeed be stopped, but there are monsters on the bus. Joe Kai said. There are indeed monsters on the bus, but how many monsters can there be on a bus heading out of the city?
The tourist buses in this city can accommodate up to 51 people, including the driver's seat and the co-driver's seat. Even if half of these 51 people are monsters, there are at most 25 or 26, which is much less than the high-speed rail.
Secondly, the purpose of these vehicles is to transport high-quality humans, so do you think there are more monsters or humans on the bus? More humans. Lu Linhai answered. That's right.
Lin nodded, looked at Joe Kai and continued, your ability can distinguish who is a monster and who is a human. As long as we stop the bus and lead the monsters away, we can steal the bus and escape from here.
After listening to Lin Yi's story, Joe Kai thought about it and felt that it made sense. Besides, this is their only way. However, Chang Dao has a different opinion.
No, your method sounds good, but it's a bit troublesome to implement.
Chang Dao shook his head. The most critical question is how do you ensure that the bus will stop?
We stand in the middle of the road to stop it.
Lu Linhai replied.
If you want to stop the bus in this way, I'm sure the driver will drive over you.
Chang Dao said bluntly. You know, the driver is not a human, but a monster. They won't be afraid of a person in front of them.
Besides, even if the driver stops the car, they may notify other monsters immediately after seeing us.
If there are only 1 or 2 monsters, I am sure I can kill them immediately.
But if we have to face more than 10 monsters, it will be more troublesome to deal with them.
The longer the time is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. What if the bus can stop without us?
Lin Yi also thought of Chang Dao's concerns, and accordingly, Lin Yi also had a way to deal with it. If we don't show up, the bus will have to stop for other things, and the monsters on it will not be so vigilant.
Will we have a higher chance of stealing the bus? What could happen? Lu Linhai asked. Uncle Lin used his ability to puncture the tire? But in that case, we can't use the bus. No, there are other ways.
For example, Lin Yi thought for a while and slowly uttered 2 words, insider.
Insider? Joe Kai looked at Lin Yi in confusion. Where did we get the insider? Most of the monsters in the city know about us now. Joe Kai continued. Uncle Lan's matter is needless to say.
Because the 3 of us didn't take the exam or attend the graduation dinner, the monsters in the class must have noticed it. The welfare home where Xiao Yun and I are must have discovered that we escaped. So, it's impossible for any of us to get on the bus to be the insider.
We can't, but it doesn't mean that others can't.
Lin Yi said calmly.
You know, there are other humans in this city besides us. Who are you going to find?
Chang Dao asked, let's not talk about whether those people will believe what we say.
Just the bus leaving the city is not something that all humans can get on. Just find a high-quality human.
Lin Yi thought for a while and said, for example, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. Speaking of which, it has been more than 20 days since the end of our college entrance examination, and the college entrance examination results have indeed come out.
Joe Kai thought for a while. But how do you know that the top scorer in the college entrance examination is the high-quality human that the monsters want to send to other places? I guess.
Lin Yi shrugged.
Monsters select high-quality humans, nothing more than starting from intelligence, physical strength, and other aspects.
When the 2 monsters wanted to eat me before, they said that they were afraid that it would affect the taste of eating, which shows that they still value the quality of human meat. Even if the top scorer in the college entrance examination is no longer a human, we can find other humans. Besides, although my ability is unreliable, at least it can still be used. When he said this, Lin Yi looked up and looked into the distance.
If we can't find the right person, I can use my ability to select someone from the bus that leaves the city. Then I can use my ability to go back in time and contact that person again.
As long as that person believes in the existence of monsters, he can be our insider. At that time, the insider only needs to cause some chaos in the car to stop the bus.
We will take the opportunity to take action and snatch the bus. Everyone, this is our only way. In fact, Linny also knew that there were loopholes in his method. However, there was not much time left for them. Instead of hiding in the mountains to waste their will, it is better to try other methods. Even if these methods fail, the worst thing is to rush to the monsters and let them kill them, and then go back to the past and start over. Linny made up his mind that no matter what method he used, he didn't want to lose to those monsters. Only by escaping from this city can he have a chance to understand what happened in this world. In that case, let's give it a try. And Changdao sighed and finally nodded. With a new plan, Linny and others set off immediately. They planned to return to the city first, and then look for someone suitable to act as an insider. It took them 5 days to get to the edge of the city, and now it will take them another 5 days to get back, but as long as they can finally escape from here, everything will be worth it. 5 days later, they returned to Sifang Mountain. They wanted to go down the mountain at night and find a place to hide. But before they could take any action, Jokai's face suddenly became a little ugly. He stopped the others and whispered, "Everyone, bad news, a monster is coming up." Monsters? Lu Linhai frowned and asked, "Have those damn ugly monsters found us?" Zhou Yun held Jokai's hand tightly. Although she didn't say anything, she was a little nervous. Jokai shook his head and said, "Not yet. Judging from the current location of these monsters, they are scattered. They should be searching the mountain." Jokai looked around and continued. "However, there are monsters on almost all the ways down the mountain. If we go down directly, we will definitely encounter them. It's no use hiding here. These monsters will find us sooner or later. I didn't expect them to find here so quickly," Lu Linhai said with gritted teeth. "Their speed is slow." Linny roughly calculated it in his mind and said, "According to normal speed, these monsters should have started searching Sifang Mountain a few days ago. The reason they started searching here so late may be to avoid arousing suspicion from other humans in the city, so they chose to search the mountain at night." Linny thought for a while and continued, "Besides, they should search very carefully, so the search speed will be slowed down. No matter how fast or slow they are, since we have encountered them, we will fight them and kill our way out." Lu Linhai showed a solemn expression, as if he was ready to fight the monsters at any time. "Fighting for nothing." Jokai glared at him and said, "Do you know how many monsters are entering the mountain now? You're still fighting your way out, but I think we're being killed into a pool of meat paste. Why are you so ambitious and destroying your own prestige?" Lu Linhai curled his lips and said aggrievedly, "Which side are you on?" "What Jokai said is right." Linny explained, "It's night now, and we're in the mountains, and there are more monsters than us. The time, the place, the people, and the monsters have it all. If we confront them head-on, even if we have Uncle Lin, the result will not be ideal. I'll lead them away." The bone-chopping knife flew out of the bag and was held in Chengdao's hand. "When they come after me, you take the opportunity to go down the mountain." "What will you do, Uncle Lin?" Zhou Yun asked worriedly. "No, Uncle Lin can't go alone." Lu Linhai said, "It's too dangerous. I'll go with Uncle Lin. We've been training for so long, I should be able to help." Linny frowned and thought about it. If Changdao led the monsters away, they could indeed go down the mountain smoothly. However, facing a large number of monsters, what should Changdao do after leading the monsters away? Abandon Changdao and ignore him? Linny couldn't do it. So, he quickly thought of a way to lead the monsters away and let everyone go down the mountain safely. No need to be so troublesome. Linny raised his head and said, "I have a good idea." "What is it?" Jokai asked. "We will make a feint to the east and attack the west for these monsters." "Is there any difference between this and what Uncle Lin said?" Jokai was stunned for a moment. "Of course there is a difference." Linny continued to explain, "We don't have to attract the monsters into the mountain ourselves, but set fire to the mountain for them." "Set fire to the mountain?" Lu Linhai was a little surprised. And Changdao frowned and thought for a while, then nodded and said, "This is indeed a good idea." The monsters that Jokai sensed were scattered on almost every road down the mountain. Even if Changdao tried to attract the monsters' attention, he might not be able to attract all the monsters in all places. Although Jokai's ability could sense the location of the monsters, it could not guarantee that Linny and others could successfully avoid all the monsters and leave Sifang Mountain safely. For example, they chose a way down the mountain, but when they were halfway there, they found that a monster was about to enter the mountain. They wanted to go back and choose a new way down the mountain, but found that there were also monsters on the road behind them. In this way, they were caught in a dilemma. However, it was different to prevent fire from burning the mountain. After the flames burned, they were much more conspicuous than Changdao acting alone. Once the fire grew, All the monsters on the mountain could see it. But how can you guarantee that these monsters will definitely rush to the place where the fire spreads? Lu Linhai asked.
Because these monsters have to maintain human habits.
Linny replied. Although most of the monsters in this city are monsters, there are also humans.
In order to prevent these humans from discovering the true face of the monsters, these monsters will definitely maintain human living habits. So, they will never let the fire spread, and it is not good for them. When the time comes, let Uncle Lin use his ability to create some chaos, and these monsters will definitely be fooled.
Okay, just do what Linny said. Lu Linhai nodded, eager to act.
Jokai's perception range is 1,000 meters, which means that those monsters are very close to us.
We have to seize the time and catch them off guard. Take this. 3 boning knives and a bloodletting knife flew out of Chengdao's bag and fell into the hands of Linny and the other 4. Although we have to set fire, we can't act together.
And Chengdao glanced at the distance and continued, I know where the bushes are most likely to burn, I can go alone.
Uncle Lin, Linny was worried that Chengdao would act alone. You can't help me even if you follow me. And Chengdao interrupted Linny.
Don't worry, I will do it according to your method and will not confront those monsters head on. You find a place to hide first, and when the fire starts, find a chance to go down the mountain.
I will catch up with you.
Although I can't sense your location, my knife is in your hands, and I can find you by controlling the knife.
Uncle Lin, I'd better go with you.
Lu Linhai clenched the knife in his hand.
I didn't discuss it with you.
And Chengdao said firmly. You know how troublesome those monsters are, so the 3 of you must stay together. If you encounter a monster, the 3 of you will not be killed by the monster if you attack together. Only in this way can you protect little Zhou Yun and go down the mountain smoothly. Linny frowned, although he was worried, he nodded, Uncle Lin, you must be careful.
Jokai looked at Zhou Yun beside him and said nothing more.
Uncle Lin, we are waiting for you at the bottom of the mountain, you must come down.
Lu Linhai said.
After speaking, Chengdao turned and left.
Linny and the others quickly found a place to hide.
With Jokai there, they would not be discovered by the monsters immediately. Soon, there was a fire on Sifang Mountain. The fire spread quickly, and just as Linny planned, the monsters on the mountain quickly rushed to the place where the fire started.
The monsters on this road are gone. Seeing the monsters leave, Jokai whispered. Let's go down the mountain. Linny and the others quickly went down the mountain.
Seeing that they were about to leave Sifang Mountain, Jokai's face suddenly sank, and he turned around and looked behind him, with a little panic in his eyes.
What's wrong? Linny noticed Jokai's expression. There is a monster, coming towards us. Jokai's words instantly made the atmosphere tense.
Maybe it's a monster that's just about to go down the mountain, not necessarily chasing us.
Lu Linhai frowned and said. Let's find a place to hide for a while, and then we'll come out after the monster leaves. It's too late.
Jokai's face was very ugly. He turned around and looked behind him, and then said, this monster is very fast, and what?
Linny asked. And we all know this monster. Jokai replied.
The moment the voice fell, there was a rustling sound in the distance. Something was jumping on the tree, and the distance between it and Linny and others was getting closer and closer. With the moonlight in the sky, when they saw the figure clearly, Linny and Lu Linhai couldn't help but stand there.
Is that Teacher Yao?
Lu Linhai said subconsciously.
What should we do now? Jokai's face was solemn, and he clenched the boning knife in his hand. Do you want to fight?
You go, I'll stay and hold him back.
Lu Linhai took a few steps forward. Maybe there are monsters following it, we can't leave them all here.
Looking at the approaching Teacher Yao, Linny seemed to have thought of something.
We can fight.
Linny took a deep breath and calmed himself down quickly. These monsters are greedy by nature. When facing humans, if they can eat themselves, they will never share with other monsters.
So, we may only have one monster to face. 3-1, fight it.
Linny also thought about running away, but when Jokai said the 3 words too late, Teacher Yao's eyes were already locked on them.
Teacher Yao jumped from one tree to another.
He used the high-altitude vision to see Linny and the others, so even if he ran away, Teacher Yao would still catch up. Once they ran out of Sifang Mountain and entered the city, the situation would be even more dangerous.
If they attracted other monsters, they would definitely die.
So, it would be better to take advantage of the fire on the mountain to divert most of the monsters and fight this monster.
With a pop, Teacher Yao jumped down from the tree not far away. He walked over with a smile on his face, looked at Linny and the others and said, "Where have you been for so many days? The teacher was so anxious to find you.
The familiar face and concerned tone looked just like the usual Teacher Yao. However, Linny saw in his eyes the greed that only monsters would show when facing food. Teacher Yao, why are you here? Linny walked forward a few steps, put his hands behind his back, and gestured to Zhou Kai and Lu Linhai.
Of course I'm looking for you. Teacher Yao said anxiously.
I heard from the police that you were kidnapped by a murderer, which made me anxious. Teacher Yao said as he walked towards Lin Yi. As your teacher, how can I stand by and watch when my students are in danger? So, after I learned this news, I immediately contacted the police and cooperated with them to start searching the mountain. Fortunately, God will not let those who work hard fail, and I finally found you. Teacher Yao opened his arms and walked over enthusiastically. Come on, let the teacher see if you are injured. That being said, as Teacher Yao got closer and closer, Lin Yi clearly saw the tentacles on his abdomen squirming excitedly, as if they couldn't wait to get out from under the skin. Do it! Lin Yi shouted just as Teacher Yao walked in front of him. Zhou Yun hid aside, and Zhou Kai and Lu Linhai went around to both sides of Teacher Yao from the left and right sides respectively. They quickly pounced on him and hugged Teacher Yao tightly. Lin Yi held the boning knife in his hand tightly, and his goal was clear, to attack the monster's eyes. As the boning knife fell, his body swelled up rapidly as he saw the boning knife about to pierce Teacher Yao's left eye. The skin on his body began to tear, and his sickle-like forearms pushed Zhou Kai and Lu Linhai away. The tentacles with barbs on his abdomen quickly emerged, trying to entangle Lin Yi's knife-holding hand. Fortunately, after half a month of training, Lin Yi's reaction ability has improved. With a sudden kick of his feet, Lin Yi quickly retreated and distanced himself from Teacher Yao. What a disobedient bad student. The serrated mouthparts broke through the skin and emerged with the compound eyes. It's wrong to disrespect the elders. Elders? Lin Yi found it ridiculous. The monster in front of him didn't look like an elder at all. I don't know if we are bad students, but you are definitely not a good teacher. Lin Yi bent slightly so that he could exert force at any time. Did the murderer tell you? Ha, if you didn't know anything, you could have died easily. 6 insect legs emerged from Teacher Yao one after another, and he quickly rushed towards Lin Yi with the insect legs waving. As his right arm was about to swing down, Zhou Kai reminded him loudly, Lin Yi, attack left, dodge right. Lin Yi understood and quickly dodged to the right. The sickle-like forearm fell and hit Lin Yi's left side. Ha! Teacher Yao was stunned for a moment. He never thought that his attack method was seen through by Zhou Kai. In the past half-month, in addition to their own training tasks, Lin Yi and his team also had a common training cooperation. Zhou Kai can predict the opponent's attack trajectory in advance through his ability. If the battle is at night, Zhou Kai's ability will play an unexpected role. In order to use his ability to help Lin Yi and Lu Linhai, they set a simple set of commands. For example, Zhou Kai just shouted attack left and dodge right, which means that the monster will attack the left position and dodge to the right. Just when Teacher Yao was distracted for a short time, Lu Linhai jumped hard and fell on Teacher Yao's back. Teacher Yao, I remember you said that you can't be distracted when studying, so, can you not be distracted when fighting? Lu Linhai raised the boning knife in his hand and stabbed Teacher Yao's left eye with force. Ah! Teacher Yao screamed in pain, and the tentacles on his abdomen quickly rolled behind him. However, Lu Linhai did not stay on Teacher Yao's back after the attack. He pulled out the knife and jumped down immediately, quickly pulling away from Teacher Yao. Therefore, those swinging tentacles did not catch Lu Linhai at all. The reason why Lu Linhai's attack was successful was not only because his physical strength and reaction ability had been improved by the training for half a month, but also because Teacher Yao underestimated Lin Yi and his team. In Teacher Yao's eyes, the reason why Lin Yi and his team had escaped for more than 20 days must be because of fear. Even if they confronted him head-on now, it would be just a struggle before death, just a mantis trying to stop a chariot, not to be feared. But he never expected that the students he had taught in front of him were different from before. Now! With Lin Yi's shout, Zhou Kai and Lu Linhai acted quickly. And Changdao was originally a butcher, and he had killed monsters before, so he knew the structure of monsters very well. Under in Changdao's training, Lin Yi and his team knew the joints of monsters very well. The three of them attacked at the same time, and the boning knives in their hands accurately stabbed the joints of the insect's feet. Turn the boning knife in your hand to ensure that the muscle connection at the joint can be cut, making it unable to move. This process is not easy for Lin Yi. He does not have Zhou Kai's control of accuracy, nor does he have Lu Linhai's strength, so even if he wants to turn the boning knife, he feels very strenuous. However, Lin Yi thought of other ways. Push the boning knife forward with force, use the strength of your body to let the boning knife cut as many muscle connections at the opponent's joints as possible.
Retreat! Jokai's voice came to my ears. Linny did not want to fight, he knew what Jokai's shout meant.
Pulling out the boning knife, Linny did not hesitate and retreated quickly. At this moment, the tentacles on Teacher Yao's abdomen stretched out to their position. Fortunately, they retreated in time, and the tentacles still failed to entangle them.
Damn human!
The serrated mouthparts kept opening and closing, and angry roars came out of Teacher Yao's throat. The successive failures made Teacher Yao very angry at this time. I'm going to make you live a life worse than death.
Teacher Yao, this is not what a teacher should say to a student.
Linny continued his verbal offensive. His purpose was to provoke the other party. As long as these monsters were furious, they could rely on Zhou Kai's ability to find a breakthrough.
The insect legs stabbed by Zhou Kai and Lu Linhai had completely lost their ability to move.
As for the one stabbed by Lin Yi, although it could barely move, it could hardly exert any force. The swinging tentacles entangled the two insect legs that could not move, and then Teacher Yao did something that Lin Yi and others did not expect. It used the tentacles to break off the two insect legs. The tentacles did not throw away the broken insect legs, but continued to entangle them.
The two broken insect legs became the monster's weapons at this moment. It's so cruel. Linny couldn't help but sigh.
The fire on the mountain became more and more intense, and I don't know if it was because of the forest fire, but a strong wind blew.
The leaves around were rustling in the wind, and along with these sounds, the tentacles on Teacher Yao's abdomen waved randomly and rushed towards Linny quickly. Linny dodged to the right.
Zhou Kai hurriedly reminded after noticing Teacher Yao's actions. However, just as Linny dodged, a tentacle that was entangled with the insect's foot suddenly loosened, and the insect's foot flew towards Zhou Kai at a very fast speed.
Zhou Kai!
Linny frowned, and he knew very well that the monster in front of him must have noticed something. Just as Linny thought, although Teacher Yao did not know that Zhou Kai had special abilities, he knew that Zhou Kai was the eyes of Linny and Lu Linhai in this night. However, Zhou Kai seemed to always be able to see through his attack trajectory in advance, so Teacher Yao waved his tentacles randomly, trying to create an illusion for Zhou Kai.
Teacher Yao succeeded.
The randomly waving tentacles made the wind trajectory chaotic. The reason why Zhou Kai could predict the opponent's attack trajectory, in addition to vision, was hearing.
Zhou Kai listened to the sound of the wind and judged the trajectory of the opponent's attack based on the trajectory of the wind.
Therefore, until the insect foot flew towards him, Zhou Kai did not expect Teacher Yao's intention. Facing the sudden attack, Zhou Kai closed his eyes, held his breath and concentrated his attention. Recalling the scene of training with Enchangdao in his mind, the insect foot flying at this time was the stone thrown by Enchangdao at him. Whoosh whoosh, in the chaotic sound of the wind, Zhou Kai heard the only trajectory.
He suddenly opened his eyes and quickly turned sideways.
The boning knife in his hand was raised, and the blade stood in front of his chest. With a hiss, the insect foot slid along the blade, bursting out a series of sparks.
Success! Zhou Kai was secretly happy. But Lu Linhai's shout not far away made Zhou Kai realize that something was wrong.
Because he concentrated on facing the monster's attack, Zhou Kai ignored other things. When he came to his senses, he sensed that the monster had changed its target.
This monster did not continue to attack Lin Yi or Lu Linhai. Its target was Zhou Yun, who was standing aside. Xiao Yun! Run!
Lu Linhai shouted, and Lin Yi also ran towards Zhou Yun. However, Teacher Yao's move was too sudden, and by the time they reacted, it was too late.
This monster was not stupid. It could see that Lin Yi and the other two were in good cooperation.
Because he was injured because he underestimated the enemy, Teacher Yao was in poor condition.
Facing Lin Yi and the other two in this state, Teacher Yao did not dare to guarantee that he would win.
Therefore, if he wanted to kill them, he had to find a way to break their cooperation. The best way was not to attack one of the three. After all, that was what Teacher Yao did at the beginning. When he attacked Lin Yi, Zhou Kai acted as eyes for Lin Yi to dodge, and Lu Linhai acted as hands to attack. To break their cooperation, Lin Yi and the other two had to panic themselves. So, Teacher Yao targeted Zhou Yun, who had been hiding aside.
Zhou Yun wanted to run, but she couldn't outrun Teacher Yao.
A tentacle wrapped around Zhou Yun's leg, and when Zhou Yun fell to the ground, Teacher Yao raised her sickle-like forearm.
No!
Zhou Kai shouted, trying desperately to rush over. Not sure if it was because he was too panicked, Lin Yi suddenly realized that his body was getting hot while running. This feeling was somewhat familiar, and he suddenly remembered what happened in Sifang Mountain half a month ago. Looking up, the monster's forearm stopped falling. Not only the monster, but also Joe Kai and Lu Linhai who were running, and Zhou Yun who fell to the ground.
Everything was still at this moment. It's this feeling again.
Lin Yi's body began to tremble, his heartbeat began to speed up, but breathing became difficult, as if he was about to suffocate.
No, I can't fall here. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and tried to keep himself awake.
He tried his best to calm himself down and make his breathing steady. Lin Yi slowed down his pace, and as he walked, this uncomfortable feeling seemed to be relieved. Lin Yi didn't know why, but he didn't have time to study it at this time. Fortunately, everything was still, so even though Lin Yi walked slowly, he still walked in front of the monster. Slowly raising the boning knife in his hand, Lin Yi found the joint of the monster's forearm. He used all his strength to stab the boning knife in, but he didn't have the strength to pull it out. Standing in the same place, Lin Yi felt suffocated again, and the state of relief that he had finally eased surged up again. Lin Yi's consciousness began to blur. He held on and did not fall down. He took the bloodletting knife from Zhou Yun's hand. Lin Yi raised his hand tremblingly and used his last strength to stab the bloodletting knife into the monster's other eye. After doing all this, he could no longer hold on. He felt weak all over, his feet softened, and he fell to the ground. At the moment when Lin Yi fell, everything that had been still returned to normal again. In a trance, Lin Yi heard Teacher Yao's painful roar. He wanted to get up from the ground, but his mind was muddled, and his body felt as heavy as if it was filled with lead. Even everything in front of him was still blurry, and he couldn't see anything clearly.
What did you do to me? Teacher Yao kept roaring, as if he was crazy, and his throat made a numbing roar. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. You lowly beasts, damn beasts. Wouldn't it be better if you were eaten by me? Isn't this the meaning of your existence? Why do you resist? You damn beasts. I'm going to kill you.
Along with Teacher Yao's roar, Lin Yi vaguely saw it waving its last sickle-like forearm randomly in his blurred vision. The tentacles on the monster's abdomen swung wildly, attacking everything around it indiscriminately. However, every attack of the monster did not hit Lin Yi lying on the ground.
Brother Lin Yi, how are you?
Lin Yi heard Zhou Yun's concerned voice.
He knew he succeeded.
Although he didn't know why time suddenly stopped, at least the result was good. He not only saved Zhou Yun from the monster, but also made the monster lose its vision.
Brother Lin Yi, I'll take you away.
Lin Yi felt Zhou Yun lifting him up from the ground. He could feel Zhou Yun's body trembling, and he didn't know whether it was because of fear or because he was too heavy.
Although the monster lost its vision, it still had hearing. Zhou Yun supported Lin Yi and prepared to get away from the monster.
The sound he made when he moved attracted the attention of the monster. The monster stopped its random attacks. It was listening and carefully identifying the positions of Lin Yi and Zhou Yun.
I found you.
Another sickle-like forearm was raised high, and then fell suddenly. Just as it was about to hit them, Lu Linhai finally rushed over.
Get out of the way.
Lu Linhai pushed Lin Yi and Zhou Yun away, but he didn't have time to get out of the way. The forearm hit Lu Linhai's back shoulder, and Lu Linhai stumbled and fell to the ground.
Ha!
The monster suddenly made a puzzled cry. Before it could come back to its senses, Zhou Kai jumped up and inserted the boning knife into the monster's forearm joint.
You bastard!
Zhou Kai's eyes were full of anger. You dare to bully Xiaoyun, I'll kill you. Zhou Kai jumped high and successfully cut off the monster's last forearm with the help of gravity when falling.
How are you?
Zhou Kai quickly retreated and came to Lu Linhai.
I'm fine.
Lu Linhai touched his shoulder, and his eyes first showed a trace of doubt, but then turned into surprise.
It's fine, I clearly saw that monster hit you. It's really fine.
Lu Linhai climbed up from the ground, and he seemed to want to make himself look calmer.
It just hit the wrong way, it just hit me, it just hurts a little, nothing.
Lu Linhai seemed to be hiding something. Don't talk about this, go see Lin Yi and Xiaoyun first.
Lin Yi, are you okay?
Although his vision was still blurry, Lin Yi heard Lu Linhai's voice, and they finally rushed over.
Xiaoyun, are you injured?
Zhou Kai looked at Zhou Yun, and was relieved after confirming that he was not injured.
Damn sister control, shouldn't you care about me who was working so hard first?
Lin Yi wanted to complain, but because he really didn't have the strength to speak, he could only curse in his heart.
Xiaoyun, let me do it.
Lu Linhai took over Lin Yi, and the four of them quickly distanced themselves from the monster.
Lu Linhai is still the best. Lin Yi sighed in his heart. Xiaoyun, what happened just now?
Zhou Kai glanced at the crazy monster, turned his head and looked at Zhou Yun.
Why did the knife that Uncle Lin gave you get stuck in the monster's eyes? And Lin Yi's knife. Lu Linhai noticed the boning knife stuck in the monster's forearm joint.
I remember Lin Yi was running behind me, how come he was in front of the monster in the blink of an eye? They didn't know what happened, they only remembered that the monster was about to kill Zhou Yun in the last second, but the next second, the monster was suddenly injured. And Lin Yi, who was originally running at the end, suddenly appeared and fell in front of the monster.
Is it Uncle Lin who is here? Lu Linhai looked around. Uncle Lin used his ability to attack this monster?
Looking around, Lu Linhai still didn't see in Changdao.
Don't talk about this, while this monster can't see, let's go quickly. Zhou Kai pulled Zhou Yun and wanted to leave. Can't go.
Lin Yi blinked hard, and his vision began to recover gradually.
Although this monster can't see, he can hear.
If we run out at this time, he will definitely follow the sound and catch up. If it attracts the attention of the monster outside, it may be more troublesome.
What do you want to do? Zhou Kai asked with a frown.
Take advantage of its illness to kill it. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, he let go of Lu Linhai's hand, and stood still.
I agree. Lu Linhai clenched the boning knife in his hand and stood firmly beside Lin Yi. Zhou Kai sighed and said softly, I really can't do anything about you. He touched Zhou Yun's head and whispered, Xiao Yun, stay away. Wait for your brother to deal with this monster first, and then we can go. Zhou Yun nodded. This time, she stayed far away. Can you do it? Zhou Kai stood on the other side of Lin Yi and asked jokingly. Yes, Lin Yi, your knife is still stuck in the monster. I see you can't even stand steadily. If you really can't, don't force it. Zhou Kai and I can do it. Lu Linhai echoed. Stop talking nonsense and do it.
Lin Yi smiled, and then his expression became serious. With Lin Yi shouting, the three people quickly dispersed. The monster who lost his vision could only rely on hearing to identify the location of Lin Yi and others, but Zhou Kai and Lu Linhai's constant running was very disruptive.
Teacher Yao, I'm here.
Lin Yi stood there and shouted at Teacher Yao. He kept cursing, and all kinds of ugly words came out. Lin Yi knew very well that because he couldn't find Zhou Kai and Lu Linhai, and because of his curse, the monster would be enraged and attack him.
And this was the best time for Zhou Kai and Lu Linhai to take action. Ah! Damn beast! Go to hell!
The monster rushed over as Lin Yi planned, and Lu Linhai jumped hard and jumped onto the monster's back again.
Lin Yi! Go! Lu Linhai pulled out the boning knife on the monster's forearm and threw it at Lin Yi.
When the tentacles on the monster's abdomen stretched out, he quickly jumped away and avoided the tentacles' entanglement. Zhou Kai quickly stepped forward, used his ability to avoid the waving tentacles, and stabbed the knife in his hand into the joint of the monster's insect legs. When the tentacles stretched towards Zhou Kai's position, Lu Linhai saw the opportunity and attacked the monster in the same way.
It's my turn.
Lin Yi said in his heart. He took a deep breath, and his physical strength recovered a lot at this time.
Lin Yi exerted force on his feet and ran towards the monster.
Dodging the monster's tentacles sideways, Lin Yi stabbed the boning knife in his hand into the joint of the monster's last leg. Although Lin Yi's strength has recovered a lot, it is still a bit difficult to completely cut the muscles at the joints. In order to avoid the tentacles extending from the alien's abdomen, Lin Yi simply left the boning knife at the joint.
The three quickly retreated and distanced themselves from the alien. Kill you! Kill you! Damn beasts!
The alien kept cursing, and 4 of its insect legs were completely cut off by Zhou Kai and Lu Linhai, thus losing its ability to move. As for the 2 insect legs attacked by Lin Yi, although they could barely move, they could not support its body. The alien lying on the ground was like a dying lobster, with only the tentacles on its abdomen struggling constantly, which made Lin Yi and the other 2 feel a sense of accomplishment. This was the first time they defeated the alien by their own strength. Although it was completed by the cooperation of the 3 people, it also showed that the training for half a month was not in vain.
Kill you! I will kill you!
The alien's curse came over, but Lin Yi did not feel angry, and even felt that these curses sounded very pleasant. This was an affirmation of their efforts and a good start.
Uncle Lin said that to kill these aliens, we must either destroy their hearts or cut their nerves from the neck. Lin Yi looked at the alien on the ground and said, the matter is not over yet.
After all, the alien has only lost its ability to move, but has not completely died. It will be troublesome for us to destroy the heart.
Zhou Kai thought for a while and said, Uncle Lin can use his ability to let the knife pierce through the abdomen of the alien and hit the heart directly. But there are these disgusting tentacles in the abdomen of the alien. If we approach rashly, we will be entangled. So, we can only find a way to cut the nerves in its neck. I'll go.
After Lu Linhai handed the boning knife in his hand to Lin Yi, he picked up a stone from the ground. Lu Linchi raised the stone above his head with both hands and smashed it on the head of the alien. With a bang, the head of the alien was intact, and the stone bounced to the side with the impact. Jokai patted his forehead and said helplessly, "Did you listen to me? I told you to cut the nerves in its neck, not to smash its head with a stone. Its head is also covered with a carapace, and a stone can't kill it at all." He. Lu Linhai said with a silly smile, "I know, I just want to hit it a few times to vent my anger. I have been chased by these monsters for so long, and I finally defeated one. I have to let out my anger." As he said, Lu Linhai was about to lift the stone again. But at this moment, the alien on the ground locked Lu Linhai's position. The tentacles on the abdomen quickly gathered, pushed against the ground, and suddenly pounced on Lu Linhai. "Be careful!" Lin Yi shouted. The alien's serrated mouth opened, and as the alien approached, suddenly, the knife on the alien flew out. The boning knife pierced into the alien's abdomen, and the bloodletting knife penetrated into the monster's compound eyes. In an instant, the monster that jumped up fell to the ground, almost crushing Lu Linhai. Lin Yi was stunned at first, then understood and turned his head to look back the way he came. "Uncle Lin is here." Zhou Kai heard in Changdao's heartbeat and smelled his scent. Soon, and Changdao's figure appeared in front of them. And Changdao walked over at the fastest speed. He glanced at the aliens on the ground and said with a sullen face, "Have I ever said that you can't hesitate to deal with these aliens, and you must attack their vital points at the fastest speed to kill them? Is this how you learned in the past half-month?" Lu Linhai curled his lips and whispered, "Uncle Lin, I'm sorry, I was wrong." And Changdao sighed and continued, "Being able to kill aliens shows that you have indeed grown up. This time you barely passed. Uncle Lin, how is the mountain?" Lin Yi looked up at the mountain, and the fire was still spreading. Most of the aliens were attracted by the fire, but a small number did not go there. "These aliens are smarter than we thought. Some of them guessed our plan." When other aliens rushed to the place where the fire spread, a small number of aliens wanted to find us along the way down the mountain. "This alien should be one of them." Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but glance at Teacher Yao, who had been killed on the ground. These aliens are greedy by nature. In order to have the human beings alone, even if they guessed Lin Yi's plan, they did not tell other aliens, but took the opportunity to act secretly. "I met a few when I was going down the mountain, but I killed them all." And Chang Dao said lightly, but Lin Yi was touched. After all, Lin Yi and his 3 people had to work hard to kill a monster, while Chang Dao could easily kill many. "The sound of the fire truck?" Zhou Kai suddenly frowned and looked up into the distance. "Fire truck?" Lu Linhai was stunned for a moment. Could it be these aliens who called it? Nonsense, these aliens have been imitating human life. Now the fire is so big, what's so strange about calling the fire department? Lin Yi said. "We have to leave quickly. If the fire department comes, we may not be able to leave." After saying that, several people hurried down the mountain. The fire spreading on Sifang Mountain attracted many people. They talked about the cause of the fire, and some even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. At first glance, they were no different from ordinary people. However, only Lin Yi knew that there were many man-eating aliens in the crowd. This way, relying on Jokai's ability, they chose places with fewer people as much as possible. They kept a low profile along the way, after all, and Chang Dao was a celebrity. As they walked, Jokai whispered, "Someone is coming up ahead." "People?" Lu Linhai asked, "Is it a person?" Jokai nodded, "It's a person, not an alien." "And there is only one person. He should have seen the fire on Sifang Mountain and wanted to join in the fun. What's there to be afraid of people, as long as they are not aliens?" As soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared not far away. The man hurriedly ran over from across the road, his eyes always looking in the direction of Sifang Mountain. "It's really on fire, I have to go over and take a look, such a big fire, it's too spectacular." The man muttered, and every word was passed into Jokai's ears. "Ha!" The man slowed down, and he seemed to notice Lin Yi and his group. Jokai secretly thought that something was wrong, thinking that the man had seen in Changdao. However, the man's next words stunned them. "Lin Yi? Are you Lin Yi?" The man waved his hand and shouted at Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked up and saw the other person's face clearly under the streetlight, and subconsciously shouted, "Tian Meng? Lin Yi, it's really you." The boy in the distance looked about the same age as Lin Yi. He seemed a little excited. After confirming that it was Lin Yi, he ran over quickly. "Do you know him?" Zhou Kai asked with a vigilant look. Lin Yi nodded and said, "He is my childhood friend. We have been playing together since we were young." But later, he failed to get into our school during the high school entrance examination, and moved several times, so we rarely contacted each other.
It's okay, I know him, he is a good person.
Linny, why are you here? Tian Meng, who ran over, had not finished speaking, and a trace of fear suddenly appeared on his face. He saw In Changdao standing behind Linny, and must have recognized In Changdao's identity, as his face turned pale instantly. He is, Tian Meng swallowed and quickly moved his eyes away from In Changdao, not daring to look at him again. The smile on his face became a little stiff, but it could be seen that he was still pretending to be calm. Then what, Linny? I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do.
My mother asked me to come out to make soy sauce. If I come back late, my mother should scold me. Linny, let's get together next time. I'm leaving first.
Tian Meng turned around and wanted to leave, but Linny noticed the trace of panic in his eyes. If Tian Meng is allowed to leave like this, it may cause some unnecessary trouble. So, Linny hurriedly chased after him.
Tian Meng, wait a moment.
Linny grabbed Tian Meng's arm and felt that Tian Meng's body was shaking slightly.
Why are you chasing me? Tian Meng was startled, and quickly glanced at In Chengdao's position.
Seeing that the other party was not chasing him, he breathed a sigh of relief and said hurriedly, "If you come here like this, doesn't the murderer know that I found him?
I have seen him on the news."
The news said that this man is extremely cruel and murderous. The news also said that several students were captured by murderers, including your photo. When I saw you just now, I thought you had escaped.
Linny, don't worry.
I'll pretend to leave first, and then I'll call the police immediately to rescue you.
Don't worry, I will definitely rescue you.
Calm down first, don't be so nervous.
Linny guessed right, Tian Meng recognized In Changdao. It's right to think about it.
Both TV and radio have been broadcasting things about In Changdao these days.
It's hard not to know.
However, Linny did not expect that their photos would also appear on TV. In this way, no matter whether they are people in this city or aliens, they can be recognized at a glance when they see them.
These damn monsters really don't give them any chance. I'm safe, you don't have to be afraid. Linny smiled and said, I stopped you just to tell you not to call the police. How long has it been and you can still laugh? Tian Meng was a little anxious. If you don't call the police, do you want me to watch you be killed by this murderer? I understand, was it the murderer who forced you to do this? Don't worry, just pretend you don't know. I'll call the police secretly and he won't find out. Hurry up and let go, don't hold me back. Tian Meng became even more anxious when he saw that Linny still didn't let go. He urged, if even I am caught by that murderer, no one will really be able to save you. Don't worry, we have been playing together since childhood, and you know me well. I will never leave you alone. I stopped you just because I know you. Linny explained, Uncle Lin is not a bad person, you believe me. Besides, I'm really safe. If Uncle Lin is really the murderous murderer mentioned in the news, do you think I can still be alive now? If he was really extremely cruel, he would have killed me long ago. Tian Meng thought about it and felt that what Linny said was not unreasonable. It had been so long since Tian Meng saw Linny on the news. If In Changdao was really like what the news said, he might not be able to leave. However, can the content of news reports be false? Tian Meng stared at Linny, and suddenly a look of realization appeared on his face. I understand. Tian Meng said firmly, you have Stockholm Syndrome. What a shame. Linny said angrily. I'm not kidding you, Uncle Lin is really not a bad person, and he also saved me. Tian Meng frowned and secretly glanced at In Changdao in the distance. Upon closer inspection, the people standing next to In Changdao seemed to be people who had appeared in the news. Really? Tian Meng's tone sounded dubious. Linny, are you really okay? You really don't need me to call the police? It's really not necessary. Lin nodded. We have known each other for so many years. When did I lie to you? Remember, don't call the police, and don't tell anyone that you have seen us. Linny reminded. Remember? The sound of police sirens in the distance was getting closer, and Linny realized that he had to leave. Remember what I told you, this is not an irony. With that, Linny turned around and ran back. Everyone, we have to hurry up and get out of here. Linny said hurriedly when he returned to Zhou Kai and others. The fire sirens are getting closer and closer, and coupled with the fire on the mountain, it will definitely attract people nearby. Our appearance has appeared on the news. If more people gather, we will be recognized. By then, we may not be able to leave. Linny. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Kai raised his chin slightly and motioned Linny to look behind him.
Lin looked back and saw that Tian Meng not far away did not leave, but turned back.
What are you doing back here?
Lin Yi was a little surprised.
Tian Meng, I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me. Tian Meng raised his hand and touched his nose.
He might still be a little afraid of Shangdao. His eyes were darting around and he didn't dare to look directly at Lin Yi. Seeing Tian Meng's actions, Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then frowned. I want to say, do you need to find a place to hide for a while? If necessary, you can go to my warehouse. Tian Meng's parents are in the clothing business and have a special warehouse to store goods. Tian Meng, we have known each other for so many years, you should know me, and you also know that I know you. Lin Yi did not respond to Tian Meng directly. Yes, it is because we have known each other for so many years that I believe in you. Tian Meng continued. You said they are not bad people, then they must not be. As for why there is that kind of news on TV, there must be some misunderstanding. When he said this, Tian Meng said in a tone of sudden enlightenment, I know, this uncle was wronged. Lin Yi, you must have found some clues, so you ought to help this uncle. Lin Yi, don't worry, I will definitely help you, after all, we are friends. Don't worry, my father has gone out of town to purchase goods these days, and he will be back in a few days. My mother rarely manages the store and rarely goes to the warehouse, you don't have to worry at all. Lin Yi thought about it, nodded and said, then I'll trouble you.
Hearing Lin Yi's answer, Tian Meng smiled, but Lin Yi's face became darker.
Let's go, I'll take you there. Tian Meng's store is very close to Sifan Mountain, so they soon came to the warehouse.
You must be hungry, I'll get you some food. Tian Meng opened the door of the warehouse and motioned Lin Yi and others to go in.
Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Tian Meng closed the door, and as his footsteps faded away, Lin Yi quickly turned around and said to Zhou Kai and others, everyone, find some clean clothes to change into, and then we will leave here immediately.
Leave? Lu Linhai was stunned for a moment, aren't we hiding here?
Lin Yi shook his head and looked back at the closed warehouse door.
Here is no longer safe. With a click, the warehouse door opened from the outside.
The door was gently pushed open, and looking at the dark warehouse, Tian Meng's face showed a trace of doubt.
Lin Yi, why don't you turn on the light? Tian Meng stood outside the door and said to the inside.
Don't worry, turn on the light inside, and it can't be seen from outside.
Tian Meng didn't come in, just stood outside the door.
He reached out and touched the switch on the right side of the door inside, and turned on the light in the warehouse. The warehouse was quiet, as if there was no one inside.
Lin Yi? Tian Meng was stunned for a moment, and shouted again. No one responded to Tian Meng in the quiet warehouse.
At this moment, he seemed a little anxious.
Lin Yi, it's me, I'm Tian Meng, I brought you food. Tian Meng walked into the door, but his hands were empty, and he didn't take anything. Where are you? Tian Meng raised his voice. Come out quickly, stop joking. Lin Yi. Lin Yi? Tian Meng seemed to realize something, and there was anxiety between his eyebrows.
He began to look for Lin Yi and others in the warehouse, but after searching around, he didn't see anyone.
Footsteps were heard outside the door, and then a man in police uniform walked in. Classmate, where is the person you said?
The person who walked in was a policeman. He looked at the warehouse in front of him, but there was no one else here except Tian Meng.
They were here just now. Tian Meng said hurriedly. I know.
Tian Meng thought about it, seemed to understand something, and then said, they must have escaped.
Yes, it must be like this. They knew I called the police, so they escaped in advance.
The policeman didn't speak, and lowered his head to check the door of the warehouse. This warehouse has no windows, and the only entrance and exit is this door.
The policeman raised his head and glanced at Tian Meng.
But, you said before that you locked the door when you left.
There is no sign of damage to this door.
If so, where did they escape from?
Tian Meng was speechless for a moment.
He did lock the door before he left.
If Lin Yi and others want to leave here, the only way is to destroy the door.
However, the door was not destroyed, and when he opened the door just now, the door was indeed locked.
So, where did Lin Yi and others escape from? Tian Meng couldn't figure it out, and his eyes accidentally glanced at a few larger boxes in the corner of the warehouse.
If they didn't escape, Tian Meng muttered softly, slowly approaching the corner.
Then they must be hiding here.
He shouted and quickly opened the box. The box was filled with well-packaged clothes.
Tian Meng reached out and explored the box.
It was full of clothes, and there was no one hiding in it.
This is impossible. Tian Meng found it unbelievable.
Why did the people who were locked in by him disappear for no reason? He pulled out the clothes from the box one by one, checked one box, and then started to check another.
Classmate, are you sure you really saw the person we are looking for? Seeing Tian Meng's panic, the police standing outside the door seemed a little suspicious. I really saw it.
Tian Meng said loudly, I still remember what he looks like, I really locked them up here.
Uncle Police, you have to believe me. The police looked at Tian Meng, thought for a while, turned around and walked out of the warehouse.
He took out the walkie-talkie, lowered his head and said, search around here. There was a response from the walkie-talkie, and soon, more than a dozen policemen appeared from the alley not far away. Tian Meng brought more than one policeman, these people did not appear, but hid aside and waited. He quickly searched the area and did not find the wanted criminal mentioned by Tian Meng.
Classmate, it is illegal to report a false alarm.
Forget it this time, and it will not happen again. After saying that, the police left.
Uncle Police, I didn't lie, I really brought them here.
Looking at the back of the police leaving, Tian Meng was a little annoyed.
He cursed and kicked the box next to the door, venting his grievances and unwillingness. They were obviously locked in, why did they suddenly disappear? Tian Meng couldn't figure it out.
He locked the door of the warehouse and was about to leave when footsteps came from not far away. Looking back, Tian Meng froze in place for a while when he saw the person coming towards him.
Linny, why, are you surprised to see me? Linny looked at Tian Meng intently with a cold face. Tian Meng glanced behind Linny.
He didn't see Changdao and others, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The police searched around here.
Since they didn't find them, it means they weren't here just now. Tian Meng pondered in his heart.
If they weren't here just now, they wouldn't know that the police had come, let alone that I secretly brought the police behind their backs.
Thinking of this, Tian Meng's panic calmed down. He looked at Linny and said with a worried look on his face, Linny, where did you go?
I didn't see you when I came back, and I was so worried. I thought the murderer had attacked you, I was scared to death.
What have you been doing? Linny asked with a gloomy face. I went to get you food. Tian Meng replied.
Where's the food?
The food is, Tian Meng was stunned.
From the beginning, he had no intention of getting food for Linny and others, so naturally he had nothing in his hands.
I forgot to ask you what you wanted to eat, so I came back to ask you. Tian Meng made up a lame excuse.
Linny sighed and then said, Tian Meng, we have known each other since we were very young.
Yeah, what's wrong?
Tian Meng responded, but in his heart he was thinking about how to keep Linny and then call the police again. It would be best to find out where Changdao and others went and catch them all in one fell swoop. The fugitive that the police had been chasing for so long was found by Tian Meng, and he would definitely become famous.
I think I know you. Linny walked towards Tian Meng.
Because I know you, I know that when you lie, you will touch your nose subconsciously and look around. When Tian Meng said that he would provide Linny and the others with a hiding place, Linny could tell at a glance that he was lying. The reason why he didn't expose it was that Linny didn't want to believe that his childhood friend, who grew up with him, would actually betray him. Second, Linny wanted to know why Tian Meng did this.
But now it seems that I don't seem to know you. Linny walked in front of Tian Meng. Tian Meng, why did you do this?
What did I do? Tian Meng's heart skipped a beat, but he still held on to the fluke mentality and still refused to admit it.
I just didn't bring you food.
Wait for me, I'll get it for you. Tian Meng turned around and wanted to leave, but Lin Yi's voice came over. I told you not to call the police, why did you bring the police here? Hearing this, Tian Meng realized that his actions had been exposed. He frowned, and the smile he had before disappeared instantly. Yes, I did bring the police here. Tian Meng rolled his eyes and explained seriously, but I did this for your own good.
What good can you learn from following that murderer?
I did this just because I don't want to see you go astray.
Uncle Lin is not a bad guy.
Lin Yi frowned and said, I told you this.
If he is not a bad guy, what is he? Tian Meng disagreed.
He turned around and looked at Lin Yi with a hint of something else in his eyes.
If he is not a bad guy, why do the police want him? Don't tell me there is a misunderstanding.
It is not up to you to decide whether there is a misunderstanding or not. Lin Yi, come back and call the police with me. Let the police catch the murderer and don't get deeper and deeper. Although he said so, he didn't think so in his heart. As Tian Meng spoke, he slowly put his hand into his pocket. Lin Yi noticed his action, walked over quickly, and pulled his hand out of his pocket.
Tian Meng was holding a mobile phone in his hand.
The screen had already lit up, showing 3 numbers. He was just about to press the dial button.
Tian Meng. Lin Yi was a little angry. He didn't understand why Tian Meng didn't believe him after being friends for so many years. Tian Meng wanted to press the dial button, but Lin Yi snatched the phone away. "Give me back my phone."
Tian Meng rushed up to grab the phone, but how could Tian Meng deal with Lin Yi, who had been trained by in Changdao for half a month?
Lin Yi grabbed Tian Meng's wrist and pulled it forward. He swept his feet towards Tian Meng's legs and knocked him to the ground. "Tian Meng, we have known each other for so many years, don't you know me?" Lin Yi asked loudly. "If Uncle Lin is really a bad guy, if what he did is really illegal, do you think I would do it? We are friends, why don't you believe me?" "Fuck your friends." Tian Meng gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground. He turned his head and glared at Lin Yi, as if he was a little dissatisfied with being easily defeated. The jealousy and disgust that appeared in his eyes before became more obvious. "Know you?" "Yes, Lin Yi, of course I know you." Tian Meng's face became a little gloomy. "You are a good student in the eyes of teachers and a good child in the eyes of adults. I do know you, and I know you won't do such a thing. But what does this have to do with me? I just need to hand you over to the police, and then let others see that you, a good student, a good child, are actually in cahoots with murderers. By then, I can become famous, I can surpass you, and I can prove that you are not as good as me." "Friend?" "Lin Yi, don't disgust me, I have never thought of being friends with you." Tian Meng's words made Lin Yi stunned. He never thought that a friend who had known him for so many years would say such heartless words. "Lin Yi, to tell you the truth, I actually hate you. Whether it's my parents or teachers, or even my former classmates, they always like to compare you with me, whether it's about life or study, so you really make me feel sick." "Tian Meng, are you talking in anger?" Lin Yi's breathing became a little rapid. Tian Meng ignored Lin Yi and said to himself, "Lin Yi, do you know why I have been playing with you since I was a child? You don't really think I want to be friends with you? I just want to prove that you are not as good as they say. I want you to make mistakes and make you like me, so I stay with you. But I was wrong. No matter what you do, even if you really make a mistake, they will blame me and think that I led you astray. Why? Why? I'm tired of you. I don't want to see you anymore, so I didn't take the exam with you during the high school entrance examination. Same school. Do you know how happy I was when I saw you and the murderer together on the news? I hoped countless times that you would be killed by the murderer, but I never thought that you would be mixed up with the murderer." When he said this, Tian Meng showed a sneer on his face, "But it's good this way. When the police catch you, you will become the accomplice of the murderer. At that time, I can tell my parents and those who think you are very good that they have been wrong all these years. You are just a hypocritical hypocrite." The moment the voice fell, Tian Meng rushed towards Lin Yi again. He wanted to snatch the phone back, he wanted to call the police, and send Lin Yi to prison. However, compared with those cannibalistic aliens, Tian Meng was too weak. He didn't even have time to throw a fist, and Lin Yi strangled his neck with his arm and pressed him to the ground again. "Tian Meng, from childhood to adulthood, I have always regarded you as a friend." "I don't know what you said." Lin Yi looked at Tian Meng on the ground and suddenly felt that he was a little pitiful. "I didn't know that my existence caused you so much trouble, but even without me, these things would still happen." At that time, the lie they were talking about could be anyone. "You are indeed not wrong in these things, but the people around you are wrong. However, you should not vent your resentment on me." At this point, Lin Yi raised Tian Meng's mobile phone and threw it heavily to the ground. The screen broke, and after a flash, it went black. "Don't worry, I won't be by your side anymore, never." Lin Yi felt empty. But he didn't have time to be sad, he had more important things to do. Lin Yi let go of his hand, and Tian Meng got up from the ground. He stared at Lin Yi fiercely and asked, "There is one thing I don't understand. I clearly locked you in, why did you run out?" In fact, from the moment Lin Yi realized that Tian Meng was lying, he had begun to be wary of him. Since discovering that his parents were actually outcasts, and that the teachers and classmates around him, and even the vast majority of people in this city were outcasts, Lin Yi has become very cautious. In the past half-month, Lin Yi and Zhou Kai and others have deepened their understanding of each other. Zhou Kai learned that when he was a child, he had mastered the skill of unlocking in order to take away his and his sister's information from the office. Therefore, even if Tian Meng locked the door when he left, Zhou Kai could open it without destroying it. After that, they quickly found a place to hide. Zhou Kai sensed that Zhou Kai, who had returned here, brought a group of aliens with him, but because of Zhou Kai's ability, it was impossible for these aliens to find them. Lin Yi did not tell Tian Meng this, after all, it was meaningless to say this now. However, Lin Yi still decided to give Tian Meng a chance.
Not a chance to reconcile, but a chance to survive. Thinking of this, Linny did not leave, but turned and walked towards Tian Meng.
What are you going to do? Tian Meng looked at Lin Yi vigilantly.
After 2 fights, he already knew that he was not Lin Yi's opponent. He thought of Changdao, the murderer, and when he saw Lin Yi in front of him, he began to be afraid.
Don't come over. What are you going to do? Tian Meng began to retreat. He was worried that Lin Yi would kill him. Lin Yi, you'd better not mess around. Even if the police are gone, there are many people living nearby. Tian Meng glanced around.
If you dare to touch me, I will scream immediately.
Even if you kill me, you can't get away.
Every word in Tian Meng's words was like a sharp needle, piercing Lin Yi's heart again and again. Looking at the vigilant eyes of the other party, Lin Yi finally realized that his friend had never believed him. Lin Yi felt sad and helpless. I said, Uncle Lin is not a murderer, and I won't kill you.
Lin Yi walked in front of Tian Meng.
He lowered his voice and said in a way that only the 2 of them could hear, Tian Meng, listen carefully, I will give you a chance now, a chance to survive.
The city we live in is fake, and everything you see is fake.
Most of the people around us are disguised as monsters called aliens.
And we are the food they feed. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Tian Meng was stunned.
Of course he would not believe what Lin Yi said, and even thought that Lin Yi was mentally ill.
Are you crazy? Listen to me.
Lin Yi knew that Tian Meng did not believe him, but it was not important to him whether the other party believed him or not.
He was just fulfilling the last obligation of a friend.
After saying this, Lin Yi will also bid farewell to his past self completely.
Tian Meng, remember, don't trust anyone around you.
What I told you, including what you saw me tonight, don't tell anyone else, even the person you trust the most. Then, go find the truth and find a way to leave here alive.
Are you sick? Tian Meng pushed Lin Yi away and said, what kind of mess are you talking about? Did the murderer brainwash you with such a clumsy method? Tian Meng, I have said everything I should say. After saying this, Lin Yi planned to leave.
Remember what I said to you, every word I said is true. So, take care of yourself.
After saying this, Lin Yi turned and left. Tian Meng naturally disdained what Lin Yi said. He was still thinking about how to catch Lin Yi and send them to the police.
As long as he could successfully catch them, he would become different in the hearts of his parents and even in the eyes of others. At that time, he could also become the neighbor's child in the mouths of others. So, when Lin Yi walked away, he followed him secretly. Tian Meng followed Lin Yi on tiptoe. He was very careful, afraid that Lin Yi would find him. But after following for a while, he suddenly found that he had lost him.
Tian Meng was angry and kicked the trash can on the side of the road, cursing.
He clearly remembered that Lin Yi walked into this alley. How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Tian Meng searched nearby for a while, but he could not find Lin Yi, so he had to return home disappointed. When he got home, Tian Meng found that the lights in the living room were on.
Mom was sitting on the sofa in the living room.
When she saw Tian Meng coming back, she asked, why didn't you sleep at home at night?
What did you do when you went out? Tian Meng thought about it. Since he couldn't catch Lin Yi, he had to destroy Lin Yi's image in the eyes of others. So, Tian Meng decided to tell what happened tonight.
As for Lin Yi's warning to him, he had long forgotten it.
Mom, I'm telling you, I just saw Lin Yi. Tian Meng walked to the living room excitedly. Lin Yi? Mom's eyes became a little strange, but Tian Meng, who was in high spirits, didn't notice it at all. Yes, it's the Lin Yi who always pestered me to play with me before. Didn't Sifan Mountain catch fire at night? I wanted to go over and take a look, take a video and post it online, but I saw Lin Yi on the way there. Mom, do you know who Lin Yi is with? With whom? Mom's tone became a little strange, but Tian Meng was talking excitedly and didn't notice it at all. It's the murderer that the police are looking for. Tian Meng said in an exaggerated tone. I originally thought that Lin Yi was caught by the murderer, and I wanted to call the police to save him, but Lin Yi told me not to call the police. I started to think that Lin Yi must have been threatened by the murderer, so he had to do this, but later I found out that Lin Yi and the murderer were in cahoots. Mom, I told you before that this Lin Yi is not a good person. He looks honest on the surface, but he is bad to the core behind the scenes. You used to say that I led him astray, but now you know that he is the real bad guy. Tian Meng became more and more excited as he spoke. The Lin Yi he mentioned was smiling with a knife in his heart, a beast in human form, and he was guilty of many crimes and framed others. He was even more terrible than a bad guy. Fortunately, your son is smart and runs fast, otherwise you may never see me again. At this point, Tian Meng took a breath. When he looked up,
he found that his mother's face was a little wrong. Although there was a smile on her face, the smile looked a little stiff.
And Mom didn't seem to even blink the entire time. Mom, did you hear what I said? Mom nodded and said, I heard it. In addition to this, did Linny tell you anything else? Anything else? Yes, I didn't expect Linny to be such a person. Mom really misjudged him before. Mom continued.
Fortunately, our Xiao Meng is determined and has not been led astray by Lin Yi for so many years. Xiao Meng is indeed a good child of Mom. You are Mom's pride. It was rare for her to be praised by her mother, and Tian Meng was a little happy. He felt that he had been recognized by his mother, and said proudly, by the way, Mom, I think Lin Yi may be mentally ill.
Do you know what he said to me?
He said that there are monsters in this world, and most of the people around us are monsters.
It's ridiculous.
Anyone with a normal mind can't say such a thing. After the voice fell, the smile on Mom's face became more exaggerated.
Mom, what's wrong with you? Tian Meng finally noticed something was wrong.
Your smile makes me a little scared. That's great. Mom opened her mouth and said slowly, your dad is on a business trip, so I can enjoy the meat of the beasts alone.
Even if he comes back and blames me, who told you to find out these things?
Mom's body began to swell, the skin on her face began to tear, and something seemed to be wriggling violently under her abdomen, as if trying to come out.
The scene in front of him made Tian Meng's legs weak.
At this moment, he finally realized that everything Lin Yi said was true.
Help! Help, Lin Yi! Lin Yi, save me! Save me!
On the other side, Lin Yi sneezed at the corner of the street. He looked back and quickened his pace after confirming that he had gotten rid of Tian Meng. But just as Lin Yi continued to walk forward, a figure suddenly jumped out of the alley and pulled him in. The person who suddenly appeared stretched out his hand to cover Lin Yi's mouth and quickly pulled him into the alley. Lin Yi was startled and instinctively swung his right fist towards the person behind him. The fist he swung was caught by the other party. When Lin Yi was about to continue to attack the other party's abdomen with his left elbow, a familiar voice came to his ear.
It's me.
The person who pulled Lin Yi into the alley was Lu Linhai. He looked nervous and whispered in Lin Yi's ear.
Shoo, don't talk.
Lu Linhai motioned Lin Yi to be quiet. Lin Yi was stunned at first, but soon understood. It was Lin Yi's own decision to go back to see Tian Meng, so he didn't go with others, but agreed to meet at a place.
However, the meeting place was not here.
Lu Linhai appeared here, either an accident happened on their side, or Lin Yi was followed. With Zhou Kai, they should not be discovered by the aliens, so the latter is more likely. Lin Yi held his breath, and soon, footsteps were heard in the distance. As the footsteps got closer, a conversation came over. Those guys are really useless.
They searched for so long but couldn't even catch a few beastmen. This was a woman's voice. That's right.
If I were to go, I could catch them in minutes.
Then came a sharper male voice. It's because the matter of those beastmen has caused a lot of noise. When I think about sharing the food, I don't want to go.
If you ask me, the fire in Sifan Mountain must have been caused by those beastmen.
The woman continued. I don't understand. These beastmen are useless.
Except for the delicious meat, they have no value.
The man complained. Why can't we just eat them directly? It's fine to keep them, but we have to become beastmen and live with them? There's no way. These beastmen are timid.
If they are slightly frightened, their meat will become sour.
The woman sighed. If you are only frightened for a short time, it's okay. Slightly sour meat can improve the taste.
But if you are frightened for too long, speaking of this, the woman paused, snorted disdainfully, and then continued, last time, a beastman was scared to death by me.
The meat tasted terrible. Have you said enough? A deep male voice interrupted their conversation. The leader said that you can't talk about beastmen casually outside of eating time. If the leader finds out, do you still want to live? Don't you just talk about it when we are here?
The woman seemed a little scared and lowered her voice.
No more, no more.
At the entrance of the alley, several shadows were stretched out by the street lights. Then, 3 people passed by the entrance of the alley, gradually moving away, until the footsteps disappeared. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yi wanted to speak, but found that Lu Linhai's hand was still covering his mouth. He reached out and patted it, and Lu Linhai reacted and let go.
Why did you come here? Lin Yi asked. Zhou Kai asked me to come.
Lu Linhai touched his head. He sensed that there were aliens behind you and suspected that you were being followed.
Our uncle An wanted to come here to kill these aliens directly. But Jokai felt that if we killed the aliens here, other aliens would definitely notice that we had hidden in the city, which would be detrimental to our next move. So, I volunteered to pick you up. Fortunately, you were not being followed.
These aliens should have gone to watch the excitement. Tisk, these disgusting aliens are really just like humans, even liking to watch the excitement is so similar. At this point, Lu Linhai stuck his head out and took a look outside the alley.
After confirming that there was no one, he continued, "What is the leader that the aliens mentioned just now?"
"It should be their leader,"
Linny replied. "It is similar to the head sheep in a flock of sheep. If we kill the leaders of these aliens, can we save all humans?"
Lu Linhai showed a hint of excitement in his eyes.
"You are dreaming." Linny looked at Lu Linhai with a look like a fool. "Let's not talk about the fact that we don't know where the leader is. Can we deal with the existence that can manage all the aliens and make them afraid?
By then, I'm afraid we won't even see the shadow of the leader, and will be eaten by other aliens. Let's go back and meet Jokai and the others. I always feel uneasy without Jokai around."
Soon, they came to the meeting place.
"Have you dealt with it?" Jokai asked when he saw Lin Yi coming.
Lin Yi nodded.
"Some people are destined to be just passers-by in your life, don't care so much." Perhaps seeing the frustration in Lin Yi's eyes, Jokai comforted him. Lu Linhai told what happened just now, and in Changdao nodded after listening, agreeing with Lin Yi's idea. Since we know that these aliens are managed by the leader, then we must find a way to kill this leader.
But Lin Yi is right.
With our current strength, we may not be the opponent of the leader. You are the hope of the future of mankind. When you grow up completely and we unite more humans, it will not be too late to take action against these aliens.
Let's not talk about this for now. Jokai interrupted them. There is one thing I am curious about.
Jokai looked at Lin Yi and continued, "It is about Lin Yi's ability."
"My ability?"
Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Jokai to suddenly bring up this matter. Uncle Len's ability can control the metal props he has used, but the control distance will be reduced according to the weight of the props and its own state.
"My ability is the enhancement of senses. Both Uncle Len and I have a certain understanding of our abilities. But what exactly is Lin Yi's ability? Can't you go back to the past after you die?" Lu Linhai interrupted.
"If Lin Yi's ability is just to go back to the past, then how to explain the things on Sifang Mountain?" Jokai asked.
"If I remember correctly, this is the second time."
Jokai remembered clearly that similar things happened twice in total. The first time, Lin Yi's owner, the alien disguised as Lin Yi's mother, chased him. At the moment when the dying counterattack was about to bite Lin Yi to death, Jokai was sure that Lin Yi could not escape at all. However, the next second, for some reason, Lin Yi fell to the ground, and the monster missed. If it was Lin Yi who dodged, then Jokai's super eyesight could not have missed the trajectory of Lin Yi's dodging. But that time, Jokai saw nothing.
The second time was what happened before.
The monster chased Zhou Yun, and when it was about to hit Zhou Yun, the same thing happened.
Not only that, this time it was even more exaggerated. Lin Yi not only came to the monster in an instant, but also fought back.
This time, Jokai also saw nothing.
Lin Yi himself remembered what Jokai said very clearly.
As for what his ability is, Lin Yi himself is not clear. But until just now, Lin Yi had a bold guess in his heart.
My ability, could it be control time?
After hearing Lin Yi's guess, everyone was stunned for a moment. Especially Lu Linhai, who shouted excitedly, startling the others.
You want to die? Jokai glared at Lu Linhai. Are you trying to attract all the aliens around here?
Sorry. Lu Linhai smiled embarrassedly. I was so excited that I couldn't help it.
Jokai looked back at Lin Yi and asked seriously, Lin Yi, what is the basis for you to say that?
Lin Yi told the two time-stopping events that happened in Sifang Mountain. After listening, Jokai frowned and thought. Unlike Jokai, Lu Linhai looked very excited, even more excited than Lin Yi. It seemed that the owner of this ability was not Lin Yi, but him. Lu Linhai reached out and patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, and said excitedly, Lin Yi, you are so awesome, controlling time, you are simply invincible. Since you have such a powerful ability, why should we run? You just stop time, and we kill each alien with one knife, GAGA. What alien, what leader, they are all scum under your ability. Kill him. Kill your dead head. Jokai interrupted Lu Linhai's words. Didn't you hear Lin Yi say that when his ability takes effect, the body will experience various discomforts? Jokai's face was particularly serious, and he explained seriously, Lin Yi, you have to pay special attention to this. The ability is not unlimited. Once it is overused, it will cause irreversible damage to ourselves.
Zhou Kai is right about this.
And Chang Dao nodded in agreement. I've said before that my ability is related to the weight of metal tools and my state.
This is because my ability will continue to consume my physical strength during use.
The longer the ability is used, the greater the burden on the body, especially on the heart. In severe cases, it may even lead to heart failure.
My ability is the same. Zhou Kai continued in Chang Dao's words. I must concentrate when using my ability. If I overuse it, it will cause irreversible damage to the brain.
Not only that, long-term use of the ability will damage my sensory organs, which may cause blindness, deafness, or even death. Generally, my abilities are used alternately. For example, I only use the sense of smell for a period of time, and then switch to hearing to let the sensory organs rest. The more powerful the ability, the heavier the burden on the body. And Chang Dao thought for a while.
So, when your ability is activated,
the physical discomfort you feel may be the burden on the body when the ability is used. Lin Yi's ability does bring a great burden. Lu Linhai pursed his lips and nodded.
He has to die every time to go back to the past. How can the ability gained by life not be a big burden?
If it were me, I would have gone crazy long ago after dying again and again. Especially even if I go back to the past, I still remember what happened in the previous time.
The double pressure of mind and body is terrible to think about. Lin Yi has a deep understanding of this.
Thinking back to the time when he knew that the people around him were all aliens, Lin Yi was almost collapsed. Especially, he still remembers the pain of being killed every time he went back to the past. If he hadn't met Zhou Kai and knew that Zhou Kai was a human like him, Lin Yi might really go crazy.
However, what Lu Linhai said was not entirely right. In fact, it's not that you can only go back to the past after you die. Lin Yi said.
I didn't die when I went to the butcher shop to get the key, but time went back a few hours ago. Lin Yi remembered that he wanted to rescue Chang Dao, who was surrounded by aliens at that time.
Perhaps it was because of this strong belief that the ability was activated.
It is also because of this that Lin Yi felt that his ability was to control time. Unfortunately, in the past half-month, Lin Yi kept trying, but he never succeeded. With a pop, Lu Linhai clapped his hands and said firmly, "It's stable."
What's stable? Zhou Kai asked. This further proves that Lin Yi's ability is to control time. In the future, as long as Lin Yi is there, we will definitely be stable in the battle with aliens.
Lu Linhai's words were met with a roll of his eyes by Zhou Kai. He said unhappily, "Stable hammer."
Let's not talk about whether Lin Yi's guess is right or not. The key is that Lin Yi can't control his ability now. Do we have to burn a few incense sticks and pray that Lin Yi's ability can be activated normally before fighting with aliens every time?
So, before Lin Yi fully masters his ability, this ability will not be included in any battle plan for the time being. Including Lin Yi's ability to go back to the past. Zhou Kai was as cautious as ever. Although Lin Yi's guess made some sense, Zhou Kai didn't want Lin Yi to try it with his life before there was absolute evidence to prove that Lin Yi's ability was to control time. If Lin Yi's ability fails to work one day, and he doesn't go back to the past, he will only die. Half a month ago, when the alien was dying and counterattacked, Lin Yi fainted when he was activating his ability, and was lucky enough to save his life from the alien. Although time has been stopped for a little longer after half a month of training, which allows Lin Yi to make appropriate counterattacks, his physical discomfort has not disappeared. If Lin Yi's ability suddenly cannot be activated due to the heavy burden on his body, then Lin Yi may never be able to return to the past. When he said this, Zhou Kai glared at Lu Linhai again. One knife kills one alien, I'm afraid Lin Yi will fall down before we can use the knife.
If you want to kill Lin Yi, don't bother, just give him a knife now. Zhou Kai said jokingly.
Lu Linhai stuck out his tongue and smiled at Lin Yi embarrassedly. Zhou Kai is right. Besides, when Lin Yi's ability takes effect, we can't act either. And Chang Dao interjected, we can't let him kill all the aliens in the city by himself.
Let's not talk about the issue of Lin Yi's ability for the time being.
And Chang Dao continued. If Lin Yi's ability can really control time, it will be an extremely beneficial thing for them. However, the top priority is not to study Lin Yi's ability. After all, there are more important things waiting for them to do. After we escape from here, we will find time to study Lin Yi's ability. Also, if we can escape, Lin Yi's training volume must also be increased. Only when the physical fitness keeps up can we bear the burden brought by the ability as much as possible.
And Chang Dao added. So what should we do now? Lu Linhai asked. Find a way to get a mobile phone.
Zhou Kai looked around and locked his eyes on a nearby house. We have been in the mountains for so long, and we don't know what is happening outside. If we want to find high-quality livestock, high-quality humans, we must first understand the situation outside. For example, who is the top scorer in the college entrance examination? While Zhou Kai was thinking, Zhou Yun suddenly walked to Lin Yi. She reached out and gently pulled the corner of Lin Yi's clothes, and whispered, "Brother Lin Yi, I have a question. When you use your ability, you feel that you can't breathe. Is it because?" Zhou Yun looked a little unconfident. Although she said very little, she also tried hard to help everyone. "Is it because the air is also still?" "Air?" Zhou Yun's words made Lin Yi suddenly enlightened. Zhou Yun's words made Lin Yi's eyes light up. Although he was not sure whether Zhou Yun's guess was correct, Lin Yi felt that this possibility was very high. To be precise, it was not the air that was stilled, but the flow of air. The timing of these 2 times of time stillness was very urgent. At that time, Lin Yi was nervous and sped up his breathing frequency. Rapid breathing led to accelerated air consumption, but when Lin Yi exhausted the air around him, no, to be precise, only in the small area facing Lin Yi's face, because the flow of air was stilled, the air in other places would not be replenished. Therefore, Lin Yi felt suffocated, as if he could not breathe, which caused a series of chain reactions. But when Lin Yi started to move, this situation began to ease, because Lin Yi's actions at this time allowed him to breathe air from other locations. Of course, this was just their guess. However, Lin Yi had decided that if time stillness appeared again next time, he would definitely give it a try. As long as he could master the ability proficiently, he would be able to deal with it easily when he encountered aliens later. While Lin Yi was thinking, Zhou Kai had already locked onto a family. Using his hearing and his years of practical experience, Zhou Kai successfully opened the door of that family. Then he sneaked in with enhanced vision and touch. When he came back, Zhou Kai not only successfully got the phone, but also unlocked it with the other party's fingerprint, and even took a box of strawberries from someone else's refrigerator and handed it to Zhou Yun. Zhou Kai's familiar series of operations made Lin Yi want to call the police to catch the thief. Stealing the phone is fine, but he also stole strawberries. The key is that the stolen strawberries were only eaten by Zhou Yun alone, which is unbearable. Dead sister control. Lin Yi rolled his eyes in his heart. I found it. After searching the internet with his mobile phone, Zhou Kai quickly found this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. Oh my god, this guy scored 749 points? Lu Linhai leaned over to take a look and said in surprise. The man they found was named Zhang Chang. Except for the 1 point deducted for the Chinese composition, all other subjects were full marks. As for the point deducted from the composition, it was because Zhang Chang wrote an irrelevant sentence at the end of the composition, which was superfluous to this perfect composition. What did he write at the end of the composition? Lin Yi was a little curious. He wrote, Zhou Kai smacked his lips, orcs will never be slaves. Lin Yi was silent for a while, a little amused. This Zhang Chang feels a little bit second year. There's more. Lu Linhai stared at the news report on the mobile phone screen. This guy was originally recommended, but he gave up the recommendation and volunteered to take the college entrance examination. It's still the kind of, if you don't let me take the college entrance examination, I will die for you to see. Anyway, let's get in touch with him first. Zhou Kai said, if he is still a human, there is a high probability that he is the high-quality animal man in the mouth of the aliens. It's just that he lives a little far away. Lu Linhai looked at the content on the mobile phone screen. It doesn't matter, we drive there. Zhou Kai disagreed. Driving? Lin Yi was stunned at first, then seemed to have guessed something. You won't. Zhou Kai smiled and took out the car keys from his pocket. When he took the phone and strawberries, he also took out the car keys of this family. Zhou Kai, what do you do? Lu Linhai smiled helplessly. The stolen car cannot be parked casually, and in Changdao is more conspicuous, and it is almost impossible to appear in the city during the day. So, the task of contacting Zhang Cheng fell on Lin Yi and the other 4. I thought the next action would be very smooth, but for 3 consecutive days, they didn't even see the shadow of Zhang Cheng. On the 4th day, Lu Linhai couldn't stand it anymore. Today is the 4th day, how can this guy not go out for 4 days in a row? Lu Linhai complained. Is he a high school student? After studying for so long, he finally finished the exam. Shouldn't he come out and have some fun? Even if it's been so long since the college entrance examination, he shouldn't stay at home all day. He has a middle school personality and doesn't go out all day. Isn't this Zhang Cheng a otaku? Lin Yi also felt that this matter was a bit troublesome. The community where Zhang Cheng lived was a high-end community.
There were invigilators everywhere in the community. Even if Lin Yi and his team could sneak in, they would be discovered quickly.
So, if Zhang Cheng didn't go out, Lin Yi and his team would not be able to contact Zhang Cheng at all.
If it doesn't work, we can only change someone. Zhou Kai sighed.
That day, they still didn't wait for Zhang Cheng to come out. At night, just when they were about to leave, Zhou Kai suddenly raised his head and frowned and looked towards the community.
What's wrong?
Seeing the expression on Zhou Kai's face, Lin Yi immediately became alert.
Something is coming. Is it an alien?
Lu Linhai quickly prepared for a fight. But Zhou Kai's next words surprised them.
From the sound, it should be a drone. A drone?
Lin was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the sky following Zhou Kai's gaze. After a while, a drone flew towards their location. This drone looks a bit strange. It doesn't look like it was bought, but more like it was assembled by itself with different parts. After arriving at the location of Lin Yi and others, the drone began to descend and landed on the ground.
What is this thing for?
Lu Linhai picked up the drone on the ground. Just when he was about to take a closer look, a dull voice suddenly sounded from the drone.
If you want to take it, hold it well. Don't turn it over and over. You country bumpkin, haven't you seen a drone before? Lu Linhai was startled and the drone in his hand almost fell. Can this thing talk?
Lu Linhai was a little surprised.
There is a camera here. Lin Yi frowned and noticed that there was a small camera on the drone.
You have been squatting outside for 4 days.
What are you doing here?
The voice in the drone continued to sound.
But this sentence made Lin Yi and others nervous.
During these 4 days, in order not to be discovered by the aliens in the community, while ensuring that they could see the house where Zhang Cheng lived, they hid in a relatively hidden place. In addition to Zhou Kai's ability, it is impossible for anyone to discover them.
Who are you? Lin Yi asked with a frown. I'm your father.
The other party's answer made Lin Yi grit his teeth and wanted to smash the drone in his hand. Before Lin Yi and the others could speak, the voice from the drone continued to come, and this sentence made Lin Yi and the others even more nervous.
You guys are too brave, don't you know that the police are catching you everywhere? You dare to come out without finding a place to hide, do you think you have lived too long? Who are you? Zhou Kai realized that something was wrong.
He had absolute confidence in his ability, but the other party not only discovered them, but also knew who they were. But Zhou Kai never realized who the other party was and where he was hiding. However, the other party's words made Lin Yi relieved. The other party knew who they were and their location, but did not notify the aliens to catch them, which meant that the other party had no malicious intentions. Lin Yi thought about it and had a guess in his heart: if this person has no ability, then the other party is likely to see Lin Yi and the others through other methods. Since this person can see where they are, it means that the other party's position should also be within the sight of Lin Yi and his team. Thinking of this, Lin Yi pulled Zhou Kai aside and whispered a few words into Zhou Kai's ear. After listening to Lin Yi's words, Zhou Kai nodded. He raised his head and looked at the community not far away. While they were talking, Lu Linhai on the side started arguing with the drone he was holding. Lu Linhai was extremely angry, but he couldn't quarrel with the other party, and his face turned red with anger.
Hey, why is the gorilla's face red?
The voice coming from the drone was disdainful and kept teasing. I only knew that monkeys' buttocks were red, but I didn't expect that gorillas' faces were also red.
Ha ha ha, come out if you can. Don't hide behind.
Lu Linhai roared through gritted teeth. Zhou Yun on the side tugged at Lu Linhai, as if to tell him to keep his voice down. But at this time, Lu Linhai was so angry that he didn't notice Zhou Yun's movements at all.
If you were a man, we would compete face to face. Do you dare? You said it wrong, right?
The other party continued to tease.
How can you call yourself a man? You are obviously a male gorilla.
Lu Linhai was so angry that he couldn't speak for a moment. He said one sentence and the other party wanted to reply 10 times. Lin glanced at Lu Linhai and turned around to urge Zhou Kai.
How's it going? Did you find it?
Not yet, Zhou Kai said, but his eyes kept staring at the community not far away. He was extremely serious at this time, and his eyes swept across the neighborhood one by one.
Don't rush me.
If your guess is right, I will definitely be able to find it as long as the distance is within my ability. Looking at it, Zhou Kai seemed to have found something. He was stunned for a moment, then squinted his eyes and looked carefully, as if he was identifying something. Then, Zhou Kai laughed softly.
Found it.
Zhou Kai turned back to look at Lin Yi and said with a smile, I really answered that sentence. People have searched for him hundreds of times, but that person is in the dim light. Could it be that the person controlling this drone is, Zhou Kai's words surprised Lin Yi? Seeing Zhou Kai nodded, Lin Yi also laughed. Turning around and coming to Lu Linhai, Lin Yi took the drone over. Yes, Lin Yi, help me scold him. Lu Lin also thought that Lin Yi was here to help him, and said angrily, scold me. Scold him hard. Nice to meet you, classmate Zhang Chang, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. Lin Yi's words made Lu Linhai a little anxious. What are you doing? I asked you to scold him for me, why did you say hello to him? Is it the legendary saying of courtesy first and then fighting? Wait. Lu Linhai suddenly reacted and asked in surprise, what did you call him just now? Zhang Chang? It's us. Before Lu Linhai could say anything, he was pulled away by Zhou Kai. Stop talking. Zhou Kai glared at Lu Linhai and stood next to Lin Yi. The person opposite the drone was silent for a moment, and then said in a disapproving tone, who is Zhang Chang? I don't know Zhang Chang, Li Chang, Wang Irma Chang. You have mistaken the wrong person. Really? Zhou Kai approached the drone and teased in the same contemptuous tone, if you are not Zhang Chang, then who is the person standing in front of the window holding the remote control? There was another moment of silence. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Zhou Kai continued, by the way, the telescope next to you is very beautiful, and it's not cheap at first glance. I didn't expect that the top scorer in the college entrance examination would have such a little unknown hobby. Is your telescope a serious telescope? Why can you see me? The voice from the drone became serious. Logically speaking, no matter how good your eyesight is, you should not be able to see me from your current position. Although the other party did not clearly identify himself, these words already showed that he was indeed the Zhang Chang that Lin Yi was looking for. He used the telescope to see Lin Yi and the others. Maybe he was curious, or maybe he thought that Lin Yi and the others couldn't find his location, so he controlled the drone to come over to play a prank. But he never thought that not only would his position be exposed, but the telescope in front of the window and even the remote control in his hand would be clearly visible. Is it convenient to meet and chat? Lin Yi asked. It's inconvenient. The other party answered decisively. If it's inconvenient, forget it. Lin Yi snorted coldly and placed the drone on the ground. The other party didn't expect Lin Yi to be so decisive. Goodbye. Lin Yi-chan winked at the others. So, the others turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Zhang Chang shouted before they could take a step. You haven't answered my question yet. The drone flew in front of Lin Yi under the control of Zhang Chang. How on earth did you find me? Also, didn't the news say that you were captured by a murderer? Where is the murderer? Why weren't you killed? Did you escape? How did you escape? Zhang Chang seemed to be a chatterbox, chattering endlessly. If you want to know, we can meet and chat. Lin Yi did not answer Zhang Chang, and he had no intention of answering. Lin Yi knew very well that it was very difficult to make the other party believe that there were aliens in the world. Especially to make these people believe that their parents are also aliens. It takes a certain amount of time to convince the other party. If the other party's attitude is very resistant, then there is no need for Lin Yi and the others to continue talking. It is better to find other people if you have this time. Anyway, there is more than one high-quality human in this city. Isn't it okay to just chat like this? Zhang Chang asked. No, Lin Yi shook his head and said, don't worry, I can swear with my life that we will never hurt you. Aren't you afraid that I will call the police right now and let the police arrest you? Please. Lin Yi replied. After a short silence, Zhang Chang sighed. It's not that I don't want to come out, it's that I can't come out. Bah! Lu Linhai on the side looked down on him. Do you have no legs or can't walk? You can't come out yet, I think you just don't want to come out. This is communication between humans, don't talk to an underdeveloped gorilla. Zhang Chang said, and Lu Linhai gritted his teeth in anger. Why can't you come out? Lin Yi was a little curious. The two things at home won't let me. Although Zhang Chang said it casually, there was a sense of helplessness in his tone. However, his words made Lin Yi feel a little strange. What did you say just now? Lin Yi asked tentatively, what do you call your parents? They are not my parents. Zhang Chang's tone was a little angry. And his words also surprised Lin Yi. Could it be that, Lin Yi thought about it, and then tried, you are adopted? There is nothing wrong with saying that. Zhang Chang replied, but, forget it, you won't believe it even if I tell you. Lin Yi frowned, he turned his head and glanced at Zhou Kai. Seeing Zhou Kai nodded, Lin Yi knew that they thought the same thing. So, Lin Yi continued, when did you find out? Discover what? Zhang Chang asked, when was I adopted? No. Linny shook his head, discovered that they are not human.
This time, Zhang Cheng was silent for a long time. After a moment, Zhang Cheng's tone seemed to become a little excited. Do you know what you are talking about?
Hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat.
Could it be that he guessed wrong? Zhang Cheng doesn't know about the existence of aliens at all?
Lin Yi thought for a while, frowned and said, "You know what I'm talking about."
I don't know.
Zhang Cheng answered simply, "I don't understand either."
If you don't have anything else to do, I'll leave.
The drone began to rise, looking like it was preparing to leave.
However, the rate of rise is a bit slow.
You know, it's just that you have doubts about us, so you pretend to know nothing. Seeing the rising speed of the drone, Lin Yi roughly understood. If you really didn't know, you wouldn't write "orcs will never be slaves" in the last sentence of your college entrance examination essay.
It's a bit of a middle-of-the-road approach, but it's the way you show your attitude.
You don't dare to say it clearly, so you use this method to vent your dissatisfaction. When Lin Yi spoke, the drone that was rising slowly stopped. If you really don't know anything, when you find us, you should immediately call the police or tell the people around you instead of controlling this drone to approach us.
After a brief silence, Zhang Cheng, who was controlling the drone, said slowly, "You are quite interesting. At least it's more interesting than the gorilla next to me."
Lu Linhai was stunned for a moment and shouted angrily, "You are the gorilla.
Your whole family is a gorilla." Zhang Cheng's answer made Lin Yi sigh in relief.
It will be much easier to persuade someone who knows the existence of aliens. Moreover, he is still a person who knows about the existence of aliens and is still alive to this day.
If I guess correctly, you should be here to find me, right?
The drone slowly landed and stopped in front of Lin Yi. After all, the gorilla just let it slip. Moreover, you didn't leave immediately after you found me, and you even took the time to talk to me so much.
Lin nodded. "We are indeed here to find you. However, I am a little curious. How did you discover those aliens?"
The reason why Changdao knew about the existence of aliens was because his pigs escaped and he found out by chance. Zhou Kai suddenly awakened his ability, and Lin Yi gained the answer with his life. As for Lu Linhai and Zhou Yun, because they believed in Lin Yi and Zhou Kai, and later saw the aliens, they knew about their existence.
Therefore, Lin Yi was really curious about Zhang Cheng's knowledge of the existence of aliens. Aliens? Zhang Cheng sneered, "Is that what you call those monsters? It does sound like a good fit.
To be honest, I have never seen what these aliens really look like, but I have seen what they have done."
"What have they done?"
Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously thought of two words: cannibalism.
"You don't know that there is a huge basement in the central hospital, right?" Zhang Cheng began to describe the process of discovering the abnormality. That happened when Zhang Cheng was in the first grade of junior high school.
That year, Zhang Cheng was hospitalized due to an accident, and accidentally met a beautiful young lady in the hospital. At the age when love first emerged, Zhang Cheng fell in love with this girl at first sight. At that time, he didn't know what love was, he just wanted to see this girl every day. It wasn't until one day that the girl cut off her long hair that Zhang Cheng realized that the girl had cancer. However, this did not affect Zhang Cheng's love for this girl. He still went to find this girl every day, talked to her, made her happy, comforted her, and encouraged her until the girl suddenly disappeared from the hospital. The nurse told Zhang Cheng that the girl was discharged from the hospital. But Zhang Cheng felt something was wrong.
This girl had just started chemotherapy. Why was she suddenly discharged from the hospital?
Even if she has to be discharged from the hospital due to family circumstances, the girl will not leave quietly. So, Zhang Cheng sneaked into the monitoring room and wanted to check the surveillance of the night the girl disappeared. However, the surveillance from that night was deleted.
"Since the surveillance has been deleted, how did you find out?" Lu Linhai interjected.
Undoubtedly, he was scolded by Zhang Cheng again. "Don't talk casually to the gorilla, or he will be captured and taken to the zoo to watch." Lu Linhai gritted his teeth. The hospital surveillance has been deleted, but the surveillance outside the hospital is still there. Zhang Cheng continued. There is a convenience store directly opposite the hospital gate, and the store's surveillance camera can capture the location of the hospital gate. So, Zhang Cheng lied that he had lost his family's wallet and wanted to watch the surveillance to find the person who found the wallet. The surveillance at the convenience store did not involve matters inside the hospital, so the surveillance on the night the girl disappeared was not deleted. Because he was often with the girl, Zhang Cheng remembered the car driven by the girl's father. However, that night, the girl's father's car did not come to the hospital. In other words, the girl was not discharged from the hospital at all. After knowing that the nurse was lying, Zhang Cheng felt more and more strange about the hospital.
At that time, he didn't think about anything unusual in the world. He only thought that this hospital was secretly conducting illegal activities of organ trafficking. Zhang Chang wants to avenge the girl and expose this hospital. So, he started investigating to find evidence. But Zhang Chang found nothing after searching for it. There was only one place left in the entire hospital that had not been searched. This place was the morgue of the hospital. Zhang Chang was very scared, but when he thought of the girl's unfortunate experience, he suddenly had courage. In order to avoid surveillance, Zhang Chang took a lot of effort to successfully sneak into the morgue, and this time, he really found a clue. He found that there was a secret door leading to the underground in the morgue. You can never imagine what kind of scene is in that basement. When he said this, Zhang Chang's voice trembled a little. His breathing became a little rapid, as if the scene of that year appeared again in front of him, and even his tone was mixed with anger. The basement exudes a disgusting stench and a pungent smell of blood, and the huge machine keeps running. In the center of this basement, there is a deep pit. Could it be? When he heard this, Linny seemed to guess what was in the deep pit. That deep pit is full of people. Zhang Chang took a deep breath, as if he wanted to calm himself down. No, they are no longer human. Under the stirring of that huge machine, the people in the deep pit have long become a pile of rotting meat. Zhang Chang's narration made everyone's face become extremely solemn. Don't those aliens eat people? Why do they eat people? Lu Linhai asked with gritted teeth. Linny thought for a while and said slowly, the reason why those aliens do this, I'm afraid it's to generate electricity. Generate electricity? Lu Linhai was shocked. Linny nodded, although it was just his guess. Aliens have high requirements for meat quality. They will not eat people with cancer, let alone spend time and energy to treat them. And this kind of people has become a resource to keep the city running. Rotten meat will produce biogas, which will be used to generate electricity and drive the operation of some machines in the city. Of course, this is my guess. When he said this, Lin paused. His face became a little ugly, and he said a person's conjecture that made everyone feel disgusted. Or these rotten meats have other uses. For example, processed into human food. Lin Yi's words made Lu Linhai retch. When he thought that the food he had eaten might be human, Lu Linhai felt his stomach churning. If possible, he wanted to take out his intestines and clean them. Zhou Yun, who was standing by, covered her mouth. Although she did not bend over and retch like Lu Linhai, her face was pale and she also felt uncomfortable. Zhou Kai noticed his sister's face and gently pushed Lin Yi, signaling him to stop talking. After Lin Yi noticed the reactions of Lu Linhai and Zhou Yun, he quickly changed his words and said, "Don't take it seriously. These are all my random guesses. Maybe those machines in the basement of the hospital are just a way for aliens to deal with humans. For example, they are mashed and dragged to the fields for fertilizer, or mixed with cement to build houses. They may not be eaten by us." Puff Zhang Chang's suppressed laughter came from the drone. Zhou Kai, who was standing next to him, twitched at the corner of his mouth and wanted to cover Lin Yi's mouth. He did change his statement, but it was not much better than before. "Don't say it." Lu Linhai panted, wiped the corner of his mouth, and said, "If you don't say it, you still have friends." Lin Yi smiled embarrassedly and quickly changed the subject. Looking up at the drone in front of him, Lin Yi continued to ask, "What happened after that? How do you know that the girl was killed?" "I found her hairpin next to the deep pit." Zhang Chang said. That was her favorite hairpin. She said that when her illness was cured and her hair grew again, she must wear this hairpin every day. Lin Yi noticed that Zhang Cheng's tone was a little sad, so he did not continue to ask about the girl, but changed another question. "How did you hide yourself all these years and not be discovered by those aliens?" Zhang Cheng's situation was different from Zhou Kai's. Zhou Kai was trying to protect his sister, and with the awakening of his ability, he successfully avoided being discovered by the monster. However, Zhang Cheng did not have the ability. If he had the ability, he would have guessed it when Zhou Kai discovered him before. It is not easy for a person without ability to survive in a city full of monsters. After running out of the basement, my first reaction was to tell my parents about it and ask them to call the police. After all, the basement of the hospital is evidence, and the hospital can't handle it in a short time. Zhang Cheng was still young at that time, and it was quite remarkable that he could remain calm when encountering such a terrible thing. He didn't know how to deal with it, and he could only think of his parents. However, after returning to the ward, Zhang Cheng thought of the girl's parents. The girl was obviously not discharged from the hospital, but the girl's family did not come to the hospital to look for her. Zhang Cheng felt a little strange, so he did not tell his parents about his discovery immediately, but continued to investigate the hospital.
Soon, Zhang Cheng found that many cancer patients in the hospital had the same situation as the girl. They would suddenly disappear one night, and their families would not care about it. Zhang Cheng felt more and more abnormal and began to doubt the people around him. With this experience, Zhang Cheng observed the things around him more carefully. He began to find that there were also such disappearances around him.
Sometimes it was his classmates, sometimes it was neighbors. Some classmates would reappear soon after disappearing, while others would never reappear after disappearing. Moreover, for those who never reappeared, the people around them reacted in a surprisingly consistent manner, as if this person did not exist in the world at all, and they were never mentioned again. Gradually, I noticed that the people around me were a little abnormal.
Zhang Cheng continued. So, I began to reject contact with the outside world. This gave me more time to study, and I felt that only by learning more knowledge could I find the truth. Later, my studies got better and better, but the attitudes of those two things at home towards me became more and more strange. Every time I got excellent grades, although they didn't say it, I could see that they were very unhappy.
Linny didn't find this strange. These aliens are selfish.
The reason why they are angry is probably because Zhang Cheng's subsequent performance made him a high-quality food that needs tribute. When they thought that the livestock they raised with great effort could not be eaten by themselves, they would of course be angry.
After Linny told the story of the high-quality livestock, Zhang Cheng couldn't help laughing. No wonder they insisted on letting me choose the recommended university, and said they would take me to see how good the recommended university was. At that time, I just felt something was wrong.
Their sudden enthusiasm made me feel very strange. So, I strongly requested to give up the recommended university and insisted on taking the college entrance examination.
Now it seems that they can't wait to send me out.
Lin nodded. Only by sending you away can they raise new livestock.
But since there are so many aliens in this city, why don't they just occupy this city directly and raise humans as real livestock?
Zhang Cheng was a little confused. In this way, they can eat whenever they want, without so much trouble, and don't have to waste more than 10 years to raise 1 or 2 humans.
We have discussed this issue before.
After hiding in the mountains for half a month, Linny and his team had discussed this issue many times.
It's just that we have too little information, so we haven't come to a conclusion.
Besides, the most important thing now is to escape from here. As for other things, we will slowly study them later. Perhaps outside this city, Linny and his team can find more clues. For example, the information left by the skeleton before his death, the peach blossom spring in the far north.
Is this why you came to me? Zhang Cheng's tone sounded a little proud. You are very good.
You know to come to me, a genius, to help you escape.
Lu Linhai on the side snorted disdainfully. He seized the opportunity and said, You are so shameless, and you are a genius, ugh. Besides, it doesn't have to be you. Any high-quality human can do. This at least shows that I am a high-quality human, which is better than some gorillas. Zhang Cheng teased. However, a talking gorilla, barely a high-quality gorilla. You Lu Lin was also angry. You came to me because you need me to help you make a perfect escape plan? Zhang Cheng asked. You are locked up by the aliens and can't get out, and you are helping us make a plan. Lu Linhai looked down on him. If you have the ability, run out first. Don't worry about that. If I want to get out, those two things can't hold me at all. We already have a plan. Linny told them the plan they made. After listening, Zhang Cheng was silent for a while. An insider?
It sounds good, but, regarding Lin Yi's plan, Zhang Cheng seemed to have a different opinion.
If you really follow this plan, you will definitely fail in the end.
What makes you say our plan will fail? Lu Linhai stepped in front of the drone and stared at the camera on the drone angrily. He was obviously not convinced by Zhang Cheng's words. You, who have never seen the true appearance of aliens, what makes you say that? Because I have a brain. Zhang Cheng disagreed. Lu Linhai wanted to refute, but was stopped by Linny.
Linny shook his head at him, looked at the drone and asked humbly, Is there anything wrong with this plan?
Of course there is.
Zhang Cheng's tone was a little proud.
There is actually nothing wrong with this plan itself, and it sounds feasible in general.
It's just that you overlooked some details. Details? Linny was stunned.
It is worthy of recognition to give up the high-speed rail route and choose the bus route where there are relatively few heterosexuals. However, putting aside the number and talking about the results is a means of self-deception and self-consolation. The heterosexuals on a bus are indeed not as good as those on the high-speed rail, but what about 2, 3, or even 10? When he heard this, Linny frowned, and he vaguely noticed the shortcomings of this plan.
You chose the wrong time.
Zheng Cheng continued. According to your plan, the days of intercepting and robbing the bus are chosen in the days before the university starts. That period is indeed the day when students go to university, but this is the conventional statement. You know, the students sent out of the city are not real students. In the eyes of the heterosexuals, they are just goods. So, the number of buses leaving the city in those days must be more than one.
You are right, I didn't consider it comprehensively enough.
Linny did ignore these problems. If the buses leaving the city depart in batches, then when this plan is implemented, the heterosexuals they have to face may not be less than those on the high-speed rail.
Another point, since it is to transport goods, how could those aliens be completely unprepared?
Zheng Cheng considered the problem from a much more comprehensive perspective than Linny. Maybe in those days, in addition to the aliens on the bus, there will be other aliens accompanying, responsible for protecting the safe delivery of the goods.
That's why I said your plan will definitely fail. That's easy for you to say. Lu Linhai was very angry, but he felt that Zhang Cheng's consideration was reasonable. So, Lu Linhai said aggrievedly, if we don't choose to do it on those days, we don't know when the other buses will leave the city. Zhou Kai nodded, and then said Lu Linhai, even if we know the time when the bus leaves the city, we don't know who is on the bus, which is not conducive to our next action. If you didn't find me, these problems would be really troublesome to deal with. Zhang Cheng's tone was slightly proud. But since you found me, these problems are not a problem. Do you have a way to solve it? Lin Yi asked.
Of course.
Zhang Cheng replied.
Don't forget, the two things in my family are very anxious to send me out.
So, if I tell them that I want to go to the university and experience the campus life in advance, do you think they will agree?
Lin Yi thought about it and seemed to have some concerns. What if they choose to take the high-speed rail instead of the bus?
You are wrong. It doesn't matter what tool to choose for the aliens. What matters is that the goods can be sent away.
Zhang Cheng said. So, if I tell them that I want to leave by bus, they will not refuse. Otherwise, I would not have been able to successfully take the college entrance examination. In addition, because of the advance of time, it is not the time for school to start. The aliens cannot send all the students out of the city. After all, this practice is too abnormal and easily arouses suspicion from humans in this city. The aliens have extremely high requirements for meat quality, especially for high-quality livestock. In order to ensure the delicious meat of high-quality livestock, they will definitely appease the emotions of the livestock as much as possible to ensure that the taste will not be damaged before delivery.
Zhang Cheng perfected Lin Yi's plan, and 3 days later, the escape plan officially began.
Near the highway toll station, a car parked on the side of the road. In the car, Lu Linhai looked around nervously.
Are we not too arrogant to park the car here?
Lu Linhai asked. Don't worry, Uncle Lin is turning on the double flash, and it won't arouse the suspicion of the aliens in a short time. Zhou Kai closed his eyes and listened carefully to the nearby sounds. This is still a distance from the highway entrance, and the aliens there will not come. Wait until we grab the bus and rush over directly. Once on the highway, even if those aliens catch up, Uncle Len's ability can kill them.
Compared to this, can you sit to the side? Don't you realize that you are squeezing Xiaoyun? Lu Linhai pouted and leaned towards the door.
Here it comes. Zhou Kai suddenly opened his eyes. He heard the voice.
There are 18 units on the bus, 11 of which are people, and the remaining 7 are aliens. Uncle Lin, is it okay?
Lin Yi, who was sitting in the co-pilot, turned his head and glanced at Changdao. Seeing the other party nodded, Lin Yi quickly took out the drone from his bag. This is Zhang Cheng's drone.
Because there are aliens on the bus, Lin Yi must notify him to take action while ensuring that Zhang Cheng is not discovered.
The drone took off, and the picture captured by the camera appeared on the screen connected to the remote control.
I see.
Soon, a bus appeared on the screen.
Uncle Lin, we can start the action.
With Lin Yi's soft shout, and Changdao started the car, quickly turned the front of the car, and began to drive in the opposite direction on the road. On the other side, some people on the bus were students like Zhang Chang. Zhang Cheng chatted with a few of the students and learned that they were all called out by their parents. They said they were going out for a trip and visiting the future university by the way. The other few looked like office workers on business trips. As for how many of these people were aliens, Zhang Cheng didn't know. But even so, he was still very excited. After all, this was his first head-on confrontation with aliens. Along the way, Zhang Chen looked out the window nervously. When he saw the drone in the air approaching, he knew that the plan was about to begin. Zhang Cheng grabbed the bag in his arms and was always ready.
The drone in the air began to land, and with a bang, the drone hit the front windshield of the bus. Ah! Zhang Cheng shouted exaggeratedly. Zhang Cheng's acting skills are really exaggerated, but fortunately this does not affect his plan. He left his seat, grabbed his backpack and walked to the driver, and asked nervously, "Driver, what happened? Is the car broken?" The driver glanced at the cracked front windshield with a cold face, and said casually, "It seems to have hit something. This is too dangerous, the car window is broken." Zhang Cheng continued to shout in an exaggerated tone. "Zhang Cheng, come back and sit down," Zhang Cheng's father in the back seat said. Zhang Cheng ignored it, he turned his back to the back seat and slowly unzipped his backpack. At this moment, a car drove in the opposite direction towards the bus. "Quick! Stop the car! It's going to hit!" Seeing the oncoming car, Zhang Cheng shouted hurriedly. The oncoming car was getting closer and closer, but the bus driver had no intention of stopping. Zhang Cheng frowned and shouted to the passengers in the car. "Driver, stop the car. We are about to hit it. Do you want to kill us?" Zhang Cheng shouted loudly. After all, this was his mission as an insider. He had to make sure the bus stopped. The passengers in the front row heard Zhang Cheng's shouts and saw the car coming in the opposite direction, so they also urged him. "Driver, stop the car. Press the brakes. Press the brakes." The bus driver slammed on the brakes, but fortunately Zhang Cheng held the handrail tightly and did not fall. When the bus stopped, the car in the opposite direction also stopped. The car door opened, and Lin Yi and his group got out. The driver recognized in Changdao, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, ready to drive directly into it. However, Zhang Cheng would not give him this opportunity. This is Zhang Cheng's second task, to ensure that the stopped bus will not start again. The driver is not a human being. He will not be soft-hearted after seeing in Changdao. He will definitely hit the car with a foot on the accelerator. The bus hit the car, and Lin Yi and his team have no chance of winning. Driver master. Zhang Cheng moved closer to the driver's seat, his back to the other passengers in the car, and opened his backpack. "If there is a next life, try to be a human being," Zhang Cheng muttered in a low voice, and then two cold lights shot out of the backpack and flew straight towards the driver at a very fast speed. That was in Qingdao's knife. In the days before the plan started, Zhang Cheng learned about the ability from Lin Yi. At the same time, he also used a drone to get the two knives given to him by Lin Yi. He has been carrying these two knives for this moment. The driver was not on guard against Zhang Cheng at all, and because the distance was too close, the driver had no time to react. Under in Changdao's control, a bone-splitting knife was inserted into the driver's throat, and another bloodletting knife was inserted into the driver's abdomen, and continued to go deeper until it drilled in. Awesome! Zhang Cheng sighed in his heart. Although he had heard about in Changdao's ability from Lin Yi, he was still surprised when he saw it with his own eyes for the first time. But in the blink of an eye, an alien died under in Changdao's knife. The driver leaned weakly on the backrest, and the passengers sitting in the back could not see it at all. However, the co-driver on the side seemed to have noticed something and stood up and wanted to come over. Zhang Cheng was not panicked at all. When he was a child, he had seen the deep pit of the hospital. Compared with the scene in the deep pit, these things in front of him were not worth mentioning at all. So, when Zhang Cheng noticed that the co-driver stood up, he immediately turned around and shouted at the passengers in the car. "The murderer is here. It's in Changdao, the murderer wanted by the police." This is the third task that Zhang Cheng needs to complete, causing panic. Although Zhang Cheng's acting was still exaggerated, the person walking towards them was indeed in Changdao, so when the passengers saw him, they didn't care whether Zhang Cheng's shouts were real or not. They could only feel the fear of facing a murderer. "Oh my god! It's really a murderer," the passenger by the window said in horror. "I've seen him on TV. It's him. It's over. Why did we meet this murderer here? I heard that he killed more than a dozen people. It's terrible. What should we do? Will he kill us?" "Don't worry, passengers," the co-driver comforted, "he can't get in. As long as we stay in the car and don't go out, we'll be fine." Yes, he can't get in for a while," a passenger echoed. Of course, Zhang Cheng didn't know whether the person who echoed was a human or an alien. After all, he couldn't tell the difference. "Call the police, call the police. Zhang Cheng, come to your parents." Zhang Cheng's parents in the back row stood up and walked towards Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng sneered in his heart, looking at the two aliens in front of him. He finally got rid of them, and he would not miss this opportunity. "Can't get in? I can just let them in."
Zhang Cheng smiled disdainfully in his heart. His fourth task was to open the car door. With a pop, Zhang Cheng pressed the button to open the door, and then quickly ran towards the door, shouting while running, "It's not safe in the car. Run! What are you doing?" The co-driver turned around and hurriedly chased after him. "Come back." He stretched out his hand to catch Zhang Cheng, but just as he ran to the door, a bloodletting knife stabbed at the co-driver's throat. The co-driver quickly raised his hand, and the bloodletting knife hit his arm, cut his skin, and hit the carapace under the skin. Without waiting for the co-driver to react, Chang Dao rushed in from outside the door. He held the dark blue bone-cutting knife in his hand and chopped it across the neck of the deputy director. With a bang, the deputy driver raised his hand to block Chang Dao's knife again. However, just as he was resisting, two boning knives pierced his knee joints from the left and right. Ah! Murder! The passengers in the car panicked. At this time, Lin Yi's voice came from outside the bus. "What are you waiting for? Are you waiting to be killed by the murderer if you don't run now?" He shouted at the passengers in the car, "Run! If you don't run, you will die." The door was already open, which meant that the car was no longer safe. Coupled with the appearance of Chang Dao, the first thing the passengers thought of was to escape. The reason for doing this was not only to make the situation more chaotic, but also to protect them. Once they fought with the aliens would definitely reveal their true appearance. If the passengers on the bus saw their appearance, it would be fine if they didn't run away. Anyway, there were many seats on the bus, and Linny didn't mind taking them away. But if these passengers saw the aliens and then ran away, the aliens in the city would never let them go. Linny didn't have time to find them back. So, in order to ensure that they didn't see the true face of the aliens, Linny planned to scare them away. As long as they didn't see the appearance of the aliens, they might be able to live a few more days. The passenger escaped from the back door, ran back the way they came, and picked up the phone to call the police. "Uncle Lin, we have to make a quick decision. There were a total of 7 aliens on the bus, 1 dead, 1 injured, and 5 left. 3 of the aliens had to flee with their children because they were disguised as students' parents. They had to do this before being discovered by the animals they raised. So, at this moment, there were actually only 2.5 aliens in the car, the injured deputy driver and Zhang Cheng's parents." "Lowly animal! I'm going to kill you." The deputy driver's body began to swell, and with a squeak, the skin on his abdomen quickly broke, and the tentacles covered with barbs suddenly attacked Chang Dao. Chang Dao seemed to have expected this scene to appear. He leaned back, kicked his feet, and quickly jumped out of the bus. "Zhang Cheng, so you found it a long time ago." Zhang Cheng's parents walked down from the back door of the car. They stared at Zhang Cheng intently, and a smile appeared on their faces. "Since you found it, don't blame us." Zhang Cheng's father opened his mouth and the serrated mouthparts drilled out. "High-quality animals, I've wanted to try them for a long time." Something was wriggling violently under Zhang Cheng's mother's skin. She twisted her neck, and the black carapace appeared from the torn skin. Haba Zhang Cheng looked at it with disdain. "It's so ugly. I've lived with such a disgusting thing for more than 10 years, and I feel sick just thinking about it." Zhang Cheng took a step back and shouted at Chang Dao, "Go ahead, it's you, Uncle Murderer." Chang Dao frowned. He seemed to hate this title, turned around and glared at Zhang Cheng fiercely. "Leave this injured one to you, and I'll deal with the other 2. Chang Dao turned around, and all the knives flew out of the backpack and turned around him. "Leave it to me?" Zhang Cheng was stunned for a moment. Just as Chang Dao rushed towards Zhang Cheng's parents, the co-driver, who showed his original appearance, ran down from the front door. 2 insect legs were pierced with boning knives, and they lost their ability to move. When the remaining 4 insect legs were enough for it to continue moving, it saw Zhang Cheng and raised its sickle-like forearm to chop down. "No! Uncle Lin, get rid of this one first." Zhang Cheng was startled. As he watched the forearm chop down, a figure rushed over from the side. "Don't be so self-indulgent. Uncle Lin meant for us to deal with this guy, not you. Gorilla?" Linny never told Zhang Cheng about their fight with the aliens, so Zhang Cheng mistakenly believed that it was Chang Dao who had always fought against the aliens. In his eyes, Linny was barely the one who came up with the idea. Zhou Kai was the one who inquired about information, and as for Lu Linhai and Zhou Yun, Chun Chun was the one holding back. However, the scene in front of him made Zhang Cheng slightly change his view of Linny and the others. When the alien's forearm was chopped off, Lu Linhai rushed over with a steel rod in hand. He clenched the steel rod with both hands and smashed it hard against the monster's forearm. With a clang sound, Lu Linhai opened the monster's forearm with a powerful blow, and then pulled Zhang Cheng behind him. He glanced back at Zhang Chang. Although he had seen the college entrance examination champion in news reports, strictly speaking, this was the first time they had met. They had previously communicated through drone conversations. Zhang Chang wears a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Although he is very tall, he is very thin and the clothes he wears are too loose. Shou Zhuang, stay aside and don't get in the way here. Lu Linhai smiled, feeling that he had regained the upper hand physically. Looking like a gorilla, what's there to be proud of? Zhang Chung pouted and complained in his heart. Isn't it just that I have grown muscles? The muscles are almost growing in my brain. Having said that, he knew he couldn't help in the fight and quickly hid aside. At this time, the alien was furious. He raised his two forearms at the same time, and the tentacles on his abdomen quickly rolled towards Lu Linhai. Lu Linhai was already familiar with these alien attack methods. He quickly retreated to distance himself. At the same time, Linny, who had been lurking on the other side of the bus, took action. Linny clenched the knife in his hand and quickly came to the rear of the alien. He aimed at the joints on the insect's feet, raised the knife and thrust it in without any hesitation. Linny did not pull out the knife. After finishing the blow, he quickly backed away like Lu Linhai, and then took out another knife from his backpack. They made adequate preparations for this operation. During the day, he and Zhang Chung continued to improve the plan, and at night, he used Zhou Kai's expertise in unlocking and collecting weapons. Coupled with Cheng Dao's polishing, these knives are still very sharp, although they are not very sharp. You bitch, come on. Linny stared at the alien and kept provoking. Don't you look down on humans? Aren't you very arrogant? Come on, do it to me. If you can't kill me today, I won't even look down on you. A harsh low sound came from the alien's throat, and just when he was about to attack Linny, another shout came from behind. Ugly. Look here. Look here. There is a surprise here. Not far away, Zhou Yun waved and shouted, and the alien subconsciously turned around, only to hear a swish sound, and a crossbow arrow hit its compound eye. Zhou Kai raised the crossbow in his hand, turned to look at Zhou Yun beside him, and asked, How is it? Is your brother handsome? Ah, you despicable beasts. The alien became angry and the tentacles on its abdomen were waving wildly. Lu Linhai took this opportunity to bypass the monster's back and hit the monster's head with a steel rod. There was another clang sound. Although the steel rod could not penetrate the monster's carapace, Lu Linhai's role was to attract the attention of the aliens and protect Linny and Zhou Kai. When the alien turned to look at Lu Linhai, Linny rushed towards the alien again. The alien was smarter this time. When he slashed at Lu Linhai with his forearm, the tentacles on his abdomen curled towards Linny. Linny, attack left, hide right, jump up. Zhou Kai shouted. Linny immediately acted according to Zhou Kai's shout without even thinking. He dodged to the right and avoided the tentacle extending to the left. Then he jumped up quickly and avoided the tentacles that wanted to wrap around his legs. Another tentacle stretched towards Linny's neck, but before it got close, a crossbow arrow flew over and hit the tentacle. Linny seized the moment, approached the alien again, and stabbed the knife in his hand into the joint. The three of them cooperated tacitly. As long as one of them was targeted by an alien, the other two would immediately attack with all their strength. Compared with them, Cheng Dao on the other side was more relaxed. Even if he faced two aliens at the same time, he would not fall behind at all. Cheng Dao's fighting style is both reckless and subtle. He keeps chopping with the Wuqing bone-chopping knife. While confronting aliens head-on, he uses his abilities to control other knives to continuously attack. More than a dozen slaughtering knives flew in the air, cutting off the monster's tentacles and cutting off the monster's insect legs. In just 10 minutes, these three aliens were defeated steadily by the offensive of Linny and others. The person on the side looked shocked, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Bullshit! The little flying stick is here. Lu Lin also yelled, thrusting the steel rod into the alien's abdomen. Zhou Kai started to move, came to the front of the monster and fired a crossbow arrow. The crossbow arrow pierced the monster's neck. At the same time, Linny jumped onto the monster's back. Go to hell! Linny gritted his teeth and stabbed the knife in his hand into the back of the monster's neck. Cheng Dao on the other side had finished the battle. After the two aliens fell, he looked back at the battle between Linny and others. After watching for a while, Cheng Dao walked straight into the bus without interfering. As Cheng Dao started the bus, Linny and the others finally ended the battle. Get on the bus! Cheng Dao's voice came from the car. After Linny and others got on the bus, Cheng Dao drove the bus towards the highway entrance. Looking at the highway entrance getting closer and closer, Linyi's heart was in his throat.
The staff at the toll station discovered the abnormality on the bus.
They saw that the driver was in Changdao, and quickly revealed their original appearance and wanted to stop the bus.
"Sit tight!"
And Changdao shouted, and stepped on the accelerator and crashed directly. With a bang, the alien in front of the bus was directly knocked away. The speeding bus broke the railing, and when it was about to drive out of the highway entrance, an alien climbed up from the side. The alien raised its forearm to smash the car window, and just as it was about to get in, Zhang Cheng quickly took out a tightly wrapped glass bottle from his bag.
"Let me do it."
After tearing open the outer package, Zhang Cheng ran over and smashed the glass bottle in his hand hard at the alien. The glass bottle shattered on the alien's face, and the liquid inside actually began to corrode the monster's hard shell. Damn, it was thrown off center.
"I was going to throw it at its eyes," Zhang Cheng complained. Lin was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "Sulfuric acid? Where did you get it from?" "I stole it from the school chemistry laboratory when I was in school,"
Zhang Cheng replied. "I was originally going to use it to deal with the two aliens at home, but then I met you. When I left, I thought it might be useful, so I took it with me." The alien didn't let go and wanted to continue to drill in. Lu Linhai raised the steel rod in his hand and stabbed it at the location corroded by sulfuric acid. With a hiss, this time, the steel rod pierced into the alien's brain.
"Get out of here!" With Lu Linhai's curse, the monster was pushed down.
The moment the bus entered the highway, it seemed to have passed through an invisible barrier, and the body of the bus slowed down for a moment. Lin felt dazed for a moment, and when he came to his senses, he noticed that the scenery around him had changed instantly. The plants on both sides of the highway are no longer green. The trunks of the trees are twisted and grow in an extremely strange way. The leaves on these trees are not green leaves, but sharp needles like cacti. The dry air is dull and makes people feel extremely depressed. Is this the world outside the city? The scene in front of him shocked Lin Yi. He looked back at the city behind him, but found that he could not see anything. Those special devices completely isolate the entire city from the outside. The outside cannot see the inside, and the inside is all false. What happened in this world? Look! Lu Linhai on the side seemed to have discovered something and shouted in surprise. In the woods on both sides of the highway, a group of strange-looking birds rested on the branches. The black feathers were torn and missing. The flesh on the chest seemed to have rotted, and if you look closely, you will find that there are many bloody granulations that keep wriggling. As the strange birds cried, Zhou Kai noticed that these birds actually had sharp teeth in their beaks. The group of strange birds noticed the bus driving on the road and looked over. Fortunately, this group of strange birds did not catch up, otherwise it would be a big trouble.
"What the hell is this?" Lu Linhai frowned. The appearance of these strange birds was even more disgusting than the aliens in the city. "It looks like a crow." Lin Yi felt uneasy.
These strange plants in front of him, and those disgusting strange birds on the trees, must have had some terrible things happen in this world, so it has become like this.
But what exactly happened? Is this thing a crow?
Lu Linhai was a little surprised. Judging from their calls and colors, they do look like crows.
Zhang Cheng nodded. "I just don't know why they look like this."
Seeing that the group of strange birds did not fly over, Zhang Cheng did not care about it. He turned his head to look at Lin Yi and asked, "Where is the far north you are talking about?"
"The North Pole?"
"If we want to go to the North Pole, it will be a big project."
Lin Yi shook his head. "I don't know. We have limited information. If we want to go to the far north, I'm afraid we can only drive north all the way. But I don't recommend doing this."
Lin Yi glanced at Zhou Kai and his sister sitting in the back seat, and then continued, "Let's go to the next city first.
If we can't find any clues, it would be the best. If we can't find any, we'll talk about it later." Lin Yi sighed.
The bus was driving on the highway, and the atmosphere in the car was a little dull. Perhaps they couldn't accept the reality in front of them for a while, and everyone in the car was silent. The highway was empty, and there was no car to be seen except the bus they were riding. About 4 hours later, Zhou Kai, who was sitting in the back row, jumped up from his seat.
"There are people in front."
Zhou Kai frowned and shouted, and Lin Yi and others became alert instantly.
"Those aliens ran ahead of us? When did they run ahead? I didn't see them."
Lu Linhai gritted his teeth and was ready to take action at any time.
"They are not aliens, but people," Zhou Kai continued.
"There are about 30 people in the woods on both sides of the highway."
"People?" Lin Yi was stunned.
He was used to seeing monsters gathering together, and suddenly knew that there were so many people gathered nearby, and Lin Yi was a little uncomfortable. Because there were no cars on the highway, and Chang Dao drove very fast. So, when Zhou Kai sensed it, they had already arrived in the range where the group of people were. Lin Yi hurriedly looked out of the window, and just when he wanted to see those people, a gunshot rang out in the woods. With a bang, the shot hit the tire of the bus. The front of the car suddenly deviated to the left. Fortunately, and Chang Dao held the steering wheel tightly, stepped on the brake and adjusted the direction quickly, so that he did not hit the guardrail and stopped the car steadily. They have guns. Lin Yi frowned. Before leaving the city, Lin Yi and his team had thought about getting a gun. However, the city was a ranch built according to the living environment of humans, and it was not an easy task to find a gun. Especially when Lin Yi and his team were already exposed. So, they took a lot of effort and only found a crossbow. The cold weapons in their hands met the opponent's hot weapons, and the chances of winning were extremely low. Why did they attack us? Lu Linhai was a little confused. However, his words made Lin Yi's mind suddenly brighten. Could it be because they thought the people on the bus were aliens? The bus was a means of transportation for transporting high-quality livestock and people, so this group of people would ambush nearby. They did not have Zhou Kai's ability and could not tell whether the people on the bus were human or alien. That's why they attacked the tires of the bus and forced it to stop. We are humans, not monsters. Lin Yi hurriedly shouted out of the window, "Don't shoot, there are people in the car, we ran away." As Lin Yi shouted, several heads popped out of the woods on both sides. Then, several people walked out of the woods and slowly approached the bus. Is that guy holding a shotgun? Zhang Cheng noticed the gun in the hands of the leader and whispered to Lin Yi beside him. Strange, why is there only one person with a gun, and it's a 3-shot 16-gauge semi-automatic shotgun? Zhang Cheng felt a little strange. According to his idea, since the world has been occupied by aliens, both humans and aliens should get some powerful hot weapons. Not to mention airplanes, tanks, and cannons, at least they have to get a handy rifle. However, along the way, not only did they find that the aliens' fighting methods were quite primitive, even if they saw a gun now, it was just a semi-automatic shotgun used for hunting. Could it be that all the hot weapons were destroyed by the aliens? Or, were they hidden by the aliens? Zhang Cheng couldn't figure it out for a while. Get out of the car. The leading man raised the hunting rifle in his hand, and the people behind him were holding cold weapons such as knives and axes. What should we do now? Lu Linhai asked. Lin Yi thought for a while and said, "Don't get out of the car for now." Lin Yi glanced at the people around him vigilantly and whispered, "Although they are human beings, we don't know what these people are going to do. What if these people are not good people? It's dangerous for us to get out of the car rashly." I agree. Zhang Cheng echoed, "Negotiate with them first, if it doesn't work." Zhang Cheng glanced at Cheng and said, "Uncle, can the car still be driven?" "Yes." Cheng nodded. Just now the car body suddenly tilted to the left. It should be the tire of the left front wheel that was damaged by the bullet. Although one tire is broken, there is no problem rushing out, it will just be a little bumpy. That's fine. Zhang Cheng nodded. I'll go negotiate with them. Lin Yi frowned and walked towards the car window. Lin Yi felt that he was the most suitable person for negotiation. If the other party opened fire, even if Lin Yi was killed, he could go back to the past. As for the others, they would be gone if they died. Brothers, we are all human beings, not monsters. Lin Yi said according to his own guess. We ran away from the city and have no ill intentions. Get out of the car. The man with the shotgun ignored Lin Yi, pointed the gun in his hand at Lin Yi, and roared viciously. If you don't get out of the car, I will shoot. If the other party never spoke, the negotiation would not be established. If they didn't know what the other party wanted to do by stopping them, then Lin Yi and his men could only rush out. Lin Yi frowned, and for safety reasons, he decided to let Chang Dao drive out. But at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from the crowd that surrounded him. A man came out of the crowd, walked to the man with the shotgun, and shouted excitedly at Lin Yi. Lin Yi. You are Lin Yi, right? Do you still remember me? Looking at the person who suddenly appeared, Lin Yi was stunned at first, and then a memory from a few years ago popped up in his mind. You are, Uncle Tian? Lin Yi was a little surprised. A few years ago, there was a tenant named Tian Wenlei downstairs from the Lin family. Although he was in his 30s, he still had a childlike heart and all the children in the community liked him. Tian Wenlei had many different types of game consoles at home, so every time he had a holiday, Lin Yi would always go to Tian Wenlei's house to play games. Tian Wenlei didn't feel bored at all, and even had fun playing with Lin Yi. But later, Tian Wenlei got married and went on a honeymoon with his wife and never came back. Some people said that Tian Wenlei took his wife back to his hometown, while others said that Tian Wenlei had renovated the house he bought somewhere else and moved away with his wife. Since then, Lin Yi has never seen Tian Wenlei again. Now thinking back, Lin Yi realized that something must have happened to Tian Wenlei during his honeymoon.
Ah, I knew you would remember me.
Tian Wenlei was very happy and said excitedly, "We haven't seen each other for several years, I didn't expect to see you again." Tian Wenlei turned to look at the man holding a shotgun beside him and said, "Brother Lei, this guy is a little brother of mine, let them pass." The man called Brother Lei by Tian Wenlei had a stern face. He didn't put down the shotgun in his hand and whispered, "No, Wenlei, don't forget what we are here for. If they are aliens, we must kill them."
"But, they should not be aliens," Tian Wenlei said with a smile.
"Whether they are aliens or not is not up to you or me. We have to wait until the Saint Lady sees them before we can tell whether they are aliens or not."
"Saint Lady?"
Lin was stunned for a moment. He didn't know who the Saint Lady was, but if this Saint Lady could distinguish between humans and aliens, she was likely to be someone with special abilities. "I say, Uncle, if we are really aliens, do you think you can really kill us with this shotgun in your hand?" Zhang Cheng glanced at the shotgun in Lei Ji's hand and said disdainfully, "Aliens have hard shells.
Even if the shotgun can cause some damage to them, a shotgun alone is no match for aliens. Do you want to try?" Lei Gu pointed the shotgun in his hand at Zhang Cheng. Don't! Tian Wenlei shouted hurriedly.
Lin Yi, Lei Gu is not a bad person. He is the chosen one, the one chosen by God to lead humans to fight against aliens.
Tian Wenlei saw that he could not persuade Lei Gu, so he could only turn around and persuade Lin Yi. Chosen one? Lin Yi frowned. Strange words increased. Tian Wenlei's face was full of worry.
It can be seen that he was really worried that Lei Gu would attack Lin Yi and others. "Lin Yi, Uncle Tian has never lied to you.
They are not bad people, nor are they aliens.
When I was traveling with my wife, it was Brother Lei who saved me from those aliens." Tian Wenlei continued, "We all live in a village far away now, and there are people who were saved by Brother Lei and his men.
Come with us first and take a look. I swear on my life that as long as you are all human, there will be no danger."
"Lin Yi, these people use the word alien. Zhang Cheng whispered to remind him.
Lin Yi nodded, and he also noticed this. When ordinary people see aliens, they will subconsciously call them monsters.
This was the case with Lin Yi and Zhou Kai at the beginning. It was not until they met in Changdao and saw the information about these monsters that they knew they were called aliens. And now, the people in front of them used the word alien, which means that they may also have similar information in their hands.
The information in Lin Yi's hands is incomplete.
Although the content on it is true and false, if they can get more information, it may help them understand the aliens better, and even understand what happened in this world.
Moreover, Lin Yi is somewhat interested in the chosen one mentioned by Tian Wenlei. "Uncle Tian, wait a moment, I have to discuss it with my friend." Lin Yi turned around and walked to the driver's seat. "What do you think? Should we go to this village to take a look?" Lin Yi did not rush to answer Tian Wenlei.
Now he and Changdao and others are a whole, so whether to go or not, everyone in the car has the right to speak.
"I think we can go and take a look. Zhou Kai has been pursuing a stable life.
Since these people outside are indeed human beings, then the village where they are may become the place where he and Zhou Yun live in the future." And Changdao did not object. He glanced outside and said, "If the other party is all human, even if there is danger, I can get rid of them."
"Domineering, worthy of being Uncle."
Lu Linhai said, "I think the opinions of the gorilla are not included in the reference range." Without waiting for Lu Linhai to speak, Zhang Cheng teased,
"Are you going to die?
It's time, and you still have the mind to joke." Lu Linhai glared at Zhang Cheng.
"I can do it," Zhou Yun replied in a low voice. Since no one objects, Lin Yi thought for a while, "Then take your weapons and let's go and see." After making a decision, Lin Yi and others got off the bus.
"Team 1 continues to guard here, and Team 2 will follow me to take them to the village,"
Brother Lei shouted.
"After we go back, I will ask Team 3 and Team 4 to take over." A group of people surrounded Lin Yi and his team, but they were vigilant and kept a certain distance from them.
Lin Yi could understand this.
If it were Lin Yi himself, without Zhou Kai's ability, he would not trust these people, nor would he get off the car to go to any village with them.
"Lin Yi, how did you escape from those aliens?"
Perhaps it was because they were old friends. Tian Wenlei was not afraid, and walked to Lin Yi and chatted with him.
"Those aliens are not easy to deal with. If there were no gods chosen in the village, we would not be the opponents of those aliens at all. Uncle Tian, what is God's chosen?" Lin Yi asked. He felt that he could get more information from Tian Wenlei. It's the people chosen by God. Tian Wenlei replied.
Only those chosen by God can. Before Tian Wenlei finished speaking, Brother Lei, who was walking in front of the team, shouted, Wenlei,
come here, don't talk to them before you are sure whether they are human or not. Tian Wenlei nodded, smiled apologetically at Lin Yi, and walked into the team surrounding Lin Yi and his friends. Could the chosen ones they are talking about be people with special abilities? Zhou Kai came over and whispered in a low voice. Lin Yi didn't know, but if Brother Lei and his friends could rescue humans from the aliens, then the chosen ones would most likely be people with special abilities like them.
It's possible.
It's not important. Zhang Chang also came over.
The important thing is the saint they mentioned.
Indeed.
Lin nodded. They obviously respect the saint very much, and now it is certain that this saint must have special abilities. Otherwise, she would not be able to distinguish between humans and aliens. What I want to say is that generally people who can become saints should be very beautiful.
Zhang Cheng's answer was obviously a bit unexpected.
Just when they said this, someone in the team surrounding them suddenly spoke.
Look ahead when walking, be careful of those trees.
The surrounding trees grew strangely. The tree trunks did not grow straight upward, but twisted back and forth at various strange angles. If it weren't for these strange trees, Lin Yi and the others would have been faster.
Be careful, don't get pricked by the thorns on the tree. The people surrounding them reminded them. What will happen if you get pricked? Lin Yi asked curiously.
These spines are poisonous, explained another.
Although the poison is not fatal, the place where it is stung will be extremely itchy and last for many days.
If you accidentally scratch your skin, the smell of blood will attract those disgusting strange birds.
The person walking behind the team also added.
Not only those strange birds, but also some big black rats that come out at night will also be attracted by the smell of blood.
Yes, those big black rats are the scariest. What's so scary about rats?
Lu Linhai looked confused.
Ha!
Zhang Cheng on the side sneered and said, you know nothing.
Rats are the scariest thing at any time.
Not only are they covered in bacteria, but they also have a terrifying ability to reproduce. If our world really faces the end, maybe the ones who survive to the end will not be humans at all, but rats.
Besides, the rats outside may be different from the rats in the city.
Lin Yi continued what Zhang Cheng said. If you think about what those strange birds look like, maybe the mice outside are just like the strange birds. You have to remember, don't get bitten by those big black mice.
The people in the team kindly reminded.
As long as you are bitten by them, even if it only breaks the skin, the wound will not heal, but will gradually rot. Unless you cut off that piece of flesh, the rot will spread from the wound throughout the body. If that piece of meat is cut off, the smell of blood will attract more strange birds and rats, and then it will fall into a vicious cycle. Lin glanced at the strange tree nearby and became more vigilant.
These people don't seem that bad.
And Shang Dao said softly. Although these people have been wary of Lin Yi and the others, they are only worried that Lin Yi and the others are aliens disguised as humans.
Moreover, on the way to the village, they would kindly tell Lin Yi and others about the dangerous things nearby.
Perhaps, they are really just like Tian Wenlei said, they are all human beings who escaped from the hands of aliens. Because of these strange trees, Lin Yi and the others walked for more than an hour. As he walked, Zhou Kai seemed to sense something.
He walked to Lin Yi and whispered, there are many people in front of us, it should be their village. Are you sure they are all human? Lin Yi asked.
Zhou Kai nodded, they are all people, about 100 or so.
Moreover, I also heard the laughter of children.
Hearing this, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. A village full of humans. Although the population is not large, since Zhou Kai heard the laughter of children, it means that the people in this village are indeed not bad people. Soon, they arrived at the village. However, this is not so much a village as a shabby village. The houses inside are dilapidated, and most of them are wooden sheds built later. Everyone in the village stayed in the simple wooden sheds.
After seeing Lin Yi and the others, their eyes showed a hint of caution.
Occasionally, you can see a few children about 7 or 8 years old playing, but those children look like. The look of those children, Lin Yi had a hint of surprise on his face. Those children looked very weird and different from each other. Some children are obviously about 8 years old, but they open their mouths but don't have a single tooth. Some children also have many bulges on their faces, and if they scratch them from time to time, they don't seem to hurt or itch. They are not tall and have very thin bodies.
Some of them have stooped backs and some walk with a limp.
They look silly. When they open their mouths and laugh, their nose water mixed with saliva will be sucked into their mouths. Finally, he smacked his lips, as if he had tasted something delicious.
Joe Kai, are they really human?
Lu Linhai asked softly.
Joe Kai nodded.
But why do they look like this?
Lu Linhai was puzzled. Is it because of some kind of mutation?
Zheng Cheng thought for a while and said. For example, these trees, birds in the outside world, and mice that we haven't seen yet are all because of this mutation.
Didn't you say that there is a special device for isolation on the edge of the city? Will the existence of this device also be able to isolate these mutations?
But why do those adults look so normal?
Lu Linhai asked. Because these children were born later. Tian Wenlei, who was walking in front, came over. He seemed to know that Lin Yi and the others would talk about these children, and explained in a low voice, children born in the outside world, for some reason, all look strange.
Perhaps, Zheng Cheng guessed, this is a way for those aliens to limit the growth of human beings. If the escaped humans begin to reproduce, it will threaten the existence of alien species in a few decades or hundreds of years. In order to solve this problem from the root, the aliens have manipulated the humans they raise, or they have manipulated the outside environment, causing children born in the outside world to. At this point, Zheng Cheng stopped. They walked to the entrance of the village, and the people guarding outside saw them and shouted Brother Lei in unison. You go and notify the people in Team 3 and Team 4 to exchange with Team 1. Brother Lei arranged.
Then, Brother Lei looked at Lin Yi and others and said, Others, follow me and take them to see the Saintess.
The Saintess they mentioned lived in a dilapidated ancestral hall.
Brother Lei asked Lin Yi and others to wait outside the door and walked into the ancestral hall alone.
The Saintess, she must be very beautiful. Zheng Cheng muttered in a low voice, as if he couldn't wait to see the Saintess. But when the door of the ancestral hall opened, the person who walked out behind Brother Lei was a gray-haired old lady. Although the old lady was staggering, the clothes she wore seemed to be the style that young girls liked.
Saintess, they are the people who came out of that city this time. Brother Lei lowered his head and said respectfully, Please take a look, are they human or alien?
Ha! Zheng Cheng was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the old lady who came out of the ancestral hall with surprise.
She is a saint? Are you mistaken? Aren't saints supposed to be fair-skinned, beautiful and long-legged? Keep your voice down. Lin Yi glared at him, Don't you see that the people in this village respect the saint very much? If they hear you say that, they will beat you to death.
The old woman called Saintess walked out slowly. She first came to Lin Yi, looked at Lin Yi, and nodded slightly. Then she walked to Zheng Cheng and nodded as well. But when she came to Lu Linhai, the expression on her face suddenly changed. The saint took 2 steps back and looked Lu Linhai up and down.
What's wrong?
Lu Linhai looked puzzled. Lin Yi and others also looked at Lu Linhai, but they didn't find anything strange about him. At this moment, the saint spoke. The saint opened her mouth, and her teeth were almost falling out. She raised her hand tremblingly, pointed at Lu Linhai and said, You, what the hell are you? How can you, an old lady, curse me? Lu Linhai looked aggrieved, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. However, when the saint finished saying this, Lei Go beside him quickly became alert. He raised the shotgun in his hand, quickly loaded it, pointed the muzzle at Lu Linhai, and showed a posture that he would shoot at any time. And Chang Dao behind Lu Linhai quickly made a move, and the bone-chopping knife flew out, and he held it tightly in his hand, as if he would fight back at any time.
God's chosen one?
Lei Go frowned, and he looked a little surprised when he saw the bone-chopping knife flying out of the bag.
It's okay.
The saint raised her hand and signaled Lei Go to put down the gun in his hand. He is not an alien.
The saint looked at Lu Linhai.
But he is not a human either.
Ha!
Lu Linhai was a little confused. He had been a human for so many years, how could he suddenly become a non-human and non-alien existence?
Saint, did you make a mistake?
Lin Yi was also puzzled. In the past timeline, he had killed Lu Linhai himself, so he believed that Lu Linhai was a human.
The judgment of the saint lady will not be wrong.
Brother Lei said sternly. Zhou Kai on the side did not speak. In fact, he always felt that Lu Linhai was a little strange. After all, Lu Linhai's heartbeat was extremely similar to that of an alien. But because Lu Linhai had never hurt them, and even sacrificed himself to help them, he did not delve into the matter. Now thinking about it, Zhou Kai had a guess in his mind. He looked at the saint lady and asked, could it be that he is the product of the combination of humans and aliens?
What?
Lu Linhai was even more confused. He had been a human for so many years, how could he become a half-human and half-alien existence? Moreover, how could those disgusting monsters with tentacles combine with humans? Whose taste is so strong?
The saint shook her head. No, he has no human breath, let alone alien breath. I don't know what it is. Saint, is there a possibility?
At this time, Zhang Cheng suddenly came to Lu Linhai.
He smiled and said, he is indeed neither human nor alien, because he is a gorilla.
Saint, you have never seen a gorilla like this, so you don't know. Lu Linhai glared at Zhang Cheng.
Gorillas will not easily hurt humans, so he is not dangerous.
Zhang Cheng ignored Lu Linhai and continued. No, since he is not human, he can't stay in the village. Brother Lei didn't want anyone who threatened the village to stay here. He wanted to drive Lu Linhai out of the village, but the saint seemed to have discovered something. Her eyes lit up, and even her tone of voice became excited. The saint walked forward quickly, and her trembling body made Linny on the side worry that she would fall at any time. The saint walked past Lu Linhai and came to Zhou Yun. Zhou Kai frowned and instinctively protected Zhou Yun behind him.
What are you going to do?
Zhou Kai asked. Little girl, come here. The saint waved her hand and motioned Zhou Yun to go over.
What exactly are you going to do?
Zhou Kai raised his voice, but the saint ignored him.
Don't be rude to the saint.
Brother Lei shouted.
Brother, it's okay.
Zhou Yun was worried that Brother Lei would shoot, so she walked out from behind Zhou Kai. She walked in front of the saint and looked up at the saint in front of her. The saint stretched out her hand and stroked Zhou Yun's cheek, with a hint of excitement and joy in her eyes.
Found it.
The saint muttered.
Finally found it. Have you touched enough?
Zhou Kai pulled Zhou Yun back and said with a frown.
Saint, could it be that she is your successor? Brother Lei walked over quickly.
The saint nodded and continued, yes, this little girl will become the new saint in the future and lead humans to take back everything that belongs to us.
Ah.
This time, it was Zhou Kai's turn to be confused. His sister suddenly became the new saint, and she had to lead this group of people to take back everything that belonged to humans.
Saint, what's going on? Lin Yi asked.
Everyone, as you can see, I am old and my health is getting worse day by day. The saint coughed softly a few times.
I don't have much time left.
After I leave, a new saint will be needed to lead humans to defeat the aliens. This little girl's body contains infinite power.
After I die, she will become the new saint.
I don't agree. Zhou Kai decisively refused. He didn't want his sister to become a saint, and he didn't want Zhou Yun to be exposed to the aliens. He just hoped that Zhou Yun could spend his life in peace.
You don't have to answer me so quickly.
The saint shook her head.
This is destined, it's her responsibility, she can't shirk it.
You must be exhausted after escaping from that city full of aliens, so you can rest in the village for a few days. When she said this, the saint's body trembled even more. I don't know if it was because of the excitement just now, she looked more haggard.
Saint, what about this thing? Brother Lei glanced at Lu Linhai. This thing? Lu Linhai was so angry. It doesn't matter.
The saint shook her head and said, maybe it's God's arrangement that he can stay with you. Brother Lei nodded, then waved his hand, and two people came over to help the saint return to the ancestral hall. You can move around in the village, but you can't leave the village.
After watching the saint leave, Brother Lei turned around. Why? Lu Linhai said, didn't we say we would stay here? This is for your safety and to protect the new saint.
Brother Lei said loudly.
Lu Linhai wanted to refute.
Being called neither human nor alien made him very angry, and now they were restricted from leaving. However, Lin Yi touched Lu Linhai and signaled him to hold back. Lin Yi had his own plans. These people knew about the aliens and the chosen ones, which meant that there was information in this village that Lin Yi and the others didn't know. Therefore, the top priority was not to argue with these people about whether they could leave the village, but to collect more information. Instead of a head-on conflict now, it would be better to follow their wishes and let these people relax their vigilance.
Wait until the information is almost collected, and then sneak away. Gorilla, what else do you have to say now?
After Lei Go led the others away, Zhang Cheng came to Lu Linhai. He said in a low voice, it's confirmed. Bullshit.
Lu Linhai gritted his teeth and said, what a bullshit, saint, I am a human. A real human.
Let's walk around the village first and talk to the people here to see if we can collect any useful information.
Lin Yi whispered the plan in his mind.
Even if they eventually leave here, they must first collect information about the aliens and find out how many people with the same abilities as them are in this village. Only in this way can they guarantee their safety when they leave. But halfway through, Zhou Kai's face suddenly sank. He glanced at a few strange-looking children not far away, who were pointing at Lin Yi and the others.
What's wrong? Lin Yi asked. Those children are talking about us. Zhou Kai replied. What did they say?
Linny knew very well that if the children were just having a normal conversation, Joe Kai would not have shown such an expression. They were discussing which part of our body tasted best. Wow. Joe Kai's words did not scare Zhang Chang.
He was even a little curious and asked, "Did they tell me specifically where the food is better?"
Joe Kai glared at Zhang Chang and said casually, "They said you were so thin, you must be covered with bones, and you must not taste good." "Ha, so if this village really eats people, I should be able to live a few more days than you."
"Don't the people in this village really survive by eating people?" Lu Linhai frowned. "Maybe." Zhang Chang shrugged.
"Think about it, we have walked all the way here, the road is so desolate, and with the presence of aliens, we must be lacking in supplies.
If people here want to live, they must eat. What if we can't find food? Then we have to eat people. Guess why they intercepted the bus coming out of the city along the way? Are they really trying to eliminate the aliens, or do they want to take the opportunity to kidnap a few humans for food? Do you know about prion?"
When he said this, Zhang Chang glanced at the group of children not far away.
"If you eat people, you may be infected with those things.
Prion patients may have a series of symptoms such as intellectual disability, which are quite similar to those children."
When he said this, Tian Wenlei trotted over from not far away. "Linny, I heard what Brother Lei said."
Tian Wenlei seemed to be smiling happily. "Brother Lei said that you are all human beings and can stay in the village. Moreover, Brother Lei also said," Tian Wenlei saw Zhou standing next to Zhou Kai, and his attitude suddenly became respectful. "This beautiful little girl must be the successor of the Holy Lady.
When I saw this little girl before, I immediately thought she was extraordinary." "Uncle Tian, what's the matter?" Linny interrupted Tian Wenlei. "It's nothing. I just told my wife about your coming. My wife said you must be hungry after running for so long, so I got some food." Tian Wenlei waved his hand and said, "Let's go and have something to eat at my place."
Linny thought for a while and asked tentatively, "Uncle Tian, this is not good. It should be difficult to find supplies in the outside world.
It is really embarrassing that we have to share them with us now."
It is true that the supplies outside are not as abundant as in the city, but they are not that scarce.
At least there is nothing wrong with the food. People will not starve to death. Tian Wenlei's expression was natural when he spoke, and he didn't seem to be lying. Lu Linhai glared at Zhang Chang and whispered, "What about the lack of supplies? You know how to scare people."
Zhang Chang curled his lips and disagreed.
"Let's go. You'll know after we go there. Just don't dislike it after you see it."
Tian Wenlei's words made Linny a little curious, so they followed Tian Wenlei to where he lived. It was a wooden shed made of wood, surrounded by wooden boards also made of wood to block the wind. The wooden shed had no door, and there was no furniture inside. There was only a wooden board, which should be the bed where they usually slept.
"The house is very simple, don't mind it." Tian Wenlei pointed to the wooden shed. "You can sit wherever you want, don't dislike it. Outside is not as much furniture as in the city. We don't dislike it."
Linny shook his head. It is not easy to survive in this world full of aliens. Therefore, Linny and the others are not picky at all in other aspects. They had been mentally prepared from the moment they decided to escape from the city. Besides, this place is much better than the more than half a month they stayed in the mountains.
"Linny is here." A woman walked out of the wooden shed.
Her skin was slightly rough and she looked a little haggard.
"Do you still know me?"
The woman was holding a large bucket in her hand. The bucket was filled with hot soup, but the color looked a little dark.
And one. Linny knew this woman. She was Tian Wenlei's wife. "Uncle Tian, what kind of soup is this?"
Zhang Chang glanced at the blackened soup in the bucket and asked with a frown.
Tian Wenlei touched his head in embarrassment and said, "I won't hide it from you, this is rat soup."
"Old mouse?"
Zhang Chang was stunned for a moment. "Are they those big black rats you mentioned before?" Linny asked. Tian Wenlei nodded and said, "We have searched everywhere around here.
Apart from rats, there are only those strange birds. Strange birds are hard to catch, but these big rats are easy to catch because of their large numbers."
"Don't worry, I've taken care of everything."
Antwin put down the barrel and brought a few wooden bowls from the side. "I felt nauseous the first time I ate it, but then I got used to it and didn't feel nauseous anymore. I've roasted a few more over there, I'll bring them to you."
"I'll go too." Tian Wenlei followed. To be honest, Linny actually doesn't dislike eating rats.
After all, supplies are scarce outside the city, and having meat to eat is already a rare thing. If humans want to survive in this harsh environment, they still have to fight aliens, which is nothing more than eating rats, which is not worth mentioning at all. Linny took a spoonful of the blackened soup. Although it looked disgusting, it seemed to smell pretty good. Picking up a piece of meat with chopsticks, the black meat was torn into thin strips.
If you didn't tell me, you wouldn't know it was rat meat. Do you think this meat is human flesh?
Zhang Chang asked in a low voice. And Chang Dao on the side shook his head and whispered, human flesh is not like this.
I'll eat first. Linny said, if I'm fine after eating, you can eat later. Linny and his friends were indeed hungry along the way. Although they brought some food in their bags, they couldn't last too long. Once these things were eaten, they had to find other food.
If these mice were edible, it would help them solve some problems. After feeding them into his mouth and chewing them, a strong fishy smell instantly filled his entire mouth. Linny felt a little nauseous, but as long as he got used to the taste, it wouldn't be difficult to swallow. After swallowing it and waiting for a while, Linny didn't feel any discomfort in his body.
The barbecue is here. Tian Wenlei came over with a few skewers of barbecued meat.
The roasted meat smells less, and my wife prepared it specially for fear that you would dislike it.
Look, if you look at it this way, you can't tell it's a rat at all. Tian Wenlei raised the skewer of meat in his hand.
The meat on it was cut into pieces, and it really couldn't be seen as a rat.
We usually roast it directly when we eat it.
It's just that there is no seasoning, so just eat it.
Tian Wenlei ate a skewer and then gave the rest to Linny and others. When Tian Wenlei was not paying attention, Linny nodded to Zhou Kai and others, meaning that it was okay to eat.
Although he knew that the current situation could not be picky, it was the first time to eat this kind of meat after all. Except for in Changdao, others felt that this meal was extremely long.
However, after drinking a bowl of hot soup, the spirit was relaxed.
It was getting dark outside the wooden shed. After eating and drinking, they were ready to start collecting intelligence. According to the plan, Linny and Zhou Kai were in one group, Lu Linhai and Zhang Chang were in one group, and Changdao was alone, and they went to different places in the village to have a look. But when they started investigating, they found that the village was full of weirdness.
The people living in this village are extremely welcoming. Whenever they see Linny and the others, they will definitely come over to ask for help. But whenever Linny wanted to ask about the village, the answers he got were surprisingly consistent. Under the protection of the Holy Lady and the Chosen One, this village is safe. Apart from this, Linny did not get any valuable information from their mouths. As for how the Saint and the Chosen One protected the village, they didn't explain it clearly and would always change the subject to prevaricate. I always feel that the reason these people are talking to us is because they want us to stay in this village.
Lin Xiaoshang said to Zhou Kai.
I feel the same way. Zhou Kai nodded.
The Saint and Brother Lei said that everything the people in the village did was to take back everything that originally belonged to humans.
But, when he said this, Zhou Kai looked around.
However, we have been walking around here for so long, and we have never seen their preparations for battle.
And, Zhou Kai, do you think the people in this village are a little strange? Linny glanced at the person waving to him not far away.
Linny responded politely, and then continued, I didn't pay much attention to it before, but after walking around the village for a while, I felt that the people in the village were a little hunchbacked. People in the village are hunched over, but different people have different degrees of hunched back.
Linny didn't pay attention before.
After all, living in this kind of environment, it is natural for him to feel tired and hunched over. Brother Lei and the others are a little better, it doesn't look obvious.
Linny continued. But the older the person, the more severe the hunchback. Including the saint we met before.
Recalling the time when the saint walked out of the ancestral hall, Linny thought that the saint was hunched over and trembling when she walked because of her age.
Do you remember the house we just passed by? Zhou Kai glanced behind him.
While you were talking to that family, I took a look inside the wooden shed. There's a guy lying face down on that board in the corner. Everyone sleeps in a different position, and there's nothing strange about sleeping face down.
But the premise is that the bed underneath you is soft enough. If the place you lie on is just a hard board, sleeping face down will be quite uncomfortable.
The man was lying motionless on the wooden board. If I hadn't been able to hear his heartbeat, I would have doubted whether the man was dead. Moreover, hunched back is due to the curvature of the spine. People with severe cases cannot sleep face down in bed. But that man did it, and when he was face down, there was a bulge on his back.
Could it be caused by mutation? Zhou Yun asked in a low voice. Just like those little kids. It's not impossible.
Linny thought for a moment and looked up at the ancestral hall in the distance.
Let's go to the ancestral hall again.
Linny lowered his voice and whispered to Zhou Kai, go and eavesdrop on the saint in the ancestral hall.
Maybe you can find something.
I think so too.
Joe Kai's thoughts coincided with Lin Yi's. They quickly arrived at the location of the ancestral hall.
In order not to arouse suspicion, they did not get close and always stayed within the range that Joe Kai's ability could cover.
Joe Kai started to use his abilities.
He listened very carefully, but after listening for a while, Joe Kai shook his head.
"What's wrong?" Lin Yi asked. "It seems like he fell asleep." Joe Kai replied.
"The breathing sounds are the same as the person who was sleeping face down before."
"The saint also sleeps face down?"
When he heard this, Lin Yi felt more and more something was wrong.
Could it be that they have something on their backs? The reason why you sleep face down is because you are worried that it will weigh down the things on your back? If there is something on their backs, what could it be? Zhou Yun was a little curious. Lin Yi thought for a while, feeling uneasy in his heart. "Do you still remember the information that Uncle Lin found?"
Lin Yi looked around cautiously, and then whispered, "The word alien used in the information does not only refer to the monsters in the city. The word alien is a general term for all monsters. Because the aliens Lin Yi and the others came into contact with were always mantis, they ignored this problem. Thinking about it now, I just feel a chill on my back."
"You mean, these people might be disguised as other types of aliens?" Joe Kai frowned.
He thought for a while, and his face became solemn. "I was careless." Joe Kai realized the seriousness of the matter. Different types of heterogeneous heartbeats do not necessarily have the same frequency, so his method of relying on the heartbeat sound to determine whether the other party is a heterogeneous person may not work.
"But if the people in this village are also aliens, why don't they attack us?" Zhou Yun asked. "Could it be that they, like the aliens in the city, will attack us only when we find out that they are not human?" Lin Yi shook his head. "Probably not.
As for the alien thing, the aliens in the city will never take the initiative to mention it, unless the humans they raise reach a certain age or discover their true identity. Although I don't know why they are like this, they have always kept this way tacitly.
But the people in this village took the initiative to talk about the aliens.
They even know the existence of abilities." When he said this, Lin Yi suddenly noticed a problem.
"Joe Kai, have you seen aliens here? Are they the mantises in the city?" Lin Yi asked anxiously. Joe Kai shook his head. "Don't those aliens live in the city? Their heartbeat frequency is different from that of humans. If they appear here, I can't help but hear it. No, I'm talking about the corpse of the mantis."
"Corpse?"
Joe Kai was stunned.
"If the people in this village have been fighting the mantises and have successfully rescued so many people, they must have killed the mantises.
So, how do they deal with the bodies of the mantises?"
Lin Yi looked back at the village. "If it were me, the parts of the mantises could be used to make weapons. The hard shell can be made into armor to protect the body, and the sharp forearms can be made into knives.
But, in this village, we didn't see anything related to mantises at all. Will they be dealt with in a centralized manner?" Joe Kai asked with a frown. "After all, we only visited part of this village. Maybe Uncle Lin and Lu Linhai have other discoveries." Lin Yi didn't say anything.
Although these were all his guesses, once he had doubts in his heart, the village in front of him became different.
"Let's go back and see if Uncle Lin and the others are back." Lin Yi thought for a while. "If they don't find anything, we'd better leave here."
Just as they were about to return to Tian Wenlei's residence, a limping little boy suddenly came not far away. The little boy had many small pimples on his face, which looked a little creepy. After getting closer, the little boy stared at Zhou Yun and smiled foolishly, revealing a mouthful of crooked teeth.
"Mom," the little boy suddenly raised his hand, pointed at Zhou Yun and shouted, "Mom, I finally found you." The little boy limped towards Zhou Yun and kept shouting "Mom." He opened his arms to hug Zhou Yun, but Zhou Kai had quick eyes and quick hands and grabbed the little boy by his collar the moment he approached.
"You little thing, just talk nonsense, but you still dare to use your hands and feet.
Believe it or not, I'll beat you up." Zhou Kai frowned and said viciously. "Kid, have you recognized the wrong person?" Zhou Yun asked softly, "I am not your mother." The little boy was a little anxious. He kept waving his hands and continued to call Mom. Shouting and shouting, the little boy started to cry. Compared with other children in the village, this little boy's reaction made Lin Yi feel that something was wrong. After carefully recalling it, among the children who gathered together and talked about the delicious parts of their bodies, this little boy was not at all there. "Kid, why did you say she is your mother?" Lin Yi squatted down and asked in a low voice. The little boy looked at Zhou Yun and murmured, "My mother is the most beautiful, good-looking?" Lin Yi was stunned for a moment and looked up at Zhou Kai. "What he said next is quite right, my sister is just beautiful," Zhou Kai said casually. "Mom, I've been looking for you for a long time."
The little boy looked at Zhou Yun intently, tears falling from his eyelids, and he looked very pitiful.
Kid, I'm really not your mother. Zhou Yun also squatted down and explained patiently. Mom, please don't leave, okay?
It was obvious that the little boy's intelligence level was not high, and no matter what others said, he could not change his mind about the things he believed in. However, his next words caught Lin Yi's attention. The little boy stretched out his hand to grab Zhou Yun and said, Mom, I miss you so much.
Don't go with them. They are bad people. Follow them?
Lin Yi frowned, and when he looked up again, his eyes met Zhou Kai's.
Kid, who did your mother leave with?
Zhou Kai also noticed that the little boy's words were a bit strange, so he asked hurriedly. However, the little boy ignored him at all. He just looked at Zhou Yun and kept mumbling the same words.
Brother, let me ask him.
Zhou Yun thought for a while, since the little boy regarded her as his mother, then the little boy might answer what she said.
Kid, who are those bad guys you are talking about? Where did they take Mom?
The little boy listened to Zhou Yun's words.
He raised his hand and pointed to the ancestral hall not far away. Mom, don't go in again. Ancestral hall?
Lin Yi was a little surprised. This child's mother is in the ancestral hall?
Impossible. Zhou Kai shook his head.
In addition to the elderly saint, there are only 2 people in the ancestral hall who are responsible for protecting the saint, and they are both men.
Unless, this child's mother is gone. Zhou Kai whispered. There is indeed a problem in this village. Lin Yi's face became a little solemn. He thought for a while and said, No, you can't stay here for a long time. Let's go back and meet Uncle and the others first. We can sneak out at night.
Zhou Kai nodded, but when he let go, the little boy quickly grabbed Zhou Yun's hand. He held on tightly, showing no intention of letting go.
Let go! Zhou Kai shouted.
Although the little boy was scared, he never let go. He clung to Zhou Yun, as if Zhou Yun would disappear if he let go.
I don't. I want to be with my mother.
Zhou Kai was about to speak, but was stopped by Lin Yi.
It looks like he has no intention of letting go. If we forcefully pull him away, people around here will definitely notice him crying.
Lin Yi glanced at the ancestral hall and continued, Besides, this place is not far from the ancestral hall. It would be troublesome if the saint inside noticed it. Go back to Uncle Tian first, then find an excuse for Uncle Tian to send him away. Returning to the wooden shed where Tian Wenlei lived, Tian Wenlei saw the little boy following Zhou Yun before he walked in.
Little tiger? Tian Wenlei recognized the little boy at a glance. Tian Wenlei came over and before Lin Yi could speak, he said first, Little girl, does he regard you as his mother? Tian Wenlei's words surprised Lin Yi.
Xiaowu, let go, she is not your mother.
Tian Wenlei stretched out his hand to pull the little boy away from Zhou Yun. Mom, let's go quickly. He is a bad guy.
The little boy pulled Zhou Yun and shouted.
You kid, Tian Wenlei sighed and took his hand back. Lin Yi, don't mind.
As long as there is a new person in the village, he will always be like this.
Tian Wenlei didn't seem to care about what the little boy shouted. His reaction made Lin Yi a little curious.
Lin Yi thought for a while and asked straight to the point, Uncle Tian, this child's mother, normal people would be curious when encountering something like this.
It would seem a little strange if you didn't ask. No more. Tian Wenlei answered simply. Xiaohu is a poor child.
He continued, in fact, there are many people like him in the village. You also know that when fighting aliens, there will inevitably be casualties.
During that battle, Xiaohu's mother was seriously injured.
We finally brought Xiaohu's mother back, hoping that the saint lady could save her, but it was too late.
When she was sent to the ancestral hall, Xiaohu's mother had already died. Tian Wenlei's answer can indeed explain Xiaohu's strange behavior.
He saw the people in the village bring his mother into the ancestral hall, but since then, his mother has disappeared. Because of his intellectual problems, Xiaohu didn't know what death was, so he regarded the people in the village as bad people, and didn't want to get close to the ancestral hall. When he said this, Tian Wenlei sighed again. He glanced at Xiaohu beside Zhou Yun and said with a wry smile, but it's good this way, at least he thinks his mother is still alive, but we just hid her.
So that's the case. Although Lin Yi agreed, Tian Wenlei's words made Lin Yi discover another strange thing. According to Tian Wenlei's explanation, the people in this village have been fighting with the aliens for many years. Since the people in the village have casualties, why hasn't Lin Yi seen anyone injured? Xiaohu lives with his grandfather now.
I'll send him back first.
If he goes back too late, his grandfather will be anxious.
As he said that, Tian Wenlei reached out to the little boy again.
Don't!
The little boy suddenly became extremely excited.
He picked up the stones on the ground and threw them at Tian Wenlei. The dust accidentally got into Lin Yi's eyes. He raised his hand and rubbed it. When he opened his eyes again, he vaguely saw something coming out of the little boy's body. It was a silk thread emitting a faint white light. One end of the thread connected the little boy, and the other end slowly floated towards Zhou Yun. What is this? Lin Yi didn't know what this thread that suddenly appeared was. It looked like spider silk, but because it emitted a faint white light, it became somewhat obvious. If there was a thread coming out of Xiaohu, did it mean that he was not a human being at all, but an alien? Lin Yi didn't dare to touch the thread directly with his hand. He didn't know what would happen after touching it. However, he couldn't just watch the thread connect to Zhou Yun. Looking at Tian Wenlei, who wanted to stop Xiaohu from throwing stones, Lin Yi had an idea. Xiaohu, stop, don't throw it. Lin Yi said, and walked forward. Ouch! Just after taking a step, Lin Yi shouted, pretending to be accidentally tripped, and suddenly bumped into Tian Wenlei. He pushed hard, and Tian Wenlei, who didn't react, bumped straight into Xiaohu. The other end of the thread touched Tian Wenlei's body, but just when Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, the thread actually came out of his body and continued to float towards Zhou Yun. What the hell is this? Lin Yi was a little anxious. He couldn't find a suitable tool around him for a while, so he took off his clothes and waved at the silk thread. This silk thread was extremely strange. It seemed to have no entity. No matter how Lin Yi waved it, the clothes would pass through the silk thread. Lin Yi, what's wrong with you? Zhou Kai noticed a series of strange actions by Lin Yi. He knew very well that Lin Yi couldn't do these things for no reason. Zhou Kai was alert and used his ability to observe carefully, but he found nothing. Let me go. I want to be with my mother. Xiaohu, who was throwing stones randomly, was caught by Tian Wenlei. Tian Wenlei picked him up and didn't let go of Xiaohu no matter how he struggled. Looking back at Lin Yi, Tian Wenlei asked, Lin Yi, why did you push me just now? I didn't stand firmly just now, and I almost fell down. I accidentally pushed you. Lin Yi hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, Uncle Tian. It doesn't matter. The roads here are not as cement as those in the city. It's really hard to walk. Tian Wenlei looked at the clothes in Lin Yi's hand, and then asked, then why did you take off your clothes? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a while, Lin Yi said, there are insects. I seem to see insects flying around just now. Sister Xiao Yun is most afraid of insects. I want to drive away the insects. Insects? Tian Wenlei frowned, I have lived in the village for so long, and I have never seen any insects. Maybe I saw it wrong. Uncle Tian, do you want to send Xiaohu back first? Since these methods cannot stop the silk thread from continuing to float towards Zhou Yun, it can only be solved from the root. The best way is to let Tian Wenlei take Xiaohu away. You're right. If he goes back too late, his grandfather will be worried. Tian Wenlei nodded. I won't leave. I want to be with my mother. Xiaohu and Tian Wenlei's arms shouted, but his struggle was useless. You are weird. You want to hurt my mother. Mom. Mom. Lin Yi, I'll send Xiaohu back first and come back in a while. Tian Wenlei seemed to be accustomed to Xiaohu's reaction. It's dark now. You are not familiar with the village. Don't run around. After that, Tian Wenlei walked away with Xiaohu in his arms. As they left, the white light disappeared at some point. Lin Yi looked back at Zhou Yun and asked worriedly, Sister Xiao Yun, do you feel uncomfortable somewhere? Uncomfortable? Zhou Yun shook his head, no, I think I'm in a good state now. Don't rush to answer me, feel it carefully. Lin Yi, did you find anything? Zhou Kai walked up and asked. You waved your clothes around just now, like you were possessed by a demon. Didn't you see it? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. A thread came out of the kid named Xiaohu. Lin Yi told Zhou Kai what he had just seen, but after hearing it, Zhou Kai was even more confused. Thread? Zhou Kai shook his head and said, I didn't see any thread coming out of him. Brother Lin Yi, I didn't see any thread floating towards me either. Zhou Yun recalled and indeed didn't see the thread that Lin Yi mentioned. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Zhou Kai asked. If there really was a thread coming out of that little thing, I couldn't have seen it. Thinking about it carefully, Lin Yi also found it very strange. The thread was emitting a faint light, and it should be very conspicuous in this night without electric lights. But why was he the only one who saw it? Thinking of this, Lin Yi frowned. Could it be because of drinking that pot of rat soup? What you saw was actually an illusion. Zhou Kai didn't disbelieve Lin Yi. If there really was a thread like Lin Yi said, with his enhanced vision, he would definitely be able to see it. You also drank the soup. If you really had hallucinations, how come you are fine? Linny asked. No matter what the line is, we can't stay in this village any longer.
I thought about it and felt that this village was more and more unsafe. After Uncle and the others come back, we will discuss how to escape.
Not long after, and Shangdao came back.
Like Linny and the others, and Shangdao also met enthusiastic villagers, but once he wanted to ask about the village, these people's descriptions were surprisingly consistent. Still, how good and safe this village is.
Compared with the people in this village, I think those aliens in the city are more like humans.
And Shangdao frowned and said, if you think about it carefully, if those aliens don't show their original appearance, their words and deeds are indeed the same as humans. It's the people in this village who make Linny feel inexplicably uncomfortable when getting along with them.
Why haven't Lu Linhai and the others come back yet?
And Shangdao glanced outside the wooden shed, with a hint of worry in his tone. Since you have decided to leave this village, you must act as soon as possible. No one knows what will happen next. The longer you stay here, the more dangerous it will be. But they waited for a long time, but they didn't wait for Lu Linhai and Zhang Chang. Instead, Tian Wenlei, who originally sent Xiuhu back, ran back with a nervous look on his face.
Linny, have the two guys who were with you come back? Linny shook his head. No, Uncle Tian, what happened? Oh no, they didn't really go to the woods north of the village, did they? Tian Wenlei looked anxious. The woods north of the village? Linny continued to ask, Uncle Tian, can't we go to the woods north of the village? You can't go there. Tian Wenlei frowned and said, it's my fault for not telling you. The woods north of the village are forbidden areas in the village. You can't go there casually, especially at night. If you go to the woods north of the village at night, you will definitely die. Tian Wenlei's words instantly made the atmosphere tense.
Linny frowned, worried about Lu Linhai and Zhang Chang, and was also a little curious. Since there is danger in the woods north of the village, why do the people in the village still stay here? Aren't they afraid that the danger in the woods will spread to the village sooner or later?
Uncle Tian, what is in the woods north of the village? Why do people who enter the woods at night have to die? Hearing Lingy's question, Tian Wenlei shook his head and sighed.
The woods north of the village is where the village uses to centrally deal with corpses.
Deal with corpses?
Linny was a little surprised. Whose corpses? All corpses.
Tian Wenlei continued. Do you remember the strange birds and mice that the villagers talked about on the way here?
These strange things are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. If they are allowed to multiply everywhere, their existence will sooner or later threaten the people in the village. In order to avoid this situation, all dead people, whether they died naturally or were killed by aliens, will be centrally dealt with by the village. In this way, the strange birds and mice will be led to one place. The strange birds and mice will fight for the corpses. To some extent, this method can not only reduce the number of these strange things, but also solve the food problem in the village. The villagers will choose a day in the daytime to enter the woods in the north of the village in groups. Because the mice and strange birds are concentrated, it will be much easier to catch them. Clean the captured mice and strange birds in the woods and take the meat back directly. In this way, they will not be attracted to the village because of the bloody smell.
Tian Wenlei's words made Linny think of the aliens and humans in the city. What about the injured? Zhou Kai interrupted. His question was actually what Linny wanted to ask. They didn't see any injured people in this village. If they were injured in the battle with the aliens, what should these injured people do? After all, the blood from the wounds on the injured will also attract strange birds and mice to the village. We specially chose a place near the woods in the north of the village to build a temporary house for the injured. The injured will live there temporarily, and there will be people from the village to guard the house. Those strange birds and mice look strange, but they are animals after all, and they are afraid of fire. At night, we will light torches around the shed to prevent them from getting close. Those strange birds and mice are not stupid. Instead of risking their lives to attack the injured, they might as well go directly to the place where the corpses are processed and eat ready-made food. Tian Wenlei's statement sounded like there was nothing wrong. Without waiting for Linny and the others to speak, Tian Wenlei turned around and prepared to leave. I won't talk to you for now. Tian Wenlei looked very anxious, as if he was going to the woods in the north of the village. Someone found fresh footprints on the way to the woods in the north of the village. It is speculated that you went in, so let me take a look. I have to go over there to look for it now. Many people in the village have also gone there. If they don't go far, maybe they can be rescued. I'll go too. And Shangdao carried the bag containing the butcher knife and wanted to follow. Don't go. Tian Wenlei shook his head.
You just arrived in the village, you are not familiar with the village yet, let alone the woods in the north of the village.
If you don't find them and you get lost again, it will be really troublesome.
I brought them here, I must ensure their safety. And Chang Dao said with a cold face, exuding an irresistible aura.
Besides, according to what you said, I am the chosen one.
And Chang Dao raised his hand, and a bloodletting knife flew out of his bag and landed in his palm. And Chang Dao's ability was demonstrated when he met the saint before, so there is no need to hide it now.
Of course, and Chang Dao only demonstrated a small part. Uncle Tian, let us go. Lin Yi also stood up.
We won't go in, we'll just wait outside the woods. I promise I won't cause any trouble for you.
Tian Wenlei frowned, he hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded, even if I don't let you go, you will definitely go in the end. Instead of letting you find it yourself, it's safer for me to take you there, so you don't get lost. Let's go. Lin Yi and his group followed Tian Wenlei and quickly rushed to the north of the village.
And Chang Dao frowned along the way, and before reaching the north of the village, he had already held the bone-chopping knife in his hand. It can be seen that he is really worried about Lu Linhai and the others.
Uncle Lin, you don't really think that Lu Linhai and the others went to the woods in the north of the village, do you?
Lin Yi glanced at Tian Wenlei who was running in front, and pulled in Chang Dao to the end of the team.
Didn't they go?
And Chang Dao was stunned for a moment. If Lu Linhai was alone, he might have gone.
Lin Yi said in a low voice. He is careless in his work and rarely pays attention to details.
But Zheng Cheng is different.
Lin Yi said while paying attention to Tian Wenlei in front of him.
A person who has no ability but can live for so many years without discovering the existence of aliens must be very cautious. In fact, when Lin Yi heard Tian Wenlei talking about this matter, he was a little suspicious. Zheng Cheng is very smart. Since he is collecting intelligence, he will not go to the woods north of the village where no one is.
Even if he wants to go, he will not choose to go at night.
As for the shoe prints found by the villagers, perhaps Zheng Cheng deliberately made them in order to attract the attention of the villagers. Zheng Cheng did not tell Lin Yi and others about this matter. Therefore, even if the villagers did not find the shoe prints, seeing that they had not returned for a long time, Lin Yi and others would be anxious and ask the villagers to help find them. In this way, the shoe prints left outside the woods will still be discovered. Of course, this is Lin Yi's guess. The reason why he insisted on going was that he could get familiar with the surrounding environment. Since he decided to slip away, it was essential to find a safe route. Secondly, even if Lu Linhai and Zheng Cheng really went to the woods north of the village, it would be easier to find them using Zhou Kai's ability. As for why Zheng Cheng did this, perhaps he wanted to find out how many gods chosen were in the village in this way, or there might be other reasons that Lin Yi did not think of for a while.
Now that you mention it, it's not impossible.
Although when Chang Dao said this, the worry in his eyes did not diminish at all. And Chang Dao was the only elder among them. In his eyes, Lin Yi and the others are like his children. Since he brought them out of the city, and Chang Dao decided to protect them. Compared with himself, and Chang Dao felt that these boys and girls were the hope for the future of mankind. Therefore, and Chang Dao was still worried before he could not guarantee 100% that Lu Linhai and Zheng Cheng had not entered the woods.
Wenlei, why did you bring them here?
Outside the woods in the north of the village, many people holding torches gathered. The leader was still Brother Lei. After looking at Tian Wenlei with a shotgun, he stared at Lin Yi and the others viciously. Under the moonlight, the twisted trees in the distance looked like grinning monsters. The thorns on the trees seemed to be their fangs and claws, giving people an indescribable weirdness and loneliness.
You can go in with us.
Brother Lei pointed at Chang Dao with the shotgun in his hand.
I remember you are the chosen one. You won't be a drag after you go. You should be able to help. But you can't.
When he said this, Brother Lei glanced at Lin Yi and others beside Chang Dao.
Those big black rats and strange birds are very arrogant at night. If you encounter danger, we don't have time to take care of you. So, if you don't want to die, stay outside honestly. Besides, there is a successor selected by the Saint Lady among you. If something happens to her, we can't bear the responsibility. Lin Yi frowned. In fact, he didn't plan to go into the woods with Brother Lei.
The reason why he came here was just to confirm whether there was a route to escape nearby. According to Lin Yi's current understanding of the village, the ancestral hall where the saint lives is on the west side of the village.
The saint may be the chosen one of God. In addition, there are people protecting the saint nearby.
If this route is chosen, the probability of being discovered is very high. The village is backed by mountains on the east side. After crossing over, it is close to the city where Lin Yi and his friends escaped, so it is naturally not considered. As for the south side of the village, that is the road Lin Yi and his friends came from. The people in the village will squat here to wait for the bus coming out of the city. If they leave from here, they will definitely meet people in the village. Therefore, the only way left is the forest in front of them, which is regarded as a forbidden area by the villagers. You stay outside, I will go in with them to take a look. And Changdao held the bone-chopping knife in his hand and walked towards Brother Lei. And Changdao wanted to go in and take a look. While confirming whether Lu Linhai and his friends were in the woods, he also wanted to explore whether this route could be used to escape. The cold wind blowing from the woods was filled with a pungent stench. I don't know if there was some fine sand mixed in the gusts of wind. Linny actually felt a little dazzled. He rubbed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he saw the thread emitting a faint white light again. But this time, the thread came out of the hunting rifle in Lei Ji's hand. One end of the thread was connected to the barrel, and the other end slowly floated towards In Changdao. As In Changdao approached, the thread was connected to In Changdao's chest. Zhou Kai, did you see it? Lin Yi pulled Zhou Kai beside him. What did you see? Zhou Kai didn't understand what Lin Yi meant. The thread I told you about before. Lin Yi whispered. The thread? Yes, it's on Uncle Lin. Zhou Kai hurriedly looked at In Changdao, but he didn't see anything. I didn't see any thread on Uncle Lin? You two stay to protect the successor, and the rest of you come with me. Let's go. Lei Ge left Tian Wenlei and another person in the team. Wait a minute. Just as they were about to enter the woods, Lin Yi ran over. Do you have anything else to say? Brother Lei asked with a frown. Lin Yi ignored him and walked to In Changdao and asked, Uncle Lin, do you feel uncomfortable? Lin Yi didn't know what the sudden appearance of the silk thread meant, but it was precisely because he didn't know that he felt uneasy. I'm fine. And Changdao shook his head. What are you going to do? Brother Lei's tone sounded a little impatient. Lin Yi, what's wrong with you? And Changdao also felt that Lin Yi was a little strange. Lin Yi didn't know how to explain for a while, after all, only he could see the silk thread. After thinking for a while, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and reached out to grab the silk thread on In Changdao's body. Strangely, the silk thread that he couldn't touch before was actually caught in Lin Yi's hand. With a force, Lin Yi pulled off the silk thread connected to In Changdao's body. At the moment when the silk thread was broken, Lin Yi suddenly heard a gunshot, followed by a sharp pain in his chest, and his face turned pale instantly. Lin Yi? And Changdao supported Lin Yi's shaking body. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Yi's forehead. He looked down at his chest, which was intact. He looked back at Brother Lei. He didn't shoot, and even the shotgun in his hand was not loaded. So, what was the gunshot he heard? Lin Yi, are you okay? Tian Wenlei hurried over. He helped Lin Yi away and turned back to In Changdao and said, maybe he is too tired. I'll take care of him here. It's okay. When Lin Yi came to his senses, the silk thread that originally connected In Changdao had disappeared. And Changdao reached out and touched Lin Yi's head, saying, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Lin Yi, how about I take you back first? Tian Wenlei said. Lin Yi shook his head. What happened just now was too strange, and Lin Yi couldn't figure it out for a while. He did not continue to stop In Changdao from leaving. First, it would seem too deliberate to force In Changdao to stay now. After all, if he really didn't want In Changdao to enter the woods, he would have said it at the beginning. Second, Lin Yi did not figure out what the silk thread was. Since it had been torn, there should be no problem. The first silk thread he saw came out of Xiaohu. If Xiaohu is an alien, these silk threads are likely to be its means of attack. But the thread this time came from the hunting rifle. Could it be that the hunting rifle in Brother Lei's hand was also a different kind? This was obviously impossible. Uncle Lin, you must be careful after entering. Lin Yi walked in front of In Changdao and whispered a reminder. Especially pay attention to the gun in that person's hand. And Changdao nodded, and then followed Brother Lei and his group into the woods. I'll be fine after a break. After In Changdao and his group left, Lin Yi looked back at Tian Wenlei. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me. Tian Wenlei's eyes showed a trace of concern. What's going on? In order to avoid the people in the village, Lin Yi and Zhou Kai walked aside. I don't know either. Lin Yi told what happened just now, and Zhou Kai was also confused. Let's not talk about this for now. Lin Yi took a deep breath, and the pain in his chest disappeared as he woke up. Have you found Lu Linhai and the others? Lin Yi asked. Zhou Kai shook his head and looked up at the woods. Within my ability, I didn't sense Lu Linhai and Zheng Chang.
However, there is one thing they didn't lie about. There are indeed many creatures in the woods.
Judging from the sounds, they are indeed mice, and the strange birds we have seen before.
Moreover, I also smell a strong smell of blood.
When he said this, Jokai's face became a little ugly. Too noisy sounds and overly stimulating smells will increase the burden on Jokai's sensory organs. In this case, he cannot use his abilities for a long time. So, as far as the current situation is concerned, perhaps Lu Linhai and Zhang Chang really left footprints outside the woods as Lin guessed to divert the people in the village, but there is another possibility they have met with an accident.
Linny is more inclined to the former.
He doesn't think Zhang Chang will be so careless, nor does he think Lu Linhai will be so easily killed by those mice.
Let's walk around here. If we can't leave the village from the woods, we will find other routes to see if we can bypass this woods. Zhou Kai nodded.
However, just as they were about to take action, Tian Wenlei and another person who stayed here caught up with them.
Zhou Kai looked back at the people following them.
This feeling made him feel like a prisoner who was out for a walk, being watched all the time.
Can you please stop following us?
Zhou Kai stopped and said with a frown. Linny didn't want them to follow him, so he continued Zhou Kai's words. Uncle Tian, we just want to walk around and relax so that we can calm down. You know, our friends haven't been found yet, and we feel a little uncomfortable.
I can understand your feelings now. Tian Wenlei took 2 steps forward.
His tone was calm, and his comforting tone sounded like a patient elder.
But you also said that you are not calm now. What if you get anxious and go to the woods because you are worried about your friends?
Linny, I don't want you to get into trouble. Besides, the successor of the Saint Lady is also here. She is related to the future of the village.
We must ensure her safety. Does that mean you won't follow me if I don't go? Zhou Yun's sudden words surprised Zhou Kai. In Zhou Kai's mind, Zhou Yun has always been an obedient, well-behaved and sensible sister.
From childhood to adulthood, whenever there is a choice to be made, Zhou Kai almost always helps her analyze it and then makes a decision according to Zhou Kai's wishes.
And what Zhou Yun said at this moment was obviously a bit unexpected. Xiao Yun, what are you doing?
Zhou Kai hurriedly pulled Zhou Yun aside. Brother, aren't we looking for a safe route to leave here?
Zhou Yun replied in a low voice. They are following us all the time, and it will be very inconvenient for us to move.
If they find out that we want to escape from here, no one knows what will happen. Since they want to protect me, I will stay here.
As long as they don't follow you and Brother Linny, you can move freely. No, I can't leave you here alone.
Brother!
Zhou Yun pouted, looking a little unhappy. Can you please stop treating me like a child? I'm grown up. Although I'm not as good as you in dealing with aliens, I don't want to be a burden to you. That won't work either. Zhou Kai shook his head.
I'll stay with you and let Linny go alone.
If Brother Linny goes alone, what if he gets into danger?
There's no one to take care of each other.
Zhou Yun's tone was firm.
I won't go out of the village, and they'll follow me, so there won't be any danger.
Even if there's danger, I'm not afraid. Zhou Yun continued.
When we were in the mountains before, although Uncle Lin didn't give me the devilish training like you guys, he also taught me a lot of self-defense skills.
If we really fight, even if I'm not their opponent, I won't be caught easily by them.
Speaking, Zhou Yun patted his backpack. I still have the knife that Uncle Lin sharpened for me in my bag. When I was on the bus, Brother Zhang Chang also gave me a box of lime powder. If there is really danger, I will sprinkle lime on their eyes, and then stab them, and then I will run away. In order to reassure Zhou Kai, Zhou Yun continued, when the time comes, I will shout and scream, and you will definitely come when you hear my shouting.
I think Sister Xiao Yun's method is feasible. Linny walked over.
Even if the people living in the village are not good people, they dare not fight in the village.
Why? Zhou Kai glanced at Linny. Because they don't want to get hurt. Linny explained.
They said that the rats and strange birds in the forest are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. As long as the injured people are gathered together and sent to a specific place to recover. If we fight in the village, if we get injured, the smell of blood will attract rats and strange birds to the village. When Tian Wenlei told Linny that the village would deal with the bodies in a centralized manner, Linny thought of this. At first, he couldn't figure it out. If the people in this village were also aliens, or they were humans, but not good people, why didn't they choose to attack them when Linny and his team entered the village? The people in the village also have the chosen ones. If they attack together, even if Linny and his team haven't Changdao, the other party can use the advantage of numbers to defeat them.
But now, Linny understands.
The villagers are afraid of the rats and strange birds in the forest. In terms of numbers, the people in this village can never compare to these strange things.
Brother, just believe me once.
Zhou Yun tiptoed and patted Zhou Kai on the shoulder, saying with a smile. Your sister is not such a useless person. Besides, Brother Lin Yi's eyesight is not as good as yours. Together, you two can definitely find a safe route to leave here quickly. Zhou Kai did not speak, and it was obvious that he was quite hesitant. Looking at Zhou Kai's tangled expression, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Zhou Kai was not only a sister control, but also a patient with advanced sister control.
Brother, if you don't listen to me, I will never talk to you again. Zhou Yun frowned and pretended to be angry.
I won't call you brother at that time, I will fly alone.
I'll go, isn't it okay for me to go? Zhou Kai finally let go.
After Zhou Yun decided to stay, another person arranged by Brother Lei followed her all the time.
Tianwen Lei was a little worried about Lin Yi, but under Lin Yi's repeated assurances, Tianwen Lei had to give up. Xiaoyun, if anything happens, just yell and I will come back immediately. Zhou Kai repeatedly reminded and followed Lin Yi away.
They walked east along the village. When they reached a position where Tianwen Lei and the other person could not see them, they quickly approached the woods and continued to walk along the outside of the woods. There was a kind of frightening weirdness in the dark woods. Occasionally, there was a rustling sound. It was unknown whether it was a mouse lurking in the woods or a strange bird perched on a tree. As they walked, Zhou Kai suddenly stopped.
Lin Yi, there is a fire ahead.
Lin Yi looked up, but because he did not have Zhou Kai's superhuman vision, Lin Yi could not see anything.
Let's get closer and take a look.
Continuing to walk forward, Lin Yi finally saw the fire that Zhou Kai mentioned.
It was a dilapidated house with no roof and a circle of torches around it. There is someone in the house. Zhou Kai used his ability to listen. However, the breathing of the people inside sounded a little slow.
And there was a bad smell inside.
Could this be the place where the injured people stayed temporarily, as Uncle Tian said before? Lin Yi frowned.
There was a circle of torches outside the house, which seemed to be used to prevent rats and strange birds from approaching, but there were not many torches and they did not have any effect at all.
Secondly, this house has no roof. How can a house without a roof prevent strange birds from entering? Let's go and take a look.
They quickened their pace, but after a while, Lin Yi suddenly grabbed Zhou Kai.
Lin Yi pulled Zhou Kai back hard, almost making Zhou Kai fall. What's wrong?
Zhou Kai steadied himself and looked at Lin Yi with a puzzled look.
Strange, why is it gone again?
Lin Yi stared at the road ahead and muttered softly.
What happened? Zhou Kai asked. Try to lift your legs again. Lin Yi did not answer.
Zhou Kai was confused, but he still lifted his legs as Lin Yi said. Just as Zhou Kai raised his leg and took a step forward, Lin Yi hurriedly called him.
Don't move. Lin Yi frowned, don't put your foot down.
Lin Yi stared at the ground intently. Just as Zhou Kai's foot was about to land, a thin line emitting a faint white light slowly emerged from the ground and floated towards Zhou Kai's feet. What the hell is this? Lin Yi felt even more strange when he saw the silk thread emerging from the ground connected to Zhou Kai's ankle.
Did you see those threads again?
Zhou Kai's body swayed a little, but he still maintained his walking movement, with his raised leg always hanging in the air. Lin nodded, squatted down, stretched out his hand and grabbed the thread. With a strong tug, just like what happened to Wen Shangdao before, the thread was torn off by Lin Yi. At the same time, Lin Yi suddenly heard a click, followed by a sharp pain in his ankle. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and not daring to scream. Zhou Kai saw Lin Yi's frown, as if even his facial features were coming together because of the pain.
What's wrong with you? Zhou Kai took back his stepped foot and squatted next to Lin Yi and asked.
I tore off the threads I saw.
After the pain in his ankle eased a little, Lin Yi spoke. There's something wrong. Lin Yi thought for a while.
Picking up a branch from the roadside, Lin Yi stabbed the branch towards the place where the thread emerged. There was just a click sound, and something popped out of the ground instantly, tightly clamping the branch in Lin Yi's hand.
Bear trap?
Looking at the thing that suddenly appeared under the ground, Zhou Kai had a hint of surprise in his eyes. If Lin Yi had not stopped him, what was caught at this moment was not the branch in Lin Yi's hand, but his feet. The jaws of the bear trap were rusty and covered with dried blood, which was mixed with soil and turned black. The pain in his ankle had disappeared. Lin Yi stood up and continued to test the nearby ground with the branch in his hand and the animal trap attached to it. About 4 or 5 steps away, when he stabbed hard, there was another click sound, and another bear trap was triggered, clapping the top of the branch that had not been removed.
There are even more. Zhou Kai frowned. Could it be that this road is full of such things?
He looked around and felt a little strange. Why are these bear traps placed here?
To prevent rats from the woods from entering the village? We have walked all the way, and this is the only place where there is a bear trap. If it is to deal with the rats in the forest, the bear trap cannot be placed only here. When he said this, Linny raised his head. He glanced at the roofless house in the distance, frowned and said, "This road leads to that house." "You mean these animal traps are to prevent anyone from going to that house?" Joe Kai asked. Linny thought for a moment and said, "Maybe, it's to prevent the people in that house from entering the village." To enter the village from that house, there are two roads to choose from. The first is the road where the animal trap is placed, and the other is to enter the woods and bypass this road. If that house was full of wounded people, once they entered the woods, the smell of blood from the wounds would attract rats and strange birds. Not only that, because they were injured, they may have difficulty moving. If they choose to walk through the woods, they may be pricked by thorns on the trees due to their inconvenience. The final result is a dead end. Even if they didn't enter the woods and chose to take this path, the result might not be much better. In order to prevent the smell of blood from the injured from attracting rats and strange birds in the forest to the village, I can understand the idea of temporarily placing them outside the village. Joe Kai looked at the ground. But, even if it is to prevent them from entering the village, is it necessary to put bear traps on the road? This approach doesn't seem to be taking care of the injured at all, but it seems to be, to kill the people who ran out of the house. Linny followed Joe Kai's words. What Linny and the others saw was completely different from what Tian Wenlei told them. "I should have thought of it earlier." Linny continued. "This place is different from the city. Due to the lack of supplies, once you get sick or injured, recovery does not happen overnight. It would be okay if it was just a minor injury like a scratch, but if the injury becomes more serious, there is no medicine in the village to treat them. It is difficult to allow the wound to recover on its own in this environment." So, Linny did not continue. If this village is really what he thought, then the house in the distance is not a house for the injured at all, but a place for the injured to kill themselves. The people who were sent into that house must not want to die like this, but when they wanted to escape, they would face either rats and strange birds in the woods, or bear traps on the road. Wait a minute. Joe Kai looked at Linny. "Are you sure the thread you saw just now came out from where the animal trap was placed? And you also said that this line is connected to my ankle. If you didn't notice, if I stepped on it directly, this animal trap would just catch my ankle." Recalling the sound he heard and the pain he felt after tearing off the thread, Linny felt a little incredible. Whether it's sound or pain, you can only feel it after the bear trap is triggered. Could it be that the threads I saw were not because the people in the village were aliens, but because of myself? Linny guessed. "Isn't your ability to control time?" Joe Kai asked curiously. "Why did it suddenly become a thread again?" "The future." Linny said in surprise. "After breaking the thread, will I feel what might happen in the future? Is it possible that these glowing threads are a kind of timeline representing the future?" "It's not impossible." Joe Kai thought about it and continued, "But I always feel that your ability is getting weirder and weirder." "I think it's good." Linny smiled. "Whether it's returning to the past after death or time standing still, these situations are unstable. But the timeline I see is different, at least it can avoid danger." "Do you mean that you can see these lines stably now?" Joe Kai asked. Linny shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I can always see these glowing lines when you may be in danger these few times. Moreover, the place where the thread emerges is the source of danger, and the target of the thread is the person who is about to be in danger." When he said this, Lin Yi's face suddenly became a little ugly. "Oh no, Uncle Lin. If the existence of these threads was really as Lin Yi thought, then before In Chengdao entered the woods, he clearly saw the threads coming out of Lei Ji's hunting rifle floating towards In Chengdao's chest." Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. If these threads are really the time threads representing the future as he guessed, then, the thread extending from Lei Ji's hunting rifle to In Chengdao's chest, does it mean that In Chengdao will be hit by the bullet in this gun? Lin Yi recalled the gunshot he heard when he broke the thread, and the piercing pain in his chest. Uncle Lin is in danger. At this moment, he wanted to go into the woods and find In Chengdao immediately. If he could find In Chengdao before Lei Ge shot, he might be able to save him. However, Lin Yi didn't do it. He took a deep breath and told himself in his heart that he was too concerned. Joe Kai's ability cannot be used for a long time in such a harsh environment, and it is too much of a burden on the sensory organs. Even if they go into the woods to look for it now, they may not be able to find In Chengdao, and it may even put him and Joe Kai in danger. At that time, not only will they not be able to save In Chengdao, but he and Joe Kai will also die here because of their reckless behavior. Lin Yi believed that In Chengdao would not die so easily.
Moreover, before In Shangdao set out, he reminded him to be careful of Brother Lei.
The future will change, and perhaps his reminder will allow In Shangdao to survive.
Even if In Shangdao really did not escape this disaster, the worst that could happen was that he would die once and use his ability to go back to the past. Linny looked up at the roofless house in the distance and said softly, let's go to that house and take a look. Since the incident has already happened, it is necessary to collect as much information as possible before the incident is over. Even if he really has to die at that time, he will not have to start all over again because of his impulse. As long as enough information is collected, even if they go back to the past, they can turn passivity into initiative.
Continuing to walk towards the house in the distance, Linny and Zhou Kai were very alert and more cautious.
There are many traps buried on this road, and the distribution of the locations is irregular. Even if the torch in the hand can illuminate the road in front of him, it is impossible to determine the specific location of these traps by vision. Fortunately, Linny could see the glowing silk thread. Once the place where the raised foot landed buried the trap, the silk thread would emerge from the ground and connect to their ankles. Using these silk threads, Linny and his team avoided the traps on the ground. Although it took a lot of time, they were finally getting closer and closer to the house. When they were about to reach the house, even though Linny did not have Jokai's ability, he could smell the stench coming from the house. It was not just the smell of blood, but mixed with other smells. Like the smell of decay and the stench of excrement. This place is definitely not a place for people to recuperate. Linny looked at Jokai beside him with a serious face. The world outside is short of supplies, and the speed of recovery from injuries is not as fast as in the city. Jokai nodded, and he and Linny had the same opinion. If the environment for recuperation is quite bad, it is better to say that this house is a place for people to wait for death rather than a place for people to recuperate. Jokai felt a little dizzy, and the strong stench drilled into his nasal cavity, constantly irritating his nerves. His stomach was churning, and he could smell it even if he covered his nose. Sorry, this place is too irritating to my sense organs, so I won't use my ability for now. Jokai felt a little better after he stopped using his ability. Let's leave after we finish. I always feel uneasy if I don't use my ability. Jokai said vigilantly. The house in front of them not only had no roof, but when they got closer, they saw that it didn't even have doors or windows. A completely open house couldn't keep mice and strange birds out. Although there was a circle of torches around the house, the torches were spaced a long distance apart and had no deterrent effect at all. There was a faint groan coming from the house, and when he looked inside, Lin's scalp went numb for a moment. The house was full of bones, and even the marks of rodents gnawing on the bones could be seen. The ground was full of disgusting dirt, and it was hard to tell whether it was blood or biological excrement. Even though Linny had seen the aliens in the city, he was still frightened by the scene in front of him. He remembered what In Changdao had said before, that compared with the people in this village, the aliens in the city were more like humans. At least, when those aliens take action, they will give the people they eat a quick death, instead of leaving the injured here and letting them fend for themselves in pain and despair. Are all these people the injured in the village? Jokai on the side also frowned, thinking that the scene in front of him was too horrifying. Those guys are too cruel. No wonder there are so few people in my village. The scene in front of him made Linny understand. According to what Uncle Tian told us before, if this village really existed for so many years, and they are still rescuing people from the city, then there shouldn't be only so many people in the village. Now it seems that for this village, people are just a consumable. When he said this, Linny sighed. To prevent the injured from attracting rats and strange birds to the village, and because of the lack of supplies, the wounds cannot be healed quickly. Once the injuries are too serious, they will be sent here. Then, use their cries and the smell of blood from their wounds to attract mice and strange birds in the forest, thus ensuring the safety of the village. This house is simply a canteen for those strange things. Linny gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go, let's leave here quickly." Jokai was a little worried about Zhou Yun in the village. After confirming that the people in this village were not good people, Jokai became more and more worried about his sister's safety. "Jokai, look there." When Linny turned around, he suddenly noticed that there was still a person lying in the corner of the room who had not died. The low moan that Linny and the others heard came from this person. The man was lying face down on the ground, and the only difference between his skinny body and the surrounding bones seemed to be just an extra layer of skin. Why is there a hole on his back? Following Linny's gaze, Jokai also saw the man. There was a creepy wound between the shoulder blades on the man's back, as if something had been torn off his back alive. The skin next to it was torn off,
and it looked like an irregular hole. Those people in the village have something on their backs. Linny guessed.
He thought of the hunched posture of the villagers. Since the people in this house were all injured people in the village, then the situation of these people should be the same. Although Linny didn't know what these people were carrying on their backs for the time being, it was definitely not a good thing.
Just as Linny thought of this, a familiar voice came from not far away. Linny, why did you run here? Linny, didn't you say you were just going to walk around the village? Why did you come here?
There was a rustling sound in the woods, as if something was taking advantage of the night and moving around in the darkness like a ghost.
Looking back, Linny saw Tian Wenlei coming towards him.
Because Zhou Kai temporarily stopped using his ability, and the scene in the room was too shocking, they didn't notice until the other party made a sound.
Linny, it's very dangerous around here, especially at night.
The light from the torch illuminated Tian Wenlei's face, and he suddenly showed a weird smile. It was at this moment that Linny saw a familiar greed in his eyes. That was the look that aliens would show when they were about to eat humans.
Tian Wenlei in front of him was not a human at all.
Not only him, I'm afraid that everyone living in this village is not a real human.
Uncle Tian, why are you here?
Linny quickly calmed down and said as if nothing had happened. He planned to stabilize the other party first. After all, this was the other party's territory. They had lived here for so many years and knew the surrounding area much better than Linny and Zhou Kai. Moreover, if there were more than just Tian Wenlei, and there were other people from the village hiding nearby, Linny and Zhou Kai would be in great danger. I saw that you hadn't come back for so long, and I was a little worried, so I came out to find you.
Worried? Linny thought it was ridiculous, and he didn't see a trace of worry on Tian Wenlei's face. Uncle Tian, is this the place where the village used to centrally dispose of corpses?
Linny continued, when we were relaxing, we saw a fire here, so we came to take a look. As a result, I saw these, which was really scary. As he spoke, he walked in front of Zhou Kai.
Linny stretched his hand behind his back, signaling Zhou Kai to use his ability to sense the surroundings. It's a good thing you came, Uncle Tian.
I was so scared that I even forgot the way back to the village.
If you hadn't come to find us, I'm afraid I wouldn't know how to get back. Zhou Kai understood what Linny meant. In fact, when Tian Wenlei's voice sounded, he had already activated his ability.
The pungent stench rushed into his nasal cavity, accompanied by the noisy sounds in the forest, constantly stimulating his nerves. Zhou Kai felt a little uncomfortable. After all, the environment here was too stimulating to his sense organs. It was like falling into a biogas tank, and the noise of construction sites kept coming from all around, making him feel a little suffocated. However, Zhou Kai still resisted the discomfort and said, Uncle Tian, it's so late, and I'm sorry that you came to find us alone.
1. Hearing Zhou Kai's words, Linny understood. If only Tian Wenlei came here, even if he was an alien, Linny would have enough confidence to deal with it. However, Linny's confidence was obviously a little too inflated. Linny, you clearly promised me that you would just walk around the village, why did you come here? Tian Wenlei's tone changed.
Although he still had a smile on his face, his tone gradually became low.
You saw it, right? What did you see? Linny realized that something was wrong.
He took off his backpack and held it in his arms, pretending to be scared.
Uncle Tian, are you talking about these corpses? You already know the secret of this village, right? Tian Wenlei threw away the torch in his hand. Secret? What secret? Uncle Tian, why can't I understand what you are saying?
Linny slowly unzipped his backpack.
Linny, you were obviously not like this when you were a child.
You were very obedient at that time, and you would never act on your own like you do now. You could have stayed in this village forever like me, and lived happily forever.
Why do you do these unnecessary things? Happiness? Joy?
Linny felt that Tian Wenlei in front of him must have some misunderstanding about the two words.
But it doesn't matter. I forgive you. You can still stay in the village. After all, a young body is the best.
The moment the voice fell, Tian Wenlei kicked his feet hard and jumped in front of Linny in an instant.
His explosive power was far beyond that of ordinary people. Linny didn't even see his movements clearly. Linny instinctively retreated and dodged, but the next second, Tian Wenlei showed amazing speed again and quickly put his face in front of Linny.
His pupils began to rotate in different directions, and then slowly protruded and stretched from his eye sockets. Connected to the position of the pupils were two sticky strips of meat, accompanied by dazzling colors. The constantly wriggling strips of meat were like the double-disc flukes parasitic in the body of the snail, which made people's scalps numb.
Lin Yi, don't be afraid, it will be over soon. Tian Wenlei quickly grabbed Lin Yi's arms with both hands. His strength was so great that Lin Yi couldn't break free at all. After that, you will experience unprecedented happiness, and then stay here with me forever, living happily. Get out of here. Seeing that he couldn't get away, Lin Yi quickly raised his legs. He pushed his knee hard between Tian Wenlei's legs, but Tian Wenlei, who was hit, didn't seem to feel any pain at all, and even laughed sarcastically from his throat. Lin Yi, you have to listen to Uncle Tian, just like when we were kids. Uncle Tian loves you so much, he will never hurt you. Lin Yi reached into his backpack, pulled out a knife from it and stabbed Tian Wenlei in the chest. At the same time, while Tian Wenlei was holding Lin Yi, Jokai took the knife and went around behind Tian Wenlei, aiming at the position between his shoulder blades on his back. His target was clear. Whether it was the hunched posture of the villagers or the man they saw in the room, it showed that there was something wrong with the villagers' backs. Perhaps, this place was where their fate was. However, Tian Wenlei's back seemed to have another pair of eyes. His reaction ability was amazing and terrifying. Even if Lin Yi and Jokai attacked at the same time, he could easily deal with it. The hand holding Lin Yi's arm loosened, and then quickly turned sideways, grabbing Lin Yi and Jokai's wrists at the moment they drew their knives. The clenched hands curbed their actions, and the speed was so fast that even if Jokai used his ability to predict it, his body could not react immediately. I only need one person, and I have to take the other one back. The eyes that popped out of Tian Wenlei's eye sockets bent in different directions, looking at Lin Yi and Jokai respectively. But don't worry, you will all stay in the village in the end. Jokai struggled hard, and when he found that he couldn't break free, he immediately loosened his hand holding the knife. When the knife in his hand fell, the other hand quickly caught it, holding the handle tightly and slashing at Tian Wenlei's arm. But at the moment he swung the knife, Tian Wenlei let go again, dodging the attack and kicking Jokai in the stomach. Whether it is explosive power or speed, strength or reaction ability, the strength displayed by Tian Wenlei at this moment is even more terrifying than those aliens in the city. Jokai covered his stomach and wanted to get up, but the intense exercise accelerated his breathing, the stench in the room kept pouring into his nose, and the harsh sound in the forest made it impossible to calm down. Although he had undergone special training from Changdao, the environment at this time was 100 times worse than before. Jokai felt a little dizzy, and his mind was in a trance. If he continued to increase his hearing and sense of smell, he might have a mental breakdown due to the stimulation of his sensory organs after killing this alien. Lin Yi's voice came to his ears. Lin Yi was still attacking. He couldn't fall here. But if he stopped using his ability, he would be no match for Tian Wenlei. Jokai gritted his teeth. If he didn't increase his hearing and sense of smell, he would concentrate all his energy on increasing his vision. Even if this would increase the burden on his eyes, compared with a mental breakdown and death here, this result was obviously acceptable. Jokai turned off the enhancement of other senses and focused all his energy on vision. There was a sharp pain in his pupils. He blinked hard. When he opened his eyes again despite the pain, everything in front of him seemed different. In addition to the surrounding environment becoming clearer, he seemed to see something else. What was that? Jokai felt it seriously. It seemed to be the wind. The wind was invisible and tangible. Countless densely packed things appeared in Jokai's field of vision. These things were so small that if Jokai hadn't enhanced his vision to the limit, he wouldn't be able to see it at all. These tiny things seemed to fill the surroundings, slowly floating in the air. Soon, Jokai knew what these things were. Wind is invisible, so what Jokai saw was not the wind in the true sense. What he saw were these floating dust that were invisible to the naked eye. The floating dust in the air moves with the wind, and their moving trajectory forms the shape of the wind. Jokai completely blocked the sense of hearing and taste, leaving only the normal sense of smell and touch, and then focused all his energy on the enhancement of vision. The tingling sensation in his pupils became more intense, but as his hearing was closed, the whole world became extremely quiet. At this moment, Jokai's extremely keen vision noticed that the dust around Lin Yi and Tian Wenlei began to move. The trajectory of the floating dust is the trajectory of the wind and the trajectory of the movement. The quiet environment made Jokai feel calm. When he saw the trajectory of the wind, Jokai's mind naturally thought of all the next actions of Lin Yi and Tian Wenlei. Lin Yi took out another knife from his bag with his free hand, and then stabbed Tian Wenlei with all his strength. However, his attack was destined to be unsuccessful. Perhaps it was because Tian Wenlei was an alien that he was much faster than Lin Yi and the others. Tian Wenlei would grab Lin Yi's hand and contain his attack. Then he leaned in front of Lin Yi and pressed that disgusting face against hers.
What happened next was just like the picture that appeared in Joe Kai's mind. As they moved, the surrounding air also moved along the contours of their bodies. Their actions drove the surrounding air, and the air currents formed during their movement drove dust floating in the air. This was the wind that Joe Kai saw at this moment. Tian Wenlei grabbed Lin Yi's hands and began to exert force. Lin Yi felt severe pain in his wrists, as if even the bones were about to be crushed by the opponent. The hand holding the knife gradually became numb, but he gritted his teeth and never let go of the knife in his hand. It's better to be young, strong, and energetic. Tian Wenlei's face came up. The eyes drilled out of the sockets kept sliding against Lin Yi's face, as if these disgusting eyes also had a sense of touch, carefully feeling Lin Yi's skin. Even the skin is so smooth and tender. Tian Wenlei's eyes were full of greed. He opened his mouth, and something seemed to be squirming in his throat, eager to get out. Those eyes full of mucus made Lin Yi feel extremely disgusted. However, at this time, he couldn't care about it at all. All he thought about was how to kill this alien. After thinking for a moment, Lin opened his mouth, suppressed his nausea, and quickly turned his head to bite Tian Wenlei's eyes. Just bite off his eyes and you might be able to take away his vision. Unfortunately, Tian Wenlei's reaction was much faster than Lin Yi's. As soon as Lin Yi moved, his eyes immediately nimbly hid where Lin Yi couldn't bite him. Joe Kai took a deep breath and quickly took out the crossbow from his backpack. Do you think you can deal with me with that thing in your hand? Although Tian Wenlei was facing Joe Kai sideways, his right eye was staring at Lin Yi, while his left eye was bent to look at Joe Kai's position. Joe Kai couldn't hear anything, after all, his hearing was completely closed. However, from the shape of his mouth, Joe Kai probably knew what he said. Since you are so confident, why not give it a try? The sharp stinging pain in his eyes made Joe Kai speed up. He knelt on one knee, one foot and one knee forming a triangular support with the ground. Holding the lower part of the crossbow with one hand, placing his elbow on his knee, he controlled the trigger with the other hand and aimed at Tian Wenlei. Ha ha! Tian Wenlei sneered, facing Joe Kai's actions, he showed disdain. Go to hell, bitch! Joe Kai pulled the trigger, and the crossbow arrow shot towards Tian Wenlei instantly. There was a hint of disdain on Tian Wenlei's face. He turned slightly backward to avoid the flying crossbow arrows, but the moment he moved, the trajectory of the crossbow arrows flying towards him in the air shifted slightly. The sudden situation caused the crossbow arrow to pierce Tian Wenlei's heart from the side at an oblique angle. Strange, how did you do it? Tian Wenlei did not fall down, one of his eyes bent towards the crossbow arrow that pierced his heart, and he said doubtfully, logically speaking, I should be able to avoid it. Wind. Joe Kai only said one word. After finishing a shot, he closed his eyes to give them a short rest. This time, I'm going to hit you on the temple. Reaching out to put the new crossbow arrow into the crossbow slot, Joe Kai opened his eyes and pulled the trigger again. Looking at the crossbow arrows flying towards him, Tian Wenlei twisted his body, turned his head and started to dodge. But the position where he dodged seemed to be exactly where the crossbow arrow was flying. Tian Wenlei frowned, and when he reacted, he wanted to dodge a second time, but as soon as his head moved, his temple hit the flying crossbow arrow. This time, it was not so much Joe Kai's accurate shooting as Tian Wenlei's accurate receiving. What did you do again? Tian Wenlei realized something was wrong. In his eyes, his reaction ability is much faster than Lin Yi and Joe Kai. But even so, Joe Kai hit him twice in succession, and even told him the location of the attack the second time. The emergence of this situation made Tian Wenlei a little curious. Is it the wind again? No, Joe Kai closed his eyes again and said softly, you are too stupid this time. 2 crossbow arrows, one hit Tian Wenlei's heart, and the other hit his head. But the 2 fatal injuries caused by Joe Kai not only did not make Tian Wenlei fall, he didn't even feel any pain. Putting the crossbow arrow, pulling the bowstring, opening his eyes, the moment Joe Kai was ready to pull the trigger again, Tian Wenlei let go of Lin Yi's hand. He kicked the ground with his right leg and dodged quickly to the left. But at the moment when his right leg exerted force, Joe Kai moved the crossbow faster than him and aimed at the ground on Tian Wenlei's left in advance. Just when Tian Wenlei moved to the left, the crossbow arrow hit his knee accurately. 3 consecutive attacks all hit. Not only Tian Wenlei was surprised, but even Lin Yi felt incredible. Tian Wenlei was different from the mantis they had encountered before. Although the mantis had a large body, it was covered with a hard shell, with only the joints exposed, so it was a little slow to turn around. But Tian Wenlei fought with them in a human posture, and his strength far exceeded that of humans. When facing an attack, both his brain and body could react, and he could even fight back immediately. And now, Tian Wenlei couldn't avoid Joe Kai's attack.
But then, Linny noticed Joe Kai's red and even bloodshot eyes. He realized that Joe Kai's ability was about to exceed the upper limit of his body's tolerance. If he continued, Joe Kai's eyes might go blind due to overuse. How did you do it? Tian Wenlei seemed a little angry.
The smile on his face disappeared, and his tone became deeper.
You can't keep up with my speed, why can you always hit me these times?
Tian Wenlei murmured in a low voice, and then, as if he understood something, he smiled again, and even his disgusting eyes twisted excitedly.
I know, you are the chosen one. You used your ability, right? Great, I never thought I would meet a chosen one. The body of the chosen one is much better than that of an ordinary person.
Tian Wenlei laughed unbridledly, but what surprised Linny was that this guy was talking, but he could laugh while talking. As long as I get your body, I can use your divine power.
The moment the voice fell, Tian Wenlei rushed towards Joe Kai.
He stretched out his right hand quickly to grab Joe Kai's neck, but at the moment of action, Joe Kai immediately stood up from the ground. Quickly dodging to the left, Joe Kai easily avoided Tian Wenlei's outstretched hand. The crossbow in his hand was aimed at the front. There was nothing there the second before he pulled the trigger, but the next second, Tian Wenlei stopped there.
The crossbow arrow shot accurately and hit Tian Wenlei's neck, but he still did not fall down.
Linny held the knife and stepped forward to protect Joe Kai, but just as he ran, he suddenly saw a silk thread emerging from Tian Wenlei's back and connected to Joe Kai's mouth.
Joe Kai!
Linny didn't know that Joe Kai had completely blocked his hearing, so he ran towards Joe Kai's position while shouting to remind him to be careful.
But Joe Kai couldn't hear anything.
At this time, he was staring at Tian Wenlei in front of him with all his concentration, and he quickly formulated a way to deal with him in his mind. The crossbow arrows fired one after another hit Tian Wenlei's heart, head, joints, and neck respectively.
Tian Wenlei is different from the mantis. Even if he hits these parts, he cannot be killed.
Therefore, if you want to kill this alien, you may only be able to attack the position between the shoulder blades on his back. In order to avoid Tian Wenlei's attack just now, Joe Kai only grabbed 3 crossbow arrows when dodging.
One shot hit Tian Wenlei's neck, and there were 2 left in his hand.
Putting one of the crossbow arrows behind the crossbow slot, Joe Kai said, "This time, I'm going to hit your heart." After pulling the trigger and the crossbow arrow shot out, Joe Kai quickly placed the other crossbow arrow.
With the first crossbow arrow fired, Joe Kai aimed at the end of the crossbow arrow that pierced Tian Wenlei's heart.
If Tian Wenlei had not chosen to dodge, the fired crossbow arrow would have hit the crossbow arrow that had been inserted into his heart and continued to push it into his body. In this way, perhaps under the second impact, the crossbow arrow in front will penetrate as close to the back as possible.
He stared at Tian Wenlei with all his concentration.
Through the trajectory of the wind around him, Joe Kai saw Tian Wenlei's next movements.
Tian Wenlei would dodge sideways. So Joe Kai quickly turned to the left and pulled the trigger again. Tian Wenlei's dodge would expose his side.
And the moment he dodged, the crossbow arrow shot by Joe Kai this time would pierce his shoulder blades from the side. After Tian Wenlei became interested in Joe Kai, he has been facing Joe Kai head-on.
It's not easy to hit Tian Wenlei's back, so Joe Kai thought of this method.
Dodge, the first crossbow arrow fired will hit the crossbow arrow in the heart.
If you don't dodge, the second crossbow arrow will hit the position between the shoulder blades from the side. No matter whether Tian Wenlei dodges or not, a crossbow arrow will always hit him.
With the help of the breeze, the flight of the second crossbow arrow deviated slightly, and it hit Tian Wenlei between the shoulder blades at an angle.
Tian Wenlei suddenly let out a painful roar.
The spot on his back between the shoulder blades suddenly bulged, then collapsed, then bulged again, and so on.
Tian Wenlei put his hands behind his back, as if he wanted to hold something on his back.
The disgusting eyes that popped out of his eyes began to shrink back. At this moment, he seemed to be much more haggard in an instant. "No, no, please, don't," he kept pleading, but he also whined from his throat because of the pain. His body began to tremble, as if his physical strength was exhausted at this moment, and even his body became thinner.
Finally, my trembling legs could no longer support my body.
He fell, but still pressed his hands on his back and kept rolling on the ground until his whole body began to twitch and weak moans came from his throat.
"You win now?"
Lin Yi, who rushed to Joe Kai's side, was stunned for a moment. Joe Kai closed his eyes, his energy consumption reached the limit at this moment, and his tired body became extremely heavy. Fortunately, Lin Yi supported him in time and prevented him from falling.
But Lin Yi didn't understand. If Tian Wenlei was defeated, why didn't the thread connecting Joe Kai's mouth disappear?
He stretched out his hand and pulled off the thread.
For a moment, Lin Yi felt sick.
"Vomit, what are you vomiting for?"
Joe Kai stopped using his ability.
His recovered hearing heard Lin Yi's retching sound. There was a throbbing pain in my eyes, as if they no longer existed. I just saw a silk thread connected to your mouth, so I cut it off to feel what will happen in the future. Linny explained, it turned out that something got into my mouth. The feeling was so disgusting.
Linny didn't know how to describe this feeling.
The sticky feeling was accompanied by waves of nauseating stench.
It pried open his mouth and slid down his throat very smoothly. How is he? Joe Kai asked, is he dead?
Linny shook his head and found that Joe Kai had kept his eyes closed, so he said, he's not dead, he's still convulsing. However, his appearance now is no different from that of death.
Tian Wenlei was lying on the ground twitching all over.
He also had his eyes closed. He looked so emaciated that it was hard to imagine that he was still so energetic before. At this moment, Tian Wenlei was just like the person lying among the bones in the room behind him. Although he was not dead, he only had one breath left. Just to be on the safe side, I'll go over and make a repair.
Linny said with a frown. Don't go over there. I broke the thread just now.
If you go over there, something unexpected might happen.
I don't want you to die here. Joe Kai nodded.
After Linny let go, his body was trembling as if he would fall down at any time. After all, a highly concentrated observation and thinking consumed too much of his energy. Coupled with the dodge just now, it was good that he could still stand here by himself at this time. Wait for me, I'll go make up some cuts and I'll be back soon.
Linny clenched the knife in his hand and walked quickly to Tian Wenlei.
Looking at Tian Wenlei twitching on the ground, Linny felt something in his heart. In memory, Tian Wenlei was gentle and kind, and would patiently play with children. If there were no damned aliens, perhaps Tian Wenlei would not have become what he is now.
Uncle Tian, goodbye. Linny gritted his teeth and turned Tian Wenlei over.
At this time, Tian Wenlei's body was incredibly light, and Linny just used a little force to immediately turn Tian Wenlei over.
He raised the knife in his hand and stabbed it hard at the shoulder blade position on Tian Wenlei's back.
He knew very well that the reason why Tian Wenlei was like this was because Joe Kai hit the weak point between the shoulder blades. Therefore, if you want to kill him completely, you must attack this place. However, when Linny stabbed the knife in his hand, the touch from his hand was very strange. Although the blade sank into the body, there was no real feeling of stabbing. As the blade stabbed down, an outline of Tian Wenlei's clothes on his back emerged. Ha! Linny frowned and quickly lifted Tian Wenlei's clothes. At the shoulder blade position on his back, there was a hole that was very similar to the one in the room.
No! Linny instantly became alert.
Tian Wenlei's head was lying on the ground. Linny quickly opened his eyelids, and there was no disgusting eyes in the empty eye sockets.
Oh no! Joe Kai! Linny realized that something was wrong. He quickly looked back and saw a sticky thing on the ground in front of Joe Kai approaching Joe Kai. The color of that thing was very similar to the soil. Under the cover of the night, it was impossible to find it if you didn't look carefully. This alien was not dead at all, it was pretending from the beginning. It took a fancy to Joe Kai's body, but Joe Kai, who used his ability, could always dodge the attack faster than it, so this alien thought of this way. It pretended to fail and be killed by Joe Kai, then separated from Tian Wenlei and took the opportunity to sneak up on Joe Kai. Tian Wenlei's painful look just now was indeed not pretended, but the reason why he pressed his back desperately was not because of pain, but because he didn't want the alien on his back to leave. Joe Kai! Run! Linny ran towards Joe Kai with all his strength. But at this moment, the alien on the ground jumped high and pounced on Joe Kai's face. Linny ran very fast, and he felt that this might be the fastest speed in his life. Even when he escaped from the alien, he didn't run as fast as he did now. Although Linny didn't know this alien, its slimy appearance, coupled with the hole on Tian Wenlei's back, made it easy to guess that it was an alien parasitic in the human body. So, when he tore off the silk thread connected to Joe Kai's mouth, he felt something drilling into his throat. If Joe Kai hadn't overused his ability, he might still be able to see this disgusting alien on the ground. However, Joe Kai closed his eyes at this time, and he couldn't find it at all with his unenhanced hearing. When he heard Lin Yi's shout, the alien had already jumped up. Lin Yi frowned and shouted, "Still!" At this moment, only by activating his ability can Joe Kai be rescued from this alien. However, time did not stand still. Seeing that the alien was about to wrap Joe Kai's head, a dramatic scene appeared. Joe Kai instinctively turned around to run after hearing the shout, but his tired body made his legs go soft when he turned around and he fell to the ground. Joe Kai's fall was so coincidental that it was unbelievable. The alien that jumped high missed and jumped over Joe Kai's head. Could there really be such a coincidence? Linny felt a little incredible. Taking advantage of this gap, Linny rushed to Jokai's side. He raised the knife in his hand and prepared to chop at the monster on the ground. But when he swung the knife, Linny suddenly found that the sticky body of this alien had some black hair like hair. If Linny had chopped it down with a knife just now, although he could have hit the alien, he would have been entangled by the black hair on its body. Linny didn't know what these black hairs were, so for safety reasons, he stopped. The black hairs swayed in the air, and the eyes like the double-disc fluke emerged from its soft body, staring straight at Linny and Jokai, and crawling towards them eagerly. Looking at the alien on the ground, Linny came up with a plan. He threw away the knife in his hand, rushed to the outside of the house in 2 or 3 steps, grabbed the torch standing there, and waved it at the alien that was about to pounce again. Feeling the temperature of the flame, the alien was ready to escape. Linny would not let this alien go. This disgusting thing that wanted to take away Jokai's body, this culprit who made Tianwenlei look like this. These aliens that took away the place where humans lived and used humans as food, Linny wanted to chop it into pieces, burn it into jerky, and then grind it into powder to feed mice. The alien was crawling on the ground. After losing its host, it seemed unable to speak. Not only that, whether it was speed, strength or reaction, it decreased a lot. The moment the flame approached, the black hair instantly bent. As the torch was waved, accompanied by the smell of burning, the black silk hair instantly burned out. The alien's soft body shook violently, as if the burning of the black hair made it feel pain, and more mucus came out of its body to protect itself. Unfortunately, the thing that was least lacking in this area was flammable dead branches. Without these black hairs, Linny picked up the knife on the ground. When the alien wanted to escape, he stabbed the knife into the alien's body with force and nailed it to the ground. He picked up branches from nearby and threw them at the monster, and then threw the torch on it. The dry branches were ignited by the flames, and Linny finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the alien struggling in the blazing fire. "What's wrong?" Jokai heard a series of voices and was a little worried. "It's okay." Linny was a little worried, and added some branches to the flames before walking to Jokai's side. "This alien looks like a slug parasitized by a double-disc fluke, and there are some black hairs on its body that are as disgusting as hair. It should be a parasitic alien. After leaving the host, its body is very weak. Could those black hairs on its body be the organs it uses to control humans?" Jokai asked. "It's possible." Linny sighed. "However, it was so powerful when it was parasitic in the human body, why is its body so weak after running out?" Linny thought about it and guessed, could it be that the reason why Uncle Tian has such powerful strength is because this alien stimulates certain specific functions in the human body through some means? For example, speed and strength, and even the inability to feel pain. Just like your ability, if it is overused, it will cause Uncle Tian's body to become weak, or even cause organ failure. Linny felt that this possibility was very high. Otherwise, with the strength that Tianwenlei had just shown, the people in the village could have taken them down when they entered the village, and there was no need to waste so much time. It must be like this. For this alien, humans are consumables. Once they stimulate the human body's functions through some means, their host will quickly become weak, forcing them to change hosts. Tianwenlei's body functions have been stimulated to the limit, but even so, he still can't catch Jokai. Seeing that Tianwenlei's body was about to become weak and unable to continue to use, this alien had to separate from Tianwenlei and choose to attack Jokai. It's a pity that its plan did not succeed. Jokai's coincidental fall allowed him to escape. In addition to this reason, another reason why these aliens did not take action in the village was that they did not want their hosts to be injured in the village. Otherwise, the smell of blood would attract mice and strange birds in the forest, which would become even more troublesome. "How are your eyes?" Linny asked with concern. "Will you lose your sight in the future?" "Don't worry, even if you lose your sight, I will never abandon you, I swear." Linny patted his chest and said, "Can you say something good?" Jokai frowned. "It's just that I can't see clearly temporarily due to overuse of my ability, but I'm not blind yet. I should be able to recover after a period of rest." Jokai seemed a little worried when he said this. "It's just that I can't use my vision temporarily during this period, and I feel a little uneasy. However, other sensory organs can still be used." Besides, when he said this, Jokai smiled, and then said jokingly, "If I really go blind, I will give you a knife, let you go back to the past, and find a way to make me not blind. Let's go." Now that we know that everyone in this village is alien, I'm a little worried about Xiaoyun. When Jokai mentioned Zhou Yun, his face became serious. "We don't know when these aliens will attack us.
I don't feel at ease with Xiaoyun alone with the aliens, and it's better to tell everyone about this as soon as possible. Lin Yi nodded and said, wait for me, I'll clean up the battlefield.
Lin Yi asked Zhou Kai to stand where he was.
He quickly stuffed the knife and Zhou Kai's crossbow on the ground into his bag, and even did not forget to recycle the crossbow arrows on Tian Wenlei's body. Before leaving, Lin Yi deliberately cut Tian Wenlei several times. The smell of blood will attract mice and strange birds in the forest, and these strange things will help them deal with Tian Wenlei's body. After they go back, they will continue to pretend that they know nothing.
Tian Wenlei did not return to the village, and the villagers will definitely come out to look for him. If Tian Wenlei's body is found here, Lin Yi and his friends will definitely be suspected.
In order to avoid these unnecessary troubles, Lin Yi took this last resort. The weak Zhou Kai cannot use his abilities for the time being, so Lin Yi is more cautious on the way back.
He always pays attention to whether there are any threads connecting them.
After all, this is his only way to avoid danger now. Fortunately, they returned to the village safely, but when Lin Yi saw Zhou Yun, he found that there was a very bad person standing next to her. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Why did you stop? Although Zhou Kai's eyes could not see clearly for the time being, he still noticed something wrong when he felt that Lin Yi, who was supporting him, suddenly stopped. Zhou Kai, listen to me calmly. Lin Yi lowered his voice and whispered. First of all, Xiaoyun is safe for the time being.
It is still the same as when we left.
So, you must not be anxious later, otherwise you will be suspected by these aliens.
In Lin Yi's impression, Zhou Kai has always been a cautious person.
However, the premise is that Zhou Yun cannot be involved. Once this matter is related to Zhou Yun, Zhou Kai is likely to lose his mind, especially when Zhou Yun is in danger. Hearing that Zhou Yun is fine, Zhou Kai's face eased a lot.
What happened?
Zhou Kai asked. The saint is standing next to Xiaoyun now.
What? Lin Yi's answer made Zhou Kai alert instantly.
Since the people in this village are all hosts parasitized by aliens, then the saint they believe in must be a worse existence. How could Zhou Kai not be worried when this terrible existence was standing next to the person he cared about the most at this moment? It was all bullshit to say that Zhou Yun was the successor of the saint, a new saint who was destined to lead humans to defeat the aliens and regain their homeland. The alien parasitizing the saint's body just felt that the current host was about to be exhausted and wanted to replace a new host. It took a fancy to Zhou Yun, and its real purpose was to make Zhou Yun its new host. Fortunately, Lin Yi told him in advance that Zhou Yun was safe, so Zhou Kai could calm down. Besides the saint, there are 5 other people around Zhou Yun. Lin Yi whispered to Zhou Kai about the situation in front of him. One of them was arranged here by Brother Lei before, and the other 4 may be responsible for protecting the saint. After we go over, we must pretend that we know nothing. The other side is more powerful, and Zhou Kai's eyes can't see clearly for the time being.
If they fight now, they are no match at all.
Don't worry, I'm much better at this than you. Zhou Kai replied, after all, I've been pretending for more than 10 years without being discovered.
But some people don't stand up and shout like they did during the exam.
Lin Yi glared at Zhou Kai, even though Zhou Kai couldn't see it at all. Don't mention the dark history.
Brother!
Zhou Yun, who was not far away, saw Lin Yi and Zhou Kai coming towards them. She noticed that Lin Yi had been supporting Zhou Kai and Zhou Kai had his eyes closed, and immediately realized that they must have encountered some trouble.
Zhou Yun hurried over and asked, Brother, are you okay?
Zhou Yun spoke in a low voice, and only Lin Yi and Zhou Kai could hear it. Although she didn't know that the people in the village were parasitized by aliens, she also noticed that these people were a little abnormal.
It's okay.
Lin Yi suddenly raised his voice, it's just night blindness. It was pitch black outside the village, he couldn't see clearly, and he just fell down accidentally.
Night blindness?
Zhou Yun was stunned at first, then he immediately reacted and said like Lin Yi, Brother, I told you not to run around. You have night blindness, it's pitch black outside the village, it's dangerous if you can't see clearly. These excuses were thought of by Lin Yi and Zhou Kai on the way to the village. After all, Zhou Kai's eyes were fine before departure, but now he can't see clearly, which is hard not to be suspicious. Because he had not been in contact with the people in the village for a long time, if he lied that he had night blindness, because the darkness outside the village caused his eyesight to decline and he couldn't see clearly, he might be able to fool him. However, Lin Yi didn't expect Zhou Yun to cooperate so tacitly. I was too worried about Lu Linhai and the others, and I forgot about this for a while.
Zhou Kai echoed.
Just as they were talking, the saint came over with the help of another person.
Why hasn't the saint rested so late? Linny asked. I heard someone accidentally entered the woods, and I was a little worried, so I came to check it out. The saint's voice seemed weaker, and she looked much more haggard. After all, the people in the village are the hope of mankind's future. The hope of mankind's future? Linny thought it was ridiculous. When did these disgusting aliens become the hope of mankind? What's the worry? It's just that they can't wait to change the host. Where's Tian Wenlei? The saint raised her head slightly and glanced at the way Linny and Jokai came. She covered her mouth and coughed a few times, then said, "It's very dangerous outside the village at night. Tian Wenlei was worried about you, so he went out to find you. Why didn't I see him come back with you? Uncle Tian?" Linny pretended to be ignorant and shook his head and said, "I didn't see Uncle Tian. I just wanted to ask why Uncle Tian was not here. Did he go out to find us? Maybe he went the wrong way." Jokai continued to say what Linny said. "Did Uncle Tian go out alone?" Linny continued to ask. "Will he be in danger?" "No, I'm a little worried. Why don't I go out and look for him?" Linny deliberately pretended to be very anxious. "Brother Linny, you'd better not go." Zhou Yin didn't know that Linny was pretending, but she knew her brother. The moment Jokai spoke, she knew that her brother was lying. Zhou Yin guessed that Jokai's appearance at this time was likely related to Tian Wenlei, who had left before. Although Linny said that he was going out to look for him, he turned around very slowly. So Zhou Yin began to cooperate with Linny and Jokai. "It's too dark outside. My brother has night blindness and can't see clearly outside. It's too dangerous for you to go out alone. If you don't find Uncle Tian and you are in danger again, that would be bad." When he said this, Zhou Yun looked up at the saint, and then said, "I think the saint doesn't want to see anyone in danger." The saint glanced at Zhou Yun, then smiled and nodded. "You are not familiar with the outside of the village, so don't go out. Don't worry, they will be safe." Linny didn't know whether other people would be safe, but Tian Wenlei and the alien parasitic on him would definitely not be safe. The saint opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. But before she could say anything, she suddenly coughed violently with her mouth covered. As she coughed, Linny noticed that her hair began to fall off slowly and floated on her shoulders. Not only that, there seemed to be more wrinkles on her face, and even the hand covering her mouth became thinner. Linny frowned, and he realized that the saint's body was dying. So he reached out and pulled Zhou Yun away from the saint. At this moment, Linny saw a glowing silk thread emerge from the saint's back and connected to Zhou Yun's mouth. Linny reached out and broke the silk thread, and then a familiar feeling came out. The sticky feeling got into his mouth and went into his body along his throat. This damn dog thing, it really targeted Zhou Yun. Linny cursed in his heart. But then, Linny suddenly had another feeling. He froze in place, and an unprecedented excitement made his body tremble uncontrollably. "Linny?" Jokai's voice faintly came to his ears. But Linny didn't care about these things at this time. "What kind of feeling is that?" "It's like dopamine is secreted at a high speed, constantly stimulating the nerves, a kind of extreme pleasure. This feeling makes people addicted." His brain becomes blank at this moment, and it seems that even his consciousness begins to blur. As his consciousness gradually blurred, Linny couldn't help but want to give up thinking. This fascinating sense of pleasure made him deeply immersed in it. However, this feeling did not last too long. When it gradually faded, Linny was reluctant to let it go, and even didn't want this feeling to disappear. "Linny?" The voice in his ear gradually became clearer. Although Jokai couldn't see, he could feel that Linny, who was holding him, suddenly began to tremble. "Brother Linny, what's wrong with you?" In addition to Jokai's voice, Linny also heard Zhou Yun's worried voice. Linny, who came back to his senses, felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. His legs were a little weak, as if he had run a long marathon, and his body was a little exhausted. Recalling his reaction when the alien left Tian Wenlei's body, Linny roughly understood. After this alien parasitizes in the human body, it will stimulate the human body to secrete dopamine through those black hairs. The secretion of dopamine makes the parasitized person addicted to it and difficult to extricate himself. The longer the parasite is, the more addictive it is. In this way, the alien can completely control the body, control the host's words and deeds, and separate the host's consciousness from the body. A large amount of dopamine secretion will lead to excessive consumption of physical strength and heat, and even cause the parasitized person to die prematurely. Therefore, the humans here have become consumables of the alien. When the alien suddenly leaves the host, the person immersed in extreme pleasure is unwilling to wake up. Therefore, Tianwenlei, who is used to this feeling, will desperately press his back and is unwilling to let the alien leave his body.
However, the reason why his body can still move is because of the control of the alien.
Even if he doesn't want to, he can't stop the alien from leaving. The reason why Linny experienced this feeling just now indicates that the alien parasitic in the saint's body will soon take away Zhou Yun's body. Looking up, the saint's condition is very bad. She hunched over and her cough seemed to be more serious. Linny became alert instantly.
He knew very well that if the saint's body reached its limit, the alien parasitic in her body would probably attack without hesitation.
Just like the alien parasitic in Tianwenlei's body before. It was an extremely bad situation to take action here.
And Chang Dao, who had considerable combat power, had not returned yet, and Lu Linhai, who had been cooperating in the battle, had gone somewhere. Zhou Kai's eyes could not see clearly because of the previous battle, and he had not completely gotten rid of the exhaustion of his body because of the extreme experience just now. The only combat power was Zhou Yun, who was on the side. At this time, they were like a group of players who had just left the novice village and encountered a group of high-level wild monsters. If they really wanted to fight, they might as well give themselves a knife and start over.
Why don't you send the saint back to rest?
Linny squeezed Zhou Kai's hand a little harder, and then gave Zhou Yun a look.
Didn't you see that the saint is unwell?
The saint is the hope of mankind's future.
What if something goes wrong with her? Why are you still standing there? Send the saint back to rest. If Brother Lei finds out, I'll shoot you in the head. Linny said this to trick these aliens away, but unfortunately, these people didn't pay any attention to him.
The villagers who were supporting the saint didn't move. It was obvious that they only listened to the saint's orders.
Give, a few words came out of the saint's throat intermittently.
Linny took out a knife from his bag and held it tightly in his hand.
Give her, to me, accompanied by a violent cough, the saint still spit out these words. In an instant, everyone around the saint looked straight at Zhou Yun. Xiao Yun, take Zhou Kai away.
Linny stood in front of them. However, the people in these villages would not give them a chance to escape. Aliens can stimulate the host to make the host burst out with strength far beyond that of ordinary people.
Although this practice will accelerate the consumption of the host's body in all aspects, these aliens don't care at all.
One of them exerted force on his feet and rushed to Zhou Yun at a very fast speed. When Linny reacted, the man had already stretched out his hand. When she was about to catch Zhou Yun suddenly raised her hand. She held an open small bottle in her hand and sprinkled it in front of her, and white lime powder floated into the man's eyes.
The man covered his eyes and screamed in pain.
Linny was a little surprised. Zhou Yun in front of him seemed to be much calmer than he thought. Recalling the situation when he encountered the mantis in the city, Zhou Yun seemed to be the same. Even when he saw the mantis, Zhou Yun's face only showed a trace of surprise. Even when he fought with the mantis later, Zhou Yun was not afraid. This girl seemed to be much braver than Linny remembered. Of course, what surprised Linny even more was the lime powder Zhou Yun sprinkled. This thing seemed to have a miraculous effect on this alien. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. This alien looks like a slug. If you can find salt, it might be easier to deal with. Zhou Yun's counterattack was not over yet. When the man covered his eyes, Zhou Yun raised her leg and kicked hard between his legs. Her movements were quick and neat, without any hesitation. Linny was startled and instinctively clamped her legs together. This is the line that Brother Zhang Chang gave me, and the self-defense that Uncle Lin taught me. Zhou Yun seemed to notice that Linny was looking at her, and turned around and said something. Xiao Yun, come to me quickly. Zhou Kai frowned, and Linny's words just now and the voice he heard now made him understand that their situation was very dangerous. At this moment, Linny realized that his impression of Zhou Yun had always remained in Zhou Kai's description. Zhou Kai's concern and protection for Zhou Yun has become a habit, especially in a city full of aliens. Even if his sister has grown up, this long-established habit will not disappear immediately.
Brother, I'm fine. Zhou Yun's additional kick actually had no effect.
She didn't know that these people were parasitized.
The kick just now only attacked the host, not the aliens in their bodies.
However, the effect of the lime powder is still there. Others also surrounded him, and when they were about to attack, Linny put the blade on his arm.
Stop if you don't want to die.
Linny stared at the people who surrounded him. I remember you said that the rats and strange birds in the woods are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood, right?
If I cut my arm now, how long do you think it will take to attract the rats and strange birds?
The reason these people were unwilling to take action in the village was that they did not want the smell of blood to attract the rats and strange birds in the woods. The aliens were not afraid of rats and strange birds, but because dealing with these large numbers of strange animals would accelerate the consumption of the host. Once the host is overconsumed, their bodies will be exposed to rats and strange birds. At that time, they will also die. The people who surrounded them stopped and looked back at the saint. Lin Yi wanted to use this method to delay them, but the saint did not seem to care about Lin Yi's threat. Lin Yi, Jokai's face became a little solemn behind him. After finding something wrong, he resisted his fatigue and used his supernatural power again. Through the enhanced hearing, he heard the footsteps approaching. The people in this village are all here. Looking at the villagers emerging one after another in the distance, Lin Yi finally understood. The reason why the aliens parasitizing the saint are fearless is that even if Lin Yi cuts his arm and wants to die with them, he is doomed to fail. Under the control of the aliens, everyone in the village can burst out with strength far beyond ordinary people. Once Lin Yi cuts his arm, they will rush up immediately. People with wounds will lose their parasitic value. So, they will twist Lin Yi's neck and quickly throw him out of the village. The ground of this village is the simplest mud road. Even if Lin Yi's blood falls to the ground, they can use the advantage of numbers and amazing speed to shovel out the mud and throw it out with Lin Yi. The aliens in the saint's body should be the leader among them, similar to the queen in the ant colony. Other aliens can die, but the saint cannot. So, in order to get Zhou Yun, who is favored by the saint, they will definitely not let Lin Yi and his group go. The scene in front of him made Lin Yi a little anxious. He gritted his teeth. At this moment, the only way he could think of was to kill himself and start over. The secret of the village was already known. As long as he went back to the past, he could choose to avoid it, or think of a way to deal with it in advance. However, when Lin Yi wanted to take action, what Zhang Cheng said on the bus came to his mind. That was what happened before they escaped from the city and came to the village. They talked about ability. Zhang Cheng had a different opinion on Lin Yi's ability. I think your ability may not be to control time. This is what Zhang Cheng said at the time. He touched his chin and analyzed seriously. The reason why you think your ability is to control time is nothing more than 2 points. You will go back to the past after death, and time suddenly stops at a certain point. But is there a possibility that the reason why time stops is to prevent you from dying? The first time time stopped was because the alien disguised as your mother wanted to drag you down with him before dying, but you can completely avoid this situation. As long as you were more cautious at the time, not emotional, and stayed away from the alien, even if the alien counterattacked before dying, you could avoid it. The second time time stopped was because Sister Xiaoyun was attacked by the alien. If Sister Xiaoyun was killed by the alien, Zhou Kai would definitely kill you without hesitation. After all, this happened once. So, in order to prevent you from dying again, time will stop for a short time so that you can deal with it and avoid death. As for the death at the edge of the city later, because it was an unavoidable death, even if time stopped, it would not change, so it would go back to the past, allowing Lin Yi to find clues from it and speculate on the cause of death. You have been in Sifang Mountain for so long, and you have tried many times, but you still can't master your abilities like Zhou Kai and Uncle Lin. Could it be because your goal from the beginning was wrong? It's like you carefully reviewed mathematics all night and memorized all the knowledge points, but the test the next day was Chinese. The goal is wrong. No matter how hard you try in the process, it will be in vain in the end. And Zhang Cheng paused when he said this. There was a hint of seriousness in his tone, and he looked at Lin Yi and said seriously, your ability is not as intuitive as Zhou Kai and Uncle Lin, so unless it is absolutely necessary, I advise you not to always think of going back to the past to solve the problem. The last death was for this time to survive, but if you can't survive every time, maybe the next death that greets you will be the real death. Let them go. The sudden voice brought Lin Yi back to his senses. At this time, Zhou Yun walked in front of them and put the knife in his hand against his neck. You want me? Let them go, I'll stay. Xiao Yun, what are you doing? Come back. Zhou Kai heard Zhou Yun's voice and shouted anxiously. Brother, you have protected me for so many years, now it's my turn to protect you. Zhou Yun is not stupid. When she was a child, she also thought that her brother and she could meet kind people who were willing to adopt them and give them a home. However, every time someone came to the welfare home, her brother would always take her to hide in advance, and would also tell her to try to have less contact with certain people in the welfare home, not to be too conspicuous, and to learn to hide herself. Zhou Yun remembered all these things. Although she thought her brother's behavior was strange, she believed in her brother. Where her brother is, that is her home. If you don't let them go, I will die here now. Zhou Yun stared at the saint not far away. Her tone was unusually firm. The saint's body was not good, and the pupils popped out of her eye sockets. as if she wanted to abandon this body.
Unlike the alien in Tian Wenlei's body, this alien was white.
The eyes swayed in the air, and then looked straight at Zhou Yun. The next second, Linny heard a muffled click sound, like the sound of a broken bone. When he reacted, the man left here by Brother Lei came to Zhou Yun at a very fast speed. Because the amazing explosive power exceeded the limit that the body could bear, the bone of his right leg seemed to break the moment he rushed up. But even so, he still reached out and grabbed Zhou Yun's knife-holding hand expressionlessly. "Give her, to me," the saint shouted urgently in her throat, and while her pupils were staring at Zhou Yun, the white flesh strips connected to her pupils twisted violently, as if expressing her inner excitement.
"Xiao Yun!" Zhou Kai's increased hearing determined Zhou Yun's location.
He rushed up regardless of everything, but was kicked to the ground by the villagers.
The saint only cared about Zhou Yun. As for Linny and Zhou Kai, it would be best if they could be captured alive. Even if they could not be captured alive, it didn't matter if they died. Zhou Kai quickly got up from the ground.
If he couldn't see clearly, he would focus all his energy on hearing.
Linny walked to Zhou Kai's side.
At this time, he was unexpectedly calm and said softly, "Don't worry, leave it to me." As he said that, Linny raised the knife in his hand.
Don't always think of using the method of going back to the past to solve the problem unless it is a last resort. At this moment, isn't it a last resort?
Linny pointed the knife at his neck, and just as he was about to do it, Zhou Kai suddenly stopped him. The enhanced hearing caused too much noise to enter Zhou Kai's ears. He felt as if his mind was about to explode. But among these noisy sounds, he heard a familiar voice. The voice kept repeating, "Zhou Kai, you should be able to hear me, right?
Zhang Chang asked me to tell you that reinforcements will be here soon." That was Lu Linhai's voice. But where did they get reinforcements?
Zhou Kai was confused.
But soon, the noisy sounds became clearer and clearer, approaching them. Something is coming.
Zhou Kai raised his head and said to the south of the village. The rustling sound was getting closer and closer, and soon, not only Zhou Kai, but also Linny and the aliens parasitized by the aliens heard it. Squeak, 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 the noisy calls became clearer and clearer, and the manic and excited calls were approaching like a tide. The muddy road in the distance was coated with a layer of gray-brown. Under the moonlight, Linny saw the things that kept approaching here. They were mice that were supposed to hide in the woods. Each of them was as long as a child's arm, and their red eyes exuded a terrifying brilliance. They were covered with gray-brown hard hair, and when they ran, their bald tails shook excitedly behind them.
These things are the mice in the woods?
This was the first time Linny saw the mice mentioned by the villagers. If there were only a few, it would be fine, but the mice in front of him were crowded together, which made people shudder. As they kept approaching, it seemed that even the air was filled with a suffocating stench, and those harsh calls hit the eardrums, constantly stimulating the nerves of Linny and others.
There are more.
Zhou Kai did not remove his ability, but he did not focus all his energy on hearing. He raised his head slightly to signal Linny to look up. The moment he looked up, Linny was startled by the scene in front of him. The sky in the distance was dark, like a dark cloud that was constantly approaching here. The dark cloud kept coming with rough and hoarse calls, gradually blocking the faint light from the moon. The dark feathers, the rotten flesh on the chest and the constantly wriggling granulations, the dark cloud was the strange birds living on the trees.
Why are these things here?
The saint's increasingly thin face showed a trace of anger, gritting her teeth and roaring angrily, but because of being too excited, she coughed even more.
Why did these strange things run to the village?
Linny was also puzzled. There were these strange animals everywhere near the village. It was precisely to keep them away from the village that these aliens controlled the host to concentrate on processing corpses in the woods north of the village and attract these strange things to a fixed place. This balance has lasted for a long time, so the village where the aliens live will always exist.
And now, the balance has been broken. It's Lu Linhai and Zhang Chang. Zhou Kai understood what Lu Linhai meant by reinforcements.
A rat suddenly jumped out of the rat group and pounced on the villagers at the outermost edge of the crowd. The alien controlled the man and grabbed the rat when it was about to pounce.
However, there were too many rats.
One after another, the rats in the rat group began to jump on the villagers and quickly climbed up their legs. The alien controlled the villagers to fight back, but there were too many rats and they could not completely eliminate them. The villagers shook off the rats that climbed up their legs and stepped on the rats when they landed. The rats that were trampled to death had blood in their mouths, and the taste of blood stimulated the rats to attack more crazily. No matter how powerful the villagers were, these rats would always find a chance to bite them.
The rats climbed onto the villagers' faces, trying to get into their mouths.
Some even gathered together to bite one spot, greedily tearing the flesh off the villagers. Their greed for food made them desperate, not afraid of the villagers' attacks at all. The strange birds approached, but they did not fly down immediately, but watched from the sky. They found the right time and swooped down quickly, aiming at the eyes of the villagers.
What happened at this time was not a good thing for
Linny and his friends. After all, these crazy rats and strange birds would also attack them. However, the arrival of these rats and strange birds made the village chaotic. Linny took advantage of the rats and strange birds distracting the villagers, took off his coat, covered his right hand and the knife in his hand, and rushed to Jo-yun quickly. He clenched the knife in his hand and stabbed the villagers who were holding Jo-yun. Rats and strange birds would be attracted by the smell of blood, so Linny wrapped his hand with his coat. Once the man was stabbed, he threw away the coat and knife together to ensure that there was no blood to the greatest extent. The knife that In Changdao had polished was very sharp, and the blade pierced into the man's body, but he still did not let go of Jo-yun's hand.
"Give her to me!"
the saint screamed with her last strength. The alien in her body knew that the current situation was very bad, and what was worse was that the body it parasitized was no longer good. This village was finished, and it had to leave, but it could not leave at all with its original speed, so it was eager to get Jo-yun at this time. The moment the sound rang, the villager's left foot suddenly exerted force. There was another muffled click sound, and the alien jumped in front of the saint at the cost of the man's left leg breaking. "You are mine." The saint's skinny face was like a withered rottenwood at this time, and the white eyes shook violently, and then quickly shrank back. Something was crawling under her clothes on her back, and the alien was separating from the saint's body. The saint's face began to twist. She seemed to be in great pain, but her weak body could not make any sound. Linny rushed forward without hesitation, and so did Jo Kai. However, the villagers would not let them pass. The alien parasitic in the saint's body was their leader. They would not let Linny and Jo Kai get close until the leader completed the host replacement. Moreover, the alien parasitic in their bodies also set their sights on Linny and Jo Kai's bodies. The soft body of the alien emerged from the collar of the saint. 2 eyes and more black hairs stretched out from the sticky white flesh, waving excitedly in the air. Jo-yun stared at the thing that emerged from the collar of the saint. Although Linny and Jo Kai had not yet told her what it was, they could probably guess that it was not a good thing. Her right hand was held by the villagers, so she put her left hand into her pocket and carefully fiddled with something. Just when the alien was about to completely emerge, Jo-yun pulled out her left hand and threw the thing in her hand at the white alien. It was the lime powder that Jo-yun had put in his pocket in advance. Another bottle of lime powder was sprinkled on the eyes of the alien, and the eyes quickly retracted into the body, and the disgusting body began to wriggle painfully. The alien could not speak after leaving the host, but the villagers who were parasitized by the alien seemed to understand what the white alien wanted to express, and they also firmly grasped Jo-yun's left hand. Jo-yun gritted his teeth, raised his leg and kicked the saint, but the saint was no longer effective at this time. Even if she was kicked down, she could not stop the alien from crawling towards Jo-yun. Seeing the alien getting closer and closer to Jo-yun, suddenly, a small figure jumped out of the crowd. He was inconspicuous in the night, and the chaos caused by the rats and strange birds, as well as the resistance of Linny and Jo Kai, allowed this little guy to successfully get out of the crowd. The small figure ran desperately, crying and shouting as he ran, "Don't hurt my mother." That was the little tiger that Linny had met before. As he approached, Linny saw the silk thread on his body again, connected to Jo-yun. The little tiger suddenly burst out and ran over desperately. His body was shaking, and it was obvious that he was very scared at this time. But even so, he still came. His face was full of fear, but there was a little bit of courage in his eyes. He grabbed the villager's hand, opened his mouth and bit it hard, trying to make him let go of Jo-yun, who was pinned to the ground. Young children cannot think of any effective means of attack and can only rely on instinctive reactions to bite with their mouths. However, people parasitized by aliens cannot feel pain at all. The villagers still grabbed Jo-yun and pushed her to the ground without letting go. However, Xiaohu's unexpected appearance unexpectedly saved Jo-yun, who was being targeted by the white alien. Xiaohu's position at this time was exactly between Jo-yun and the alien. The lime powder sprinkled by Jo-yun caused the white alien to lose its vision. The first thing it came into contact with as it kept crawling over was not Jo-yun, but the little tiger standing between them. The alien who had lost his vision could not tell whether this person was Jo-yun or not, so he quickly climbed up along Xiaohu's body. The black fur twisted, got in between Xiaohu's teeth, and began to control his nerves. But in the blink of an eye, Xiaohu's eyes became dull.
Mom, Xiaohu opened his mouth and murmured softly. He didn't know what the strange stimulation made him see, but at this moment, Xiaohu actually laughed and cried. No! Zhou Yun shouted, and she saw the white alien thing beginning to crawl into Xiaohu's mouth. Facing the little boy in front of him who wanted to save her, Zhou Yun struggled to go over and stop the alien. However, she couldn't break away at all. Holy lady, no, it's not this body. The villager who was holding Zhou Yun down had broken bones in both legs and could only kneel on the ground and use his knees to support his body. He let go of Zhou Yun's hand and crawled towards Xiaohu on all fours. The scene in front of him made Linny feel strange. He couldn't understand that these threads should represent danger. However, Xiaohu's appearance not only did not hurt Zhou Yun, but even saved Zhou Yun by chance. Could it be said that this silk thread actually represents that the parasitized tiger cub will hurt Zhou Yun? However, the thread connecting Xiaohu and Zhou Yun gradually faded until it disappeared the moment the alien penetrated Xiaohu's body. Linny couldn't figure it out for a while, and he didn't have the heart to study it in detail at this time. Xiao Yun. Go on. Linny saw the right moment and threw the knife in his hand hard. Attack the bulge on their backs. Zhou Yun didn't know the weaknesses of these aliens. Linny was stopped by another villager and could only tell her in this way. Zhou Yun didn't hesitate, grabbed the knife on the ground and rushed over. Don't harm the holy lady. The villager crawling on the ground grabbed Zhou Yun's leg. Zhou Yun gritted his teeth and stabbed the slightly raised spot on his back with the knife in his hand. Seeing that the villagers still didn't let go, Zhou Yun clenched the handle of the knife and shook it vigorously. She remembered the way Zhou Kai and the others fought against the mantis. The blade penetrated into the joint and then moved hard to ensure that the blade could cut off the nerves at the joint. Although she also knew that the alien in front of her was not a mantis, if the bulge on its back was the alien's weakness, continuing to cause damage would always have an effect. At the same time, Linny and Zhou Kai's situation was not ideal. Zhou Kai couldn't see clearly with his eyes and could only rely on hearing to judge the opponent's position. However, after overusing the ability, the weak body has no time to rest. Even if the opponent's position is determined, it is already very difficult to dodge, let alone counterattack. Lin Yi's situation was relatively better. Although he didn't have lime powder in his hand, he followed Zhou Yun's example and grabbed the dirt on the ground and sprinkled it into the villagers' eyes while approaching Zhou Kai's position. However, the villagers can always avoid the speed that the aliens use to stimulate their nerves. You can't see, right? The villagers who wanted to catch Zhou Kai noticed that his eyes had been closed. Don't worry, just give your body to me and I can help you heal it. Not only that, I can also let you experience true happiness and joy. The eyes in the villagers' sockets slowly bulged, and the alien parasitic in the body couldn't wait to replace it with a younger body. Trust me, you will fall in love with this feeling once you experience it. This world can only bring you pain and troubles, but I can make you forget them forever. A sarcastic smile appeared on the villager's face. The new body was right in front of him. It no longer took into account the endurance of the current host body, and increased stimulation to make the body move faster and faster. Gradually, Zhou Kai's weak body could no longer keep up with the opponent's speed. As he got closer and closer to Zhou Kai, just when he felt that he was going to get this body, he suddenly heard a gust of wind behind him. Something swung down at his head, and he hurriedly turned around to avoid it. Only then did he notice that there was a man holding a steel rod behind him. You came too late. Although Zhou Kai couldn't see it, he could hear it. While fighting with this villager, he heard footsteps approaching here. The person who came here was none other than Lu Linhai. This is already my fastest speed. Lu Linhai walked over and noticed Zhou Kai's eyes. What's wrong with your eyes? Zhou Kai was about to speak when he suddenly frowned. Be careful. He heard the news and it was the villager who took action. He wanted to dodge, but his tired body made his legs seem like they were filled with lead, and it was quite difficult to move. However, the villagers were stopped. At the moment he rushed up, Lu Linhai actually kept up with the other party's amazing speed and swung the steel rod in his hand. You won't go blind, will you? Lu Linhai's tone revealed a trace of worry. Don't worry, there must be a way to cure your eyes. Even if it can't be cured, we won't abandon you, I will protect you. If Zhou Kai's eyes could still see, he would definitely glare at him fiercely, including Lin Yi. However, the reaction ability shown by Lu Linhai at this time still surprised Zhou Kai for a short time. Where is Zhang Chang? Lin Yi retreated to their side, and the three stood back to back. Who knows, that guy is mysterious, saying that he has something to deal with, so let me come to help you first. Lu Linhai replied. It was his idea to lead these mice and strange birds to the village. Lu Linhai, go help Xiaoyun.
Zhou Kai said anxiously, the saint has set her sights on Xiaoyun's body, go protect Xiaoyun. Not far away, the blade in Zhou Yun's hand cut off the black hair that the alien used to control the villager's body. Although it was only a small part near the spine, it also affected the alien's control over the host. The villager's face began to twitch and his body began to tremble, but he still did not let go. The white alien had completely drilled into Xiaohu's body, and the black hair drilled out of his eye sockets, wrapped around his pupils, and quickly dissolved them. However, the eyes of the alien were affected by the lime powder and did not drill out of the eye sockets, leaving only 2 empty eye sockets.
No! This body is wrong. The alien noticed the abnormality. This body is too weak. This is not her body. The alien, who lost his vision, could not determine Zhou Yun's location.
It controlled Xiaohu's body and shouted angrily.
Where is she? I want her body. Bring her here.
After hearing the saint's cry, a villager ran towards Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun was so fast that he couldn't dodge. As he watched the villager approach, a whoosh sound suddenly rang in his ears.
When he reacted, a boning knife flew over and stabbed directly into the villager's forehead.
The boning knife stabbed the villager's forehead, and the blade pressed against the skull to force the villager back.
The bloodletting knife followed closely, cutting the villager's skin and leaving several wounds. The boning knife forced the villager to a place close to the rats.
The rats that smelled the blood jumped wildly and were extremely excited. They climbed up the villager's legs, licked the blood from the wound, and then bit the wound, trying to get in like crazy, greedily wanting to eat more meat. The alien parasitic in the villager's body felt the threat of the rats, and knew that this body could not be used anymore. The disgusting eyes popped out of the eye sockets, and the area between the shoulder blades on the back squirmed, trying to separate from the host, abandon this body and escape. But at this time, the strange bird in the sky took action. The strange bird hovering in the air swooped down, and when it approached the villager's back, it quickly stretched out its claws to grab the bulge on the back. The bird's beak kept pecking, and each time it pecked off a piece of sticky meat. As soon as he tilted his head back, the sticky meat of the alien slid into the bird's beak. The black hair on the alien's body emerged from the bulge on the villagers' backs, trying to entangle these strange birds. But the rotten meat and twisting granulations on the chest of the strange bird seemed to have corrosive acid. Once the black hair touched it, it would instantly tremble and shrink back. The other 2 boning knives flew towards the villagers in front of Lin Yi and his group. Even though the villagers dodged the flying boning knives with their extraordinary reaction speed, they found that the boning knives turned around in the air and caught up when they stabilized their bodies. It's Uncle N's knife. Noticing the knife that suddenly flew over, Lin Yi looked around. Not far away, near the north of the village, and Chang Dao walked over with a gloomy face. He looked angry and seemed to be quite angry. One hand tightly grasped the boning knife, and the other hand dragged the unconscious Lei Gu. At this time, Brother Lei was like a puddle of mud. And Chang Dao stripped off his clothes and pants, twisted them into a twist and tied them together, and used them as a rope to tie Brother Lei and the shotgun together. The butcher knives surrounded Chang Dao and flew towards the villagers here at lightning speed as he looked. And Chang Dao could control the flight trajectory of these butcher knives. Even if the villagers could dodge once, the butcher knives would follow closely. Moreover, Chang Dao seemed to have discovered that these villagers were parasitized by aliens. He knew that these villagers could not feel pain, and he knew that even if they were stabbed in the vitals, they could not be killed. Therefore, the butcher knives only cut wounds on these villagers one after another, and then handed them over to this group of crazy rats. Lin Yi didn't know how Chang Dao survived the shotgun in Brother Lei's hand, but his safe return made Lin Yi relieved. Moreover, his arrival made Lin Yi and the others feel as if they had taken a reassurance pill, and they felt much more at ease in an instant. Great, Uncle Lin is not dead. Why did Uncle Lin have to die? Lu Linhai didn't know what happened before, and turned around to look at Lin Yi in confusion. Let's talk about this later. Zhou Kai interrupted him and urged, go help Xiaoyun quickly, the saint wants to get her body, these people will definitely focus on her. I'll go, you can't see now, don't go over. Lu Linhai glanced at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you keep an eye on Zhou Kai, don't let him run around. He seems to be blind, you must protect him. Don't talk nonsense, he's just temporarily. Without waiting for Lin Yi to finish, Lu Linhai turned and ran towards Zhou Yun's position. On the other side, the boning knife that suddenly flew over forced back the villagers who were close to Zhou Yun, but the villagers lying on the ground still grabbed Zhou Yun's hand. Where is she? Where is my body? The alien who lost his vision controlled Xiaohu's body and shouted. The empty eye sockets and the hoarse and childish voice at this moment are indescribably weird. Saint, she's here. The body you want is here. The villager lying on the ground reminded loudly, I caught her, he's here.
Her body is mine.
The white alien heard the man shout and controlled Xiaohu's body to keep getting closer. The damage caused by lime powder to it could not be recovered in a short time. No eyes popped out of its eye sockets. Instead, many black hairs stretched out and waved excitedly.
Xiaohu! Can you hear my voice?
Zhou Yun shouted, trying to wake up the poor child. But her shout was in vain after all.
Zhou Yun took a deep breath and pulled the knife off the villager's back. Xiaohu, I'm sorry.
Zhou Yun clenched the knife in her hand. Once the other party got close, she would immediately take action. Seeing Xiaohu getting closer and closer, Lu Linhai's voice came over.
Sister Xiaoyun, I'm here to help you.
With a muffled bang, Lu Linhai rushed up and swung the steel rod in his hand towards Xiaohu's head.
Although the alien parasitic in Xiaohu's body couldn't see, it also felt the danger coming. It wasn't that it didn't want to control Xiaohu to dodge, but because Xiaohu's thin body couldn't exert much strength.
In addition, Zhou Yun destroyed its eyes, so it didn't know where the opponent would attack from.
Saint Lady!
Lu Linhai knocked Xiaohu to the ground with a stick, and the villagers lying on the ground shouted,
Protect Saint Lady!
He let go of Zhou Yun and wanted to crawl to Xiaohu's side. But because Zhou Yun cut off the black hair connecting the nerves near his spine, the body's movements became somewhat uncoordinated and slowed down. Seeing that he couldn't stop it, he began to call his companions.
Unfortunately, some villagers were surrounded by rats and couldn't get away at all.
The crazy rats bit the villagers' bodies desperately. Even if they killed some of the rats, they couldn't stand the large number of rats. When the aliens in the body came out and wanted to abandon the body being eaten by the rats, the strange birds in the sky swooped down and pecked these aliens out. There were also one or two villagers who were not located by the rats and wanted to rush over to protect the white aliens in Xiaohu's body. But when they moved, the dancing butcher knife in the air would always fly towards them first and force them back to the vicinity of the rats.
You dog thing, can you touch Xiaoyun's legs?
Lu Linhai walked to the villager lying on the ground, cursing. Lu Linhai raised the steel rod in his hand and hit the villager on the head.
Brother Linhai, hit here.
Zhou Yun pointed at the villager's back and reminded him.
I know, Zheng Cheng told me.
Lu Linhai clenched the steel rod in his hand, aimed at the wound left by Zhou Yun before, and inserted it forcefully. But at this moment, Xiaohu, who was knocked to the ground by Lu Linhai, suddenly struggled painfully. He let out a painful roar from his throat, and kept shouting "Don't go" in a weak voice.
Hearing the movement, Lu Linhai looked up and couldn't help but feel a little curious. Strange, I just hit the parasite.
Zheng Cheng said that the parasite should not feel pain. Lu Linhai was a little puzzled, thinking about going over to make up a stick, or simply throwing the other party into the rat group. But just as he approached Xiaohu, a white soft body suddenly jumped out from under Xiaohu's body. It was the white alien. Like the alien that parasitized Tianwen before, it chose to separate from the host at this moment, trying to deceive the other party to get close.
Xiaohu's skinny body couldn't exert the strength to escape from here, so it planned to change its body.
When Lu Linhai approached Xiaohu and raised the steel stick, the white alien suddenly attacked. It jumped up, wrapped around Lu Linhai's head, and drilled into his mouth.
Xiaohu's thin and weak body can't exert much strength. The white alien parasitic in his body knows this very well. If you want to survive from the mouths of these mice and strange birds, you must choose a young and healthy body. So, it immediately separated from Xiaohu's body, using the pain of the host when it was separated from the body to attract the attention of others. It stretched out a few black hairs on its body that are used to sense and control human nerves in different directions. Because the number of black hairs stretched out is not large, it is difficult to find it without careful observation under the cover of night in muddy roads. Once someone walks to Xiaohu, they will definitely step on these stretched black hairs. The alien uses this to sense the position of the person who comes, and then quickly attacks and snatches the other person's body. The sudden attack of the alien at close range made Lu Linhai unable to react for a while. When he noticed it, the soft body of the alien had already wrapped his head. Lu Linhai closed his lips tightly, trying to use this method to prevent the alien from getting into his body. However, the alien's body blocked his nose, and the black hair on its body drilled into his nasal cavity. There was a tingling sensation in the nasal cavity, followed by a pain. This discomfort made Lu Linhai feel very uncomfortable. He felt suffocated and even nauseous, and couldn't help wanting to sneeze. The moment his lips loosened a little, the black hair on the alien's body desperately drilled into Lu Linhai's mouth. In addition, the sticky liquid on the alien's body played a lubricating role, and Lu Linhai's mouth was quickly stretched open.
He stretched out his hand to grab the alien and stop it from drilling in, but because of the sticky liquid on the alien's body, Lu Linhai couldn't catch it at all.
Brother Linhai.
Zhou Yun, who reacted, wanted to run over to help, but was stopped by Zhou Kai and others who rushed over.
Don't go over.
Zhou Kai said sternly, the alien had his eyes on you at the beginning.
If you go over now, it might just be what it wants.
I'll go. Lindy ran quickly to Lu Linhai. If you can't catch this alien with your bare hands, then put some mud on your hands to increase friction. Unfortunately, the effect of this method is not significant. More mucus was secreted from the body of the alien, and Linny couldn't catch it at all.
Get out of the way.
And Shangdao shouted in a low voice. Then, 3 bloodletting knives were stabbed into the monster's body in a Y shape, facing Lu Linhai's face. Linny hurriedly grabbed the handle of the knife and pulled it out hard. But what Linny didn't expect was that this alien actually broke its body and abandoned the part that was stabbed by the bloodletting knife.
Linny didn't hold back for a while, and the moment the alien's body broke, he fell backwards to the ground.
The body that the alien voluntarily abandoned fell to the ground, and was seen by the strange birds circling in the sky, and they swooped down quickly.
Linny hurriedly dodged to the side, but fortunately these strange birds did not attack Linny, but just picked up the part that the alien on the ground had abandoned, and then flew back again. When he looked at Lu Linhai again, the white alien had completely drilled in. Linny realized that things were not going well. He didn't know how to force the aliens out of their bodies without hurting the host. Moreover, Linny couldn't figure it out. Since this alien would hurt Lu Linhai, why didn't he see the thread representing danger connected to Lu Linhai from beginning to end?
Lu Linhai's body trembled slightly.
He seemed to be a little uncomfortable. He closed his eyes tightly, and his facial features seemed to be squeezed together because of too much discomfort.
There were bursts of "oh" sounds in his throat, and even a faint sound came from his stomach.
Pain? Discomfort?
Linny felt something was wrong. Although he had not been parasitized by these aliens, he had experienced the feeling of being parasitized. The black hair on the aliens would stimulate the nerves to secrete dopamine, giving people an extremely comfortable and pleasant feeling. Under this pleasant experience, the parasitized person would feel comfortable, so he would not exclude the parasitism of the aliens, making it easier for them to enter the host's body and control the host. However, the frown on Lu Linhai's face did not look like he was experiencing extreme pleasure, but rather a bit nauseous. When doubts emerged from his mind, Lu Linhai bent over and knelt on the ground.
With a vomit sound, Lu Linhai suddenly opened his mouth and vomited.
The translucent liquid spit out from his mouth, which seemed to be sticky, a little stringy, and mixed with the unique black hair of the alien, which really made people feel extremely disgusted. At the same time, the villagers in the village who were parasitized by the alien suddenly let out a series of grief and wailing, as if they had sensed something. After vomiting, Lu Linhai gasped and glanced at what he had vomited on the ground. Even he felt disgusted.
Lu Linhai?
Looking at Lu Linhai in front of him, Lin Yi's eyes became more alert. He couldn't be sure whether the person in front of him was a human or a puppet that had been parasitized by the alien.
This thing is disgusting.
Lu Linhai stood up, and seemed to feel a strange taste in his mouth. He kept spitting on the ground, his eyes full of disgust.
Brother Linhai, are you okay?
Zhou Yun wanted to go over to see, but was pulled back by Zhou Kai.
Are you still Lu Linhai? Linny quickly got up from the ground. Judging from the current situation, Lu Linhai's behavior is no different from before.
However, it is not ruled out that this is a disguise of an alien. After all, after these aliens control the host, they seem to be able to inherit the host's memory.
I'm fine.
Lu Linhai wiped his mouth. I just feel a foul smell in my mouth, so disgusting.
How do you prove that you are Lu Linhai? Zhou Kai asked vigilantly.
Lu Linhai was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't think of a way to prove it. He couldn't dissect himself on the spot and let them see that there were no aliens in his body. At this moment, Linny noticed that the people in the village suddenly gave up continuing to resist the rats and began to flee around the village.
After thinking for a while, Linny said, the white alien should be dead. The reason why these people controlled by the aliens fearlessly resisted the rats and birds is to protect their leader, the white alien.
But when the leader died, they were leaderless and lost the meaning of continuing to resist the rats, so they began to flee in all directions.
So, the things that Lu Linhai just vomited should be the white alien.
But, when he said this, Lin paused. Looking up at Lu Linhai not far away, Linny felt more and more weird. All along, Linny believed that Lu Linhai was a human being. After all, he had killed him before. Even after arriving here, the saint in the village claimed that Lu Linhai was neither a human nor an alien. Lin Yi thought that the other party was talking nonsense. But if Lu Linhai was really a human being, why was he not parasitized by the alien, but instead killed the alien that got into his body? Zhou Kai once said that Lu Linhai's heartbeat frequency is the same as that of the mantis in the city. Lin Yi always thought it was because of the different body systems of each person. Now think about it, could there be other reasons? Lu Linhai, what are you? Lin Yi couldn't help asking. I am a human, a real person. Lu Linhai also knew that the scene just now was quite abnormal, but he couldn't say why, so he could only hurriedly say, I am really a human. If I lie, I will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Let's talk about this later. The situation in front of him did not give Lin Yi time to study it in detail. The villagers gave up resistance, causing the rats to approach faster. If they don't escape from here immediately, they will be eaten by rats next. Leave here first. Lin Yi urged. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Yi suddenly saw An Changdao carrying Brother Lei on his shoulders. Uncle An, don't worry about him. It's a burden to carry him. Lin Yi said. And Changdao shook his head and said, he knows something about the aliens. Maybe we can get some answers about this world from him. Since An Changdao dragged Lei Gu back, Lin Yi has not paid attention to the unconscious Lei Gu. It was not until An Changdao carried Lei Gu on his shoulders that Lin Yi noticed that there was no sign of alien parasitism on Lei Ji's back and between his shoulder blades. Lei Gu is a human. But, in a village full of aliens, why is there a human who is not parasitized? Is this guy a human? Lin Yi was a little surprised. It was hard for him to imagine that a human could lead a group of people parasitized by aliens to act together. The key point was that not only was he not parasitized, but even the aliens in the village obeyed his arrangements. Or did Brother Lei not know that the people in the village had been parasitized by aliens? This was obviously impossible. He had lived in this village for so long and knew that aliens existed. In addition, the roofless houses built outside the village would make anyone feel strange. Perhaps, Brother Lei really knew some answers about why the world had become like this, as An Changdao said. Thinking of this, Lin Yi also felt that Brother Lei should be taken out. The people in the village who were parasitized by aliens fled in all directions. Some of the mice chased them, while the other part stared at Lin Yi and his friends who were about to escape. Be careful. Lu Linhai grabbed the steel rod on the ground with one hand and grabbed Lin Yi's collar with the other hand. While pulling him back, he swung the steel rod, and with a bang, a jumping rat was knocked out by Lu Linhai. And Changdao still had a gloomy face, and all the butcher knives flew back and quickly rotated around them. Once a rat jumped over, the butcher knife would immediately fly up, either piercing the rat's body or splitting it in two. However, Lin Yi noticed that the speed of the butcher knife was getting slower and slower. When heading to the woods north of the village, Brother Lei brought a lot of people. And Changdao must have experienced a fierce battle to return safely from their hands. As for how he survived, although Lin Yi was curious, it was obviously not the time to ask now. And Chengdao's ability would constantly consume his physical strength. If he continued to activate his ability, once it exceeded the upper limit that his body could bear, he would probably be like Zhou Kai. Hurry up, there are too many rats and strange birds, even the aliens can't do anything to them. If we continue to stay here, we will be bitten to death. Lin Yi urged. Can't leave. Just when everyone decided to escape the village, Lu Linhai suddenly stopped them. We can't leave now. Lu Linhai said hurriedly. Zhang Cheng said, let's wait for the signal. Signal? Zhou Kai frowned. What signal? Lu Linhai touched his head, shook his head and said, I don't know, he didn't say. But he said that as soon as the signal appears, we can recognize it immediately. No, we can't wait here. Lin Yi glanced around, and the people in the village fled and died. It won't be long before the rats and strange birds will all target them. Go first. Lin Yi planned to leave from the north of the village first, at least run out of this village first. However, before he finished speaking, Zhou Yun on the side seemed to have discovered something, pointing to the south of the village and shouting, look! The south of the village became very clear in the dark night, and the black mice made anxious and nervous calls and quickly gathered in the north of the village. The reason that prompted them to come here was not the attraction of the bloody smell, but the sudden fire in the south of the village, which was spreading here. Fire? Lu Linhai whispered. Lin Yi thought about it for a while and understood it immediately. It's Zhang Cheng's signal. Most of the buildings in the village are wooden sheds built with wood. Coupled with the dry climate in the village, once a fire breaks out, the fire will spread rapidly. Moreover, Zhang Cheng also knew that Lin Yi and his team had set fire to the mountain. These mice and strange birds are afraid of fire. They feel the danger coming, so they will flee to the north of the village where the fire has not yet started. Zhang Chang would think of using mice and strange birds to deal with the aliens in the village, and he must have thought of the consequences of this approach. Let's run to the south of the village. Linny roughly understood what Zhang Chang meant. The fire spread from the south of the village, which means Zhang Chang is there. The spread of the fire will force the rats to the woods in the north of the village, so if you want to stay away from these rats, you must run in the opposite direction of them. Zhou Kai, I'll carry you away. Lu Linhai walked in front of Zhou Kai. I can walk by myself. You can't walk, you're blind, don't be stubborn. Lu Linhai said as he started to act. Brother, Zhou Yun's tone was full of worry. Zhou Kai hurriedly explained, don't listen to his nonsense, he is blind, I just overused my ability and can't see clearly for the time being. Don't hold me, put me down. If it doesn't work, you can carry me on your back, why do you want to hold me? It's inconvenient to carry me on your back. Lu Linhai held Zhou Kai, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but no one noticed. Hold me, you can't see now, and your body is weak. Lu Linhai is strong, and he can be faster if he holds you. Lin Yi echoed from the side. You are weak. Lin Yi walked in front of the team, followed by Lu Linhai holding Zhou Kai, then Zhou Yun, and at the end of the team was in Chang Dao carrying Brother Lei. Lin Yi put the knife in his bag and held Lu Linhai's steel rod in his hand. The steel rod was obviously much more convenient to deal with these rats that occasionally jumped up when they were running away. The butcher knife rotated around them to protect the entire team. As they got closer to the south of the village, there were many burnt children on the ground, in addition to the burnt rats and strange birds that had not yet escaped. Lin Yi looked at the children on the ground and seemed to have guessed how Zhang Chang had introduced the rats and strange birds into the village. Here! Here! At the south entrance of the village, Lin Yi saw Zhang Chang standing there waving. The closer they got to the entrance of the village, the more severely the wooden shed was burned. The wooden shed began to collapse, and they quickened their pace. But just as they were about to run over, the pillar of the wooden shed on the side suddenly fell down, and the burning flames hit Lu Linhai and Zhou Kai in his arms. Lu Linhai frowned and quickly threw Zhou Kai in his arms forward. Seeing the pillar falling towards Lu Linhai, two bone-cutting knives flew over and stabbed into the pillar, blocking the fallen pillar. The handles of Changdao's butcher knife were all made of wood, and the flames quickly smoked the handles black, and then burned. Hurry up! And Changdao urged. Lin Yi pulled Zhou Kai, who had climbed up from the ground, and didn't care whether he had fallen hard just now, and the group ran quickly towards the south entrance of the village. Finally, they ran out safely. They sat on the ground, panting, watching the village being engulfed by flames. You are really a lunatic. Lin Yi glanced at Zhang Chang beside him and couldn't help sighing. Of course, the lunatic here is a compliment to Zhang Chang in a sense. If you don't go crazy, how can you deal with these aliens? Zhang Chang said with a smile, besides, I learned all this from you. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Brother Lei, who was thrown to the ground by Changdao. Compared to explaining his plan to Lin Yi and others, Zhang Chang was obviously more interested in Brother Lei on the ground. He stepped over and said excitedly, I thought I would never see this person again, but Uncle An actually brought him out. Just right, I still have something to ask him. Unlike Lin Yi and others, Zhang Chang seemed to have found some clues, so he was very interested in Brother Lei on the ground. Wake up, hey, wake up, it's dawn. Zhang Chang shouted while raising his hand and slapping Brother Lei's face a few times. Lei Gu gradually woke up, first feeling a burst of heat, and then seeing the blazing fire in the village. No! My village! The scene in front of him made him sober instantly. He twisted his body like crazy and tried to get up from the ground, but because his hands and feet were tied together with the shotgun, he couldn't stand up at all. What do you mean your village? Don't you know that everyone in this village is parasitized by aliens? Lu Linhai glared at Lei Gu. Of course he knows, and he knows it very clearly. Zhang Chang answered without waiting for Lei Gu to speak. He knows? Zhou Yun was a little confused. That's even more hateful. Lu Linhai said angrily, obviously a human being, but he is with aliens and helps aliens deal with humans. Ipa. Human? Lei Gu snorted coldly, as if he sneered at what Lu Linhai had just said. He turned around and stared at Lin Yi and the others viciously, saying in a contemptuous tone, a group of idiots who grew up under the care of aliens, do you really think you are human? What bullshit are you talking about? Of course we are human. Lu Linhai was a little excited. After he finished speaking, he looked back at the others and then emphasized in a low voice, we are all human, real human. Don't deceive yourself. Think about it carefully.
What did the aliens call you in the city you escaped from? Brother Lei said with disdain. Linny frowned. He still remembered this clearly. Beasts? Linny said softly. Ha! Brother Lei sneered and suddenly raised his voice, and his tone became excited. That's right, beasts. You are not human. You are beasts, the feed fed to those aliens, and you are even worse than aliens, the lowest thing. Of course, when he said this, Brother Lei's eyes suddenly became more unwilling. Me too, but he is different. Brother Lei looked up at An Shangdao on the side. He is the chosen one, and he has a chance to become a real human. He seems to hate the chosen one quite a lot, which may be why he wants to kill An Shangdao. What do you mean? Lu Linhai was confused and turned his head to look at Linny beside him. Isn't that what those aliens call us? No matter what they call us, we are still human beings. Besides, what does it mean that the chosen one has a chance to become a real human being? He should mean, Linny was about to speak, but was beaten to the punch by Zhang Cheng beside him. It means something similar to the slave society of the old days. Zhang Cheng explained, in the eyes of slave owners, slaves are never people, but their property, livestock, and tools. They can be anything, except people. However, if you can become the chosen one, you may have the opportunity to cross the class and let you go from the lowest slave to the lower civilian. Zhang Chan looked at Lu Linhai and continued, although physiologically, we are indeed human beings. However, we have been deprived of our basic rights as human beings and have become food for those aliens. We don't know where we come from when we are born, but we all go to the same place when we die, the belly of aliens. Brother Lei snorted coldly, which was considered to be affirming Zhang Cheng's explanation. However, Zhang Cheng's words led to another question. So, who deprived us of our basic rights as human beings? Zhou Kai frowned. Is there any need to ask this? It must be those aliens. Lu Linhai said angrily. No, Lin Yi's mind popped up a surprising answer. The appearance of this answer made him realize that this world might be worse than he thought. It may not be those aliens who caused all this. Who else could it be if not aliens? Lu Linhai asked. People. Linny looked at Brother Lei and continued, that's what he wanted to express, the so-called real humans. That is, slave owners. Zhang Chang added. Linny clenched his fists and guessed, the human ranch is not a place to raise livestock at all. The city we escaped from is actually a place to raise aliens. Linny thought of the special devices surrounding the edge of the city. Could the existence of those devices not be to prevent humans from escaping? After all, the aliens are well hidden. When the livestock in the city know their true appearance, they are usually about to be eaten. In addition, the pheromones left by the aliens on them make it difficult for them to escape. So, could those special devices be to prevent the aliens in the city from leaving the ranch? However, if this city was built to raise aliens, then why would the aliens in the city send high-quality livestock out of the city? Where did these people who were sent out go? Linny couldn't figure it out for a while, there were too many doubts. However, maybe Brother Lei knew something. I didn't expect you to know about the human ranch. It seems that I really underestimated you. Brother Lei was a little surprised that Linny and the others knew about the human ranch. He gritted his teeth and said, I should have killed all of you when I stopped the car. In this way, the village I built with great difficulty will not be destroyed by you. You damn beasts, even if you know this, you will eventually be eaten by aliens. Don't call me beasts all the time. Lu Linhai was a little angry. If you don't even treat yourself as a human, others will not treat you as a human. We are different from you, whether you are aliens or slave owners, I don't care what they say, we are human beings. Well said. Zhang Cheng smiled and clapped his hands to affirm what Lu Linhai had just said. See? Even gorillas think they are human, but you always think you are an animal. It's really pathetic. Lu Linhai glared at Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng noticed Lu Linhai's look, but he didn't care and looked at Brother Lei on the ground. He continued, besides, we can survive from the mantises and avoid the parasitism of these hairy snails in the village. We will still live well in the future. Hairy snails? Zhou Kai was stunned. It's the aliens in the village. Zhang Cheng explained, it's a parasitic alien called hair-like snail. Brother Zhang Cheng, why do you know the name of this alien? Zhou Yun asked. He told me. Zhang Chun pointed at Brother Lei on the ground. Brother Lei didn't say anything, but it was not difficult to see from his face that he had never told Zhang Cheng about this. Of course, he didn't tell me directly. As he said that, Zhang Cheng took out a few notebooks from his backpack and shook them at Brother Lei on the ground. All these things are written in this guy's breeding log. How did he escape?
his hatred for the slave owner, how did he meet the hair-like snail, how did he reach an agreement with this alien to start cooperation, and his next revenge plan?
Why is it in your hand?
Brother Lei struggled to snatch the notebook from Zhang Cheng's hand, but Chang Dao tied it very tightly and he couldn't get rid of it at all.
However, what makes me most curious is a place recorded in the diary.
Zhang Cheng's tone was serious. That is where this guy escaped, a city called Oracle City.
Oracle City? Lu Linhai asked, is it also a city where aliens are raised?
Zhang Cheng shook his head and said, according to the content recorded in his notes, this city is not entirely a place to raise aliens, but also, a place where livestock are produced.
Produce livestock? Zhou Kai frowned, what do you mean? Equivalent to piglets.
At this time, Chang Dao suddenly spoke. Some pig farms sell piglets, and the humans in the ranch may be transported from this place.
Then why wasn't he sent out? Lu Linhai asked.
Zhang Cheng looked down at Brother Lei on the ground and said, because he is a breeding pig.
Have you ever seen a pig farm that sends breeding pigs away? Shut up! Shut up!
Zhang Cheng's words seemed to remind Brother Lei of some scenes he didn't want to recall. He struggled more fiercely, his eyes full of murderous light, as if he wanted to tear Zhang Cheng into pieces. However, Zhang Cheng didn't care. It's a pity that the content recorded in the notes is limited, and most of them are things after Brother Lei escaped from the Oracle City. So, if you want to know the truth about this world, you still have to start with Brother Lei.
What happened in this world? Linny walked in front of Brother Lei. Tell me. Why has our world become like this now? Lu Linhai echoed on the side. Stupid.
Brother Lei gritted his teeth and cursed viciously.
A group of self-righteous idiots who were raised by aliens. Aren't you the same?
Zhang Cheng smiled and cast a strange look at Brother Lei on the ground.
No, not exactly the same.
At least we are not breeding pigs.
Lei Ji's face flushed, his eyes widened, veins popped out on his forehead, and he was extremely angry.
Then, Lei Gu said, the world did not become like this at all, but it has been like this from the beginning.
You fart. Lu Linhai didn't believe it.
Something must have happened, so the world has become like this.
And those aliens, where did these things come from? You'd better tell the truth, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you.
As he said, he took the steel rod in Lin Yi's hand.
I think, Lin Yi thought about it and said softly. I think he may not be lying. Are you crazy?
Lu Linhai was stunned for a moment. Lin Yi, do you believe this kind of stupid words?
Believe it.
Compared with others, Zhang Cheng is obviously much calmer. Or maybe he actually thought of this a long time ago, but now he has confirmed it from Lei Ji's mouth. Compared with the surprise in the eyes of others, there is more curiosity in his eyes.
Why don't you believe it?
Zhang Cheng walked to Lu Linhai and was about to pat him on the shoulder, but Lu Linhai dodged.
Zhang Cheng frowned slightly, glanced at Lu Linhai, turned his head and continued, my opinion is the same as Lin Yi, this guy may not really be lying. At least, there is one thing he is right about. We are all raised by aliens. What does this mean?
Lu Linhai was a little confused. This shows that the knowledge we have learned, our experiences, and our understanding of this world are all based on this.
Lin Yi continued Zhang Cheng's words. That's right. Zhang Cheng nodded, then the question is is our understanding of this world true? Or how much of it is true and how much is false? In other words, for these aliens, it is because of our preconceived ideas that we think they should not exist? Zhou Kai interrupted. What do you mean?
Lu Linhai didn't understand for a while, raised his hand and touched his head.
Gorillas have a slow understanding ability, which is understandable.
Zhang Cheng smiled and changed his statement to a simpler one. Suppose there is a person who has never seen a spider and does not know that such a creature exists, and suddenly sees a living spider one day.
Then, what do you think this person will think? Spider?
Lu Linhai frowned, and it seemed that he did not like this creature. He would be scared, after all, spiders look, not necessarily. Lin Yi shook his head, he might also feel curious, after all, this is a creature he has never seen before.
That's right.
Zhang Cheng nodded and continued.
But what if the spider he saw is a black widow?
He excitedly took the spider home and gave it to his family who had also never seen a spider.
As a result, his family was bitten by the black widow and died on the spot. At this time, what would this person think? Will he be scared? Lu Linhai looked at Lin Yi and answered.
He would think that this strange-looking creature that he had never seen before was a monster.
Lin Yi frowned.
If we magnify the spider and apply it to them, it is what happened between them and the aliens. We felt from the beginning that these aliens should not exist, because the knowledge we have come into contact with has never mentioned such creatures. Zheng Cheng continued. However, these aliens have the characteristics of creatures, whether it is the mantis in the city or the hair-like snail in the village. And the information found by Uncle N also clearly divides the aliens. This shows, our understanding of this world is not all. In the final analysis, the knowledge we have learned is given to us by the aliens.
Lin Yi added.
So, how did the aliens get this knowledge? Lu Linhai thought for a while and asked. Zheng Chang nodded with satisfaction. When the gorilla knows how to think, it means that he has begun to evolve in the direction of humans.
You want to die?
Lu Linhai raised the steel rod in his hand and threatened. The knowledge that aliens come into contact with may be taught by the so-called real humans in this guy's mouth. Zheng Chang turned back and looked at Brother Lei on the ground.
What we think of as normal life is not actually normal.
It is just a false world deliberately created by these slave owners in order to raise aliens. And now we are beginning to come into contact with the truth of this world. Zheng Chang walked up to Brother Lei again and continued to ask, however, there is one thing I don't understand. What is the purpose of what you call real human beings doing these things? A lot of effort was put into raising aliens in captivity and allowing them to live in a human way. When he said this, Zheng Cheng paused and seemed to feel that this statement was not appropriate. Of course, it's also possible that this is an alien lifestyle, and we are the ones imitating it. However, this is not important. For now, let's just follow the human way of life. It couldn't be pointless for slave owners to create a false world, so why did they do it?
I don't know. Lei Gu answered simply.
You'd better tell the truth, or I'll kill you. Lu Linhai threatened Lei Gu by poking him with the steel rod in his hand. Brother Lei glanced at Lin Yi and the others, and suddenly started laughing.
Why are you laughing?
Lu Lin was confused.
I laugh at you for being stupid. Lei Gu scolded disdainfully. What makes you think I would tell you?
You destroyed the village I worked so hard to build, the aliens I finally found, your revenge plan, and everything I have.
I wish you all could die. Die. Die.
Brother Lei became more and more excited. When he said this, his body suddenly exerted force, his head quickly moved towards Zheng Cheng who was closest to him, and he opened his mouth and bit Zheng Cheng's calf. Brother Lei's eyes were full of hatred. He hated aliens, hated humans, and hated this world. However, more than these, he hated In Changdao. Because, in his eyes, In Changdao is the chosen one by God. This kind of hatred is twisted because he knows that he cannot defeat this world, so he vents all his accumulated hatred on the chosen one. After all, where he lives, only those who become God's chosen ones can transcend social classes and get rid of their status as beasts.
Others can get what he cannot get.
He may be envious at first, but over time, this envy turns into hatred. But at this time, he knew very well that he was no match for In Changdao and could not kill him. Therefore, he focused on the people around In Changdao. He bit Zheng Cheng's leg fiercely. Even through his pants, he could bite off a piece of flesh. The fire burning in the village makes the rats and strange birds in the forest afraid to approach, but this is only temporary. The fire will eventually go out, and by then, the smell of blood from Zheng Cheng's wound will surely attract the rats and strange birds again. However, his plan failed. The moment he moved, and Changdao reacted in time. Reaching out and pulling Zheng Cheng away, Lei Ji's teeth almost touched Zheng Cheng's leg, but in the end he just bit his pants.
How dare you bite?
When Lu Linhai came back to his senses, he was so angry that he raised the steel rod in his hand and hit Brother Lei. Lu Linhai cursed and didn't stop until Zheng Cheng waved his hand.
Zheng Cheng didn't seem angry at Brother Lei's actions just now.
Why, you feel that you are bound to die, so you want to help me support you? He looked at Brother Lei on the ground, but this time he did not get close, but went around behind Brother Lei. Don't be afraid, we are not such cruel people. We are very kind-hearted, especially me. I am blind to blood and cannot bear to see any violence. I get dizzy when I look at it. So, as long as you cooperate with us and tell us everything you know, you still have a chance to survive. But, when he said this, Zheng Cheng's tone changed. What started out as gentle suddenly turned into a deep one. If you don't cooperate, there's nothing we can do to get you to speak. He smiled and looked up at the twisted trees growing around the village. I remember people in your village said that if you are pricked by the thorns on these trees, the pricked area will be extremely itchy. Tell me, if we put a few needles in your body, would you be able to bear it? Zheng Cheng gritted his teeth and started to tremble pretentiously. He walked to a place where Brother Lei could see but couldn't reach him, and pretended to be scratching his back with itchy knees. That feeling, I want to scratch it but I can't. It's like countless bugs crawling around on it, and occasionally they bite me. Of course, I will help you choose a few good places to pierce. For example, the soles of the feet, the ear canals, the armpits, and by the way, what do you think of the tongue? Or the gums? Zhang Cheng paused, thought for a moment, and glanced at the inner side of Brother Lei's thigh with a smirk. It seems pretty good there. Lu Linhai was stunned for a moment, glanced at Zhang Cheng, and retreated to Lin Yi.
Is this not cruel?
Lin Yi shook his head. He knew that Zhang Cheng's purpose in saying this was to scare Brother Lei and tell him what he knew. It's like a possible hope and an inevitable despair are placed in front of you, allowing you to make a choice. However, Lin Yi knew very well that Brother Lei would not be afraid at all, at least not Zhang Cheng. The roofless house in the north of the village is the best evidence. Just as Lin Yi thought, before Zhang Cheng finished speaking, Brother Lei laughed, his laughter full of disdain.
No need to go to such trouble.
Brother Lei looked at Zhang Cheng and continued.
It's actually very easy to torture me.
Just make a few cuts on my body with a knife, and then hang me on a tree. The smell of blood will attract those rats and strange birds, and the strange birds will keep pecking at my body, one after another. The rats would burrow into my body along my wounds, biting and burrowing deeper. This method will not make me die immediately, but it will also make me feel that my flesh is being chewed off bit by bit. If you are unlucky, maybe only the bones of your hands and feet will be chewed away. At that time, I can even see my own bones being chewed by these weird things. Except for Lin Yi and Zhou Kai, who had seen roofless houses, everyone else could not help but frown. Compared with that house full of bones, what Zhang Cheng said before was nothing but child's play. Zhang Cheng seemed a little frustrated, but he quickly relaxed his brows and continued, "Your method sounds too cruel."
Didn't I just say that we are very kind, especially me? I really can't do such a cruel method.
How about, Zhang Cheng paused, then slowed down his speech and continued, how about we send you back?
What do you think about sending you back to the Oracle City, to the hometown you cherish so much?
Oh, I'm so kind. Brother Lei's laughter stopped abruptly.
Lin Yi was stunned at first, and couldn't help but admire Zhang Cheng.
Indeed, Brother Lei may not be afraid of them, nor of death. However, he has something he is afraid of. That thing is the place where he once lived, the place called City of Oracle. He is more afraid of going back than dying here.
Kill me if you can.
Brother Lei said with gritted teeth.
I have no ability.
Zhang Cheng shrugged, look at me, a student who just graduated from high school, what ability can I have? Besides, I am so kind, killing people, just thinking about it makes me scared.
Kill me. Kill me.
Brother Lei yelled hysterically, and even started to hit his head on the ground. And Changdao frowned, and in order to prevent him from breaking his head, and Changdao took 2 or 3 steps over and stepped on his head.
Now, can you tell me everything you know?
Seeing in Changdao stepping on Brother Lei's head, Zhang Cheng walked in front of Brother Lei.
I don't know anything.
Lei Ji's body trembled slightly, and even his tone of voice was mixed with fear. Still not honest.
Lu Linhai roared, we will send you back immediately.
Zhang Cheng kept staring at Lei Ji's eyes, and after a moment, he shook his head. Forget it, looking at his appearance, he really doesn't know anything. Impossible, he must be lying.
Lu Linhai was a little unconvinced.
He has no need to lie. Lin Yi shook his head, people will not lie when they are facing what they fear most and cannot overcome this fear. Besides, his situation is similar to ours, or even worse than ours. A beast man at the bottom can only know a limited amount of things. But when he said this, Lin Yi suddenly realized a problem.
He looked down at Lei Go and asked, how did you escape from that city?
The Oracle City is different from the city where Lin Yi and his friends escaped. It is not only a city for raising aliens, but also a place for breeding livestock. Therefore, the guards in the Oracle City must be much stricter than those in other cities. Lei Go has no special abilities, but he can escape from such a heavily guarded city. Lin Yi feels a little strange.
However, Lei Ji's answer is the same as always. I don't know.
You fart.
Lu Linhai was a little angry about Lei Ji's answer.
He clenched the steel rod in his hand and beat Lei Gu on the ground, shouting, even aliens will not believe this kind of bullshit. You don't know how you escaped, is it possible that someone took you out? It's not impossible. Without waiting for Lei Gu to speak, Zhang Cheng shook the notebook in his hand. This guy wrote in his notebook that a riot broke out in the Oracle City one night a few years ago. This guy ran out during the chaos.
Riot?
Zhou Kai frowned and asked, what kind of riot?
An outbreak of aliens?
Or a rebellion of the beastmen?
I'm asking you a question, did you hear me?
Lu Linhai poked Brother Lei with the steel rod in his hand.
I don't know, I really don't know.
Brother Lay's voice became smaller and smaller. That night, I just remember that it was very noisy outside, as if someone was fighting. Then, someone rushed to the place where we were imprisoned, turned on the machine on us, and told us to run.
Everyone was running outside. At that time, I just wanted to leave there. As for what happened, I really don't know. You can kill me, machine?
Lu Linhai was stunned for a moment. It should be a device used to imprison them and force them to work non-stop. Linny whispered, after all, the Oracle City is the place responsible for giving birth to beastmen, and he is. At this point, Linny did not continue. However, regarding the riot in the Oracle City, Linny had a guess in his mind: if those so-called real humans are similar to slave owners, then where there is oppression, there will definitely be resistance. The riot in the Oracle City may be the action of people who want to change everything and resist the slave owners. But from the current situation, this rebellion should have failed. Don't look at what revenge plan this guy wrote, he is actually a coward. Zheng Cheng continued. He raises aliens here, saying that he is preparing for future revenge and cultivating his own power, but in fact, he just wants to be a local emperor here. Zheng Chang glanced at Brother Lei on the ground, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. The reason for coming up with a revenge plan is just a means of self-comfort, so that he feels that the act of constantly killing those innocent people seems justified. He wrote in his notebook that everything he did was for the future of mankind, so he had to sacrifice a small part of mankind.
What else do you say these people will understand? I'm a bitch.
The agreement he reached with the aliens is that the aliens obey his arrangements and ensure his safety, and he helps the aliens snatch more hosts for the aliens to use.
When he heard this, Lin Yi thought of Tian Wenlei.
At that time, Tian Wenlei must have thought that he had escaped after being rescued from the aliens by Brother Lei. Who would have thought that the place he was about to go would be a new hell?
Then how did he get mixed up with these aliens in the village? Zhou Kai continued to ask.
After escaping from the Oracle City, he came to a deserted city. Zheng Cheng took out a few folded documents from the diary. That's where he met the hair-like snail.
Abandoned city? You should understand the contents of these documents after reading them. Zhou Kai handed the documents over. He also picked this thing up in that city.
Linny took the folded papers, and the feeling was very similar to the documents found by in Shangdao, and it seemed to be the same paper. After opening it, Linny saw the diagram of the hair-like snail, as well as related information: anomaly name, hair-like snail.
Complex order of platyhelminths, medium intelligence species, social anomaly, with strong parasitic nature.
When the adult is stretched, the body length is 10 to 30 centimeters, the body width is 6 to 8 centimeters, and it is extensible. It will gradually grow larger as nutrients are absorbed, and the maximum body length can exceed 1 meter.
The body surface is mostly yellow-brown, partly dark gray, and the female insect is white.
Black cilia are distributed on the body surface, which are the sensory organs of this alien. It can parasitize a wide range and grow by absorbing nutrients from the host. The mother insect has more and higher requirements for nutrients. When the host cannot provide sufficient nutrients, it will extend its eye stalk to attract new hosts to approach and look for opportunities to transfer. Note: the characteristics can be used to determine whether the hair-like snail is ready to separate from the host.
Note: there is only one mother insect in the group, responsible for the reproduction of this alien group. If the mother insect dies, a hair-like snail insect with gender change will automatically appear in the group and become the new mother insect. The reason for the selection of the mother insect is not yet clear, and it is judged to be a random change. The content of these materials is richer than the original information about the mantis. However, what surprised Linny was not the information about the hair-like snail worm, but the following content: human pasture 28. Through experiments, this alien can parasitize the human body. When parasitizing, it will use sensory organs to stimulate the human nerves, prompting the human body to secrete a large amount of dopamine, causing it to give up resistance, thereby completely controlling the host's brain and turning it into a puppet. After the parasitism is successful, the alien will inherit part of the host's memory. This part is highlighted. When encountering danger, the hair-like snail worm will stimulate the host's nerves through sensory organs, causing it to oversecrete adrenaline and overdraw the host's body functions. Note: it will cause the host to die early. This part is highlighted. Because the human oral structure is different from that of the alien, it is impossible to quickly leave the host through the mouth to complete the transfer when changing hosts. Therefore, after parasitizing the human body, the hair-like snail worm will gradually destroy the human back muscles and skin, creating a new exit that is easy to transfer. However, because a large amount of nutrients in the human body are absorbed by the alien, the human body becomes thin,
so that its main body will protrude mainly from the new exit on the back, which is extremely conspicuous.
This part is highlighted. Conclusion: this alien is not suitable for breeding and cannot be domesticated. After parasitizing the human body, it is too conspicuous and cannot be used in the Human Ranch plan. Human Ranch 28 failed.
Due to the strong parasitic nature of the hair-like snail, it is recommended to destroy it.
Note: the hair-like snail has a strong vitality and special means are required to completely kill it.
It is recommended to arrange the quail head troops to go to ranch number 28.
Human Ranch 28?
When Linny saw this, he frowned.
K-Show troops?
Lu Linhai glanced at the content in the information, with a hint of doubt between his eyebrows.
K-Show, one of the 12 zodiac constellations, represents the 12 natures of human beings.
Zhang Cheng heard Lu Linhai's muttering and explained casually. The K-Show troops in the information should be the hawks and dogs trained by the slave owners. It is a special force used to deal with aliens, and the beastmen used to suppress resistance.
Linny continued Zhang Cheng's words. The number of aliens and beastmen must be thousands of times more than the slave owners. If the aliens riot and the beastmen start to resist, the slave owners will be torn to pieces. In order to prevent this from happening, they must have corresponding countermeasures. For example, solve the problem from the root, erase the truth of this world, fabricate and spread false history, brainwash beastmen and even aliens, let them absolutely surrender, or keep them in the dark and live in a false world. However, there will always be people who find abnormalities, then start to find the truth and stand up to resist. At that time, it was the turn of the slave owner's henchmen to appear. The aliens that can destroy an entire city, will the people in this army all be the chosen ones with abilities?
Zhou Kai, who was listening carefully, frowned.
If that's the case, wouldn't our situation be quite dangerous? Lu Linhai echoed. You think too much.
Zhang Cheng shrugged, as if he thought Lu Linhai's words were a little funny.
First of all, regarding our situation, when do you think we have been safe? Even if we didn't find these things, wouldn't the final result still be that we were eaten by aliens? Zhang Cheng's state may be the most relaxed among them, and he is even a little excited.
Zhang Cheng is different from Zhou Kai.
Although they both noticed the existence of aliens very early, Zhou Kai wants a stable life.
Zhou Kai doesn't care what the truth of this world is. He just wants to find a safe place where he can live peacefully with his sister. In Zhang Cheng's heart, there is more curiosity about the truth, and exploration and pursuit of the unknown. Zhang Cheng looked up at the sky and whispered, maybe from the moment we were born, our fate has been arranged by those self-righteous slave owners. But Zhang Cheng did not continue, with a faint smile on his face. But why should we let others decide our fate? Linny seemed to have guessed what Zhang Cheng was thinking. Compared with them, Linny felt more unwilling. Unwilling to let his fate be decided by others. When the voice fell, Linny suddenly felt a tingling pain in his body. They finally escaped from the city, but they met new aliens. It is not strange to feel tired and sore after a long time of running and fighting. However, his reaction was keenly captured by Zhang Cheng on the side. Brother Zhang Cheng, I have a question. Zhou Yun glanced at the burning village, and then whispered, how did you lead the mice and strange birds in the forest to the village? And Chang Dao and Zhou Kai on the side were also curious about this question. The smell of blood. Zhang Cheng said casually, didn't the people in the village say that those mice and strange birds are very sensitive to the smell of blood? But where did you get the blood? Zhou Kai asked. You should not be the opponent of those aliens. When he thought about how he had to use all his abilities to defeat Tianwenlei, who was controlled by the aliens, Zhou Kai really couldn't guess how Zhang Cheng, who had no ability, did all this. I am indeed not the opponent of those aliens. Zhang Cheng's smile revealed a hint of pride. So, I just need to choose opponents who are not aliens. Not aliens? Zhou Yun glanced at Lei Gu on the ground and asked, isn't he the only one in the village who was not parasitized by aliens? And the children in the village, right? Linny looked at Zhang Cheng and continued Zhou Yun's words. Children? Zhou Kai was stunned for a moment, and seemed a little surprised. So, you killed those children and used their blood to attract mice and strange birds in the forest? In order to avoid you saying that I am cruel, I have to make a statement in advance. Zhang Cheng said. Although those children were not completely controlled by the aliens, they have eggs in their bodies, and even larvae of the hairy snails that have hatched but not grown up. Even if Zhang Cheng didn't do it, they wouldn't live long. Linny sighed. It's written in the data that the hairy snails will lay their eggs in organisms that are weaker than their bodies. Organisms that are weaker than their bodies are conducive to the larvae training the cilia on the surface of the body, allowing them to master the cilia proficiently while also absorbing nutrients.
The larvae's demand for nutrients is not as high as that of adults.
As far as humans are concerned, young children are the most suitable targets.
So, the reason why the children in the village look so strange is because of the alien larvae in their bodies? Zhou Kai guessed. Not entirely.
Zhang Chang shook his head. Before the larvae master the cilia on the surface of the body, they may stimulate the wrong nerves, causing the hormone secretion in the child's body to be disordered. For example, after the growth hormone secreted by the pituitary gland is disordered, it cannot promote the growth of bones, internal organs and the whole body, so these children look like they have developed strangely. As for the others, it is also partly due to the growing environment. The skin of children is delicate. If the growing environment is too bad, they will have skin diseases with different symptoms. This village full of aliens is obviously not an ideal environment.
And, when he said this, Lin Yi sighed again.
The thoughts of these children are also influenced by the aliens, so in their eyes, people being eaten is not a terrible thing, and they even think it's interesting.
You did the right thing.
And Chang Dao on the side clenched his fists, his face was gloomy and a little scary.
There was a trace of anger in his eyes, but not directed at Zhang Chang, but at these aliens and brother Lei lying on the ground.
Or, it was directed at those so-called real humans.
Lin Yi nodded. He also felt that Zhang Chang did the right thing. He still remembered the pain of Tian Wenlei lying on the ground when the aliens separated from Tian Wenlei.
Not only Tian Wenlei, but all the parasitized people in this village are the same.
When the aliens change hosts and leave their bodies, these people will not die immediately.
They will slowly die in despair with pain and the emptiness caused by excessive dopamine secretion. So, rather than saying that Zhang Cheng killed those children, it is better to say that they were relieved.
But, Zhou Kai thought for a while and continued to ask.
Lin Yi only knew that these children had worm eggs in their bodies after reading the information, so when did you know it?
And how did you get these notebooks in your hand? Let me tell you about this.
After Zhou Kai asked this question, Lu Linhai stood up.
He glanced at Zhang Chang, and seeing that he didn't refuse, he couldn't wait to say, I tell you, this skinny guy is really cunning.
Please use words like smart and witty, thank you. Zhang Chang interrupted, but did not stop Lu Linhai from continuing.
Didn't we agree to collect intelligence before we separated?
Logically, the intelligence to be collected should be about aliens or the chosen ones. Lu Linhai continued, by the way, observe if there is any problem in this village.
But Skinny is unique. He has been asking about where this guy lives in the village.
When he said this, Lu Linhai pointed to Brother Lei on the ground. You didn't see the face of Schaushagener at that time. He said that this guy was tall and strong, and he was a rare talent. He admired him very much and wanted to visit him and learn from him.
You know nothing.
Zhang Chang rolled his eyes at Lu Linhai. This is called playing the pig to eat the tiger, showing weakness to others.
I haven't talked about the point for a long time. Let me talk about it myself.
Zhang Chang walked over and pushed Lu Linhai aside. In fact, I felt that this village was wrong from the beginning.
Compared to Lu Linhai, Zhang Chang quickly got to the point.
On the way here, the villagers said that the mice and strange birds in the forest are very sensitive to the smell of blood.
In that case, what should the women in the village do when they have their period?
If they intercept the bus halfway, they will definitely fight with the aliens.
What if they get injured? What should they do?
When he heard this, Lin Yi was stunned. The latter was only noticed when he and Zhou Kai brothers and sisters collected intelligence.
As for the former, Lin Yi didn't think of it at all.
And the children in the village, the people in the village said that these children were born in the village by the people who were rescued.
Zhang Cheng continued.
Lin Yi remembered very clearly that these words were told to them by Tian Wenlei.
The environment here is not as good as in the city.
Not to mention the lack of medical equipment, the nutrition of pregnant women during pregnancy alone cannot keep up.
What if there is bleeding during childbirth and attracts those mice and strange birds?
Of course, the most wrong thing for me is the saint in the village. When he said this, Zhang Cheng's face became serious.
He paused and said seriously, whose saint looks like this?
Lin Yi was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but glared at him. Recalling the saint they saw, perhaps, before being parasitized by the alien, she was also a beautiful, cheerful, and lively girl. It was only because of being parasitized by the alien, and the mother insect had a greater demand for nutrients, that she became what she is now.
Xiaohu's mother was also like this. She was favored by the mother insect and pulled into the ancestral hall by the villagers. She became the new saint and eventually died here.
As for the menstrual period of women, after being parasitized by aliens, they can't even keep up with the most basic nutrition.
In addition, the body's nutrients are constantly lost, and the aliens stimulate the nerves to cause endocrine disorders, so they will not have menstrual periods. Can you be more serious?
Lu Linhai said with disdain, if you really can't, let me say it.
I'm quite serious.
Zheng Cheng shrugged and began to analyze. There are only two reasons why a saint is arranged in this village. First, the saint is the chosen one of God and has the ability to lead humans to defeat the aliens. If the saint's ability is just to distinguish who is human and who is alien, Zhou Kai can change his clothes.
Zhou Kai frowned.
If he couldn't see clearly for the time being, he would probably glare at him to express his dissatisfaction.
Second, the saint is a symbol.
Imagine a group of people who know the existence of aliens and are helpless, panicked, and confused.
Do they need comfort? At this time, what can bring them comfort?
Naturally, the saint is like a spring breeze, full of warm smiles and embraces.
The saint is the faith of this village.
She should bring hope and vitality to people, make people feel that there is still a future for mankind, and make people feel full of strength when they think of her during the battle.
Obviously, the saint we saw is not. Zheng Chang looked a little angry.
But soon, he grinned, this is why I suspect that the saint is wrong.
Where are you all thinking? Back to the topic. He continued. After discovering something was wrong with the village, I felt that I would not be able to gather any information from the villagers.
Instead of wasting time on them, I might as well go directly to their leader. Since we can't get into the ancestral hall where the saint lives, we can only move our target to this Mr. Pig. Zhang Chang glanced at Brother Lei on the ground, and his words made Brother Lei grit his teeth. You will definitely not get anything by asking, but if you search where he lives, you may find something useful. So, you planned a scene of accidentally entering the woods. What happened afterwards was the same as Linny guessed. He knew that Zhang Chang would not act rashly, and deliberately leaving footprints outside the woods in the north of the village must have a purpose. However, he did not expect that the purpose was to lure Brother Lei away and then sneak into the other party's residence. This guy lives in a different place from other villagers. After all, aliens only need nutrients from the host, and don't have too many requirements for the living environment. So, it doesn't matter even if he lives in the most rudimentary wooden shed.
But this guy is different.
Zhang Cheng pointed at Brother Lei on the ground. He is a human being, and he has been a breeding pig for so many years. He finally escaped, so he naturally wants to enjoy it. There are a lot of things where he lives, which should have been robbed from the buses leaving the city. Zhang Cheng looked at Brother Lei with some disdain in his eyes, shook his head and said, people are like this. Once they taste the sweetness, it's too difficult to stop.
What's the point of talking about revenge? With him like this, revenge is a fart. It's really unsatisfactory to be a local emperor in such a place. Then how did you find out that we were in danger and then attract the mice and strange birds in the forest?
Zhou Kai asked. When they were surrounded by the villagers, Zhou Kai heard Lu Linhai's voice, but not Zhang Chang's. And Lu Linhai was also arranged by Zhang Chang.
It's very simple.
Zhang Chang said casually. The villagers suddenly took action, and there was something wrong at first glance. There are only two reasons why he went to such great lengths to take action.
Either he encountered an external enemy and the aliens controlled the villagers to fight. Or they are preparing to beat you up. No matter which reason it is, it means that you are also in danger. Zhang Chang found the breeding log in the house where Lego lived, and learned about the hair-like snails based on the information in it. So, no matter what the reason for the villagers' action, the hair-like snails in their bodies may change hosts. Moreover, Zhang Chang thought of what the saint said during the day.
The saint had set her sights on Zhou Yun and would definitely choose a time to take action. Not only that, Zhang Chang also thought of another situation. The reason why I asked the gorilla to find you was not because I expected him to help, but to prevent Linny from using extreme methods to reopen. By the way, in the place where this Sao lived, in addition to finding these notebooks, I also found another very interesting thing. As he said, Zhang Cheng took out another thing from his backpack.
I think you will be very interested in this thing. Key?
After seeing what Zhang Cheng took out from his backpack, everyone's faces showed a hint of surprise. Zhang Cheng held a cylindrical crystal in his hand, which was very similar to the rhombus crystal that in Changdao had found. However, the volume of this cylindrical crystal is obviously much smaller. Why is this key so small? Lu Linhai stepped forward and stared at the crystal for a while. In terms of craftsmanship, this is indeed very similar to the key that Uncle Lin found, but, Linny thought for a moment, then lowered his head and glanced at Brother Lay on the ground. Then, Linny said, "But why do I think this thing looks more like a bullet?" "Bullet?" Lu Linhai was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, "When you put it that way, this thing does look similar." And Chang Dao glanced at the crystal in Zhang Cheng's hand, then raised his leg and stepped on Brother Lay, and pulled out the shotgun tied to him. I checked the loading port of the shotgun and found an identical crystal inside. However, the crystal in the loading port is obviously not as transparent as the crystal in Zhang Cheng's hand, and the parts inside can be vaguely seen. I have seen the key you found before. The parts and processing technology inside are quite complex and are obviously outside the scope of our known technology.
Of course, this also includes special installations at the edge of the city.
Zhang Cheng continued his analysis. Although I have never seen what these special devices look like, as far as the keys are concerned, the technological level is obviously higher than what we have learned. But, since there is already more powerful technology in this world, why have we never seen it? Lu Linhai asked. Technological blockade. Lin Yi frowned. Since those so-called real humans can fabricate and spread false history, they can also possess more powerful technology on their own, thus ensuring that they can absolutely suppress aliens and beasts. Zhang Cheng didn't answer immediately. He looked at Chang Dao and asked, "Uncle Lin, can you use a gun?" And Chang Dao stared at the shotgun in his hand for a while and nodded. "There should be no problem with the shotgun. You can try it. Fire a shot into the distance. Load the gun, hold the handguard on the gun body with one hand, and hold the trigger with the other hand." He put his shoulder against the butt of the gun and pulled the trigger. He heard a bang sound, and in an instant, the tree in the distance exploded. "Why is this gun so powerful?" Lu Linhai was startled. And Chang Dao frowned and said, "I probably missed. And, the gun has very little recoil." Missed? Lu Linhai was even more surprised. If it missed, why did the tree explode? It's not that the gun is powerful, but that the bullet is powerful. Zhang Cheng explained. This crystal-shaped bullet is equivalent to a container that stores energy. After shooting, what is shot out is not the bullet, but the energy stored in the crystal. Of course, in order to meet this characteristic, this shotgun should not be an ordinary shotgun. Zhang Cheng added. The energy emitted will explode when it hits the target or reaches the extreme distance, which is why it generates such great power. He glanced at Brother Lay on the ground, shook his head and said, "This guy is not as powerful as we thought. When he stopped our car, he wasn't aiming at the tires of the bus. On a car traveling at high speed, unless a professional is involved, it is almost impossible to accurately hit the tire. Besides, he must ensure that no one in the car is harmed. So, what he was aiming for at that time should have been the ground. The shot hit the ground in advance. When the bus was driving over, it was hit by the energy in the bullet, causing the tires to explode." "Then where did his gun come from?" Zhou Kai asked. "That abandoned city." Zhang Cheng said, "Didn't the information mention some kind of quail head unit? Perhaps this unit was accidentally lost while fighting aliens. The slave owner's eagle dog, there is nothing wrong with holding these technological weapons, right? This power seems to be able to penetrate the carapace of the mantis." Lin Yi looked at the shotgun in Cheng Dao's hand. If this kind of crystal is a container for storing energy, then the key that Uncle Lin found was also a weapon, right? Lu Linhai couldn't help but be curious as he recalled what happened on the edge of the city. "I don't know." Zhang Cheng shook his head. Lin Yi also said just now that this is equivalent to a technological blockade. Judging from the current situation, it is impossible to understand it based on the knowledge we have learned. Besides, didn't you find that the key was broken? When he said this, Zhang Cheng looked at Zhou Kai, who was aside. Of course, the energy stored in the key must be different from the energy in the bullet. Otherwise, the moment the key is smashed, you may die again. Not sure if he felt the attention gathered around him, Zhou Kai apologized. "I was also excited at the time, so, it's okay. We are still alive now. Besides, we can reopen with Lin Yi here." Lu Linhai came over and patted Zhou Kai on the shoulder. Having said that, Zhang Cheng's discovery and what happened one after another put a hint of sadness on Lin Yi and the others' faces. What they had to face might be thousands of times more terrifying than they imagined. "Let's deal with this guy first." Zhang Cheng noticed the expressions on other people's faces and clapped his hands and said, "We'll talk about what happens next." Lin nodded. There was only one road before them. No matter whether it was hope or death, they must go on without hesitation. Therefore, instead of getting depressed before you even start walking, it is better to take it one step at a time. Moreover, they are not useless, at least, they are also the chosen ones. "If you want me to see him, just give him a knife."
Lu Linhai glared at Brother Lei on the ground and said angrily, "It's just a matter of hanging out with the aliens, and helping the aliens deal with humans. It's simply a disgrace to humanity. Don't use the knife."
Linny shook his head. "Wounds caused by sharp weapons will attract rats and strange birds."
"Then throw him into the village,"
Zhang Chang said in a calm tone.
"Throw it into the village?"
Lu Linhai raised his head and glanced at the village not far away. "At this time, the village is in flames, and if you throw it in, you will definitely be burned to death."
"That's right,"
Zhang Cheng continued. "If you are burned to death here, you don't have to worry about the smell of blood attracting those weird things. By the way, it also allows him to experience the pain of the people he killed before they died, which can be considered a kind of atonement." Others did not object. After all, Lei Go was guilty.
And Chang Dao left Brother Lei's gun and dragged Brother Lei towards the burning village.
No matter how much he begged for mercy, he was thrown into the village.
How pitiful.
Zhang Cheng smacked his lips and said, "I am such a kind person, but I just can't bear to see this."
However, he can be considered as staying with the village he cherishes forever.
After the incident in the village came to an end, they did not leave immediately. The fire burning not far away made their position safe at this time, and they did not have to worry about rats and strange birds approaching. The long journey and fighting in the village made them quite tired. So, they decided to take a short rest here. After sitting on the ground, Zhang Cheng continued to share the intelligence he collected.
As they talked about Lin Yi's abilities.
After Lin Yi told what he saw about the silk thread in his guess, everyone except Zhou Kai was quite surprised. Especially Lu Linhai, who said excitedly, "Threads that can see the future. Lin Yi, your ability is too powerful.
If we could see the future, wouldn't we be able to avoid all risks next?"
Zhang Cheng stared at Lin Yi and seemed to have a different opinion.
"I still don't think Lin Yi's ability is to control time."
"The thread Lin Yi saw reminded me of something." Zhang Cheng touched his chin and said word by word, "The thread of the goddess of fate."
"Fate's thread?" Lu Linhai frowned and thought for a moment, then asked, "What's the basis for you to say that?" Zhang Cheng did not answer immediately. He looked up at Lin Yi and asked, "What were you thinking about when you were killed?" "At the beginning, I was confused. I didn't want to die just like that."
A picture of himself being killed popped up in Lin Yi's mind. "Later on, after I was sure that everyone around me was a different person, I began to feel unwilling to accept it."
"So, fate gives you the opportunity to start over again," Zhang Cheng said. "This statement is too far-fetched."
Lu Linhai crossed his arms and said seriously, "I still think Lin Yi's ability is to control time."
"Think about it. After he dies, he can go back to the past, stop time, and now he can see the future. It's all about time. First of all, I must make a correction."
Zhang Cheng glanced at Lu Linhai and then said, "After Lin Yi broke the thread, he did not see the future, but feel it."
"There is a difference between the two, and you must be rigorous in what you say."
"Secondly, my guess does not conflict with what happened to Lin Yi." With that said, Zhang Cheng began to analyze. In Greek mythology, there are 3 goddesses in charge of fate.
The first goddess is responsible for spinning the threads of destiny, representing the past and the beginning of life. The second goddess is responsible for pulling and measuring the silk thread, representing the present and the recent stage of life. The third goddess is responsible for cutting the threads, representing the future and the end of life.
I have said before that Lin Yi's death is for the sake of immortality in the future.
Zhang Cheng continued.
Every time he is resurrected, it is to change his fate. Whether he is resurrected after death, or whether he is not dead but returns to the past unconsciously, it is all to change his fate.
You said that. Lu Linhai thought for a moment and seemed a little shaken. It makes sense. But how can we explain that Lin Yi can make time stand still?
Zhang Cheng thought for a while, seemed to have thought of something, stood up from the ground, and walked to Lin Yi. Perhaps, the purpose of stopping time is to protect Lin Yi and allow him to change his destiny before his real death occurs.
What do you mean?
Lu Linhai was confused. Not only him, but Zhou Kai and others on the side were also a little confused.
Zhang Cheng did not explain immediately and looked down at Lin Yi.
You said before that after you broke the thread, you felt the other person's future, right?
Lin Yi Dian said, the thread I saw at first connected Sister Xiaoyun and Xiaowu, but I didn't have time to break the thread. Then there's Uncle An and the shotgun.
As they said that, they looked towards Changdao. Before entering the woods to the north of the village, Lin Yi reminded me to be careful of them, so I kept an eye out. And Changdao briefly told what happened in the woods. After entering the woods, the villagers planned to disperse and search, but they did not go far and gradually surrounded Changdao. And Chang Dao, who noticed this, used his ability to control the butcher knife to fly close to the ground and go around behind these people. The moment these villagers took action, and Chang Dao quickly controlled the slaughtering knife to fight back. At that time, and Chang Dao did not know that they were parasitized by aliens, so he could not kill these villagers. But with his ability, these villagers could not get close to Chang Dao for a while. When the villagers surrounded me, the guy named Lei didn't come over. And Chang Dao continued. When I found his location, he had the gun pointed at me. He did shoot, I know that for sure. But for some reason, no bullets came out. As if thinking of the special bullets in the shotgun, and Chang Dao corrected, the energy stored in the container was not ejected. That's right. Zhang Chang nodded, then looked at Lin Yi, including the animal trap you and Zhou Kai encountered later, and what happened afterwards. You broke the threads that connected them and changed their fate. However, you are not a god. You need to pay a price for changing the fate of others casually. Zhang Chang stretched out a finger, squatted down, stretched it to Lin Yi's chest and pressed it lightly. Lin Yi took a breath. It was obvious that Zhang Chang was not exerting any force, but there was a heartbreaking pain in his chest, as if his skin was torn open, his muscles were torn, and even his heart was affected. He had felt this feeling just now, but he thought it was just caused by being too tired and would be relieved by taking a short rest, so he didn't pay attention. Take off your clothes and take a look. Zhang Chang said. As soon as Lin opened his clothes, there was a large dark blue and even reddish bruise on his chest. This is, Lu Linhai was startled, jumped up from the ground and walked quickly to Lin Yishan. Look at your legs again. Zhang Cheng continued, that's where you felt the pain after you tore off the silk thread on Zhou Kai's body. Lifting up his trouser leg, he saw that there was also a large bruise where the pain had been felt before. You have changed the fate of others. Correspondingly, you must bear the fate that should have happened to them. Zhang Cheng's face became a little solemn. However, the fate you have endured should have been weakened in a great proportion. Otherwise, your body would have collapsed long ago. Lin Yi frowned and thought for a moment, maybe he didn't notice the pain on his body not because he was careless. It was because after tearing off the silk thread connecting the body of the alien and Zhou Yun, the extreme pleasure brought by the alien's stimulation of the nerves paralyzed the nerves, so the pain on the body was not so obvious. Of course, this is not a good thing. It's certainly a good thing to be able to go back in time and change your destiny, but if you blindly rely on death to change it, your body will collapse. Zhang Cheng thought for a while and added, it may also be your consciousness. Because you keep going back to the past, you can't distinguish between the past and reality, and you have a mental breakdown. Of course, it could be both together. So, time standing still is actually a warning from your ability. If you don't face the warning of ability, the next time you return to the past, it may not be you, but your corpse. Zhang Cheng said seriously, so, I still say that, unless it is absolutely necessary, you'd better not use death to solve the problem. Now, there is one more thread. You have to think twice before tearing off the thread. You have to think about whether you can bear the consequences of changing other people's fate. Having said that, Lin Yi didn't feel depressed in his heart. At least, this ability allows him to see if his partners are in danger. Besides, changing someone else's fate of death would only result in physical pain. This kind of consequence is not unbearable. The best thing is to rest for a few more days. Zhang Chang seemed to be still thinking about something. He thought for a while and said, Lin Yi, let's verify your ability. Verification? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, how to verify? That's right, there's no danger now, so we can't create one ourselves. Lu Linhai agreed. Didn't you just ask Mr. Lin to use his abilities? I asked Lin Yishao to use the ability of the third goddess, which is to cut the thread of fate. Zhang Cheng explained. If you want to verify Lin Yi's ability, just try to see if you can use the abilities of the other two goddesses. The other two goddesses? Lin Yi said softly. Zhang Cheng nodded, weave the threads of destiny and connect them in series. When he said this, Zhang Cheng secretly glanced at Lu Linhai. Lin Yi closed his eyes tightly, and those shimmering threads appeared in his mind. He carefully recalled every detail of the threads, the faint light, gently fluttering, and imagined the scene of these threads emerging from the bodies of his companions. How is it? Lu Linhai asked, squatting next to Lin Yi. Do you feel anything? Are there any threads of fate emerging from our bodies? He looked at Lin Yi and was very interested in the threads Lin Yi described. Stop talking. Zhang Cheng glared at Lu Linhai, then looked at Lin Yi. Let him feel his abilities in peace. Zhou Kai and others on the side could not help but hold their breath, as if they were also looking forward to what would happen next. Although this is Lin Yi's ability, as far as their current situation is concerned, if Linny can master his own ability, it will be a very beneficial thing for them. As soon as Lin opened his eyes, he looked at himself, as if he was a little unsure, and stood up and turned around twice.
Did you see the thread?
Zheng Cheng asked, spreading his hands.
Didn't see anything.
Linny shook his head.
Let alone the thread, he didn't even see the end of the thread. It shouldn't be.
Zhang Cheng frowned and thought.
He thought for a while and asked, what were you thinking about just now?
Silk thread.
Linny answered truthfully. I just imagined the threads coming out of your bodies.
No, Zhang Cheng shook his head.
Your ability is not silk thread. It's useless just thinking about silk thread. Silk thread is just a manifestation of fate.
It can be silk thread or something else.
You should be thinking about fate. Destiny?
Linny was a little confused.
Destiny is an elusive thing that cannot be seen or touched.
What does he think? When I use my ability, my body will have a special feeling. At this time, and Chang Dao on the side suddenly spoke.
He smoothly pulled out the black-blue bone chopping knife from his bag.
When he let go, the bone chopping knife floated from his hand. I don't know how to describe this feeling specifically, but at this time, my knife seemed to have become a part of my body.
Then the knife does what I want it to do.
And Chang Dao raised his head and glanced at the sky. At this moment, the bone chopping knife flew upward following his gaze. After hovering in the sky for 2 times, it returned to Chang Dao's hands. You can think of abilities as part of the body, and then feel the inside of the body carefully, like, when he said this, and Chang Dao paused. He thought hard about how to describe this feeling. After thinking about it, he found a term that he thought was pretty good. It's like having a stomachache. When you have a stomach upset, you will obviously feel stomach pain, which is pretty much what it feels like.
Feeling upset? Linny was stunned. After listening to Chang Dao's description, Linny was even more confused. Our abilities are different from yours.
Zhou Kai thought for a while and said.
Our abilities all have specific things to feel.
Just like my abilities, when I use them, I just need to concentrate on seeing, listening, and feeling.
These are all controllable through the brain.
But your abilities are relatively abstract, so I'm not sure whether Uncle Lin and I can help you based on our feelings about abilities. Linny sighed. He felt that Zhou Kai was right. Whether it's in Chang Dao's knife or Zhou Kai's sensory organs, they are both visible and tangible. Only fate was something he didn't know how to feel at all.
What is destiny? In fact, Linny himself couldn't tell clearly. Destiny is both a fixed number and a variable.
His parents, who had raised him for more than 10 years, were actually aliens. It was inevitable that they would kill and eat him. The apparently dead self came back to life and returned to the past. This was a variable. After thinking about it, Linny seemed to have a clue. He still doesn't know how to imagine destiny, but he can recall what happened to him. Zheng Cheng once said that silk thread is a way of manifestation of destiny, so what happened to him is another way of manifestation. Thinking of this, Linny closed his eyes again. In a daze, Linny suddenly felt pain in his chest. That was the backlash he received after changing in Chang Dao's fate, and it was also the pain he felt the moment his mother stabbed the knife into his chest. Linny felt his body begin to heat up. At this moment, he seemed to be able to feel his own heartbeat. This feeling is very familiar. If he remembers correctly, he had a similar feeling at the moment when time stopped. Of course, the feeling at that time was much stronger than now.
So, could this feeling be what Chang Dao said, stomach pain?
Opening his eyes and looking down, Linny saw a faint ray of light on his chest, swaying slightly in the air.
It's out. Linny was a little excited.
For him, this was the first time he had control over his abilities.
Where? Lu Linhai asked hurriedly, who is connected to whom by the thread? It's not connected, it's on me. Linny pointed to his chest. Unfortunately, only Linny could see these threads.
After he expressed his feelings, Zhang Cheng pushed up his glasses, nodded and said, "Don't worry, the verification is not over yet. If the thread comes out of your body, then you should be able to control the thread to connect to others." Turning to look at Lu Linhai, Zheng Cheng continued, "Linny, control the silk thread and connect it to the gorilla."
Connected to Lu Linhai? Linny was stunned for a moment and asked with some confusion, why? What other functions does it have to verify your ability?
Zheng Cheng explained. Tearing off the thread can change the fate of others.
So, can actively connecting the thread determine the fate of others?
If Linny can decide the fate of others, then our next journey will be much easier. Lu Linhai said with excitement. It doesn't matter whether he is an alien or a slave owner, he can be solved in minutes.
Linny, hurry up and catch me. Lu Linhai patted his chest. Lin Yi was a little worried.
After all, the threads he had seen before all represented danger. But if you think about it carefully, you will not hurt Lu Linhai, so even if they are connected, there should be no danger. Even if an accident occurs, it can be prevented by breaking the thread in time. Then, Lin Yi raised his head and looked at Lu Linhai. The thread on the chest began to extend, and floated towards Lu Linhai according to Lin Yi's idea. The silk thread was connected to Lu Linhai's chest, but Lin Yi didn't feel any difference from before.
How is it? Zhang Cheng asked. Did you feel anything?
Lin Yi shook his head.
Me too. Lu Linhai echoed, jumping twice as expected.
Zhang Cheng touched his chin, then leaned into Lin Yi's ear and whispered a few words.
After seeing Lin nodded, Zhang Cheng looked at Lu Linhai and said, Gorilla, run around us twice. Ha?
Lu Linhai was confused.
Stop being so verbose, just run if I ask you to. Lu Linhai, who didn't know what was happening, followed Zhang Cheng's arrangement and ran around them. But after running several laps, nothing happened.
Weird. Zhang Cheng was a little confused and muttered in a low voice.
Why do you want Brother Linhai to run in circles? Zhou Yun asked curiously.
Zhang Cheng asked me to imagine Lu Linhai falling and try to see if I could control his subsequent fate through the connection of silk threads.
Lin Yi explained. Unfortunately, this idea failed. After that, Zhang Cheng tried other methods.
For example, let Lin Yi break the thread and see if he can feel Lu Linhai's next fate, or if he can see Lu Linhai's past.
However, several attempts in succession failed.
It wasn't until Lu Linhai accidentally bumped into An Shangdao while running a circle that Lin Yi realized the use of his abilities. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us.
We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Lu Linhai, stop for a moment. Lin Yi stopped Lu Linhai and walked over quickly.
I may know what else this ability can be used for. When he looked up at Lu Linhai, Lin Yi smiled sheepishly, and then said apologetically, however, in order to verify my guess, I may have to punch you.
Ha?
Lu Linhai was confused. Although he didn't understand why Lin Yi did this, he chose to believe Lin Yi and was willing to help Lin Yi. So, he patted his chest and said, okay, you can beat him. Lin Yi took a breath, made a fist with his right hand, and punched Lu Linhai in the stomach. Lin Yi did not use all his strength, firstly because he had not yet recovered from the fatigue after fighting the villagers, and secondly because this was just to verify his ability and there was no need to use too much force.
After punching down, Lu Linhai looked down at his stomach.
He did feel Lin Yi's fist hit him, but the punch was not as painful as he imagined.
Lin Yi, you can use a little harder force. Lu Linhai said, I am in good health and can bear it. No need.
Lin Yi shook his head, touched his belly, and a smile appeared on his face. Zhang Cheng on the side touched his chin and seemed to understand something.
He patted his thigh and said excitedly, I know. We are a community of destiny. A community of shared destiny? Lu Linhai looked at Zhang Cheng and asked doubtfully, what do you mean?
To put it simply, if you gain something, you will both prosper, and if you lose, you will suffer. Zhang Cheng said while looking at Lin Yi.
Lin Yi, am I right?
Lin nodded and said, when Lu Linhai bumped into Uncle Lin, I also felt a slight impact on my right shoulder. So, I suspect that this ability can share the damage suffered by the other party. When I attacked Lu Linhai just now, I also felt slight pain in the same location on my body, so I wanted to try it.
This ability should be more than that.
Zhang Cheng shook his head. After the silk thread connects you, it means that your fate is temporarily bound together. So, you can share not only the pain caused by the injury, but also the fatigue, hunger, etc. According to your statement, Lin Yi thought for a while and asked, if I connect the silk thread to Lu Linhai, does that mean that during the period when the silk thread is connected, his training results will also be shared with me?
It's possible. Zhang Cheng replied. However, this still needs to be verified. Forget it now. Lin Yi sighed.
He broke the thread connecting Lu Linhai and sat down on the spot.
I'm really too tired now.
Tired after the battle and stinging from the bruises, Lin Yi wanted to rest for a while.
Let's all take a rest.
And Shangdao on the side held a bone-chopping knife in his hand. We don't know what we will encounter next, and conserving our strength is the most important thing. And Shangdao glanced at the backpack on the ground, and then said, although we took some supplies with us when we left, Zhang Cheng and Lu Linhai also took some more from Lei.
However, these things won't last long.
As for food, those rats can be solved, but water is a big problem. You guys have a good rest first, I'll be here to guard you. We will discuss the rest after you have rested. The fire in the village became much smaller, and the sky gradually turned fish-belly white. Although the burning flames made the surrounding air a little dry, it also raised the temperature a little. After briefly dividing the order of guarding, Lin Yi lay directly on the ground. The tension relaxed, and the tiredness caused by fatigue came over instantly. In a daze, Lin Yi heard Lu Linhai's snoring and heard Zhang Cheng curse gorilla. However, not long after falling asleep, a familiar shout woke him up. "You guys kill me!" Lin Yi was startled and instantly jumped up from the ground. At first, Lin Yi thought the shouting was his dream, but when he looked to the side, he realized that he was not the only one sitting up from the ground. Everyone sat up except Lu Linhai. "Gorilla, stop sleeping." Zhang Cheng kicked Lu Linhai, who was sleeping next to him. "What's wrong?" Lu Linhai asked after rubbing his eyes and yawning. "Brother, was that voice just now?" Zhou Yun frowned and turned his head to look at Zhou Kai beside him. And Changdao had a sullen face, holding the bone-chopping knife in his hand tightly, looking back and forth around him. If Uncle An also heard this sound, it means that this is not an auditory hallucination after we fell asleep. Zhang Cheng's face became a little solemn. After looking up at the location of the village, he continued, "The voice just now, it seems to be the one named Lei." "What?" Lu Linhai was stunned for a moment. "Isn't the person named Lei dead? We saw him burned to death with our own eyes." It was precisely because they saw Brother Lei being burned to death in the fire with their own eyes that they felt strange when they heard Brother Lei's voice again. Lin Yi frowned. How could a person who had been burned to death still make a sound? Could it be that the guy surnamed Lei refused to hold his eyes open and turned into a ghost to seek our lives? Lu Linhai muttered in a low voice. "Gorilla!" The moment the words fell, Zhang Cheng's voice came over. Lu Linhai was about to speak, but suddenly realized that Zhang Cheng, who was sitting next to him, didn't open his mouth at all. If it wasn't Zhang Cheng who made the sound, who else could it be? Just now that was. Before Lu Linhai finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhou Kai. "Shu, be quiet." Zhou Kai frowned, because his body was not exhausted yet, so he had to be extra careful when using his abilities at this time. He held his breath and listened carefully feeling the sounds coming from all around. Then, Zhou Kai's face became a little ugly. He raised his hand and pointed to the front. "Alien. It's a mantis." Zhou Kai heard a heartbeat, which was very similar to those mantises in the city. However, when Lin Yi and the others looked in the direction Zhou Kai pointed, they saw nothing. The morning sun shone down, and all they saw were these densely packed, thorny strange trees. There were only spikes on the bare and twisted tree trunks. Because there were no leaves blocking them, their field of vision was very wide. "Zhou Kai, there are no mantises there," Lu Linhai reminded in a low voice. "No, it's right there," Zhou Kai said hurriedly. "It's standing there motionless." Looking again, Lin Yi and the others still saw nothing. Lin Yi believed Zhou Kai. Besides, even if they didn't see anything, they heard the shouts just now very clearly. Lin Yi picked up the shotgun from the ground and handed it to Changdao. Regardless of whether there was anything there, it was safe to shoot a shot. "Uncle Un." And Changdao understood what Lin Yi meant, let go of his hand, and the bone-chopping knife floated beside him. Because the location was uncertain, it was most appropriate to use the energy stored in the shotgun bullet to attack. And Changdao took the gun handed over by Lin Yi and aimed at the place where Zhou Kai pointed. Just as he was about to pull the trigger and shoot, something seemed to move in the woods in the distance. Did that tree move just now? Lin Yi's face became a little solemn. If he saw it right, just now, in the woods not far away, there seemed to be a strange tree with thorns that shook slightly. Are these trees alive? Lu Linhai was shocked by the thought that popped up in his mind. It was not only Lin Yi who noticed this scene. Except for Zhou Kai, who could not see it for the time being, everyone else saw it. It was not the shaking of the branches when the breeze blew, but the slight shaking of the entire trunk, which led to the shaking of the branches. What nonsense! If these trees are alive, the first to die are the aliens in this village and the guy named Lei. Zhang Cheng touched his chin and said to Changdao, "No matter whether it is alive or not, give it a shot first. Uncle An, shoot." According to what Brother Lei said, the energy stored in a bullet container can be used up to 7 times. After 7 times, the energy in this bullet will be exhausted and cannot be used anymore. Zhang Cheng found 13 unused bullets in Lei Ji's residence. With the remaining bullet in the shotgun, they could shoot more than 90 times. And Changdao nodded, and just as he was about to pull the trigger, the strange tree not far away shook again. Not only that, the voices of Zhang Cheng and Lei Gu were heard at that location. "Gorilla, gorilla,
kill me, oh the tree spoke?
Lu Linhai was stunned.
No, that thing is not a tree. Linny was alert in an instant. Jokai is right, that thing is an alien.
The branches on the trunk began to fall, and the 6 branches were connected to the trunk at one end, and the other end fell on both sides of the trunk. The branches that were originally growing upwards began to fold. This thing is not a tree at all, it is clearly a mantis. The 6 fallen branches are its insect legs, and the folded branches are its sickle-like forearms.
However, this mantis was different from the ones Linny and his friends had seen in the city.
Its carapace was not black, but more gray-brown.
Moreover, it was smaller and thinner than the mantises in the city.
Its gray-brown carapace had spikes on it, and when it was motionless, it looked almost exactly like the strange trees. Therefore, when Linny and his friends looked in the direction of Jokai's finger, they did not immediately discover this alien hiding in the woods.
This thing can actually mimic?
Zhang Chang was a little surprised, muttering in a low voice, just like the orchid mantis.
Could it be that it is a different species from those mantises in the city?
The moment he saw the alien move, and Chang Dao did not hesitate at all and decisively pulled the trigger. With a bang sound of the gun, the energy stored in the bullet container shot out. However, the energy shot out did not hit the alien. On the one hand, it was because Chang Dao was not good at using a gun. He was clearly aiming at the alien, but the place he hit was the strange tree next to it. On the other hand, at the moment when Chang Dao fired, the carapace on the back of the alien suddenly opened, and 2 pairs of fan-shaped insect wings emerged.
The insect wings waved quickly, and the alien actually flew up.
Chang Dao raised the shotgun in his hand and pulled the trigger again, but still failed to hit the alien.
It makes sense. You can't hit a stationary object, let alone this alien moving in the air. My knife is still better.
Chang Dao stuffed the gun in his hand to Linny. At the same time, the butcher knife in the bag flew out. 3 boning knives went around behind the alien, and Chang Dao aimed at the other party's waving insect wings. Other butcher knives continued to attack from different directions to distract the alien's attention. When the boning knife was about to approach, the alien suddenly flew up. When it lowered its head, its serrated mouthparts opened, and yellow silk thread suddenly spit out of its throat. The silk thread was sticky, and it quickly wrapped the bloodletting knife and the meat cleaver on both sides.
This thing. When did it learn to spit silk?
The scene in front of him made Lu Linhai sigh.
The silk thread spit out by the alien was very tough. After wrapping the blade, it could not be cut for a while.
In addition, the wrapping of the silk thread covered the sharpness of the blade and made the blade thicker.
Even if it hit the joint, it could not penetrate.
The 3 boning knives behind the alien turned around, with the tips facing up, and quickly caught up with the alien. When preparing to attack the insect wings again, the alien suddenly retracted the insect wings. The blade hit the hard carapace, and a string of sparks burst out. The alien fell at a high speed, and when it was about to fall into the woods, the carapace opened again, the insect wings waved, and it flew up again.
This alien was much more powerful than the mantises that Linny and his friends encountered in the city.
The compound eyes on its head stared at Linny and his friends, and the abdomen began to wriggle, and tentacles covered with barbs emerged from the abdomen. The cry from his throat was slightly excited, but for some reason, this alien was just repeating what Zhang Chang and Brother Lei had said.
It's flying towards us.
Lu Linhai grabbed the steel rod on the ground and quickly stood in front of the team. He bent slightly and held the steel rod tightly with both hands, as if he wanted to rush over when the alien fell and pierced the steel rod into its body.
Leave it to me.
Chang Dao pulled Lu Linhai behind him.
The dark blue bone-chopping knife flew into his hand.
Chang Dao looked stern and raised his head to look at the alien flying over.
You find a place to hide. Uncle Lin, we will help you.
Linny did not intend to hide. He raised the hunting rifle in his hand and pointed the muzzle at the alien like Chang Dao did when he raised the gun.
Linny did not disbelieve in Chang Dao's strength.
They at least rested for a while, but Chang Dao did not rest for a moment.
No need. Chang Dao seemed to see through Linny's thoughts. It's just an alien. I can handle it. Why are there mantises here? Lu Linhai couldn't figure it out.
If there were mantises nearby, the first to be attacked should be the village where Brother Lei was.
Could it be that the aliens in the city caught up?
Zhang Chang seemed to have thought of something and looked back at the burning village behind him.
It's fire.
Zhang Cheng frowned, with a trace of annoyance between his eyebrows.
He subconsciously clenched his fists.
At this moment, he realized that his plan was not perfect. It was the fire that attracted it.
No. Not just one.
At this time, Joe Kai, who was listening attentively, spoke. At the moment the voice fell, several strange trees in the woods moved again.
The fan-shaped insect wings waved, and the three mantises quickly approached Lin Yi and his position.
The reason why the alien flying in the air was exposed was to attract the attention of Lin Yi and his friends. The mantis opened its serrated mouthparts, and sticky silk threads instantly emerged from its throat and flew towards Lin Yi and his friends.
These aliens arrived suddenly.
If Joe Kai hadn't discovered them in advance and warned them in time, Lin Yi and the others might not have had time to react. After barely dodging the threads spewed by the aliens, Lin glanced at the burning village. He knew very well that if he continued to fight with these aliens, even if he tried his best to kill them, they would suffer heavy losses. After a long battle, coupled with his highly concentrated vigilance, Chang Dao had consumed more than half of his physical strength. Even if the remaining physical strength can still maintain the use of abilities, the knives flying in the air are obviously not as agile as before.
The same is true for Joe Kai. His body has not recovered due to overuse of his abilities.
Now he is concentrating on using his ability again. If he continues, Joe Kai may not be able to see him temporarily. There are also those weird-looking rats and strange birds in the woods nearby. If they exhaust their energy to deal with these aliens, they will eventually be eaten by these rats and strange birds.
Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel that they were extremely unlucky. They don't know if they spent all their luck escaping from the city. After leaving the city, they didn't encounter a single good thing along the way.
Lu Linhai, take Zhang Chang and the others to the village. Although the fire in the village was much smaller, as long as the flames were not completely extinguished, these aliens did not dare to get too close.
What about you?
Lu Linhai clenched the steel rod in his hand and asked worriedly.
Won't you come with us? I'm going to help Uncle Lin. Lin Yi replied. These aliens in the sky were staring at them. Once they all ran towards the village, these aliens would definitely take action. Uncle Lin and I will cover you, otherwise, we will all die here.
Don't get close to those wooden sheds after entering. They can collapse at any time, so be careful. I'll send them there first, and then come over to help you.
Lu Linhai nodded.
The situation in front of him was urgent, and Lu Linhai had no time to hesitate. He turned around, picked up Joe Kai, and ran towards the village with the others. As soon as Lin began to recall the feeling of spinning the thread of fate before, his chest felt hot and his breathing became rapid. Then, a thread that only he could see emerged from his chest. Lin Yi looked at Chang Dao, and following his eyes, the thread of fate slowly floated towards Chang Dao, connecting them together. The reason why he did this was to use his ability to help Chang Dao share some of his fatigue. Chang Dao is the strongest fighter in their team. Only by ensuring Chang Dao's safety can the safety of the entire team be ensured. However, the moment the thread of fate connected him and Chang Dao, Lin Yi suddenly felt a strange feeling in his body. This feeling was very strange. Lin Yi didn't know how to describe it. I felt it carefully, as if I had 2 extra hands on my body.
2 invisible hands.
The sound of waving insect wings was heard in the sky.
An alien noticed Lu Linhai's intention and quickly fell down, blocking the only way to the village. Put me down.
Joe Kai frowned and struggled to jump out of Lu Linhai's arms.
I'll deal with it, you take Xiao Yun away.
Joe Kai wanted to focus all his energy on hearing. At this time, he was very aware of the current situation, but even so, he wanted to protect his sister.
Shut up, Lu Linhai cursed angrily.
I'm not dead yet, it's not your turn as a blind man to take action. After learning about Joe Kai's situation from Lin Yi's mouth, Lu Linhai also knew that Joe Kai could no longer use his abilities. Otherwise, it will cause irreversible damage to him.
Zhuganer, look at him.
Zhang Cheng hurriedly stepped forward to support Joe Kai. Zhou Yun on the side seemed to have thought of something and quickly took out the crossbow from Joe Kai's bag.
After loading the crossbow arrows, Zhou Yun raised the crossbow and stared intently at the alien in front of them.
Shut up, you shut up, you. The alien jagged mouthparts kept opening and closing, and what came out of his throat was Lu Linhai's voice.
This damn thing is actually imitating their speech.
The alien kept repeating the same words, but to Lu Linhai and others, it was a kind of irony. Bullshit. Lu Linhai gritted his teeth, raised the steel rod in his hand, and prepared to charge forward. But before he could get closer, a cold light flashed beside him, and a knife stabbed straight towards the alien.
Uncle Lin took action?
Lu Linhai was stunned for a moment, then felt something was wrong.
That's not Uncle Lin's knife.
Zhou Yun on the side also noticed the knife that suddenly flew over.
After a closer look, she recognized the knife. That's brother Lin Yi's knife. Lin Yi?
Looking back, Lin was gasping for air.
Let's go. What's going on?
Lu Linhai was a little surprised. I know, it's Lin Yi's ability and a community of destiny. Zhang Cheng explained hurriedly.
Lin Yi's ability is not just as simple as sharing damage.
The thread of fate connects him and Uncle Lin. Therefore, as long as the thread is not broken, he can use Uncle Lin's ability.
At this moment, Lin Yi finally understood in Chengdao's understanding of abilities.
The knives he had used seemed to become his hands and feet at this moment. Although these extra hands and feet can be made to act according to one's own ideas, this is after all someone else's ability, and it is always a bit unfamiliar to use. Compared with the knife controlled by Yin Changdao, the knife controlled by Lin Yi is much worse in terms of speed, power, and accuracy. Moreover, controlling these tools will consume physical strength. If you keep borrowing Yin Changdao's ability to fight, not only will it not help, but it will also cause trouble for Yin Changdao because of your own physical consumption.
Lin Yi is very clear about this, so he plans to fight quickly. Bastard! Bastard! The voice of Lu Linhai also came out of the alien's mouth.
This action made Lu Linhai grit his teeth in anger. There were 4 aliens, and Changdao stopped 2, one blocked Lu Linhai and the others, and another stared at Lin Yi.
The alien in the sky flew towards Lin Yi, but Lin Yi did not seem to intend to dodge at this time.
Looking up at the alien, Lin Yi tore off the silk thread connecting in Changdao. The thread of fate floated towards Zhou Kai and connected to Zhou Kai. At this moment, Lin Yi only felt that everything in front of him became extremely clear. He felt the flow of the wind and observed the movements of the alien.
Then, he raised the shotgun in his hand and aimed at the alien flying towards him.
He learned how Yin Changdao raised the gun before, holding the gun body with one hand and pulling the trigger with the other hand. With his shoulder against the butt, Lin Yi held his breath and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the energy stored in the bullet container shot out. With the enhancement of his senses, Lin Yi's accuracy was much higher than in Changdao.
However, this was Lin Yi's first time shooting.
In addition, his physique was not as good as in Changdao's. Even though the recoil of this shotgun was very small, Lin Yi had a slight deviation at the moment of shooting.
Lin Yi originally aimed at the head of the alien.
With the power of the energy explosion, the alien's shell would definitely be shattered. However, due to the deflection caused by the recoil, Lin Yi did not hit the alien's head, but hit its waving insect wings. The alien, which lost its insect wings, fell down instantly, but it was not dead.
It roared angrily and quickly pounced on Lin Yi.
Lin Yi took a deep breath and raised the shotgun again. This time, he also took the deflection caused by the recoil into consideration. He was confident that he could hit it. Go to hell, you bastard. Lin Yi pulled the trigger, and with the sound of a gunshot, suddenly, a pungent fragrance rushed into his nose. The strange fragrance that suddenly appeared seemed to be a mixture of many scents.
With a little lemon fragrance, it makes people feel relaxed and happy.
It also seemed to have the fragrance of osmanthus, which gradually intoxicated people. This is a fragrance that Lin Yi has never smelled before. Even if he realized that something was wrong, his body could not help but breathe in this fragrance. Lin Yi's vision began to blur. He raised his hand and pressed the bruise on his chest hard, trying to use the pain to wake himself up. But at this moment, a familiar birthday song suddenly came to his ears. It was the song that his parents sang on his birthday.
In a trance, Lin Yi seemed to see another self, sitting at the dining table, closing his eyes and making a birthday wish for his 18th birthday. He saw the cake on the table, his parents sitting opposite the table, and the familiar knife on the table. No, this is an illusion. Lin Yi told himself desperately.
After singing a birthday song, his mother stood up. She picked up the knife on the table and walked to the other self. Lin Yi knew what would happen next. He raised the shotgun in his hand and pointed the muzzle at his mother who was holding a knife. However, Lin Yi was exhausted at this time and could not use any strength at all, nor could he stop what was happening next. It was too late. Mom raised her hand, and the blade in her hand slowly fell down and landed on
the cake? Lin Yi was stunned.
Mom cut a piece of cake, carefully placed it on the plate, and then handed it to another self.
Mom put down the knife in her hand, gently touched the head of another self, and said softly, happy birthday. Happy birthday, you are our eternal pride.
Along with different words, Dad took out a beautifully packaged box from behind, which was his carefully selected birthday gift. The scene in front of him was completely different from what Lin Yi had experienced in the past.
If his parents were not outliers, would he also be able to enjoy the warmth from his family?
Lin Yi couldn't help but stretch out his hand, as if he wanted to walk into the picture in front of him. But at this moment, everything in front of him began to blur, and disappeared without a trace as he stretched out his hand. Linny opened his eyes and sat up suddenly from the ground. He saw the burning fire beside him and felt the warmth brought by the flames. Looking around, this was not the woods near the village, but a quiet cave. The scene of fighting with the aliens emerged in his mind. It was clearly dawn at that time, but now, the sky outside the cave was getting darker, and it was clearly dusk. What happened during this period of time? How are those aliens? Are they dead? Linny frowned. He remembered that he borrowed Joe Kai's ability and pulled the trigger at the alien's head and fired the second shot. But why did he come here when he was fighting with the alien? Linny thought about it and suddenly remembered the strange fragrance he smelled at that time. The reason why he fell asleep during the battle must be the strange fragrance that suddenly emerged. But, he clearly fell asleep. Why didn't those aliens kill him? Because it has not yet reached the best time for these aliens to eat. Do you plan to keep it for a while? Linny felt a little strange. If this was true, the aliens should have taken their weapons. Looking at the corner, their backpacks were neatly placed together. There was not only Changdao's knife, but also the shotgun. Turning his head to look at his side, Joe Kai was sleeping very soundly. He didn't know what he was dreaming about, and he had a silly smile on his face. On the other side of the fire were Zhang Chang and Changdao. They also closed their eyes and were obviously in a dream. However, there were only 4 of them in the cave. Lu Linhai and Zhou Yun, who were originally with them, disappeared at this moment. Linny realized that something was wrong and hurriedly pushed Joe Kai beside him. Joe Kai, don't sleep, get up quickly. Xiao Yun and Lu Linhai are gone. Joe Kai seemed a little impatient in his sleep. He waved his hand like he was chasing away mosquitoes, but he still didn't wake up. Seeing that Joe Kai was not awake, Linny walked quickly to Zhang Chang and Changdao. He wanted to wake them up, but found that they, like Joe Kai, had a comfortable smile on their faces, as if they had a beautiful dream that they did not want to wake up. Before Linny could find a way to wake them up, there was a rustling sound outside the cave. Linny was alert in an instant and hurried to the corner. He grabbed the shotgun and aimed it at the entrance of the cave. Something was approaching here. Linny didn't know what it was, but the dull sound made people's scalps numb. It was very likely those damn aliens. As the sound got closer and closer, the dull sound seemed to be mixed with footsteps. Soon, a familiar figure appeared outside the cave entrance. The people outside saw Linny, who woke up and ran into the cave. "Brother Linny, you're awake." The first one to run in was Zhou Yun. She was holding a few unknown fruits in her arms, and she looked a little weird. "Hey, you finally woke up." Lu Linhai followed closely behind, holding a few processed mice in his hand. "I thought you were going to sleep for a long time. Brother Linny, are you hungry?" Zhou Yun handed over the fruit in his hand. "Eat something." "Don't look at these fruits. They don't look good, but they taste sweet and delicious." Linny was stunned for a moment. Zhou Yun and Lu Linhai looked healthy. Not only were they not injured, but they seemed to be full of energy. Linny suspected that he was still dreaming. He reached out and pressed the bruise on his chest. The stinging feeling made him realize that this was not a dream. "Brother Linny, what are you doing?" Zhou Yun asked in confusion, seeming to notice Linny's gritted teeth because of the pain. "Are you confused in your sleep?" Lu Linhai stuck the wooden stick with the mouse next to the fire, looked back at Linny, and said, "How about, slap it? A slap may wake you up. Are you okay?" Linny was a little curious. After all, he didn't know what happened during his coma. "What do you mean by that? Do you hope that we will be in trouble?" "Brother Linny, we are fine." Zhou Yun carefully put down the fruit in his arms. Just as he was about to speak, Linny suddenly saw something outside the cave. The gray-brown carapace covered with spikes was those damn aliens. "Damn it, go to hell, damn it, go to hell," the alien whispered softly at the entrance of the cave, and the key was that it was Linny's voice. Linny gritted his teeth and raised the shotgun in his hand again. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a strange voice suddenly came from outside the cave. "Please don't hurt my family anymore." Along with this strange voice, a strange girl slowly walked out from behind the alien. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Family? Linny doubted his ears. The girl outside the cave stood beside the alien, stretched out her hand to avoid the spikes, and touched the alien's shell, as if to comfort the other party. If this girl regards the alien as a family, does it mean that she is also an alien? Linny quickly pointed the gun at the girl, his eyes full of vigilance. "Brother Linny, she is not a bad person.
Zhou Yun wanted to stop Lin Yi.
The alien outside the cave seemed to feel Lin Yi's hostility, waved his forearm, and the shell on his back quickly opened. The fan-shaped insect wings stretched out, shaking quickly and making a series of sounds, as if it was a warning. Lin Yi, put down the gun quickly. Lu Linhai continued Zhou Yun's words. She brought us here. If she wanted to harm us, we would have been eaten long ago. Lu Linhai's words did sound somewhat reasonable, but when he thought of the habits of the aliens in the city, Lin Yi still had some doubts.
The reason they were still alive only meant that these aliens did not intend to eat them for the time being. Moreover, Lin Yi clearly remembered that mantises could disguise themselves as humans, so, apart from the strange girl outside the cave, were the two people in front of him really Lu Linhai and Zhou Yun whom he knew? Brother Lin Yi, listen to me, don't move.
Lin Yi glanced at Lu Linhai and Zhou Yun. He didn't want to be so suspicious, but since he knew the existence of aliens, the things he had experienced along the way forced him to be cautious. He looked down at his chest, and the thread of fate that originally connected him and Zhou Kai seemed to be broken when he fell asleep. So, Lin Yi concentrated his energy and spun a new thread again, slowly floating towards the sleeping Zhou Kai. In an instant, all kinds of noisy sounds drilled into his mind, the even breathing of his sleeping companions, the sound of the mouse being burned by the flames, and the oily skin. The sound of the firewood burning in the flames, especially the piercing sound of the alien's wings shaking rapidly outside the cave, made Lin Yi feel like his head was about to explode. Lin Yi quickly dispersed his energy to other sensory organs, and only then did he feel a little relieved. His head was buzzing, but fortunately he heard the heartbeat. After hearing these sounds with his own ears, Lin Yi finally understood why Zhou Kai had always suspected Lu Linhai at the beginning. Lu Linhai's heartbeat frequency was indeed very similar to that of the alien outside the cave. However, Zhou Yun's heartbeat showed that they were indeed human. Of course, this also included the girl outside the cave. Not only that, although the strange girl looked about the same age as Zhou Yun, her heartbeat sounded stronger than that of an adult. Lin Yi broke the thread of fate connecting Zhou Kai, and instantly felt that the world was quiet. The girl not far away stood beside the alien with a calm face. Even when she saw Lin Yi aiming a gun at her, she did not show any fear on her face, and even comforted the alien. Under the girl's comfort, the alien retracted its wings. The girl stood straight and didn't look like she was parasitized by the hair-like snail. You don't need to be so nervous. The girl took a few steps forward. The alien behind her wanted to catch up, but the girl waved her hand, indicating that it should wait outside. I won't hurt you, and neither will my family. Perhaps considering Lin Yi's distrust of her, the girl didn't get close. After entering the cave, she just stood near the entrance. Lin Yi looked at the girl not far away. The girl was very delicate, with long hair casually draped over her shoulders, and looked like the type Zhang Chang liked. She was barefoot, and even the clothes on her body seemed to be Zhou Yun's. Who are you? Lin Yi asked. I don't know. The girl shook her head. I don't know? Lin Yi was stunned. You don't even know who you are, why do you treat these aliens as family? Because I was raised by them. The girl's tone was very calm. They raised me, so they are naturally my family. The girl's words made Lin Yi frown. It is said that the grace of raising a child is greater than heaven, but what if this raising is for a certain purpose from the beginning? Lin Yi thought of the scene in his dream just now. If there were no such aliens in this world, he might live happily with his biological parents. Of course, this is just a beautiful fantasy. After knowing the existence of the Oracle Land, perhaps he is just a beast produced there. Even if they will eat you in the future? Although Lin Yi said this, he felt strange in his heart. According to the habits of the mantises in the city, once humans discover their true faces, they will eat them without hesitation. However, the girl in front of him can live with the mantises that reveal their true faces, which makes Lin Yi a little curious. In addition, this mantis outside the cave is very different from those in the city. They won't eat me. The girl shook her head and said, in fact, if you hadn't attacked them first, they wouldn't have fought back in self-defense. Did we attack them first? Lin Yi continued, they were the ones who learned to speak like us first. But they didn't attack you, the girl retorted. We saw a fire in the distance on the mountain, and out of curiosity, we wanted to come and see what happened. Because they don't want to cause unnecessary trouble, they disguised themselves as trees. The mantis outside the cave heard the girl mention the tree, and quickly raised its legs and forearms, and its motionless appearance was almost exactly the same as those strange trees. You attacked my family first, and they had no choice but to attack. After carefully recalling, although these aliens imitated their speech, they did not directly attack. After Zhou Kai used his ability to detect the position of one of the aliens, and Chang Dao raised his gun and shot.
So, the reason why the alien flew up at that time was not to attack them, but to leave? Because Chang Dao controlled the butcher knife to chase them closely, and was seen by other aliens, so they surrounded them?
Brother Linny, she is really not a bad person.
Zhou Yun said softly on the side.
These fruits and mice were caught by her and the aliens for us. You look very tired. Although I suggest you rest here for a while, if you don't believe me, you can leave now. The girl turned sideways and made way out of the cave. The aliens outside the cave saw the girl's action and immediately put down their raised insect legs and forearms, and turned sideways like the girl.
Don't worry, my family and I will never hurt you.
Linny did not answer immediately. In fact, the girl was right.
They were too tired now.
Not only physically tired, but also mentally.
Especially Zhou Kai.
After thinking for a while, Linny suddenly thought of the strange fragrance he smelled before falling asleep. Linny looked at the strange girl not far away and asked, I have a question, I want you to answer it. The fragrance came suddenly, and when he noticed it, he was already immersed in it and it was difficult to guard against it. So, whether they leave or stay to rest, it is better to find out the source of the fragrance first. I smelled a fragrance before, and the reason why we fell asleep should be related to this fragrance.
So, can you please explain what this fragrance is all about?
Warm tips, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us, we will handle it as soon as possible, thank you for your understanding. The girl acted very calm, as if what they were talking about had nothing to do with her. After hearing the question asked by Linny, the girl patiently answered, the smell that made you fall asleep was my smell.
Your smell?
Linny was stunned for a moment, thinking that the girl's statement was a bit strange.
Are you trying to say that the fragrance we smelled came from you? The girl nodded and said, that's fine. Linny frowned.
Normal people would not emit such a strange fragrance, and the fragrance covered a wide range, and could even make people who smelled it fall asleep. So, the girl in front of him was very likely to be the chosen one. Linny was about to continue asking questions, but before he could speak, the girl continued talking. She seemed to have guessed what Linny was worried about, and said softly, don't worry, my smell won't cause any harm to your body. The girl glanced at Zhou Kai and others lying on the ground, and continued, it will just make you sleep for a while. The reason why they haven't woken up yet is because of your different physiques. The more tired people are, or the ones who are worried, depressed, and under great pressure, the longer they will sleep because of my smell. After falling asleep, people will dream of what they have been pursuing, which will soothe your emotions and temporarily relieve your pressure. According to the girl's explanation, because the situation was urgent at the time, she didn't want to see her family get hurt, nor did she want her family to hurt Linny and others. In order to stop them from continuing to fight, she used the fragrance emitted from her body to make them fall asleep temporarily. Don't worry, I adjusted the concentration of the smell, they won't sleep for too long.
At most tomorrow morning, they will wake up. Linny didn't doubt this.
Zhou Kai and others who were sleeping were still breathing, and their breathing was even. In addition, the smiles on their faces after they fell asleep showed that they had indeed had a good dream. Moreover, not only Lu Linhai and Zhou Yun, but Linny himself also woke up from his sleep, which showed that they did not continue to sleep because of the fragrance. However, the girl's words forced Linny to take it seriously. In other words, if the concentration of the fragrance emitted by the girl is too high, does it mean that the person who smells it will continue to sleep and never wake up? For some reason, Linny always felt that the girl in front of him was a little strange. Perhaps it was because she had lived with aliens for a long time. After all, Linny did not have much good feelings for the aliens who attacked them. So, when he saw this girl treating aliens as family members, he felt an indescribable weirdness. My smell can temporarily relieve your mental fatigue, but it can't restore your physical fatigue. The girl continued, there are many dangerous creatures around here, such as the thing you are grilling. When they feel hungry, they will become very crazy, so I suggest you take a good rest here, wait until your physical fatigue recovers, and it will be safer when you leave. As the girl spoke, she turned and walked towards the cave entrance, as if she wanted to leave. Of course, if you insist on leaving, you can leave at any time. My family and I will never stop you. Where are you going? Seeing the girl was about to leave, Linny asked vigilantly. He would not believe the girl's words, even if the girl and these aliens did not hurt them during their sleep. However, Uncle Tian, whom he had known for many years, would attack him because of the parasitism of aliens, let alone a girl who lived with aliens. Who knows if the girl's thoughts have been assimilated by aliens? Lu Linhai on the side gently pushed Lin Yi, as if to signal him not to ask this question.
However, Lin Yi had already asked it.
I have to take care of my injured family.
The girl noticed Lu Linhai's actions, but she didn't care and still spoke in a calm tone. Lu Linhai's eyes showed some apology.
Seeing that Lin Yi didn't react, he pointed at the shotgun in his hand.
Looking down at the shotgun, Lin Yi understood it immediately.
Recalling the second shot he fired before falling asleep, it seemed that he really hit the alien that pounced on him.
The girl didn't blame them for this matter, and even expressed understanding.
In her eyes, the counterattacks made by creatures in self-defense were unintentional. But her idea made Lin Yi unable to understand.
Any other questions? The girl asked, standing outside the cave. Lin Yi thought for a while and asked, "What's your name?" The girl shook her head and said, "I don't have a name, and I don't need a name."
Having said that, after saying this, the girl seemed to have thought of something. After looking up at the sky, she said softly, "But you can call me Hua.
Hua? Strange name.
The alien outside the cave opened its shell, its wings began to wave, and its 6 legs hugged the girl. The alien took the girl and flew up, and no one knew where it went.
Good fellow, you really dare to ask.
Seeing the girl leave, Lu Linhai breathed a sigh of relief. Before, she took me and Sister Xiaoyun to see the mantis you hit, and half of its head was blown off. If your shooting skills were more accurate, you should have killed that alien directly. However, the vitality of these aliens is really tenacious. They are still alive even with half of their heads gone. It's really scary. Did he miss? Lin Yi frowned. He was originally aiming at the head of the alien. After all, this was his first time using a gun. Even with Zhou Kai's ability, he still couldn't hit the target accurately. It seems that he still needs more practice. Lin Yi sighed in his heart. When did you wake up? Lin Yi looked at Lu Linhai and Zhou Yun beside him.
I woke up in the afternoon.
Zhou Yun took a bite of the fruit in his hand.
Although these fruits look strange, they are indeed juicy.
After Zhou Yun took a bite, Lin Yi even smelled a hint of sweetness, which made him swallow his saliva. Brother Linhai was the first to wake up.
I woke up in the morning.
Lu Linhai squatted by the fire, turned the mouse on the skewer over, and began to roast the other side. When I woke up, those aliens just put us down. He roughly recounted what happened at that time. After they fell asleep, Hua asked the aliens to bring them all to this cave. According to Hua, because she and these aliens stayed near the cave, the mice and strange birds in the forest did not dare to approach. Only in this way can we ensure that Lin Yi and the others will not be attacked while they are asleep.
This is also the reason why Lu Linhai chose to believe Hua.
Not only that, Hua also kindly helped them find food and even told them where there was water.
She should not be a bad person.
Lu Linhai continued.
We knocked off half of the mantis's head.
Not only did she not get angry, she also appeased other aliens and told them not to attack us. These mice were caught by those aliens for us.
And these fruits too. Zhou Yun on the side added.
Lu Linhai thought about it and looked back at Lin Yi.
Lin Yi, I'm thinking about a question. Are these aliens also divided into good and bad? Just like people, there are good people and bad people. Lin Yi has never thought about this question.
After all, for Lin Yi, the aliens he has encountered so far either want to eat them or want to parasitize in their bodies.
Now think about it, could it be that what Lu Linhai said is not wrong?
When thinking about this, another question suddenly popped up in Lin Yi's mind. At the moment this question popped up, Lin Yi frowned suddenly. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the girl named Hua might not be as simple as they imagined. Recalling the scene when he saw these mantises, Lin Yi remembered it very clearly. From the moment they saw the mantises around Hua, these guys with spikes just kept imitating what Lin Yi and the others said. Even if they felt angry, or felt hostile and began to intimidate, they just kept repeating these words. They seemed unable to express what they thought in the right language. Compared with the mantises in the city, this way of parroting was like an uneducated child who could only babble. Their mimicry was exactly the same as the strange trees in the woods, which showed that they had lived here for a long time, so they used this method to avoid danger and facilitate hunting. If Hua was raised by these aliens, then her lifestyle should be the same as these aliens. However, Hua not only could speak, but even in the communication just now, she could fully express what she thought in her heart. Even though some of her words were a bit strange, it did not prevent her from communicating normally with Lin Yi. This was abnormal. A person who had lived with aliens for a long time would not feel that he was a human being from the moment he could remember. She would regard herself as an alien, as one of these mantises. Then, she would learn the mantis's lifestyle, disguise herself, and learn their hunting skills. However, Hua was not like this. Not only could she express herself normally, she would actively understand the other party's behavior, and even consider Lin Yi and the others. Her way of thinking was completely different from these mantises. This girl named Hua really looked like a person. This was a good thing, but once combined with what Hua said before, it would be found that she had been lying from the beginning. When thinking of this, Lin Yi had a bad guess in his mind if Hua was indeed a person raised by mantises. The reason why her way of thinking and living habits were different from those of mantises was because someone was teaching her. Or, she had contact with normal humans. So, could it be that the aliens captured humans here, but because they did not reach the time they wanted to eat, they temporarily locked up these captured people? During this time, these people saw Hua. Hua's way of thinking and living habits were learned from these imprisoned people during this period. Of course, this speculation is unfounded, and there are many things that don't make sense. For example, if these mantises like to eat people like the mantises in the city, then why didn't they eat Hua? If it's just because of the time of eating, then among the people they caught, there should be people who are about the same age as Hua, or even younger, so where are these people? Moreover, Hua said before leaving that if Lin Yi and the others want to leave, they can leave at any time. If they really leave now, how will Hua and those aliens deal with them? Lin Yi couldn't figure it out for a while. Lin Yi, what are you daydreaming about? While thinking about these questions, Lu Linhai's voice came to his ears. Turning back, Lu Linhai came over with a string of roasted mice. I've been calling you for a long time, why don't you pay attention to me? You don't fall in love with that girl, do you? Lu Linhai said with a smirk. Could it be that this is the legendary love at first sight? TSK. Lin Yi glared at Lu Linhai. He walked out of the cave and looked around. After confirming that Hua and the strange creatures were gone, he walked back again. Lin Yi lowered his voice and whispered, I think Hua is problematic. Her behavior is a little strange. I think she's strange, too. Lu Linhai nodded and continued Lin Yi's words. You don't know, when I woke up, she wasn't wearing any clothes. She stood there naked and talked to me. I was scared to death. I'm a gentleman. Don't look at anything inappropriate. No clothes? Lin Yi was stunned. Lu Linhai woke up earlier than him and had more contact with Hua than Lin Yi. Yes, she wasn't wearing anything. Lu Linhai continued. She didn't care at all, just like nothing happened. I was embarrassed. I really had no choice but to give her Xiaoyan's clothes. As he said that, Lu Linhai handed over the roasted mouse in his hand, eat something. Lu Linhai's words dispelled some of Lin Yi's doubts. Aliens are different from humans. They are more like creatures living in nature, just like the animals that Lin Yi knows. Therefore, they don't care about clothes or dressing up, and only follow the most primitive habits. Of course, this does not include the aliens in the city. Compared with the aliens around Hua, the aliens in the city are more like domesticated animals. Just like the wolves in nature, after more than 10,000 years of breeding and domestication, although they still retain a small part of the nature of wolves, they eventually become dogs around humans. The aliens around Hua are like wolves. They are covered with spikes, which can not only help them camouflage themselves, but also strengthen their own defense. They can spray sticky silk threads to help them catch prey. They have insect wings, which allow them to fly into the air and observe the movements of prey. The reason why they are not as big as the mantis in the city also shows that the living environment outside the city is more difficult. But if this is true, Hua, who has lived with aliens for a long time, will not have the current thinking mode. Even if Hua has a strong learning ability, without anyone to teach and guide, Hua can't communicate with Lin Yi normally like just now by relying on these parrot-like aliens around her. Do you want to eat it? Seeing Lin Yi silent again, Lu Linhai urged. I sprinkled a little fruit juice on it, so it won't taste so fishy. Lin Yi took the mouse skewers handed by Lu Linhai and turned his head to look at Zhou Kai and others who were sleeping. Even if he was full of doubts, considering that they hadn't woken up yet, he could only stay here for the time being. You know, it's not easy to carry in Shangdao alone. Even if they were forced to take them out, they couldn't go far. It was late outside the cave. If they left now, they would be in extremely dangerous situations if they encountered mice and strange birds in the forest. So, the question about Hua and Wendelin had to wait until others woke up before deciding. After telling Lu Linhai and Zhou Yun about their doubts, the three decided to take turns to keep watch. On the one hand, they were wary of Hua and the aliens around her, and on the other hand, they were worried that other creatures would sneak into the cave while they were asleep. They had to remain vigilant. After all, based on the information they had obtained so far, this world was too different from what they knew. If they were not careful, they might die here. When it was Lin Yi's turn to keep watch, he stood at the entrance of the cave holding Lu Linhai's steel stick. To be on the safe side, he also used his ability to connect the thread of fate to Zhou Kai. In fact, Zhou Kai's ability was a torture for Lin Yi, because he could not use it as skillfully as Zhou Kai, and his keen senses made Lin Yi feel a little uncomfortable. However, at least this could ensure their safety. Moreover, Lin Yi did not keep the thread of fate connected. He used Zhou Kai's ability to observe the surroundings. After confirming that it was safe, he would immediately break the thread. This would not only allow the sensory organs to rest, but also explore the upper limit of their abilities and better understand the burden brought by their abilities. However, just after Lin Yi connected the thread of fate to Zhou Kai for the third time, Lin Yi suddenly heard a series of strange noises. Crack crack dash as if something was broken. Squeak squeak dash as if something was dissolved. The noises from afar continued. Lin Yi thought for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out what made these noises. Looking back at his sleeping companion, Lin Yi was a little worried. In such an environment, he had to be cautious, so for the sake of safety, Lin Yi walked out of the cave carefully and decided to see what made the noise. There was an indescribable weirdness in the woods at night. These twisted and growing strange trees in front of him looked like demons climbing up from the abyss of hell, waiting for you to have a soul transaction with them. The field of vision at night was limited. Even with Zhou Kai's ability in the moonlight, it was still a bit difficult for Lin Yi. There was a swollen pain in his eyes, and he blinked hard, but still didn't give up. After all, these strange noises might be related to their lives. Something flashed through the woods, and Lin Yi's sight quickly caught up. Those little guys running through the woods were mice hiding in the woods. So, were the strange noises heard before made by these mice that came out to look for food at night? Lin Yi felt something was wrong. He also heard the sound of mice running, which was not the strange noises he had heard before. Moreover, these mice seemed to have encountered something terrible. They scattered and fled desperately in different directions, as if they wanted to get away from this place. But as they ran, the movements of the mice suddenly became slower and slower, and even gradually began to slow down. Their bodies began to shake, and their limbs seemed to be out of control, and they fell to the ground one after another. Sha-sha dash a rapid sound came over, and Lin Yi saw something crawling towards the mice on the ground. He observed very carefully. The thing was close to the ground, and the sha-sha sound that came into his ears was the sound made by the thing when it crawled on the ground. Lin Yi kept adjusting his posture, either standing on tiptoe or bending sideways, trying to see more clearly through the gap between the strange trees. The thing was extremely fast, and its slender body twisted quickly against the ground. After approaching the mouse, the thing quickly exerted force, tightly wrapped around the mouse, and lifted it up high, as if showing off. With a click, the bones of the mouse were instantly broken by the entanglement of the thing. What is that? Is it a snake? Lin Yi's mind appeared the appearance of a snake. The slender body, the twisting crawling method, and the attack method of wrapping the prey to death are indeed somewhat similar to snakes. However, the thing did not swallow the dead mouse into its mouth, but slowly fell down and suddenly retracted in the same direction. No, it is not a snake, at least the way it retracted is definitely not a snake. So, what is it? Lin Yi frowned and walked forward a few steps carefully. While he was alert to the thorns on the strange tree, he looked in the direction where the thing retracted. Under the moonlight, Lin Yi saw a familiar figure standing there motionlessly. That is, a flower? Lin Yi gritted his teeth. He should have thought of it earlier. These mice are very agile, especially when they are running away. They will never stop for no reason. The only thing that can make them stop by themselves is the fragrance emitted by Hua. But why did Hua do this? And what are those things that entangled the mice? The silk threads sprayed by mantises? No, Lin Yi has seen mantises spray silk threads, and those sticky silk threads cannot twist and move forward close to the ground. Besides, Lin Yi did not see mantises. While thinking, a series of rustling sounds came from Hua's side. Those snake-like things emerged from Hua's side one after another, and this time, Lin Yi saw clearly. Those things are a kind of existence similar to vines. Not only that, these vines all spread from Hua's body. The scene in front of him surprised Lin Yi, but he never expected that the more shocking scene was still behind the raised vines twisted slowly, sending the entangled mice in front of Hua. Hua raised her head slightly and shook her neck slightly left and right. Then, her head slowly split from the top of her head. Hua's head was divided into 8 petals, just like petals. Something like a pistil emerged from Hua's neck, and she was fully stretched out, like a flower blooming in the moonlight. The pistil entangled the mouse sent by the vine, and could not wait to shrink into the neck and send it into the body. One after another, and then,
the strange sound that Lin Yi heard before came again. Squeak squeak dash, the things that were dissolved were these mice. Lin Yi could feel his body trembling, not because of fear, but because of shock. This girl who helped them, this girl named Hua, is really an alien. Her previous words were not wrong at all. The reason why she had a fragrance on her body was not because she was the chosen one of God. That strange fragrance was indeed her smell. But why was it like this? Lin Yi couldn't figure it out. He had clearly used Zhou Kai's ability to observe Hua. At that time, he clearly heard Hua's heartbeat, which was exactly the same as that of a human. When thinking of this, Lin Yi suddenly froze. Heartbeat? Yes, heartbeat. If Hua has been standing here all the time, why hasn't Lin Yi heard her heartbeat? Looking up at Hua again, Lin Yi suddenly found that Hua, who was standing here at this moment, had no heartbeat at all. No, it should be said that Hua had no heartbeat from the beginning. She was an alien, just like those imitation snails, an alien without a heart. The heartbeat heard before was deliberately simulated by Hua. She knew the frequency of human heartbeat, so she made the pistol in her body, or something else, make a rhythmic sound to disguise the sound of human heartbeat. No wonder when she heard Hua's heartbeat, it was more powerful than that of an adult, because it was not a real heartbeat at all. This alien was smarter and more cautious than any alien Lin Yi had ever seen. She was even more terrifying than those mantises in the city, and could imitate humans better. Lin Yi took a deep breath and calmed down quickly. Hua did not attack them, but was catching mice in the woods, which meant that their situation was temporarily safe. He didn't know what Hua was going to do, but this place was definitely not safe. Lin Yi didn't believe in aliens, so he decided to leave here as soon as Zhou Kai and the others woke up tomorrow. Of course, before leaving, a plan must be made. Although Hua said that they could leave if they wanted, who knew if she would suddenly attack? Lin Yi turned around and slowly moved towards the cave. But as he walked, Lin Yi suddenly realized that something was wrong. The strange sounds coming from his ears, that is, the sound of Hua catching mice and eating, suddenly disappeared. When Lin Yi found that the sound disappeared, his heart tightened. There seemed to be beads of sweat on his forehead, but he didn't care about it at this time. He realized that he had been discovered by the other party, and glanced back cautiously. In the woods in the distance, Hua, who was originally eating, turned around and faced the direction of the cave. The vines spreading from her body suddenly swung out and entangled the strange tree in the distance. Then she pulled hard, and Hua's body was pulled towards the position of the strange tree. Then she swung out another vine, wrapped around the tree trunk in front, and continued to pull, constantly narrowing the distance between her and Lin Yi. You saw it. Lin Yi heard Hua's voice, which came from her neck. Although the voice was pleasant, it was so weird that it made people's scalp numb when combined with the scene in front of him. Hua's open head did not close. As she approached, Lin Yi could see that the inner wall of those petals was blood red, and there were even dense and creepy blood vessels. Or, leaf veins? The pistol that emerged from the neck kept shaking with the movement of the flower, as if it sensed Lin Yi's position, and turned around impatiently, all facing Lin Yi. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, and his enhanced vision allowed him to see the center of the pistol. That place should be the weakness of the flower. Lin Yi raised the steel rod in his hand, locked his sight on the position of the pistol, and threw the steel rod over without hesitation. A series of rapid sounds came from his ears, and the vine spreading on the flower's body waved and steadily caught the steel rod thrown by Lin Yi. Lin Yi never thought that this method could kill the flower, and the reason for doing so was just a delaying tactic. After throwing the steel rod, he quickly ran towards the cave, grabbed the shotgun on the ground, and Lin Yi turned around and prepared to pull the trigger. However, the speed of these vines was much faster than Lin Yi imagined. When Lin Yi was about to pull the trigger, part of the vines climbed up along Lin Yi's body, and the other part of the vines entangled the shotgun. One of the vines quickly stretched into the trigger guard, jamming the trigger and preventing Lin Yi from pulling the trigger. Lin Yi wanted to wake up Lu Linhai, but the moment he opened his mouth, a vine surrounded his head and blocked his mouth. This alien was stronger and smarter than Lin Yi had seen before. In addition to suppressing her own strength and ability, she would also think and predict Lin Yi's next move. So, she could always stop him one step faster than Lin Yi. However, there was one thing that Hua could never think of: she didn't know what Lin Yi's ability was. This might be a turning point, so before being completely entangled by the vines, Lin Yi tore off the thread of fate connected to Zhou Kai, and then controlled the thread to connect to Shangdao. Lin Yi was pulled out of the cave by the vines. At this time, Hua had closed her head and returned to the way she was when they first met. I didn't expect you to see me. Hua still looked calm, and there was no sadness or joy on her face. She looked up at Lin Yi and said slowly,
You are the second person to see my true face.
But your reactions are too different. Linny didn't pay attention to what Hua said.
At this time, he was concentrating on controlling his knife. His control over this ability was far inferior to in Changdao, so he couldn't use his knife as freely as in Changdao.
If he attacked head-on, the flying knife would definitely be blocked by the vines on Hua's body.
So, Linny planned to attack by surprise. He made a series of humming sounds in his throat, and his body kept struggling. While Huadi's attention was all on him, Linny controlled the knife to suddenly fly up from the ground and stab directly at Huadi's chin. Linny was right to choose to attack by surprise, but unfortunately, he knew too little about Huadi's strength. At the moment when the blade flew up, Hua suddenly raised his hand. The hand knife hit the handle horizontally, and the sudden force made Linny lose control of the knife for a short time. The vine took the opportunity to reach out and wrap around Linny's knife. I know you can sneak attack, Hua said lightly. Because your attack method is too simple, you only use brute force, without any skills. She shook her head and continued. Besides, you rely too much on your ability. After you use all these methods once, you will definitely think of other ways. In addition to waking up your companions, the only remaining way is sneak attack. You can't beat me with just these.
Linny frowned.
What can he do? From the discovery of the alien to now, he is either avoiding the alien or fighting with the alien. He has no time to learn anything else. Strictly speaking, the fighting methods of Linny and his party and the aliens all come from In Changdao. But In Changdao was born a butcher. What he can teach Linny and his party, except for brute force, are some fancy tricks that he learned from nowhere. And Changdao can rely on his own strength and ability to make up for the shortcomings in his moves, but for Linny and his party, this shortcoming is fatal. All they can do is improve their physical strength and master their abilities. As for fighting skills, who will teach them?
Linny looked at Hua unyieldingly, ready to bite off the vine in his mouth.
But before he could exert force, Hua guessed his idea again.
The juice of the vine is acidic. Once bitten, the juice will quickly corrode your mouth. When that happens, not only your mouth, but even your throat will be destroyed.
Linny hesitated. However, he still had a way to die together with Hua. As long as the thread of fate was connected to Hua, once Hua wanted to kill him, Hua would die under the influence of the community of fate. The reason why Linny did not do this was because he did not see the thread of fate between Hua and himself for the time being. The absence of the thread meant that there was no fatal danger for the time being. I can feel that you are hostile to me, but this hostility is completely unnecessary.
Hua continued. I won't hurt you, I have said this before.
Linny could feel that the vines on his body were very tight, but from beginning to end, Hua did not break Linny's bones like she did to those mice.
You are too nervous, take a nap. After you have enough energy, you can leave.
The moment the voice fell, Linny smelled the strange fragrance in the air. The next second, fatigue came, Linny closed his eyes, and fell asleep deeply. I don't know how long I slept, until I heard Lu Linhai's shout. Linny opened his eyes.
What's wrong with you? You agreed to keep watch, why did you fall asleep?
Lu Linhai asked. I was sleeping soundly, I heard your silly smile. Linny didn't answer, what happened last night was still vivid in his mind. He jumped up from the ground, looked around, and looked at himself. Everyone was unharmed, Hua really didn't hurt them.
But why? Linny couldn't figure it out. Is it really like Lu Linhai said, there are good and bad aliens?
And Changdao, who was originally sleeping, has woken up, but Zhou Kai and Zhang Chang are still asleep. If what Hua said is true, then they will wake up soon. When I thought of this, there was a loud noise outside the cave.
Linny and others quickly became alert and walked to the entrance of the cave to look out.
A mantis flying in the air suddenly fell down. The wings of the mantis were burnt, and even the carapace protecting the wings was shattered. Linny quickly connected the silk thread to Zhou Kai and looked towards the place where the mantis fell. He saw a strange man walking slowly towards the fallen mantis. The man was wearing a pair of heavy metal gloves on both hands. There was a crystal embedded on the back of the gloves, which looked exactly like the bullet in the shotgun and the material of the key. The man in the distance had his hair slicked back, and it seemed like there was a lot of hairspray on his hair. No matter how the man moved, his hairstyle remained fixed. The man was wearing a black leather jacket with rivets all over it. When he walked, his body would shake rhythmically. After seeing the falling beetle, a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. He has heavy dark circles under his eyes, or he may have a deliberately smoky eye. There is a tattoo of the letter R on the right side of his face, and the whole person looks like a strong retro heavy metal Haggard style. The fallen tentacles were still alive, and when they saw the man approaching, they waved their forearms and began to attack.
But the man didn't dodge. Faced with the forearm slashed by the mantis, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it.
A fire suddenly broke out nearby, so I came over to take a look. The man's soft words were heard word for word by Ling Yi's enhanced hearing. I just didn't expect to encounter wild beetles. I thought you dirty things would have been caught long ago by those bastards who call themselves the creators.
Creator? What is that? Lin Yi frowned and thought for a while. Could the creator in this man's mouth be the slave master in their understanding?
This man knew about the slave master and had weapons made of crystals on his body, which meant that he must know more than the previous Rigo. If he could be caught, he might be able to get more information about the world. Thinking of this, Lin Yi was a little moved.
Of course, he didn't act immediately.
After all, the man in the distance looked very difficult to deal with.
Lin Yi, what did you see? Lu Linhai asked eagerly.
Since he couldn't see what was happening in the distance, he couldn't wait to get the reason why the mantis fell from Lin Yi.
Why did that alien fall down?
Lin Yi described what he saw, and then said, that man is most likely from the City of Oracles.
The City of Oracles? So, if we can capture him and torture him, we will definitely get more information.
Zhang Cheng's voice suddenly came from behind him, and Lu Linhai, who was concentrating on it, was startled.
When did you wake up?
Looking back, Lu Linhai saw an energetic Zhang Cheng.
I just woke up. I had a really comfortable sleep this time.
Zhang Cheng replied casually. Where is Zhou Kai?
Is he awake? Lu Linhai turned his head and glanced into the cave. No, I slept like a dead pig.
After saying that, Zhang Cheng followed their gazes and looked into the distance. Lin Yi knew that Zhang Cheng was awake, and his enhanced hearing also made him aware that Zhang Cheng was slowly approaching. I have to say that Zhou Kai's ability is really easy to use. When he was in the city, he was envious of Zhou Kai and Chengdao's abilities. Although he is just borrowing it now, it at least fulfilled his small wish.
I think so too.
Lin Yi did not look back and continued to observe the movements in the distance. But, the scene that happened next made Lin Yi feel that it might be difficult to implement this idea. This person who suddenly appeared looks very strong.
How strong is it? Lu Linhai asked curiously. How about competing with Uncle Lin? If you are not as good as Uncle Lin, we will go up.
Lin Yi's tone became a little solemn. That guy broke off the forearm of the mantis with his bare hands.
Uncle Lin can do it too.
Lu Linhai said, as long as you grab the forearm of the mantis and squeeze it from the joint position, you can dash. He was not broken at the joints.
Lin Yi explained before Lu Linhai could finish.
Lu Linhai fell silent. Lin Yi and the others are well aware of how hard the beetle's carapace is. Even if they fought against the mantis many times, they only attacked the joints of the mantis. If a frontal attack was made on the carapace of the mantis, before getting a shotgun, even if Chengdao used all his strength and chopped it with the bone-chopping knife in his hand, he would only leave a white mark. There is also a carapace on the forearm of the tentacle beetle. If the man did not break it off at the joint position, it means that he can easily break the hard carapace of the tentacle beetle. It should be because of those metal gloves.
Lin thought of the bullets in the shotgun.
The energy stored in the bullet-shaped container can shatter the carapace of a tentacle, so the same can be said for the crystals on this man's gloves. The energy stored in these crystals can bring them extremely destructive power.
Don't pretend to be dead. Aren't you filthy things very tenacious?
After the man in the distance broke off the forearm of the beetle, he stared at the spikes on the beetle's carapace. He grabbed one of them and with a little force, seemed to break the spike easily. The man's actions at this time seemed to be a pastime to kill time, and every effort made him excited.
Hundreds of millions of years. You won't be able to die for such a long time. Why are you pretending to be dead here with me now? Hundreds of millions of years?
Lin Yi heard news that shocked him.
Hundreds of millions of years ago, when was it?
Lin Yi felt that his mind was a little confused and couldn't remember for a while.
Dinosaur era? Lu Linhai asked tentatively. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know.
Zhang Cheng rolled his eyes at Lu Linhai.
I'm a science student, so it's normal not to know.
Lu Linhai defended in a low voice.
What hundreds of millions of years ago?
Zhang Cheng looked at Lin Yi. Tell me exactly what he said. Lin Yi said what he heard word for word. After listening, Zhang Cheng frowned.
Could what he wants to say be about the Cambrian period?
Zhang Cheng touched his chin.
Cambrian?
Lu Linhai looked confused. Let's put aside for the moment how much of the knowledge we have learned is true. What that person just said reminded me of the Cambrian. Zhang Chang seemed to be thinking about something. The Cambrian period is the beginning stage of modern life, and it is also the stage where modern life on Earth begins to appear and develop, Zhang Chang muttered in his mouth, and as he spoke, a flash of excitement suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he said excitedly, the Cambrian explosion of life. What outbreak? Lu Linhai asked. It was an important time in the history of evolution. In a short period of time, the types of living things suddenly became richer and increased explosively. So, what does this explosion have to do with aliens? Not only Lu Linhai, but in Chang Dao on the side was also confused. If the knowledge we learn has been tampered with and is half true or half false, then is it possible that before the Cambrian explosion of life, there were actually modern organisms that existed and a complete ecology was formed? It's just that the traces of the existence of this creature have been tampered with, or even deliberately erased, so now we don't know that this creature ever existed. Zhang Chang spoke very quickly at this time, and he was extremely excited. No, it's not just about erasing the traces of their existence. Maybe before the Cambrian, something carried out a massacre of these creatures in an attempt to completely eliminate them from the world. It's just that this time the massacre seemed successful on the surface, but in fact, some creatures were hiding quietly. They hide in places that are not easily found, or they sleep there until hundreds of millions of years later, for reasons we don't know yet, they wake up again. This kind of creature may be alien. Linny continued Zhang Cheng's words. Interesting, this is so interesting. Zhang Cheng clenched his hands into fists, and his whole body trembled with excitement because of the bold speculation in his mind. Hundreds of millions of years ago, something began to kill aliens and try to make the aliens that originally lived in this world extinct. Not only that, after that, these things that killed aliens also brought new creatures, namely Cambrian, an explosion of life. Then, over time, it evolved into the world we have now. Those things erase the traces of alien existence, tamper with history, and cover up the truth. This is clearly an invasion. When he said this, Zhang Chang raised his head and joked, maybe those things even set up a festival specifically for this kind of massacre. You mean, these aliens existed hundreds of millions of years ago? Lu Linhai was surprised. Is it longer than humans have existed? If this is really the case, what kind of creatures were they killing aliens at that time? Maybe, Zhang Chang touched his chin and thought for a moment. The ones who massacred aliens at that time were the so-called real humans. Ah? Lu Linhai was stunned. No, there were no humans at that time. Zhang Chang shook his head and continued to guess. According to the biological evolution history we have learned, there were indeed no humans at that time. But if. What if humans already existed at that time and established a high-level civilization? In order to create an environment more conducive to survival, humans decided to eliminate all creatures that were a threat to humans. Aliens were the primary targets for elimination at that time. Zhang Cheng continued his analysis. After that, in order to cover up the truth of the massacre, humans compiled a false history of biological evolution. That's why the guy just called the slave owner the creator. Zhang Cheng thought for a while, and his tone became more and more excited. I once saw a hypothesis. This kind of claims that human beings have reached the highest level many times in the process of evolution, that is, the peak of civilization that is unimaginable with our current knowledge. However, these civilizations did not continue due to some accidents, and the human civilization we know is only a continuation of a very small part of the original civilization. Could it be that the reason why advanced civilization disappeared was not an accident at all, but that humans deliberately concealed or even erased advanced civilization, leaving only a small part? When he heard this, Linny lowered his head and looked at the shotgun in his hand. Although he was not sure whether Zhang Cheng's guess was true or false, energy storage devices such as bullet containers and keys were indeed beyond the capabilities of the civilization they knew. Why are they doing this? Lu Linhai asked, seemingly understanding. I don't know. Zhang Cheng shook his head. If we can catch that guy. When he said this, Zhang Cheng's voice became smaller and smaller. He glanced at Linny and the others, but did not continue the topic. Looking into the distance, Zhang Cheng was very curious. It's a pity that he doesn't have the enhanced vision brought by his ability, so he can't see clearly what is happening in the distance. So, he urged Linny, eager to know the next content, listen quickly, what else did that person say? Don't miss every word he said, I want to know it. Linny looked very carefully and listened very carefully. Even though his eyes felt a little sore and painful, and even though the noise made his head hurt, he didn't stop. Then, he shook his head and said, no, that person is just talking dirty words now. And, he's torturing the alien. The man in the distance was cursing, his tone full of hatred.
He seemed to hate these aliens extremely.
After breaking off the thorns on the carapace, he raised his hand and smashed the carapace on the back of the tentacle beetle with one punch. He pulled out the intact insect wing on the other side from under the beetle's carapace and slowly tore it into pieces. The tentacles on the belly of the beetle stretched out towards the man, trying to wrap it around him. It's a pity that the stretched-out tentacle was grabbed by the man. No matter how hard the tentacle struggled, it couldn't move forward at all. The barbs on the tentacles were unable to cause any damage to the metal gloves on the man's hands. With a little force, the flesh of the tentacle's abdomen was torn off by the man alive. Linny didn't know whether he should describe these scenes.
Should we go over and help? Zhou Yun asked in a low voice. The reason why I ask this is because these tentacle beetles are different from those in the city.
Not only did these wild beetles not attack them while they were sleeping, but they also provided food for them after they woke up. Even Lin Yi's act of shooting and shattering half of the mantis head seemed to be forgiven by them. However, as soon as Zhou Yun finished speaking, Zhang Chengli immediately shook his head.
He refused without hesitation. No, we can't go there.
Zhang Cheng was extremely calm at this time. It was a bit difficult for us to deal with these aliens. Of course, part of the reason was because we were already very tired at the time. However, this person can easily and unilaterally kill aliens, which shows that his strength is not what we can handle now. We don't even know his full strength.
If we go out rashly, the only thing waiting for us is death.
Zhang Cheng is more awake than anyone present.
He knows what can and cannot be done.
He is a thoughtful person who knows his strengths and weaknesses.
He is not the chosen one and does not have the ability like Lin Yi and others.
He has not received special training from An Changdao, so in terms of his ability to fight head-on, he may not even be able to match Zhou Yun. Therefore, since meeting Lin Yi and the others, Zhang Cheng has positioned himself as the think tank of the team. He wants to live to understand the truth of the world, and he also wants to protect the safety of everyone in the team. He believes that the responsibility for what happened in the village lies in his error in judgment, which caused the tentacles living outside the city to be attracted by the flames, putting them in crisis. In this regard, Zhang Cheng felt frustrated for the first time in so many years and also felt guilty.
Zhang Cheng doesn't want anything to happen to anyone in the team.
For him, ever since he discovered that the people around him were abnormal, he has always been thinking and facing alone. The appearance of Linny and the others was equivalent to the light coming through the crack in the door to Zhang Cheng. The warm light attracted him, and he reached out his hand to open the door that he had closed with his own hands. He didn't want anything to happen to anyone in the team, which was why he asked Linny not to frequently solve problems at the cost of his life. He cares about everyone on this team. The reason why he acted alone in the caterpillar's village and didn't even tell Linny and the others about his plan was not because he didn't trust his companions, but more because he wanted to prove himself. In fact, he also wanted to arrest the strange man. From that man's mouth, he would definitely get more information. However, reason told him not to do this. Going out now to meet them will definitely result in the total annihilation of the entire army. Not only can we not go there, we should even leave here immediately. Zhang Cheng's face became a little serious. Otherwise, after he gets rid of the alien, we will most likely be the next ones to suffer.
Us? Lu Linhai was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, why? Because in their eyes, we are so-called beasts?
Zhang Cheng glanced at the distance and then spoke out his analysis. First of all, the other party dared to come here alone, which shows that he is very powerful and is not worried about encountering aliens nearby.
This has been confirmed.
This strange man can easily break the hard shell of the mantis, and can even tear off the barbed tentacles of the mantis with his bare hands, which is enough to show that he is not afraid of aliens at all. He said that he came here to take a look because he saw a sudden fire here. Zhang Cheng continued, the village of the imitation hairsnail is a distance away from the location where the alien fell, but even so, he still chased the alien here, which shows that he has plenty of time. If the strange man is in a hurry, he will not torture the mantis slowly like now, but kill it directly and leave. From what he said just now, it is not difficult to hear that he hates aliens very much, so after killing the alien, he is likely not to leave immediately, but to search nearby to see if he can find more aliens and then kill them. If you want to kill aliens, go to the city we escaped from. Lu Linhai complained. There are aliens everywhere, he kills them at will, to his heart's content.
It's different.
Zhang Cheng shook his head. You can bully stray dogs outside, but if you bully a pet dog, then the dog's owner will stand up. Although this person is powerful, he may not ignore the slave owner. After all, beating a dog also depends on the owner.
Linny understood what Zhang Cheng wanted to express. If this person really came from the Oracle City, then he was just a hawk of the slave owner. Even if he entered the city where aliens were raised, his identity was only changed from hawk to shepherd dog, and he dared not disobey the orders of the slave owner. He hated aliens, but he did not dare to attack the aliens in the city, so these aliens living in the wild became the objects of his venting. To them, we are beasts, even worse than aliens. Besides, we are escaped beasts. If he finds us, do you think he will let us go? When he said this, Zhang Chang showed a trace of disdain on his face. After a dog catches its prey, it will take it back to its owner to ask for credit. Zhang Cheng's analysis is not unreasonable, but his words made Lu Linhai and Zhou Yun hesitate. If we just leave like this, won't Hua be in danger? Zhou Yun whispered. Not only Hua, but also those aliens who help us find food. Lu Linhai added. Hua? What Hua? Zhang Cheng woke up late and didn't know what they meant by Hua. It's already this time, why do you still care about Hua? Zhang Cheng looked around and continued, besides, there are all these strange trees growing around here, where do Hua come from? Brother Zhang Cheng, Hua is not a plant, but a very beautiful girl. Zhou Yun explained. How beautiful? Zhang Cheng asked subconsciously. After a pause, Zhang Cheng hurriedly said, no, I mean, is this flower a human? Not only a human, but also a chosen one. Lu Linhai continued. The flower can emit a fragrance that makes people sleepy, and we fall asleep because of the flower's ability. If the other party is a human, and is also a chosen one, Zhang Cheng hesitated and muttered softly. The flower is not a human. Linny shook his head and interrupted their conversation. The flower is an alien. Then, he quickly explained what happened last night. Ah? Lin Yi's words surprised Lu Linhai and Zhou Yun. So, the heartbeat of the flower you heard yesterday was also fake? Lu Linhai said in surprise. Lin Yi nodded, the heartbeat was simulated by her. Hua is stronger, smarter, and more cautious than any alien we have encountered. But, Zhou Yun looked at the others and said, but Hua didn't hurt us? Even if Brother Lin Yi saw Hua's true appearance last night, Hua didn't hurt us. Instead, she let Brother Lin Yi and us leave today. Lin Yi was silent. He had to admit that Zhou Yun was telling the truth. Hua and the aliens around her didn't hurt them and helped them find food. Even last night, after Lin Yi fell asleep again, Hua still didn't attack them. Lin Yi didn't understand what Hua's purpose was, but when he thought of this, other ideas suddenly popped up in Lin Yi's mind. Maybe, we don't have to leave so quickly. Lin Yi said. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhang Cheng frowned and asked, why? Although Hua is an alien, she can indeed emit a fragrance that makes people sleepy. Lin Yi explained. Although the guy in the distance is powerful, he doesn't know the existence of Hua, so, as long as Hua takes action, this person will also fall asleep like we did before. Lu Linhai rushed to say before Lin Yi finished speaking. Lin Yi nodded. The fragrance emitted by Hua spread over a wide range. When fighting with these wild mantises, Lin Yi didn't notice Hua's arrival before smelling the fragrance. Of course, it may also be because Hua didn't simulate the heartbeat at that time. As for the noise made when walking, for Lin Yi, who used Jokai's ability for the first time, it was also covered by other noisy sounds. But even so, as long as the opponent does not know Hua's ability, Hua can subdue him with the fragrance it emits. When thinking of this, Lin Yi continued to look into the distance. Hua regarded these aliens as family members, so she would definitely take action. Just as Lin Yi thought, Su Lin Yi saw the strange man's face change. The man frowned slightly, as if he had noticed something. Perhaps he had already smelled the fragrance of Hua at this time, but when he smelled the fragrance, it was too late. His body began to shake, and then fell to the ground. As the man fell, an alien flew up in the woods in the other direction. 6 insect legs held Hua and flew towards the place where the man fell. It's Hua. Hua has taken action. Lin Yi quickly told the others the news, let's go too. The situation of the strange man was different from that of Lin Yi and his friends. Although they had both hurt these wild aliens, the extent of their injuries was different. Moreover, Lin Yi and his friends were acting in self-defense, while this man was killing them out of subjective will. Therefore, Lin Yi was not sure whether Hua would kill the man. Zhou Yun stayed in the cave to guard Jokai, who had not yet woken up, while Lin Yi and the others quickly rushed to the position of the strange man. When they arrived, the strange man had been entangled by the silk thread spewed by the alien. The alien that brought Hua seemed very angry about the actions of the strange man, but Hua still had a calm face. Looking at Lin Yi and others who came, Hua asked indifferently, why haven't you left yet? Can you please not kill this man for the time being? Lin Yi asked cautiously.
Perhaps he was worried that Hua would misunderstand that they were in the same group and that Hua would attack them, so Linny continued, "We don't know this person, but we want to get some information from him. We'll just keep you company for a while, and we'll leave after we finish asking questions." When he said this, and Changdao on the side suddenly shuddered. Then, and Changdao slowly walked towards the strange man on the ground.
"Uncle Un?"
Linny was stunned for a moment, not knowing what Changdao was going to do.